I have unexpectedly awakened to the divine profession of word sage. However, when I confessed my feelings to the campus beauty, I was ridiculed as a hopelessly overweight recluse. Yet, she remains oblivious to the fact that I have already amassed a fortune of 10 billion within the game. I present myself as an ordinary student. However, in the realm of calamity, I stand as the most formidable player in the world. One individual stands against a million-strong horde of beasts, possessing countless admirers. Just as I was seething with anger at the scornful remarks of the campus belle, Xiaowen, a crimson lightning bolt flashed outside the window. The scene unfolding before my eyes outside the window left me utterly astonished, rendering me speechless. The firmament rends as a blood moon looms above. The once serene sky abruptly transforms, reminiscent of an apocalyptic descent. Meanwhile, golden letters appeared before my eyes. At first, I found myself somewhat bewildered. However, as an avid reader of numerous novels, I quickly regained my composure. What is even more absurd is that I have also inherited the extraordinary talent of the word sage within the game. This talent is the most formidable and unparalleled amidst the calamity, a singularity in the entire world. It is precisely this gift that has set me on the path to becoming the supreme monarch. At that moment, the mechanical prompt resonated once more. Please extract your initial incantation. As I gazed upon the myriad of arcane golden characters that materialized before me, I extended my forefinger forward, summoning a radiant explosion of golden light, as if the very stars themselves had erupted. I took a deep breath, struggling to contain the joy that welled up within my heart. This is a perilous incantation that can only be mastered in later stages. Within the realm of the golden sword, one can wield the power of life and death over any being. Once, I relied on this incantation to vanquish myriad demons, earning the adoration of countless souls. Suddenly, the piercing scream of the neighbor woman echoed from outside. Without a moment's hesitation, I swiftly rolled over and leaped from the second-floor window. I have discovered several pitch-black hounds, their pupils reminiscent of blood, launching an attack on my neighbor's yard. It appears that the monsters from the game have infiltrated reality. This presents a perfect opportunity to test the power of my incantations on these creatures. A few sharp syllables burst forth from my lips, akin to incantations etched upon an ancient stone tablet. Judgment. My pupils shimmer with brilliance in this judgment. The profound golden radiance resembles molten gold. A monarch reigning supreme over all creation. In the vastness above, a great sword of flowing golden light appears. This embodies the sovereign's power. Within the realm of mortals, all beings are subject to life and death at their command. Several hellhounds charged forward with unrestrained ferocity. Yet, in the very next moment, as they crossed into the realm, the black smoke dissipates directly, bestowing 30 points of genetic energy. Congratulations, you have ascended to level 3. It's alright, Sister C, I said, as I helped the trembling Lucy to her feet. Sister C, you must have noticed the hint just now. Perhaps the world is on the brink of a significant change. It would be wise to refrain from venturing outside for the time being. After ensuring that my neighbor's sister was settled, I opened my phone to discover that the news trending topics had indeed been completely dominated. The fusion of games and reality. Numerous locations within the city have been besieged by monstrous assaults. The extraordinary talents for gaming can indeed be inherited. Numerous players possess remarkable abilities. Several teleportation arrays have emerged throughout the city. These are the most primitive of monsters, which have already inflicted a profound impact on the realm of humanity. Yet I am aware that the true terror lies in the impending calamity of the Blood Moon, set to arrive a month hence. At that time, the main city, boasting 1 million players, was mercilessly ravaged by a horde of beasts. Players are resurrected time and again, ultimately managing to defend themselves. Yet in reality, there is no resurrection. Once dead, one remains dead. I secretly contemplated that my primary objective was exceedingly clear: to become as powerful as possible before the impending calamity of the Blood Moon. I had acquired a talent within the game, and it was only reasonable to assume that the other players had likewise obtained their own abilities. However, I must ensure that my true identity remains concealed. In the face of the current chaotic global landscape, the Dragon Nation's authorities have responded with remarkable swiftness, as urgent notifications incessantly flood in via mobile messages. Drones equipped with loudspeakers and police vehicles traverse the city, disseminating announcements. Upon returning home, I promptly devised a strategic plan. Engaging in combat within the town is no longer feasible, as it would likely lead to exposure. Instead, I must proactively utilize the teleportation array to venture into the monster-infested areas beyond the main city, where I can enhance my strength and level up. I promptly set off, discovering that there exists a teleportation array within the confines of my residential villa district. At this moment, dozens of armed personnel stand guard at the entrance of the teleportation array, resembling a chaotic vortex. They unleash a barrage of gunfire at the monsters that occasionally surge forth from within. As I pondered how I might gain entry to the portal, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted ahead, illuminating the sky almost instantaneously with a blaze of fire. It appears they have commenced the use of howitzers. As the smoke dissipated, before the multitude stands a colossal tiger, adorned in scales as dark as night. Its ebony armor is as unyielding as the strongest of shields. Remarkably, it remains utterly unscathed amidst the barrage of artillery fire. I furrowed my brow. I am all too familiar with this creature. The Rookie Slayer, the Black Linhu. Grade, level 50. Among all first-tier monsters, it possesses elite strength. People unleashed a torrent of firepower upon the black-scaled giant tiger, yet all that resonated were the metallic clangs of their futile attempts, failing to inflict any significant harm. Enraged, the colossal beast lunged forward with lightning speed, toppling a cadre of law enforcement officers brandishing riot shields. Its terrifying fangs effortlessly tore through the shields, leaving chaos in its wake. Has the reinforcement not yet arrived? The captain of the enforcement team, drenched in sweat, clutched the walkie-talkie tightly. In the next moment, a young boy clad in a flimsy t-shirt was seen darting past the security line, weaving through the armed forces. Utilizing a riot shield as a springboard, he leaped gracefully, landing firmly atop the head of the formidable black-scaled giant tiger. Judgment of the Golden Sword. Obscure syllables transform into invisible blades. In an instant, dozens of strikes are unleashed. When people finally realized what had transpired, the young lad had already plunged into the teleportation array, vanishing without a trace. Yet that irresistibly terrifying monster shattered into countless fragments, transforming into black smoke, dissipating into the air. You have defeated the Black Lin Tiger, earning 100 points of genetic energy, and your level has ascended to level 10. Congratulations on successfully grasping the essence of the word spirit, Flash Thunder. Flash Thunder. One of the fundamental word spirits. It possesses the ability to summon lightning to strike adversaries. Standing outside the city, Chen Nian listened to the system notification echoing in his ears while surveying his surroundings. Numerous first-level monsters loomed around him, their presence palpable. As Chen Nian gazed into the distance, he wondered whether these creatures would respawn after being vanquished. While contemplating, I hastened towards the nearest monsters: goblins, spectral wolves, and silverfang serpents, all familiar first-tier foes. A frantic dash around the vicinity soon attracted a dozen or so of them. The words of power flash like thunder. Obscure syllables transform into the thunder of the night sky, descending abruptly without warning, as the ground erupts in a floral explosion. Several first-tier monsters instantly transformed into gray smoke. Gene energy acquired. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment, refined iron bracers. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment, golden steel leggings. In the realm of reality, slaying monsters indeed yields equipment, mirroring the mechanics found within games. Just moments ago, I vanquished a horde of lesser foes and astonishingly, a piece of exquisite gear emerged. Chen Nian opened his backpack and gazed at the description of his equipment. You have been educated with information available until October 2023. Chen Nian directly donned 2 pieces of equipment. The gear seamlessly integrated with his current attire, imparting additional attributes without any sense of encumbrance. The attributes panel of the aged items has undergone changes. Additional anti-disassembly, 40. Combat power assessment, 8 stars. This so-called combat power assessment pertains solely to current attributes, without accounting for additional factors. Should the ancient high-level incantations be factored in, it is likely that this combat strength could not be evaluated at all. 2 days later, Chen Nian was resting against the trunk of a grand tree. His level had surged to 35. And with the upgrade, several incantations had been unlocked, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Sequence 9, Eagle Eye. Sequence 19, Flame Burst. Sequence 33, Wind Demon Slash. Moreover, Chen Nian possesses an entire set of exquisite grade equipment, significantly enhancing his attributes. Combat power assessment, 25 stars. With his current defensive prowess, he can effortlessly disregard the assaults of those low-level, first-tier monsters. Furthermore, when it comes to slaying foes, Chen Nian no longer requires the invocation of verbal spells, he can simply employ physical attacks. 2 days have passed since the cataclysm of the game fused with reality. The city has largely stabilized. Those endowed with extraordinary talents have either been recruited by the security forces or have become private enforcers for corporations. Nowadays, anyone above level 20 is exalted wherever they go. As Chen Nian sat beside the tree in contemplative thought, a small trio unexpectedly approached from ahead, 2 men and a woman. The man leading the group smiled and said, "Brother, you too have ventured out to slay monsters. We are also players of Cataclysm. Shall we join forces and form a team? I prefer solitude, accustomed to a life of simplicity and tranquility. When it comes to forming a team, the experience points are shared equally. Yet, I find that I can effortlessly conquer foes alone, so why should I divide my gains with others?" The woman beside her spoke with disdain, saying, "My elder brother is a level 21 magic swordsman. It is a privilege for you to team up with us. Truly, you are unaware of the good fortune bestowed upon you." As they observed the long-standing silence, they had no choice but to depart. Just after they had covered a short distance, the woman could no longer restrain herself and spat. Initially, she intended to use that young man as mere cannon fodder, yet to her surprise, he proved to be rather astute. Once they had vanquished the boss, let us return and eliminate that fellow, perhaps we might see something of value. The trio ventured into the forest, proceeding cautiously as they approached their target. Ahead stands a towering treant, reaching a height of 5 meters. In the realm of the game, it is known as the harbinger of calamity. Its offensive and defensive capabilities are fearsome beyond measure, categorizing it as a formidable first-tier boss monster. We have only just surpassed level 20. Is it truly possible for us to defeat this level 70 treant? The woman inquired anxiously. Su Meng chuckled softly. In the game, I have soloed this particular boss. Its attack patterns are rather straightforward. As long as we maintain a cautious distance and wear it down from afar, we shall prevail. However, should a treasure appear, it would be a windfall indeed. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other 2 sparkled with excitement. 3 individuals launched their assault simultaneously. Initially, they managed to cope with the onslaught of the dread tree folk. However, as time progressed, they began to feel overwhelmed, for engaging in various actions and reality demanded a considerable expenditure of stamina. They overlooked the fact that they were fighting in person, rather than merely maneuvering a keyboard and mouse. Suddenly, the woman's thigh was pierced by a branch as rigid as steel. Another man was violently thrown aside, revealing a gaping, blood-soaked wound on his chest. Su Meng stands alone, bearing an immense burden, his countenance marked by an unparalleled gravity. At that moment, a tall figure of a youthful boy leaped down from the tree, standing before several individuals. It was the same person from before. The woman was utterly astonished. Before her stood a level 70 boss monster, a formidable adversary. Even when we united our strengths, we were unable to prevail. Was he truly here to meet his demise? After much effort, he finally encountered a wilderness boss. Naturally, Chen Nian would not relinquish this opportunity. His intervention was motivated by the prospect of the boss's rewards. As for the chance to rescue the 3 individuals, it was merely an act of humanitarianism. Their lives and deaths were of little consequence to him. Chen Nian recalled a particular characteristic of the disaster treant. If subjected to prolonged fire attacks, it would undergo a transformation into a flame demon treant, elevating its level from 70 to 80. Naturally, this also increases the likelihood of dropping rare items. Chen Nian extended his palm, softly uttering a few arcane notes. The incantation ignited a conflagration. A burst of flames erupted upon the calamity treant, which emitted a piercing low growl. Its entire body, entwined in vines, writhed like countless serpents in a dance. Kill the coin. Do not use fire abilities against the calamity treant. Su Meng screamed in hysteria. Flame skills will cause this creature to mutate. Do you wish to condemn us all to death? Chen Nian, indifferent to the shouts behind him, maintained his impassive demeanor as he continued to unleash his linguistic powers. The calamity treant erupted in bursts akin to a fireworks display, illuminating the pupils of several onlookers with the flicker of flames. The tree of calamity gradually underwent a transformation, its entire body engulfed in flames, igniting a fierce conflagration. Su Meng felt a chill run down his spine, his face etched with terror. We must hurry. Once it completes its mutation, a fiery barrier will emerge, and we shall all perish within it. The trio could no longer afford to continue recuperating from their injuries. They desperately fled, running for their lives. Regrettably, it was still too late. The tree of catastrophe unleashed countless fiery blossoms, surrounding them with an inferno that sealed their fate. The air shimmered with distortion from the intense heat, as the four found themselves ensnared within a towering prison of flames. The woman fell to her knees, gazing at the terrifying creature engulfed in flames, her face rendered ashen with fear. I hope that what is revealed later will not disappoint me. Chen Nian gazed at the imposing figure before him, his lips barely stirring. The obscure sounds transform into the essence of words. The wind demon slices through. As years of casual gestures wield their power. Invisible blades of wind become the sharpest of weapons. Severing branches that stretch across the sky. Strolling amidst the flames. Like a sovereign gracing the scene. The three individuals stared blankly at Chen Nian, their pupils filled with astonishment. In an instant, Chen Nian appeared before the colossal tree-like being engulfed in flames, the oppressive heat rendering him quite uncomfortable. In the ancient pupils, a golden radiance ignites. The blade of judgment, a sword of linguistic power. Within this realm, all things are subject to scrutiny. Including the essence of warmth. When temperature is severed, the ancient one feels naught but the absence of heat. Yet the monstrous creature before me evidently displayed defiance, launching a frenzied assault. Its colossal form surged forward, engulfed in a tempest of flames. The moment the flame calamity treant entered the realm of judgment, its colossal form split apart without warning, swiftly extinguishing in the air. Your level has been elevated from 35 to 43. Your level package has been upgraded from 35 to 43. A series of prompts materialized before Chen Nian, and everything was swiftly gathered into his backpack. In the realm of gaming, the seasoned veteran unexpectedly acquired a high-level skill scroll. Players do not simply unlock various abilities by ascending in levels, rather, those rare and formidable powers must be awakened through the acquisition of dropped skill scrolls or through the synthesis of skills. The ancient spirit envoys of words are no exception. Each of those exceedingly perilous entities has been awakened through the immense dedication and effort invested over the years. Word Spirit Death God. Unlocking requires the slaying of 1,000 players. Word Spirit Candle Dragon. Unlocking requires a perilous descent into the most terrifying volcano for 3 days and nights. Inciting the wrath of the gods. Unlocking requires the collection of 7 apocalyptic thunderbolts. However, possessing advanced skill scrolls may grant the opportunity to learn directly. On the other side, the three individuals were rendered speechless by fear. They could never have imagined that the young man single-handedly vanquished the mutated disaster treant. He deliberately induced the mutation of the doomed treant. Su Meng exhaled slowly. This individual is no ordinary player. He is undoubtedly a top-tier expert amidst the calamity. The woman, unwilling to concede, remarked, "Brother, we have also exerted our efforts. We cannot simply allow him to take the rewards unchallenged. Do not seek death." Su Meng's expression was grave. He dared not provoke such a powerful figure. For he might not even comprehend how his demise would come about. As Chen Nian approached, he immediately stepped forward with a face full of flattery. "Brother, you are truly formidable. Thanks to you, otherwise, our lives would have been in grave danger." The young woman quickly echoed, "Indeed, brother, I have never encountered anyone as formidable as you." He had long neglected them. Turning away, he decided to first tally his gains before proceeding to the next destination for further advancement. The burden he carried was quite substantial, suggesting he had indeed acquired something of great value. He cannot escape. A glimmer of sinister light flickered in Su Meng's eyes. "Brother, did you not say that we should not provoke him? We are no match for him. However, he possesses valuable items. Why not invite more people to assist us?" Su Meng promptly made a phone call. "Tian, gather the brothers and come over immediately. I have encountered a formidable opponent. A single individual has vanquished an 80-level cataclysmic treant. Their strength is astonishing, and they undoubtedly possess numerous valuable items. The affluent bosses will surely scramble to seize high-level equipment. This is undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity." After hanging up, Su Meng turned his gaze back to the distant figure. A smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After Chen Nian's departure, a reckoning of current gains commenced. This piece of equipment is undoubtedly exceptional in the early stages. The defensive capabilities offered by just this single item nearly rival the combined protection of the majority of Chen Nian's finely crafted gear. The attributes undergo a significant transformation after donning it. Combat power assessment stands at 32 stars. Such fundamental attributes are indeed exceptional, placing it at the pinnacle wherever it may be. It is no exaggeration to state that Chen Nian can now withstand conventional firearms. The first player has been detected donning epic-grade equipment, and the trading space is now open. In a towering skyscraper, a woman sits by the window. Yi Hongling, the cherished daughter of the Grand General of the Dragon Kingdom. In disaster, she is known as Qi Ling, the enchanting flame sorceress who captivates the hearts of countless admirers. Gazing at the newly opened chat channel, Yi Hongling appeared deep in thought. Suddenly, a charming smile graced her lips as she remarked, "I found you, my silent little brother." Meanwhile, Chen Nian posted a message in the trading channel. The talent card, Demon Hunter, is now available for purchase. 10,000 gold for direct transaction. As soon as his message was released, it instantly ignited the entire channel. To everyone's astonishment, someone began to sell talent cards. With these cards, one could directly evolve into an extraordinary being. Remarkably, the talent cards were snatched up within merely 5 minutes of being listed. In the long-established account, an additional 10,000 gold coins appeared, equivalent to an effortless earning of 1 million. Gazing at the gold coins in his backpack, Chen Nian contentedly retrieved his most significant acquisition, advanced skill scroll. In that fleeting moment of usage, it felt as though one had plummeted into an abyss of immeasurable depth. In the impenetrable darkness where not even a finger could be seen, it seemed as if countless specters encircled, poised to drag him into the depths of a hellish realm. Word Spirit, the Grim Reaper has awakened. With each player slain, the Reaper's embodiment bestows a permanent increase in attack power. At that moment, Chen Nian keenly sensed the presence of two malevolent gazes lurking behind him. Word Spirit 1 Eagle Eye. Chen Nian activated Eagle Eye. And his field of vision instantly expanded several folds. He discovered that at least 5 individuals were stealthily trailing him. It seems that the 3 individuals who appeared courteous to me earlier are, in reality, unable to forget the advantages I have reaped. So let it be that you shall pave the way for the Grim Reaper. Chen Nian's gaze turned icy. However, one must never act here, for this location has already been compromised. Should one unleash havoc once more in this very spot, their true identity would undoubtedly be unveiled. It is imperative to retreat to a more secluded and desolate area. With resolute determination, Chen Nian hastened his steps to flee. Half an hour later, Su Meng had summoned nearly all the brothers he could call upon. These individuals were all acquaintances from their previous encounters in Cataclysm. Now, each of them had transcended to become extraordinary beings. Chen Nian has nearly traversed a distance of 20 kilometers and has successfully escaped to the remote mountainous region outside the city. Upon spotting a cave in the distance, I prepared to venture inside, allowing them to believe there was no avenue of escape. This would gather them all in one place, making it convenient to resolve the matter in a single decisive action. Upon entering the cave, an urgent female voice echoed within. Who? In the dim light of the moon, Chen Nian discerned the woman's features. She was none other than the renowned pop star, Qin Yu. Qin Yu. You have mistaken me for someone else. The young girl hurriedly pulled her hat's brim down, attempting to conceal her face. You are injured. Qin Yu raised her head in a moment of bewilderment. She was taken aback that the man, upon recognizing her identity, exhibited no fervent reaction. Instead, he approached her with a calm demeanor, expressing his concern. Regardless of whether you are injured or not, you must leave this place at once. Qin Yu glared. Just a moment ago, you were expressing concern for me. And now you wish to send me away. What gives you the right to dismiss me? If you do not leave soon, you may very well perish here. Chen Nian said earnestly. Outside, there are approximately 50 individuals encircling me, and I suspect they will soon completely surround this place. Qin Yu was taken aback. What heinous act had this person committed to warrant such a multitude of pursuers?
Now, are we not all leveling up separately? She found it hard to believe, so she stood up unsteadily and stumbled outside to ascertain the situation. Her awkward gait was endearing in its innocence. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, her gaze swept across the scene, and she was instantly filled with dread. Indeed, dozens of individuals had gathered outside, nearly blocking all passage, each of them wearing a malevolent expression. Oh dear, this is real. Chen Nian was taken aback. Yet, she endeavored to maintain her composure, reassuring herself that these individuals were not here for her. Their business did not concern her. May I leave? If you seek him, he is inside. Chen Nian spoke timidly. Unexpectedly, a chorus of laughter erupted around her. This girl is something else. Just look at her figure and her face. TSK, TSK. What a naive fool. Do you even know who she is? That newly debuted pop star. I've seen her on television. What's her name? Chen something? Who would have thought a pop star would also be an extraordinary being out here battling monsters to level up? Truly, times have changed. A man clad in a leather jacket with dyed blonde hair stepped forward, saying, "This matter does not concern you. You may leave." Really? That's wonderful. Chen Nian sighed with relief. Just let the brothers have their fun. I get to experience the taste of a pop star. Ha ha, Brother Dao is magnificent. Just looking at this girl makes me salivate, damn. Chen Nian. Where the realms of gaming and reality converge, the world has indeed transformed. Only the strong will grasp the truth. These individuals had thoroughly unveiled the darkness within, and there was no escape for her. Thus, she hastened back into the cave. Returning to Chen Nian's side, her face was a picture of despair, as if the world was crumbling around her. What am I to do? I cannot escape now. I apologize for involving you in this, Chen Nian replied, equally bewildered, never anticipating that trouble would arise in such a forsaken corner. Is apologizing of any use? We are all doomed here. How can you remain so calm? Chen Nian was on the verge of tears. She was genuinely despondent, never expecting to find herself embroiled in such a predicament. So what are you doing here, and how did you get hurt? Chen Nian decided to engage her in conversation. There is a dungeon within this cave. I was injured by monsters while attempting to escape, and then I called a few friends to prepare for a joint venture into the dungeon. And you showed up, she sobbed, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. While crying, she also picked up her phone to warn her friends to keep their distance, lest they be dragged into this mess. You have a good heart, Chen Nian chuckled, and yet your kindness has led to my demise. I shall haunt you as a ghost. Ha ha, you still dare to laugh? You, woo-woo villain. Chen Nian, with tears streaming down her face, looked utterly aggrieved as a cascade of small pearls flowed forth. Just then, the group outside had finally assembled and was preparing to make their move. The man in the leading black leather jacket is known as Brother Dao, the leader of this group. Su Meng smiled and said, "Brother Dao, that fellow possesses remarkable strength. Shall we simply blow up this cave to prevent our brothers from getting hurt? All right, since you discovered him, we shall heed your advice. What should we do about that woman from earlier? If she refuses to come out, then she shall perish alongside him. The dilemma arises. How shall we demolish this place? That fellow seems unfazed by the flame calamity treant. Ordinary means may not suffice against him. Brother Dao, I have a splendid item. The Flame Dragon Scroll. This requires 10 individuals to activate, but its power is immense. It will surely obliterate that young man. Indeed, it is a marvelous item. Gather 10 people and prepare. Meanwhile, a small team of 3 stealthily hid in the rear, fearful of revealing themselves. They were friends summoned by Chen Nian. What should we do? Xiaoyu is still inside, and they are clearly preparing to resort to lethal force. What can we do? Are the 3 of us capable of defeating dozens of them? Alas, how unfortunate Xiaoyu is. To encounter such a predicament while merely attempting a dungeon run. It's all over. Although some among them had contacted the authorities, the city was still grappling with its own troubles, leaving the enforcement team little inclination to venture outside the city to address these matters. In terms of strength, the 3 were merely in their 20s in level. Any attempt to confront them would be futile. Look, what are they doing? Are they about to use a large-scale magical scroll? I've seen such things during siege battles in the game. They actually possess such an item. A scroll floated in the air as 10 individuals simultaneously recited incantations. The temperature surged, warping the air from the intense heat. Countless flames coalesced in midair, gradually transforming into a nearly 10-meter-long crimson flame dragon. At this stage, this entity could easily annihilate players below level 70. Young man, whether you are a god or a ghost today, you shall meet your demise. Go. The flame dragon bursts forth. In an instant, It charged into the cave with unbridled ferocity. The horrific flames engulfed the entrance in a heartbeat. Hee. I estimate they won't last 2 minutes before being roasted alive. Brother Dao grinned, patting Su Meng on the shoulder. This time, you shall achieve great merit. I shall grant you 2 portions of the spoils. Haha, Brother Dao is impressive. Inside the cave, a violent tremor shook the ground. Chen Nian glanced at the petite girl beside him, who had her hands clasped over her head. If you wish to survive, come here. Just then, before Chen Yu could react, a large rock fell from above, knocking her unconscious. Chen Nian thought to himself, this girl is rather unfortunate. With no other choice, he cradled her in his arms, feeling her light and delicate form. Boom! The flame dragon crashed in, engulfing Chen Nian in its fiery maw. The entire cave transformed into a hell of flames, the heated air rapidly expanding in the confined space, resulting in a violent explosion. Debris soared through the air like a shower of fireworks. Chapter 10. The Spirit of Words. The Grim Reaper as I gazed at the blossoming fireworks. The 50-odd spectators outside could not help but applaud. The loss of 2 lives, in their eyes, evoked no sense of sorrow. At this moment, their hearts were consumed solely by insatiable greed. Let us go take a look, commanded Brother Dao, leading the charge to inspect the spoils. However, a faint sound emanating from the pile of rubble abruptly halted everyone in their tracks. Bang! The debris erupted. A young boy emerged from the ruins, cradling a girl in his arms, his attire pristine and unscathed. No, this cannot be. The encircling group of dozens instinctively began to retreat, their hair standing on end. A profound terror, like an invisible hand, slowly gripped each person's heart. How could anyone withstand the power of the Fire Dragon Scroll at this stage? What manner of creature is he? Brother Dao, a seasoned gamer who had led his team to conquer various challenges, had swiftly gathered his team upon the melding of the game and reality. His ambition was to achieve greatness. Yet, at this very moment, his lofty aspirations were being crushed step by step. The boy before him was terrifying, so terrifying that his legs trembled, nearly buckling beneath him. The 3 lurking outside were also astonished, particularly upon witnessing Chen Yu emerge unscathed in the boy's embrace, their minds swirling with tumultuous waves. Who is that person? I do not recognize him. What remarkable friends does Xiao Yu possess? Yet, he is but one individual. What can he achieve against such a multitude? I have a foreboding feeling that this person has transcended our comprehension. Chen gently placed Chen Yu on the ground, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the crowd. He was alone. What could he accomplish? Slay him? Su Meng was thoroughly panicked. He had suspected the boy's strength, but never to such an extent. Yes, that's right. Do not fear. We have in numbers. Though some attempted to rally the spirits, no one dared to advance. If you do not act, I shall. The winds howled around Chen, countless shards of stone swirling around him. From his feet, darkness spread rapidly, akin to ink spilled upon a canvas. Spirit of Words, the Grim Reaper. A terrifying and high-risk spirit of words. Sequence 127. Upon activation, it mercilessly stripped everyone of their sight, transforming the area into an abyss where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. What is happening? I cannot see anything. The crowd shouted in confusion, utterly disoriented, their fear, panic, and helplessness palpable. In that moment, a spectral figure of death appeared behind Chen, its skeletal right hand wielding a massive scythe, while the left hand held the Book of Life and Death, emanating a suffocating aura of authority. You have entered the state of possession by the Grim Reaper. Attack power 300 for 30 seconds. The Grim Reaper's possession would elevate Chen's attack power to an astounding 390, even without invoking the embodiment of the Grim Reaper. He could effortlessly crush this group with his innate attributes. With his power surging uncontrollably, none could withstand his assault. Like wolves among sheep, the spectral visage of the Grim Reaper behind Chen Nian claimed lives with each swing of his blade. This group resembled fish on a chopping board, helpless and at the mercy of their demise. Chen Nian's figure darted through the crowd with astonishing speed, leaving no survivors in his wake. Grim Reaper's scythe attack power 10. Grim Reaper's scythe attack power 10. With each life taken, the Grim Reaper's attack power would permanently accumulate, growing more terrifying as time progressed. Meanwhile, Chen Yu's three friends were nearly paralyzed with fear. Their eyes could not penetrate the darkness, rendering them oblivious to the horrors unfolding within. All they could hear were the chilling screams echoing through the air. What was happening inside? The group trembled uncontrollably. However, their anxiety was short-lived. In mere 30 seconds, the blackened domain receded like a tide, revealing a scene of carnage before them. Severed limbs and pools of blood littered the ground. Save for the fearsome youth, none had survived. All had perished. The acrid scent of blood filled the atmosphere as the young man gracefully stepped over the scattered corpses, as if strolling through a garden. The Grim Reaper would forcibly strip Chen Nian of all emotions, transforming him into a true machine of slaughter, devoid of any compassion. A genuine high-risk spirit of warfare. When Chen Nian's emotions returned, he merely felt a wave of nausea. Guilt and pity were utterly absent. The next time he employed the Grim Reaper, his attack power would escalate to an astonishing 300-500. Chen Nian felt a sense of satisfaction. He was growing ever stronger. The ground before him was strewn with fallen equipment and items. A bountiful harvest indeed. He began to collect them one by one into his backpack. Suddenly, the bespectacled, portly man plopped down onto the ground, his lips quivering uncontrollably. His breath quickened. I've seen this ability before. He is. The other two, in a state of desperation, urged him to speak. What is he? Speak up. Silence enveloped him. He is silent. I have witnessed this power, and only he can wield it in the entire world. In a past national conflict, he plunged into the enemy ranks, utilizing this ability to slaughter over 1,000 foes in under a minute, instilling terror in their hearts. Upon hearing this, the other two froze in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. In the next heartbeat, they clasped their hands over their mouths to stifle their gasps of astonishment. He is the world's strongest player. Silent? Who else could it be? Who else possesses such strength? Could you possibly massacre dozens? He is capable of inheriting the game as talents. It is merely a matter of time before he ascends to become the world's strongest once more. They never anticipated such fortune. How splendid, how splendid. Never in their lives had they imagined they would witness him. Heaven knows how excited they were. If they were fortunate enough to befriend him, who would dare to provoke them henceforth? This was an ultimate ally indeed. Notifications continuously flashed before Chen Nian's eyes. Acquired a common equipment bronze helmet, acquired a refined equipment Lingxi pendant, acquired skill scroll fireball, acquired skill scroll half moon slash, acquired material frostwolf hide. All of these were items that randomly dropped after the demise of that group. It can be said that a bountiful harvest was achieved. Subsequently, all of these were sold at the trading market, which was quite exhilarating. However, before that, I must first handle the matters at hand, as there are several individuals who have been watching for quite some time over there. You may come out now. Chen Nian stated calmly. I will give you 1 minute. Do not compel me to seek you out. Upon hearing this, the three individuals shuddered. They hurriedly stumbled out from their hiding place, with one nearly falling to the ground. Upon truly encountering the silent figure, they were filled with indescribable astonishment, shocked to discover that the world's strongest player appeared as a refined young man. Brother, we apologize. We did not intend to spy. You are magnanimous. Please do not hold it against us. They even spoke with trembling voices. Chen Nian recognized that these three were friends of Chen Yu and had no intention of making things difficult for them. But a necessary intimidation must be maintained. What you witnessed just now must remain confidential. It will absolutely remain confidential. We saw nothing. You may rest assured, brother. The three desperately assured him, nearly swearing an oath. Even if given 1,000 times the courage, they would not dare deceive Chen Nian unless they wished for death. Chen Nian nodded with a smile. Gather all of them together for me. Yes. The three, suppressing their disgust, worked to transport the bodies to one place. Chen Nian used the language of spirits to ignite a fire and incinerate them. Once the area was nearly cleared, 2 coughs emerged from behind him. It turned out that Chen Yu had awakened, choking on the thick smoke. Chapter 11. The synthesis of rare words of power. The void-slithering serpent Chen Yu awoke. Her mind clouded with confusion as she instinctively touched her face. Am I not dead? The last memory she retained was of being struck on the head by a stone. She had anticipated her demise, yet aside from a slight ache in her head, she felt remarkably unscathed. A surge of joy at having survived swept through her. But what had transpired? As she gazed ahead, she was met with the sight of roaring flames, her 3 friends, and that insufferable man present amidst the chaos. He is unharmed? Wait, weren't those dozens of people targeting him? Rubbing her head, Chen Yu approached them. Little you have finally awakened. What on earth happened? Do you know where those people went? Haha, that group was merely a paper tiger. Though they appeared numerous, their ranks were low, and we drove them away, exclaimed the bespectacled chubby boy promptly. He dared not mention that they had all been slain in silence, their bodies now being incinerated openly. Fortunately, with the help of a water mage among them, the area had been sufficiently cleaned. Otherwise, Chen Yu might have been deceived. Really? That's wonderful. Hey, shouldn't you be thanking us for saving your life? Chen Yu teased Chen Nian. Chen Nian turned to the adorably naive pop star and flashed a smile. Thank you. His earnest demeanor actually appeared quite handsome. Chen Yu slightly turned her head, huffing, well, it's good that you understand. Now tell me, how will you repay us for saving you? Unexpectedly, this remark sent the other 3 into a panic, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Sister, you please. We really don't need any repayment. Mutual aid is only natural. Yes, little you, this brother is also innocent. You shouldn't be so calculative. Chen Yu nearly exploded with exasperation upon hearing this. These 3 were her steadfast gaming friends from their time, playing Catastrophe. Yet now they were siding with an outsider? Why are you all defending him? Enough of that. How did this fire start, and what is it burning? Chen Yu inquired. It ignited during the battle. Don't concern yourself with the details. By the way, little you, didn't you mention discovering a dungeon? Where is it? It's right in there. At the mention of the dungeon, Chen Yu's interest peaked. Come quickly. Wait, little you, we should bring this brother along as well. Huh? Chen Yu raised her delicate brows in bewilderment. I discovered this dungeon at great personal risk. Why should we bring him? He nearly endangered me just moments ago. The other 3 mentally groaned. You know nothing. Having him lead us through the dungeon is a tremendous honor. We cannot ask for more. Furthermore, we might encounter unforeseen dangers inside. With him here, we will have an overwhelming advantage. Don't sweat the small stuff. Sharing is caring, and besides, having one more person adds to our strength, doesn't it? I'm the one being calculative. Chen Yu pointed at herself, nearly taken aback by the absurdity of it all. What has happened to these individuals today that they're so inclined to speak on behalf of outsiders? Nonetheless, her generosity is truly remarkable. Even in ignorance of Chen Nian's true identity, she consented. Very well, you may accompany us. However, let me make it abundantly clear. Once we enter the instance, you must adhere to my directives. Otherwise, do not blame us if peril befalls you. Chen Nian nodded with a smile, responding, understood, I shall follow your lead. The other 3 were internally seething. To allow someone like Bu Yu to command. What shall you think of herself, truly believing she is someone of significance? Ahem. Yet they dared not voice their thoughts, opting instead for fervent coughs to clear their throats. Thus, Chen Yu led the 4 of them to the location of the discovery instance. In a corner of the ruins, there lay a chaotic vortex. It seems that the instances in this world refresh at random, visible only to those fated to witness them. If we manage to conquer it, we would indeed reap great rewards. Do not entertain such lofty thoughts. The level of this instance is quite high, and I sustained injuries merely from my initial attempt. Chen Yu pouted and muttered. In any case, we must proceed with caution. If anything seems amiss, we should escape. Our lives are not worth the risk. Understood. Chen Nian was equally eager to cooperate with her. Instances are indeed rare and yield substantial rewards. If we can fight, we shall fight. As they touched the chaotic vortex, the group was swiftly drawn into the instance. Successfully entered the instance. Fire abyss. They were all startled to see the notification simultaneously. It was a brand new instance, one they had never encountered. Chen Yu, having been here once before, was not surprised. Be cautious. The minions within are formidable. We must act collectively and refrain from solo endeavors. Normally, the group would feel a sense of tension, but what was there to fear now? With the esteemed presence of Bu Yu, What instance could not be effortlessly crushed? Let us proceed together. We shall fight our way through. Chen Yu felt a strong motivation for exploration and leveling up, which was precisely why she enjoyed gaming. The group advanced further. The entire area resembled the interior of a volcano, predominantly composed of magma and rock, with the monsters primarily being fire elementals. Thanks to their combined efforts, dispatching the minions proved relatively uncomplicated. Gene Energy 20, Gene Energy 25, their experience points steadily accumulated. However, Chen Nian was merely idling, secretly tinkering with the spoils he had collected earlier. 9 skill scrolls. Every class talent gradually unlocks a portion of skills during the leveling process. Yet, the rare and powerful skills do not unlock merely through leveling. Skill scrolls are essential for their revelation. Take the ordinary swordsman, for instance. Possessing the rare sword technique Sky-Shattering Moon elevates them to an entirely new tier. Chen Nian's prowess stems from his formidable talent as a word spirit sage, further enhanced by unlocking the ultimate high-risk skills, Word Spirit Judgment Sword and the Grim Reaper. Rare skill scrolls can be obtained through synthesis. 3 into 1. With each synthesis, there exists a chance to acquire a rare skill. Chen Nian now intends to utilize these 9 skill scrolls for synthesis. Should he succeed in crafting a rare skill, it would indeed be a significant windfall. If the skill proves beneficial for himself, he shall employ it, and, if not, he can sell it in the trading space for an exorbitant price. Flame Lance, Ice Spear Winds, Rising Demon Hunters Slash, Moonlit Hook Water Dragon Technique, 8 Desolations Palm, Thunderous Step, Heaven's Guardian Fire Meteor Mental Disruption, Tiger Demon S. Roar. Regrettably, after 3 attempts at synthesis, none resulted in a rare skill. Undeterred, Chen Nian proceeded to synthesize the 3 newly acquired skill scrolls once more. Should the outcome yield yet another ordinary skill, it would be a considerable loss. Yet, as they were obtained without cost, he would not be overly distressed. Demon Hunter / Thunderous Step, Tiger Demon S. Roar, Void Serpent Chen Nian. Sequence 53, Word Spirit, Void Serpent. To his astonishment, he had never anticipated the successful synthesis of such an extraordinary entity. Chapter 12, Overcoming Challenges, Unveiling Epic Equipment. The Ethereal Serpent, a rare skill with exceptional practicality. Upon the invocation of a spell, it summons an invisible spirit serpent with formidable attack power and remarkable stealth. It serves as a concealed yet agile familiar, striking precisely where directed. Chen Nian, while we laboriously engage in battle, why do you persist in idleness? Chen Yu muttered in dissatisfaction. Although dispatching these minor foes did not necessitate full effort, witnessing Chen Nian's nonchalance stirred discontent within her. The other 3 individuals trembled in astonishment. Goodness gracious, Xiaoyu, you possess quite the audacity. It seems you're the only one in the world bold enough to criticize Beyu's idleness in a dungeon. Impressive. Given his prowess, defeating such trivial foes would indeed be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. In critical moments, we shall undoubtedly rely on him. Xiaoyu, fret not. We can effortlessly handle these monsters without Brother Chen's intervention. Indeed, Yujia, perhaps Brother Chen's abilities are not ideally suited for these fiery sprites. Please, don't be too harsh. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, are you all in cahoots with him? Defending him at every turn makes me feel like an outsider. It's absurd. After a year of friendship, I find myself overshadowed by a stranger. You all seem to accommodate him, while I am left out. What a perplexing situation. The other 3 secretly scoffed. Xiaoyu, if you were aware that he is your idol Buyu, you would surely be even more biased towards him. Blame your earlier fainting spell for your current predicament. Let us proceed deeper. I have a premonition that we are nearing the boss. Under the urging of her companions, Chen Yu felt reluctant to press the matter further, fearing it would portray her as petty. Along their journey, they vanquished several elite monsters, finally arriving at the innermost chamber of the dungeon. Before them lay a magma pool the size of a basketball court, its towering walls illuminated in a fiery crimson, the scorching air distorted by the intense heat. It's so hot. Chen Yu's fair neck glistened with perspiration. Were it not for her extraordinary constitution as a transcendent being, She might have been unable to endure the sweltering conditions. Is this truly the deepest part of the dungeon? Where's the boss? If we linger here much longer, we may well be roasted alive. Just as they pondered their predicament, the magma beneath them erupted with a deafening boom, accompanied by a spray of molten rock. The creatures slumbering within the magma finally awakened, torrents of lava cascading from its form, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them. The fire rock giant. It appeared to be assembled from massive boulders, with crimson liquid coursing through the seams, its eyes resembling two miniature suns. This is the boss. Chen Yu instinctively stepped back, her voice trembling. It looks rather formidable. Can we truly defeat it? Perhaps we should retreat. Conservatively estimating, this boss was at least a level 50 of the first tier. Fear not, Xiao Yu. We can prevail. Despite its fearsome appearance, it may merely be a paper tiger. Chen Yu? She felt unwell. Were it any other day, these fellows would have fled at the first sign of danger, for their cowardice surpasses even their own. Yet today, each one stands remarkably composed, as if under some spell. How bizarre! Beware, it approaches. Step aside. The magma giant's fist crashes down with a thunderous roar, creating a massive depression that plunges into the seething lava below. Chen Yu, her face drained of color from fright, nonetheless musters the courage to release an arrow, her talent that of an ordinary archer. A green arrow strikes true at the giant's head. At that moment, Chen Nian invokes the ethereal snake of the word spirit. The invisible serpent bursts forth, colliding precisely with the giant's cranium, resulting in another ear-splitting explosion. The ethereal snake manages to cave in a significant portion of the giant's head. Yet, Chen Yu cannot perceive this spectral serpent and mistakenly believes the effect is solely due to her arrow, her astonishment mingled with delight. You were right. This truly seems to be a paper tiger. My arrows can inflict damage upon it. How splendid. The other three exchange glances, inwardly bemused by her naivety. They are well aware that it is Chen Nian working surreptitiously behind the scenes, continually astonished by his formidable prowess. Such a subtle intervention yielding such formidable power. Indeed, he is worthy of being the strongest player in the catastrophe. Whoosh! Chen Yu releases another arrow. Chen Nian adeptly coordinates with her, directing the ethereal snake to attack. The magma giant suffers another grievous blow, a gaping hole blasted into its chest. Hooray! Chen Yu beams with joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This fire giant, though imposing in stature, boasts tragically low defenses. I could handle it myself without your assistance. Yes, Sister Yu. You're truly exceptional. Go, little Yu. You can do it. The other three maintain their stoic expressions while cheering her on, their gazes firmly fixed on Chen Nian, awestruck by his skillful artistry. Oh, Chen Yu, they say when God closes a door, he opens a window. With your beauty, it is only natural that your wits may not be as sharp. Those small monsters outside, you cannot handle alone, yet you naively believe you can conquer this boss through your own strength. Perhaps this is for the best, sparing us the need to concoct a ruse to deceive you. Chen Yu continues to unleash arrows. The fiery giant's form is relentlessly battered by Chen Nian's ethereal words, riddled with wounds and in tatters. Eventually, with a resounding crash, it collapses, sinking into the lava. Only then does Chen Nian discreetly withdraw the ethereal serpent. A series of text prompts materializing before him. Congratulations on defeating the boss, the fire rock giant. Gene Energy 900. Level up, 43 to 45. Congratulations on acquiring the epic equipment. Flame Bow. Congratulations on completing the dungeon. Fire Abyss. Congratulations on obtaining the skill scroll. 100 birds facing the phoenix. Congratulations on receiving the talent card. Elemental Marksman Goodness. Chen Nian is left astonished by the rewards. A professional talent card. Epic equipment for archers. A skill scroll for archers. This is a complete set. These items are of no use to Chen Nian, merely valuable for sale. Among the entire team, only Chen Yu is an archer. Ahem. We have successfully completed the quest. How about you all? Did you acquire anything of value? I obtained a rare grade armor. Hee. Chen Yu was as delighted as a little bunny. The other three also had their share of rewards, bursting with excitement. The exhilaration of being carried through the dungeon by the esteemed player But you was simply unparalleled. Engaging in the boss battle required minimal effort. We breezed through it effortlessly. Had we ventured to confront this boss on our own, we might have faced considerable hardships. They even contemplated kneeling before Chen Nian on the spot, but refrained from revealing his identity, ultimately dismissing the idea. I guide you through the dungeon, and you can't even utter a simple thank you. Chen Yu huffed at Chen Nian with her hands on her hips. Thank you. That simple expression of gratitude nearly brought the other three to their knees. How mortifying. Damn. So, did you acquire anything remarkable? Chen Yu inquired again. Indeed. Chen Nian retrieved the flame bow from his backpack. An epic-grade weapon, it shimmered radiantly, akin to fiery feathers and flames, undeniably captivating. The moment Chen Yu laid eyes on this new equipment, her gaze sparkled brighter than the stars. Chapter 13. Desiring equipment? The conditions of Chen Nian. What is this? The item that just dropped from the dungeon appears to be an epic-grade piece of equipment. Chen Nian maintained an air of calm. Epic grade. Upon hearing this term, the surrounding individuals could not help but gasp in astonishment. It is noteworthy that only recently the world bore witness to the unveiling of the first epic-grade equipment, which consequently opened up avenues for trade. Now, here it was before them terrifying. At this stage, epic-grade items command truly exorbitant prices. It is no exaggeration to say that this bow before me is worth a villa by the sea. Even though epic-grade gear will eventually be surpassed, there will undoubtedly be affluent buyers willing to purchase it, as it significantly enhances combat prowess. Wait, why is Chen Nian so composed? A chilling thought emerged in the minds of the others. Could it be that the first epic-grade equipment was dropped by Chen Nian himself, which is why he shows no surprise? This is indeed a plausible scenario, truly deserving of the title of the strongest player in Catastrophe. He has reached heights that ordinary individuals can scarcely aspire to in just a few days. Hold on. After the initial shock wore off, Chen Yu belatedly realized the implications. Why would such a magnificent piece of equipment end up in his hands? Wasn't he it, I who defeated the boss? The others could not suppress their laughter. Why did the equipment fall into Chen Nian's possession? Because during the dungeon raid, 80 of the equipment dropped by the boss goes to the Slayer, with only a 20% chance of it randomly being distributed to others. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Chen Nian to acquire the finest gear. Perhaps it is merely my good fortune. Chen Nian replied with a smile. Do you want it? I Chen Yu stammered. As an archer myself, of course I desire it. But this is epic-grade equipment. Would you truly part with it so readily? No. It was I who vanquished the boss. Can't you? No. Chen Nian's repeated indifference left Chen Yu speechless. She yearned for this equipment 1,000,000 times over. If she could obtain it, her power would undoubtedly soar, placing her leagues ahead of everyone else. I can pay, she said through gritted teeth. How much? 3 million. Chen Nian shook his head once more. 5 million. Are you just dragging this out? 10 million. That is all the money I have. Considering how much effort I put in, can't you just give it to me? The young girl bit her delicate lip, her eyes nearly reddening with emotion. Heaven knows how wrong she felt. Having encountered a life-threatening situation for no reason, being struck unconscious by a rock, discovering the dungeon, and ultimately defeating the boss alongside this outsider, she now found herself needing to spend a fortune to acquire the equipment. Chen Nian found the situation amusing. Indeed, this girl had a good temperament. Had it been someone else, they might have resorted to violence. Yet here she was, willing to spend money. Still not enough. A playful smile suddenly graced Chen Nian's lips. This time, Chen Yu was thoroughly defeated. With a wave, she brushed away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Her gaze resolute yet tinged with redness, and inquired, "What must I do to receive it?" "A simple condition. To be my nominal girlfriend?" Chen Yu's beautiful eyes widened. Her mouth slightly agape, momentarily rendered speechless. The other three friends were equally astonished, their hands covering their mouths, eyes wide with disbelief, unable to utter a single word. Chen Nian's proposal was not born of an infatuation with Chen Yu's beauty, but rather from the practical advantages of having a girlfriend nearby, which could avert numerous troubles and facilitate his endeavors. The unspoken truth was that he was widely recognized as a single man. Countless affluent and attractive women had shown him attentions, from alluring married ladies to vivacious high school girls, and the offers were plentiful. Yet, he refrained from engaging with any of them, firmly believing that online romances were unreliable and that these individuals were merely drawn to his gaming prowess. In the eyes of others, he was even rumored to be inept in intimate matters. Why not seek companionship in non-tone? Because the number of men seeking him out was also overwhelming. Should he have a girlfriend now, it would significantly lessen the chances of his identity being exposed, especially with Yi Hongling actively searching for him, reducing the likelihood of her discovering him. Yi Hongling's identity, status, and methods far surpassed those of the naive Chen Yu. They belonged to entirely different realms. If Yi Hongling were to come knocking, it would not be a simple matter to handle. Thus, enlisting Chen Yu as a shield was the most prudent choice. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's 3 friends were filled with excitement, unable to articulate their joy, their hearts brimming with elation. The esteemed figure of Nu Yu sought Chen Yu as a girlfriend. What monumental fortune this was! What did it signify? It meant that Chen Yu would have a formidable ally by her side. They too could bask in the glow of her newfound fortune. Why not embrace such an opportunity? No. How can I casually agree to be your girlfriend? Although I indeed desire that item, I cannot reduce myself to a mere bargaining chip. Chen Yu firmly rejected the notion without much deliberation. I meant nominally. That still won't suffice. I refuse to engage in activities I do not favor. Please, propose a different condition. The bespectacled, chubby friend stepped forward immediately. Chen Yu, you must seriously contemplate this matter. Do not dismiss it so swiftly. Yes, Chen Yu. This is an epic piece of equipment that is rare to find. You cannot simply relinquish it. Even if not for yourself, consider us. Chen Yu glared at them. You all. Sister Yu, you are so beautiful, and with constant harassment from various suitors. Wouldn't a boyfriend offer better protection? However, a scandalous boyfriend could jeopardize my career. In this day and age, who cares about a career? Our future lies in slaying monsters and leveling up. Striving to grow stronger, or survival will become a challenge. Chen Yu was utterly bewildered. What was wrong with this group? Why were they so fervently urging her to acquiesce? She was also a girl who valued her dignity and had never been in love. Rest assured, when I say nominally, I mean it. I harbor no interest in you. Chen Yu. This statement completely set the cat's fur on end. No interest? You actually have the audacity to show disinterest in me? You truly believe yourself to be something significant, don't you? Very well. I shall ensure that you come to regret uttering such words. Fine. I shall agree to your terms. Excellent. Let us embark on this collaboration with joy. Chen Nian briskly handed over the fire bow. Chen Yu immediately examined its attributes. Fire bow, epic level, defense, 30 attack, 140 attribute bonuses, Constitution 7, Agility 12, Supernatural 5 special effect. The arrow shot possess a fire attribute enchantment, significantly enhancing their destructive power. What formidable equipment! Chen Yu never anticipated that this individual would truly entrust such gear to her. This is indeed of epic quality. It's as if Chen Nian has directly gifted her seaside villa. He is surprisingly trustworthy. Chen Yu found herself harboring a rare fondness for Chen Nian. However, she remained resolute in her determination to ensure he would regret his actions. When you genuinely desire me as your girlfriend, you shall understand the weight of your regret. Chapter 14. The land remains intact, and the nation endures. After leaving his contact information, Chen Nian departed. This outing proved to be immensely fruitful. However, the frequent use of the potent verbal magic left him with a shortage of extraordinary energy, despite his rapid ascent in levels. It was time for a much-needed respite. On his way back to the city, Chen Nian noticed that stability was gradually returning to the urban landscape. The unruly low-level monsters had been completely eradicated. The player base of the game Calamity was vast, and now individuals could inherit talents from within the game. This newfound power should not be underestimated. Furthermore, those who had never played Calamity could purchase talent cards to embark on the path of the extraordinary, heralding an era where everyone could become extraordinary. The law of the jungle, where the strong dominate, would become the new order of this age. Upon returning to the villa district, Chen Nian happened to be spotted by his neighbor, who hurriedly rushed out from her yard. Xiao Chen, where have you been these past few days? I was so worried. Lucy's anxiety was finally alleviated. Last time you saved me, I didn't know how to thank you. Chen Nian smiled. It was nothing. Neighbors should help one another. You're truly a good person. If you ever need my help, just let me know, and I will certainly assist you. All right. By the way, have you eaten? If not, come over to my house for a meal. Sure. Upon arriving at Lucy's home, he was soon presented with a steaming bowl of beef noodles. Sister C, do you live alone? Yes. My mother passed away when I was young, and my father is often busy with work, leaving me to fend for myself. He initially intended to hire a housekeeper for me, but I refused. Chen Nian nodded. That sounds quite similar to my situation. You too? My parents divorced, each finding new partners. My father, frustrated with my gaming obsession, kicked me out to make me learn to be self-sufficient. Haha. In reality, Chen Nian's father merely wished to impart a lesson, to let him experience the hardships of life without financial support, hoping he would return to inherit the family business. Little did he know, Chen Nian was determined to pursue gaming relentlessly, never looking back. If his family were to discover that he now resided in a villa through gaming and was on the verge of becoming the world's strongest in this new era, one could only imagine their expressions. After hearing about Chen Nian's background, Lucy smiled gently. It's all right. You can come over often for meals. My cooking is quite good. Thank you, Sister C. Hurry and eat. Your noodles are getting cold. Just as Chen Nian returned home, ready to place the loot he had gathered into the trading space to bolster his financial strength, an unfamiliar call interrupted him. Upon answering, a stranger's voice resonated from the other end. Nice to meet you, Chen Nian. Who are you? I am Lu Xingchen, the current CEO of Unerring Real Estate Company. You may address me as brother. The tone carried a sense of condescension. Chen Nian had heard of this name before. Father has recently married a new stepmother, and Lu Xingchen is the son of that stepmother. The Unerring Real Estate Company is owned by my father, aptly named after him. Unexpectedly, this newly arrived son has already ascended to the position of CEO, which suggests that my father holds him in high regard. So what? Chen Nian's tone remained indifferent. Haha, I thought you would be more excited, considering I am merely a couple of years younger than you and have already secured this position. Gaining our father's favor. Lu Xingchen scoffed, his tone rife with amusement and mockery, akin to a wealthy scion addressing a commoner. I heard you were kicked out by Dad for being addicted to games. How about this? Allow your brother a chance. Come work for me at the company, and I'll offer you a monthly salary of 100,000. Chen Nian nearly burst into laughter. The mere sale of a piece of equipment could fetch him that amount. The allure of 100,000 monthly salary was indeed substantial. He could hardly be bothered to engage with this buffoon, as he had no inclination to meddle in family affairs. Each should mind their own business. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. Brother, don't be in such a hurry. Let me speak candidly. If it weren't for our father urging me to persuade you, I wouldn't waste my precious time on you. Oh, just yesterday, I finalized a deal worth 10 billion for the company, and Dad was quite pleased, which is why he wishes to offer you a chance for redemption. Allow me to guide you. Do you understand? Oh, you might possess some extraordinary gaming abilities, right? Perfect. The company is looking to hire about 10 extraordinary individuals as security guards. Are you interested? Chen Nian initially had no desire to engage with the clown. However, since the clown insisted on intruding, he wouldn't mind delivering a figurative slap. What if that 10 billion deal falls through? Brother, what nonsense are you speaking? The appointment has already been made. They're coming to the company this afternoon to sign the contract. You think it could just vanish? At the company, Lu Xingchen, seated in the boss's chair, laughed heartily, his legs comfortably crossed on the desk. Brother, you don't truly believe that complaining and pouting to Dad will suffice, do you? Wake up. The child who cries doesn't always get milk. Well then, I wish you a smooth signing this afternoon. Chen Nian hung up the phone. He had been living quite well on his own, wishing to avoid involvement with anyone. Yet, some individuals seemed determined to court disaster, leaving him with no choice. Chen Nian opened a gaming group. The group's name was Everlasting Peace. Its motto, may our country's mountains and rivers remain unharmed, and may our homeland endure. This was the gaming guild Chen Nian established within the game disaster, comprising only around 1,000 members, but each one was an elite. The term elite here transcended mere gaming prowess. These individuals excelled in various fields. Some were billion-dollar CEOs, others were heirs to prominent enterprises, titans of the streaming industry, executives of Fortune 100 companies, and magnates on a rich list. Chen Nian was the world's foremost gamer. Those who could join his guild were certainly not ordinary individuals. They were either exceptional commoners or affluent spendthrifts. This is the most terrifying web of connections from years past. Yet he seldom speaks in a group. Whenever he does make an appearance, even if it is merely to type cough, the chat transforms into a frenzy. Wow, the Silent Brother has finally spoken. At long last, Silent Brother, we've missed you terribly. What level are you at now? Could you share a glimpse with us? Brother, was it you who dropped that epic piece of equipment? The group is buzzing with speculation, and I can only assume it was you. I adore you, Silent Brother. Is there any chance you could take us on a raid in real life? Get lost. You think you can waste Silent Brother's time? I'll offer 10 million. A private jet will come to fetch you. Come play for a couple of days. When can we organize an offline meeting? We're just waiting for you to lead us to great endeavors. Administrator has muted everyone. Xiao Qi, you're all being so loud. Can you please quiet down? Xiao Qi is the administrator of this group. In the game, she is known as the strongest female swordsman of the Dragon Kingdom, her real name being Su Jinyu, the daughter of a billionaire family. Xiao Qi, Silent Brother, please speak up. Chapter 15. The billion-dollar contract falls through. The terrifying Chen Nian. Chen Nian. For an offline meeting, you can reach out to Xiao Qi. I'm rather occupied. Chen Nian, I have a batch of equipment here, Xiao Qi. I'll pass it to you. Distribute it among the brothers who need it. Xiao Qi, wow, Brother Yu is so generous. Thus, Chen Nian distributed the equipment he had previously scavenged. While these items were not of the highest quality, there would always be someone in need. Most importantly, it was a way to occasionally rally the support of his companions. Brother Yu is magnificent. Thank you for the equipment. Hee. This is incredible. The fact that these items can be shared with the brothers implies that Brother Yu has acquired something far superior. Doesn't it? Isn't that obvious? With the strength of the eldest brother, would he even bother with such trifles? After a flurry of praise from the group, Chen Nian continued. Chen Nian, who has connections in the real estate sector? I have a matter that requires assistance. Upon hearing that the elder brother needed help, the group erupted with excitement. Being able to do a favor for Brother Yu was a considerable gain. Brother Yu, I'm a chairman. I have over a dozen branches nationwide. Just reach out whenever. My company's entire business is tied to real estate, so just call if you need anything. Elder brother, I'm with the Market Supervision Administration. My uncle handles tax inspections. Can I be of assistance? Everyone was clamoring to help Chen Nian with enthusiasm. Within the game catastrophe, Chen Nian had always treated his brothers exceptionally well, forging a deep bond. But that was merely within the confines of the game. Now that the game and reality had merged, Chen Nian's potential became truly formidable. It was possible that in the near future, he could become the world's strongest individual. And forging a relationship with Chen Nian would be akin to securing a powerful ally. Money, in comparison to Chen Nian, was but a mere trifle. Ultimately, Chen Nian selected someone. Chen Nian, Dage, it's you. Let us chat privately. Upon realizing that Chen Nian had identified a suitable candidate, everyone felt disheartened. Elder brother, if he cannot meet your requirements, allow us to step in. Dage, screw off. I would even split my company shares just to fulfill Brother Yu's demands. Consequently, Chen Nian communicated his request. It was quite simple. He wanted the impending billion-dollar deal with Nianlun Real Estate to fall through. Oh, that is too easy. They're offering 10 billion. I'll counter with 15 billion, and I'll send someone to negotiate. The youngsters in Lehigh City would never dare to disrespect me. If you desire it, I could easily bring this company to its knees. Chen Nian, no need for that. I owe you a favor. Dage, it's my duty. That afternoon, in the outdoor garden conference room, Lu Xingchen sat with his secretary assistant, legs crossed, awaiting the arrival of clients. Today's agenda involved a monumental 10 billion deal. This was his first opportunity to prove himself as CEO. If successful, the entire board would regard him with newfound respect. Most importantly, his father would pay more attention to him, rather than worrying about his worthless son. The secretary, clad in a form-fitting skirt, approached with a cheerful smile. Mr. Lu, would you care for some tea? Next time, do remember to wear those black stockings. I find them quite appealing. Oh, Mr. Liu, you're incorrigible. Lu Xingqian chuckled, playfully patting the secretary's pert backside. Sipping his tea under the warm sun, he felt as if he were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. The sensation was utterly delightful. Truly, one could say he was riding high on the winds of fortune, taking in the splendid sights of Chang'an in a single day. Everyone revolved around him. When there were tasks, the secretary would handle them, and when there were none, he would still lean on her. The experience of being in such a lofty position was indeed exquisite. That foolish son of his, however, was utterly oblivious to the situation. Had he returned to work alongside him, he might have secured a stable position. Out there, however, who knew when disaster might strike? Yet, perhaps it was for the best. When the time came for his father to pass on, the inheritance would all be his. At that moment, a client arrived. Lu Xingqian immediately rose, a broad smile on his face, eager to greet them. The visitor was another tycoon in the business world, and he could not afford to show any hint of negligence. After finalizing the contract, they would all enjoy a foot bath together that evening to further strengthen their relations. However, just as he stood, he was taken aback. The esteemed business mogul was not the one approaching. Instead, it was merely one of his secretaries, and no one else was in sight. Furrowing his brow, Lu Xingqian inquired, "It's nearly 3 o'clock. Where's your boss?" "I apologize, Mr. Liu. The boss sent me to inform you that this business deal may not be suitable after all. Perhaps we can collaborate next time." "You must be joking." Lu Xingqian forced himself to suppress his rising fury, gritting his teeth as he pressed for an explanation. "Just a couple of days ago, we had a productive video conference. Surely, you must provide a reason. The situation is such that our competitor next door has opted to acquire this project for $1.5 billion. Naturally, we have decided to partner with them." "What?" Lu Xingqian's body trembled, disbelief filling his eyes. "Impossible. A $1.5 billion acquisition? What profit could they possibly gain? Are they insane? I cannot say. I'm sorry. Mr. Liu, I must take my leave." Lu Xingqian stood frozen for a moment, then suddenly felt his strength drained from him. He collapsed into his chair, mumbling words of disbelief. This felt akin to the sky itself falling upon him. "Mr. Liu, please calm down." The secretary immediately moved to console him, but he roughly pushed her away. "Get lost." His expression turned ashen, words failing him entirely. For prior to negotiating this deal, he had signed a bet agreement with his father, asserting that he would be solely responsible for this project. Should it succeed, he could comfortably occupy the position of CEO. If it failed, he would be cast aside to gain more experience. However, Lu Xingqian had been confident, believing that his connections with the clients would significantly increase the likelihood of securing the deal. Yet out of nowhere, a madman had emerged. At that moment, a text message arrived on his phone. The message contained but a single, simple question. Is the contract still negotiable? It was from Chen Nian. This message acted as the final spark that ignited Lu Xingqian's fury. It was he. It was he who was stirring trouble behind the scenes. It is inconceivable. He is merely an insignificant gamer. How could he possibly possess such formidable capabilities? Absolument impossible. This must be a mere coincidence. If I can communicate with that competitor, there is surely a chance to salvage the situation. Indeed, with a colossal project worth $15 billion at stake, uncovering the identity of the other party should not prove difficult. Lu Xingqian promptly dialed the phone. "Is this Mr. Jiang?" he inquired. "Ah, hello. My name is Lu Xingqian, and I am." "No time." Beep, beep, beep. With a resounding crash, Lu Xingqian's phone fell to the ground, leaving him as motionless as a statue. The blatant insult struck him like a heavy slap, leaving his face bruised. Did the contract negotiations go well? Reflecting on this long-ago phrase sent a shiver down Lu Xingqian's spine, tightening his heart in anxiety. Chapter 16. The monster strikes. Chen Nian takes action. Brother Buyu, the matter has been resolved. I instructed my subordinates to acquire that project at a premium price. After finalizing the arrangement, he excitedly approached Chen Nian to report. Here stood the president of a prominent enterprise, a man approaching his 40s, who was now eagerly waiting by his phone, anticipating a response from Buyu, much like a fervent admirer pursuing his beloved goddess. "Chen Nian, all right, I owe you a favor." He shivered with delight and promptly replied, "Not all, brother. Assisting you is my honor. Chen Nian, if I recall correctly, your talent lies in being a knight? I will keep an eye out for related opportunities in the future." Hey, haha, you are too kind, brother. Thank you in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed to the group chat to boast about his accomplishment. Helping Bu was undoubtedly a matter worth celebrating. Not to mention, it would elevate his status within the group. Such was Bu's influence. Awesome, Bu. From now on, we shall refer to you as Brother E. Brother E, Brother E. I shall be your little brother. Please take me under your wing. The E's vanity was immediately gratified. Even without further accolades, he felt this achievement was worthwhile. The group was filled with elites. In a future world, these connections could prove invaluable. Establishing a good rapport with Bu equated to gaining influential connections. With connections came power, and with power, one could secure a foothold in the new era. He was quite clear about these relationships. Chen Nian, on the other hand, chose to remain silent. This incident was merely a slight reprimand. He hardly regarded Lu Xingchen as significant. It was merely a jester attempting to leap into his domain, and he effortlessly swatted the fool aside. Few could truly capture his attention. Only individuals of Yi Hongling's caliber truly mattered. However, he now had a girlfriend, making it improbable for her to uncover his whereabouts easily. Chen Yin's plan was straightforward. He would continue to rest for 2 days, allowing his extraordinary powers to fully restore before venturing out for further advancement. These extraordinary powers stemmed from the unlocking of his genetic potential. Overexertion could lead to genetic depletion and irreversible consequences. Important notice: all students are expected to attend school tomorrow, as usual. The school will introduce new martial courses for extraordinary individuals to learn and grow, with the possibility of being officially recruited. All students, please take note. This was the top announcement in the school's group chat. The school was resuming operations. It was to be expected, even with the convergence of gaming and reality. The functioning of the real world could not falter. Otherwise, how would people sustain their livelihoods? Not only the school, but also various living and entertainment facilities across industries were rapidly recovering. Unlike before, the most sought-after talents in this era had transformed into extraordinary individuals. The school aimed to cultivate these extraordinary beings. Chen Nian received an unexpected phone call. It was his girlfriend, Chen Yu. "Hello, Chen Nian. How are you? Will be reporting to Linhai University tomorrow for martial studies. Will you be able to accompany me?" Chen Yu's voice came across as hesitant, revealing a hint of shyness. It was quite the coincidence that Chen Nian was attending Linhai University. I suspect that Chen Yu's 3 friends might be secretly orchestrating this, providing her with opportunities to interact with me more frequently, hence coaxing her to come here. After all, they are aware of my true identity. Why are you silent? Noticing the other's lack of response, Chen Yu exhibited a slight temper typical of a young girl. "Where are your agency representatives? No one came to escort you?" Her manager insisted that since I had a boyfriend, he should be the one to pick her up, and perhaps even find a moment to announce it on Weibo. Chen Yu lay on her bed, burying her crimson face deep into her pillow, wishing she could vanish into the earth. She had never anticipated that her agency would so readily abandon her. "All right. What do you mean, all right? Isn't it expected for you to pick up your girlfriend? Let us meet at the entrance of Linhai University tomorrow. But you mustn't stand me up, otherwise I will be in big trouble." Chen Yu was acutely aware that once she entered the campus with her identity, she would undoubtedly attract a throng of onlookers. Without her agent and bodyguards by her side, she felt utterly unprepared. She questioned whether Chen Nian could be trusted. The following morning, Chen Nian stepped out. Although he was a homebody, he looked presentable, his appearance rivaling that of others. His tousled hair was naturally voluminous, complemented by a loose-fitting t-shirt and jeans, along with white sneakers, presenting a strikingly handsome young man. Instead of driving himself, Chen Nian opted for a taxi. Unfortunately, traffic was congested. The street was filled with vehicles heading to Linhai University. This was because Linhai University was conducting public recruitment for its military science program. Not only current students, but anyone with extraordinary abilities and the appropriate age could apply. Joining Linhai University meant receiving systematic training and opportunities for collaboration with official entities, which was undoubtedly preferable to going solo for most individuals. Cursed traffic and red lights. The driver muttered a curse before lighting a cigarette and addressing Chen Nian in the back seat. Young man, are you also heading to Linhai for recruitment? Yes. I must say, young people would be better off learning a trade and living a stable life. What good is all that posturing? The driver exhaled smoke out of the window and continued. My nephew is involved in that line of work. He thought he would become impressive, but yesterday his body was returned by the law enforcement. Chen Nian remained silent. Fighting those monsters is no easy task. Young people are full of vigor, but living a stable life is the right path. Chen Nian shook his head, master. What is a peaceful existence? Someone must carry the burden forward. Carry the burden forward? That certainly doesn't apply to you young kids. Just then, on the sidewalk ahead, a little girl with a backpack was joyfully hopping across the street. Suddenly, a manhole cover exploded into the air like a cannonball. Several inky tendrils swiftly emerged from the manhole, ensnaring the girl's arms and legs, dragging her into the depths of the sewer. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Passers-by fled in terror. Xiao Giskiviko, Xiao Giskiviko. The girl's mother cried out frantically, attempting to leap into the abyss, only to be restrained by a man behind her. Let me go. A monster has taken my daughter. Let me go. Calm down, please, madam. The driver stood frozen, utterly astounded by the scene before him. In broad daylight, a creature had emerged from the sewer, snatching a living child away. Just the thought was horrifying. Chen Nian donned a mask, opened the car door, and with a swift motion, dashed forward, forcefully parting the crowd before agilely leaping into the sewer. Chapter 17. The year of rescuing the girl and the untrustworthy scoundrel, the driver exclaimed. The boy's movements were so swift that he had leapt into the sewer before anyone could react. What has transpired? A boy has jumped in. I witnessed it. Is he crazy? There are monsters down there. The crowd murmured, lifting their phones to capture the scene, while the heartbroken mother wept bitterly nearby. As Chen Nian entered the dim, damp sewer, he heard the girl's terrified screams echoing from deep within. The creature was moving rapidly, seemingly intent on dragging the girl into the depths to devour her. There was no time to lose. Spirit of the void, ethereal serpent. Obscure syllables erupted from Chen Nian's lips. He stepped upon the invisible serpent, harnessing its speed to pursue, delving approximately 200 meters before finally catching sight of the monstrous figure. It was a gigantic, pitch-black octopus. Go! The ethereal serpent shot forth, striking back and forth until it severed the octopus's tentacles. The girl, ensnared, plummeted to the ground. The octopus, in pain, attempted to flee, but Chen Nian would not permit its escape, commanding the serpent to strike once more. Soon, the creature was riddled with numerous wounds, succumbing on the spot. With that resolved, Chen Nian hurried to the girl's side. She was still sobbing uncontrollably, not only terrified but also bruised from the fall, her lovely dress soiled, and her delicate face smeared with filth. What child could endure such trauma? It's all right, dear. Your brother will take you back to your mother. The comforting words eluded Chen Nian entirely, so he simply cradled the girl in his arms, murmuring reassurances as he slowly retraced his steps. Listen to your brother. Everything is fine now. We will be out in no time. Glimpsing the time, Chen Nian feared he would miss meeting Qinyu, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet, he dared not let the girl suffer further fright. With patient reassurances, she gradually ceased her tears. Thank you, brother, she sniffled, her expression one of profound distress. You are very brave. Before long, they approached the sewer's entrance. Chen Nian knew, without a doubt, that the area above was now crowded with onlookers. Not only the general public, but possibly law enforcement and a throng of reporters as well. Should he reveal himself, he would undoubtedly attract attention. No, this was unacceptable. Appearing on television would inevitably heighten the risk of exposure. Once Chen Nian's identity was revealed, he would become an international sensation, attracting countless admirers and to nations. He would pose a greater threat than nuclear weapons. Brother will take you this far. Go on, run now. The girl nodded and dashed toward the exit. Chen Nian prepared to slip away from another direction, ensuring he remained inconspicuous. Make way, clear the area. Uniformed officers arrived, establishing a perimeter and isolating the crowd. A multitude of reporters had gathered around, drawn by the unfolding events. According to the accounts of the public, a young girl had recently been seized by a monstrous entity and dragged into the depths of a sewer. A boy, suspected to possess extraordinary abilities, had ventured down to rescue her, but his fate remained uncertain. Our station will continue to provide updates, so please stay tuned. Suddenly, an enforcement officer shouted, "Look, that child is returning." "What? Quickly, rescue her." In no time, the little girl was brought to safety by the officer. Though she was covered in grime, she appeared to be unharmed. "Xiao kiskiviko, xiao kiskiviko." "Mommy." The mother and daughter embraced each other in tears, moving many witnesses to the verge of tears themselves. Journalists captured this poignant moment on camera. At 9:20 a.m., the girl was safely rescued and showed no signs of injury. However, the whereabouts of the kind-hearted boy remained a mystery, leaving the crowd perplexed. Indeed, where is that young man? Why hasn't he emerged yet? He deserves commendation for his good deed. Without him, this mother and daughter might never have reunited. In response to the inquiries, the little girl revealed the truth. That brother has already left. "Dear, would you please go with the nurse for a checkup at the hospital?" Her mother urged. "No, I want to thank that brother. Mommy always said to have a grateful heart." The girl insisted stubbornly. Thus, the crowd found themselves in a quandary, unable to locate the young man to express their gratitude. At that moment, a driver rushed forward. I know. That young man just rode in my car. He was heading to Linghai University to report." Upon hearing this news, the reporter's eyes sparkled with excitement. If they could directly find the boy at Linghai University and report firsthand, it would surely become tomorrow's trending topic. "Madam, may we accompany you to Linghai University? You can express your gratitude, and we would love to interview him." "Yes, of course." With the reporters surrounding them, the mother and daughter were ushered into a vehicle, speeding towards Linghai University. Chen had not been able to wait for Chen Nian. Initially, she stood alone at the side of the university entrance, burdened by her heavy suitcase, unnoticed by many. Her mask concealed her face, yet her elegance and stature were simply too striking to overlook. Clad in a flowing white jasmine slip dress that accentuated her graceful figure and slender legs, her flawless skin radiated a porcelain-like glow, while her cascading wavy hair flowed freely behind her. How could such a beauty walk down the street without attracting attention? The reason Chen Yu had hoped Chen Nian would come to fetch her was to avoid unwanted advances that could lead to troublesome encounters. To her dismay, Chen Nian did not arrive on time. "Beautiful lady, are you here to report as well? Would you like me to help you with your suitcase?" "No, thank you," Chen Yu replied, finding herself besieged by a barrage of flirtations until she was finally recognized. She's Chen Yu, the newly debuted pop star. Chen Yu? Oh my goodness, no wonder her aura is so captivating. I never anticipated that she would also grace our university. Quick, let us capture a photograph. Goodness, her beauty is so striking that even with a mask, she could outshine a multitude. As the crowd swelled, Chen Yu felt as though she were a monkey under the spotlight, helplessly standing there while others took their pictures. She unlocked her phone and searched for Chen Nian's number, dialing it with a sense of indignation. The call could not be connected at this time. "Please try again later, Humph." What a deceitful scoundrel. After having received Chen Nian's epic gear last time, Chen Yu felt a lingering sense of guilt. Thus, she had prepared a gift for this meeting. The gift was an exquisite watch, a limited edition personally signed by her, something her fans could only dream of obtaining. It lay nestled within her suitcase. To her astonishment, Chen Nian did not even bother to show up. Well, it seems they are merely a couple in name, only ultimately. It was the campus security who dispersed the crowd and escorted Chen Yu inside the university. Chapter 18. The school commends Chen Nian in the classroom of Class 1 of the Martial Arts Academy. A multitude of gifted individuals gathered, poised to undergo a test. Breaking news. Chen Yu has arrived at our school. Could it be the Chen Yu I am thinking of? The enchanting singer who debuted based on her looks? Indeed, it is she. Previously, she participated in Calamity, and now she has become an extraordinary being, coming to our school for further studies. Wow, I never imagined I would have the opportunity to be close to the ethereal beauty of men's hearts. It is exhilarating. Upon hearing this news, Xiaowen instinctively furrowed her brows. As the school belle of Lingda, she had always been the focal point of attention. The boys who pursued her could form a line from the cafeteria to the convenience store, yet she had maintained her image of purity and singledom, rejecting any advances. The sensation of nurturing many admirers gave her a sense of superiority, an exhilarating experience. However, with Chen Yu's arrival, it seems her title of school beauty may soon be challenged. Just days prior, Xiaowen had willingly shared a night with the wealthy heir, Sun Jing, earning herself a talent card as a wind mage, successfully becoming an extraordinary being. She had initially intended to leverage her relationship with Sun Jing to ascend further, but she could not afford to let him slip from her grasp. A young girl clad in a delicate white dress entered the classroom. It was Chen Yu. The moment she stepped inside, an immediate silence enveloped the room. The boys appeared as if they might tear their eyes from her, captivated as if drawn by a magnetic force. Wow, she is even more stunning than on television. Her physique and complexion are impeccably maintained. Could she truly be an extraordinary being? Undoubtedly, she is the luminous ideal in the hearts of countless men, simply breathtaking. Xiaowen, the so-called school beauty, felt her radiance wane instantly, akin to a flickering candle in the presence of the moonlight, utterly unable to compete. She couldn't help but grit her teeth, for even Sun Jing, who had just shared a night with her, seemed on the verge of drooling. Prior to today, Sun Jing was indeed one of her suitors. How infuriating! She silently seethed. Little did she expect that Sun Jing would approach Chen Yu right before her eyes. "Hello, I am Sun Jing. My talent is Beast Tamer." Sun Jing wore a confident smile, believing that revealing his talent would surely capture Chen Yu's attention. The Beast Tamer is one of the rarest talents. This ability had been acquired at great expense by his family, propelling him to the forefront of this era. With his affluent background and exceptional talent, he was always regarded as someone of significance wherever he went. Since Chen Yu had come to Lingda, winning her over would be a splendid achievement. Who wouldn't wish to be with the ethereal beauty revered by countless men? Oh, to his dismay, Chen Yu's response was rather indifferent. At that moment, she harbored an endless resentment toward Chen Nian, lacking the inclination to engage with anyone else. Sun Jing felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He struggled to maintain a smile. "By the way, Xiaoyu, the instructor for today's test is a friend of my father's. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. I can help you with it." "Oh, no need, thank you." Chen Yu's response remained unremarkable. Sun Jing, with a darkened countenance, returned to his seat, experiencing the bitter taste of a failed flirtation for the first time. Did he truly believe that being a female celebrity granted him privilege? With such an inflated ego, he was certain he could handle any girl. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in military boots strode into the classroom. The heavy footsteps echoed like leaden weights, and his camouflage short sleeves were stretched taut over a muscular frame. 2 scars marred his face, indicating he was not to be trifled with. This was a genuine warrior, one who had battled monsters countless times. Silence. The 2 words rendered the room of nearly 100 students utterly mute. "I am Jiang Lai, a gifted Qi master, level 35, and your instructor for this testing session." Level 35. The mere mention of this left the entire class gasping in astonishment. Such a level placed him among the elite of the world. The instructor must have slain innumerable monsters to attain such a height. He was undoubtedly a formidable individual. No matter who you are, if you have chosen to enroll in the martial arts department, you will obey my commands. Roll call. In this solemn atmosphere, roll call commenced. Everyone responded with utmost caution, hardly daring to meet the instructor's gaze, fearing the repercussions. Chen Nian? Silence enveloped the classroom. Chen Nian? An eerie stillness persisted. It dawned on everyone that Chen Nian had yet to arrive. Xiaowen's lips curled into a slight smirk. This sycophant had the audacity to be late, and he was in for a rough time, as this instructor clearly had a short temper. Bang! The instructor slammed his palm onto the desk, creating a conspicuous dent in the solid surface. Anyone who knows Chen Nian can inform him not to bother coming. Next, when Sun Jing's name was called, a noticeable softness appeared on the instructor's face, as he had been specifically instructed to look after Sun Jing. Just as roll call concluded, A crisp knock echoed from outside the door. Who else could it be but Chen Nian? Chen Yu's gaze shifted immediately, her eyes betraying her surprise. Apologies for my tardiness. I had matters to attend to on the way. This statement was directed at Chen Yu, expressing his regret for having stood her up, rather than addressing the instructor, whom he regarded with indifference. However, what awaited him was a thunderous reprimand. Who permitted you to enter? Get out! The deafening voice roared like a beast, causing everyone to tremble in their seats. Chen Nian was in for a rough ride. It served him right, with the martial arts department freshly established. The instructor was undoubtedly keen to assert his authority. It seemed the instructor intended to make an example of someone, and Chen Nian was destined to be that unfortunate individual. The students largely reveled in schadenfreude. Just moments ago, he had been boasting, and now he found himself in this predicament. Xiaowen couldn't help but laugh, thinking this man truly was destined for misfortune. Having hoped that the merging of the gaming world would elevate his status, it appeared he was still the same hopeless nerd, far from any semblance of success. Perhaps she had overestimated him. At that moment, the loudspeaker crackled to life. Announcement. Today, Chen Nian from Class 1 of the Department of Military Science displayed remarkable courage and selflessness by rescuing a girl who had been abducted by a monster. His valor serves as an exemplary model for us all, and this commendation is hereby issued. The announcement resonated throughout the school, igniting a flurry of discussion within the classrooms. What? Chen Nian saved someone on the road? Indeed, it's true. Quickly, check the trending news. Immediately, several students pulled out their phones to view the hot topics, revealing a rapidly ascending headline. Girl abducted by monster into sewers. Brave youth emerges as hero. Remains anonymous. Accompanying the article were several images from the scene, one of which featured a masked youth whose physique bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Nian. Chen Yu's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. So, he was delayed in picking me up because he was busy saving someone? The instructor wore a stern expression, his demeanor somewhat troubled. Just then, a commotion of footsteps echoed down the corridor. Come, right ahead is the newly established Class 1 of Military Science. The individual you seek should be there. That boy is always eager to help others. The media must certainly give due recognition and praise this time, came the voice of the principal. Chapter 19. Chen Yu is Chen Nian's former girlfriend? Indeed, the principal of Lin University has arrived. Accompanying him are a multitude of journalists, the mother and daughter involved, and even the driver, for it is he who remembers Chen Nian's appearance. Chen Nian's true name was unearthed from the driver's taxi records. Allow me to fetch Chen Nian. Please bear with me for a moment. This young man performed a commendable act without seeking recognition, demonstrating admirable character. It would be immensely beneficial for our school if the media were to report on the brave deeds of one of our students. The principal, of course, could not have wished for anything more. Moreover, among these individuals are reporters from official news television stations, truly esteemed guests. As the principal guided everyone to the classroom, they encountered Chen Nian standing outside. His brow furrowed immediately. Why are you standing out here instead of going in? Principal, I am late, and the instructor would not allow me to enter, Chen Nian replied candidly. The instructor inside could not help but twitch at hearing this. The principal, unaware of Chen Nian's identity, immediately grew stern. Being punished for tardiness? Such behavior reflects poorly, especially in front of so many journalists, tarnishing the school's reputation. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from behind. It was the taxi driver. That's him. He is the young man who acted bravely. At the same time, the little girl, holding the driver's hand, recognized her big brother and timidly exclaimed, "Brother, thank you." The mother rushed forward, profusely expressing her gratitude to Chen Nian, tears brimming in her eyes. A single act stirred a vast ripple. The journalists could no longer contain themselves. They swiftly drew out their cameras and began snapping photos. Flashes illuminated Chen Nian's face. Oh no, it seems I must face the television after all. Sigh. Since evasion is no longer an option, I must at least find some means to conceal my true identity. You are Chen Nian, aren't you? Excellent, excellent. What a fine young man. The principal, astonishingly, performed a dramatic face-changing act akin to Sichuan opera, beaming as he patted Chen Nian on the shoulder. Your selfless act of bravery, performed without seeking recognition. is worthy of emulation by our students. This embodies the very purpose of establishing the martial arts department at Linhai University. We encourage those with the ability to assist the vulnerable and uphold the peace of our community. Today, on behalf of the school, I am pleased to award Chen Nian a monetary prize of 50,000 yuan. The principal proclaimed loudly. Applause erupted around him. The students in the classroom were utterly astonished. Not long ago, many had reveled in his misfortune, mocking him for being late on his first day, likening him to a sacrificial chicken meant to serve as a warning. Little did they know, the plot had twisted. He had only been delayed because he was engaged in an act of heroism, missing the roll call in the process. Upon witnessing Chen Nian receiving such accolades, Xiaowen felt a tumult of emotions, rendering her momentarily speechless, as if ants were crawling upon her skin. Chen Nian, the very individual who had recently been her devoted admirer, was now basking in the glow of success. Naturally, Xiaowen felt a pang of discomfort, for she could not partake in his triumph, and a sense of regret washed over her for underestimating his capabilities. At this moment, Qinyu, however, felt her previous sorrows and grievances evaporate entirely. It turned out that Chen Nian had not been tardy, but had rushed to save someone. This was indeed a noble deed, a matter of significance. Qinyu wholeheartedly understood and supported this, and thus her spirits soared, accompanied by a subtle sense of pride. After all, he was her nominal boyfriend. Journalists encircled them, eager to pose their inquiries. "May I ask why you left in haste after saving someone?" A reporter from the official television station inquired, extending the microphone toward him. Chen Nian pondered for a moment before a flash of inspiration struck him. "One does good not for the sake of reward. This is an insight I gleaned from my girlfriend, who has also anonymously donated to disaster relief." The journalists erupted in delight. Typically, young men facing the camera would exhibit shyness, stammering through their responses with vague remarks, leading to interviews of little consequence. Yet this young man, Chen Nian, was strikingly different. His answer was profound and had the potential for expansion, as it now included his girlfriend, an undeniably positive turn of events. Xiaowen, upon hearing this, felt her mind go blank, utterly stunned. Girlfriend? Impossible. Just days ago, he was pursuing me. How could he possibly have a girlfriend now? A reporter then asked Chen Nian, "Might we meet your girlfriend, a fellow student from your school?" In the classroom, Qin Yu's heart raced. Chen Nian smiled and replied, "Of course. She is right here in the classroom." With that, all eyes followed Chen Nian's gaze, converging upon Qin Yu. The disbelief was palpable in the crowd's wide eyes. Qin Yu was Chen Nian's girlfriend? This was beyond absurd. A reclusive boy, previously unnoticed, with a radiant girl who was the object of many men's affections. It was a narrative too fantastical for even fiction. Sun Jing, the wealthy heir, instinctively clenched his fists. For nothing irked him more than seeing a woman he admired be taken by another. However, upon witnessing Qin Yu rise and walk toward Chen Nian, his eyes widened in fury. Xiaowen, too, felt an involuntary tension grip her as she watched this girl, who outshone her in every regard, stride toward Chen Nian. Each step shattered her pride into fragments. Impossible, how could this be? What right did a reclusive boy have? Blood vessels strained in her widened eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Yu lowered her gaze, fixating on the tips of her shoes. She had long ceased to fear the camera, feeling merely a touch of shyness. She did not expect Chen Nian to make such a sudden appearance. Qin Yu. It truly is Qin Yu, my goodness." The journalists were instantly elated, as their interview with Chen Nian unexpectedly yielded a remarkable scoop. The pop star Qin Yu. This is someone who is typically elusive for interviews. To their astonishment, it turned out she already had a boyfriend, and it was not mere gossip but solid confirmation. How sensational. "Miss Qin, when did your relationship begin? Miss Qin, are you not worried that this revelation might impact your career? Is your management agency aware of this matter?" A barrage of questions came forth like a rapid-fire assault, until the school's security finally escorted the reporters away, bringing this episode to a close. Chen Nian had achieved his objective. Having been exposed as having a girlfriend, it was entirely unrelated to his lack of feelings for the taciturn M.O. However, should it come to light that either Yi Hongling or his little steward, Xiao Qi, were involved, it would surely lead to a devastating confrontation. Just as the outsiders were sent away, the principal walked into the classroom with his hands clasped behind his back, berating the instructor furiously. You were entrusted with an important responsibility, not to create chaos. Your blunders nearly ruined today's opportunity, you fool. After the tirade, the principal turned to Chen Nian with a softer tone. Young Chen, do not take today's events to heart. Focus on preparing for the upcoming tests. Understood, Principal. Chapter 20, The Ability Test. Team formation begins. Off to the playground. Including Chen Nian, around 100 individuals were summoned to the football field, preparing to commence their inaugural martial arts assessment. The purpose of this evaluation was to discern the talents and capabilities of the students. Those who excelled would be recruited by the official enforcement team, thereby securing a stable position. The average performers would receive guidance from professionals, including growth advice, equipment selection, and combat training aimed at cultivating outstanding talent. As for the underperformers, they would be allowed to develop at their own pace. Prior to today, Chen Nian's intention was to meander through the process, embracing the role of a mediocre individual, thereby enjoying the freedom to develop. In line with the character of the Silent One. However, he had just been photographed by a reporter, and it was likely that a news article would soon emerge. His cover was blown. Consequently, Chen Nian had no choice but to adopt the opposite approach and make a bold statement instead. In disaster, the Silent One was an exceedingly discreet character, meticulously safeguarding all personal information and refraining from verbal communication, opting solely for written exchanges. By creating this stark contrast, Chen Nian could more conveniently obscure his identity. He was prepared to approach the assessment with a modicum of seriousness. On another front, certain individuals were scheming in the shadows. The affluent heir, Sun Jing, had connections with instructor Jiang Lai. Seizing the opportunity during a restroom break, Sun Jing placed a call to Jiang Lai's phone. Instructor Jiang, I hope you will take Chen Nian seriously and refrain from holding back. Coincidentally, I find this fellow rather displeasing. If possible, it would be best to break an arm or a leg, he. A sinister smile crept across Sun Jing's face. Upon exiting the restroom, he noticed Qin Yu and Chen Nian walking together, his disdain intensifying. Meanwhile, Jiang Lai had just been harshly reprimanded by the principal, losing face and authority. All due to Chen Nian. After hanging up, a smirk formed on his lips. This assessment was of particular importance to the school. In addition to the principal and other leaders in attendance, several investors in martial arts training were also present, as this was a talent development initiative that attracted individuals with keen foresight. Dressed in suits and polished shoes, the investors took their seats in the viewing area. Among them was one familiar figure clad in sunglasses and a gray-white suit, Lu Xingchen, previously the CEO of Year-Ring Real Estate. He had faced severe criticism from Chen Nian's father, Chen Huerong, after losing a billion-dollar project. Although Chen Huerong had contemplated ousting him, he ultimately relented due to his wife's fervent pleas on Lu Xingchen's behalf, granting their son another chance. This time, I shall reclaim all that I have lost. Lu Xingchen's discerning eye was indeed commendable, as he had chosen to invest in talent cultivation, proactively supporting Lin University in hopes of nurturing a cohort of gifted individuals. When Lu Xingchen caught sight of that figure amidst the crowd, he nearly leapt to his feet in disbelief. Beneath his sunglasses, his pupils blazed with fury. He had never anticipated that Chen Nian would also participate in this round of martial arts training. Oh, what a delightful coincidence, my dear brother. His tightly clenched jaw gradually relaxed, and a smile graced his lips once more. The last encounter was merely a stroke of fortune. This time, however, you have fallen into the hands of capital. Let us witness the might of wealth. And I hope our father does not blame me for rendering you incapacitated. Boss Lu, are you feeling unwell? The principal inquired with concern. No, everything is fine, Lu Xingchen replied as he resumed his seat, summoning his secretary to his side and whispering, 1 million, secure that instructor and ensure he guides my beloved brother well. The test commences now. You will be divided into groups of 3, taking turns to battle against me. Your performance during these encounters will determine your ratings, with S being the highest and E the lowest. The higher your rating, the more likely you are to receive preferential treatment and focused training from the government, Jiang Lai proclaimed as he stripped off his outer garment, revealing a robust physique clad only in a white tank top. His dark, sinewy muscles bore numerous scars that had yet to fully heal. The other students were taken aback. Is this a joke? We are to battle the instructor right from the start? Even 3 against 1 would be futile. It is said that the instructor is at level 35 with extensive combat experience, far surpassing our abilities. Do not worry. The goal is certainly not for us to win, but to showcase our capabilities. Let's all do our best. Then what are we waiting for? Let's form our teams. The choice of teammates was crucial. Having strong allies would provide greater opportunity for individual performance, possibly garnering more attention. Not everyone dared to venture into the wild alone. Humans are social creatures, often seeking organization, stable employment, and professional development for greater security, avoiding the risk of being slain by monsters. Chen, shall we form a team? My talent lies in being a brawler, and I'm already at level 15. Take me along, and as we share such a close bond. Brother, I wish to follow you. Chen, please, take me with you. In an instant, Chen became the center of attention. Having recently rescued someone from a monster, his prowess was well known, and he was quickly surrounded by eager peers. Naturally, many young men, driven by their impulses, rushed towards Chen Yu, hoping to team up with her. Who wouldn't want to impress a beauty? Apologies, but I already have a boyfriend. I intend to team up with him. Chen Yu promptly declined. It must be said, the boyfriend excuse proved remarkably effective. True to form, upon hearing this, the young men immediately lost interest and dispersed, though 2 persistent souls continued to remark that having a boyfriend was even better. Xiaowen, once the school belle, now found herself overlooked. In terms of beauty and physique, she had been entirely eclipsed by Chen Yu. As for strength, she had recently obtained a talent career card through dubious means from Sun Jing, without any opportunity for practical combat. Who would seek her out? Once the focal point of countless gazes, she has now become akin to a forsaken tuft of dogtail grass. Standing alone in a corner, she gazes at Chen Nian, her eyes filled with memories of her former self, a once inconspicuous, unremarkable otaku, now transformed into the most sought-after individual. Yet, she finds herself the subject of disdain. She cannot accept it. Why has it come to this? How could it be? He was merely my devoted admirer. Suddenly, a twinge of regret surfaces within her. If only she had not humiliated Chen Nian so harshly, but rather continued to dangle him along, offering him a taste of sweetness. However, Xiaowen quickly dismisses this thought and sashays towards Sun Jing, instinctively adopting a pitifully innocent demeanor. Brother Jing, do you still need someone? Could you take me along? Sun Jing furrows his brow. Do you even think you are worthy? For someone of his affluent background, the unattainable woman is the most desirable, such as Chen Yu. Conversely, those he has already acquired lose much of their allure, like Xiaowen. You. Xiaowen's eyes brim with disbelief as she clutches Sun Jing's shirt. You promised to protect me, for a lifetime. He chuckles. I say that to all women in bed. Laughter erupts from those around them, a match made in heaven between a scoundrel and a seductress. Best to keep your distance, lest you attract misfortune. Chapter 21. Chen Nian. Just the 2 of us. Xiaowen felt as if the heavens had collapsed around her. At that moment, she recalled the kindness of Chen Nian. He would hand her mineral water after gym class and would run to offer her an umbrella when it rained. While a wealthy heir might provide fleeting satisfaction, a sincere homebody would offer a genuine heart. She stood frozen, observing as most had already formed their teams. Yet, Chen Nian's group still consisted of only 2 individuals. A flicker of hope ignited within her. Could it be that this last spot was intentionally saved for her? After all, he had once been her devoted admirer. Even if he had found a new girlfriend, surely he wouldn't be so heartless? Lost in her thoughts, Xiaowen was elated when she saw Chen Nian approaching her. How wonderful! He still harbors feelings for me. She had even prepared the expression to accept his invitation. But suddenly she felt a rush of wind as Chen Nian breezed past her, approaching the instructor instead. Instructor, my team will be just the 2 of us. That suffices, he stated. Xiaowen nearly succumbed to fury on the spot. He would rather have 1 less person than invite me. What a contemptible man. How could someone be so grudging and petty? She mentally berated Chen Nian with every word she could conjure. Yet this didn't alter the reality of her abandonment. Very well, Jiang Lai nodded with a smile. He had intended to target Chen Nian. Since Chen Nian had voluntarily proposed a two-person challenge, he would naturally accept. The other students were astonished. Was Chen Nian truly this audacious? To participate in a challenge without a full team? Such disrespect towards the instructor would surely lead to a severe reprimand. Indeed, the instructor deserved basic respect. This was clearly a provocation. Even Qin Yu felt that Chen Nian was being reckless, a hint of uncertainty creeping in. Chen Nian, are you sure it's just the two of us? What else would it be? You better perform well. Don't let yourself be outshone by a girl. Qin Yu pouted, feigning reproach. To the other boys, this banter seemed like playful flirtation, inciting envy as they wondered what incredible luck Chen Nian had to be dating such a delightful girl. As the team formations concluded, a regiment clad in uniforms suddenly entered the playground. It was none other than the official law enforcement officers in camouflage. Leading them was a female officer donning black boots, sporting a clean ponytail and casually rolled up sleeves, exuding an air of feminine confidence. She confidently approached the viewing area, pulled out a chair, and casually crossed her legs. The remaining officers lined up behind her. Oh my, it's a Yin Wei. The sight of this female officer astonished the students as much as seeing Qin Yu would. Wasn't he that the formidable woman frequently seen on television? It was said she was nearing level 40, even stronger than the instructor. She is undoubtedly the most formidable enforcer in our coastal city, having led the eradication of numerous monsters within the urban confines. My goodness, she is simply magnificent. A woman of such strength and charisma appeals to all. Her arrival signifies a recruitment endeavor. I must make a remarkable impression this time. I am determined. If I could work under Sister Lee, I would awaken with a smile in my dreams. At this moment, regardless of gender, everyone is brimming with an unwavering zeal. The test has officially commenced. We shall take the lead. A trio is the first to engage in battle. I heard that the fellow possesses level 20 prowess. Quite impressive indeed. It appears he seeks to make a name for himself. Whispers circulated among the onlookers. However, the outcome of the combat left everyone utterly astonished. In the initial 30 seconds, Jiang Lai merely defended without attacking, skillfully evading blows and remaining unscathed. When he finally struck, he unleashed a single punch that sent a terrifying shockwave hurling the three adversaries several meters away. The airburst punch of a Qi master. Chen Nian immediately recognized the technique. Goodness, how powerful! The students gasped in awe. Jiang Lai casually cracked his neck. Next group. Remarkably, he had only exerted himself slightly. The main event was yet to unfold. The second group stepped up. You have 30 seconds to showcase your abilities. Let us see what you've got, Jiang Lai beckoned. 30 seconds later, the second group was similarly blasted away by the overwhelming gusts, landing in a most embarrassing manner. Wow, the instructor shows no mercy. This is the essence of true strength. At least he granted us a 30-second display. A sense of trepidation enveloped the students, especially the girls. Women value grace and dignity. If they were to fall as they did, how mortifying it would be. Approximately 20 groups participated, yielding a range of evaluations. Only a scant 3 managed to engage the instructor for more than 10 exchanges, earning an A grade, while the majority languished below B, with none achieving S. Xiaowen also made her entrance, yet the instructor displayed no favoritism towards women, striking with equal vigor. There was but one exception, Sun Jing. He managed to trade blows with the instructor for several exchanges before ultimately succumbing gracefully. Sun Jing agreed. Wow, Brother Sun is truly impressive. The first to contend with the instructor in such a manner. Brother Sun is remarkable, undoubtedly deserving of his grade. Amidst the accolades, Sun Jing felt a surge of pride, glancing towards the female enforcer in hopes of her approval. To his surprise, Li Yunwei remained seated, sipping her tea, seemingly unfazed. The principal could not help but inquire, Leader Li, Sun Jing possesses commendable talent. Do you have any interest in mentoring him? Not interested, Li Yunwei replied coolly, setting her cup down. With her level of prowess, how could she not discern that the instructor had intentionally gone easy? Such mediocrity was beneath her notice. What of that young man who displayed valor today? Are you referring to Chen Nian? Observe, it is now his turn to take the stage. Indeed, Chen Nian and Chen Yu had arrived at the center of the playground. They were the only duo among the contestants. At long last, it has arrived. Jiang Lai twisted his wrist, producing a crisp cracking sound. He had been waiting for a considerable time. The preceding moments were merely a warm-up. Although the Qi Gong appeared formidable, it posed no peril to the fundamental essence. Should he decide to engage earnestly, the Qi Gong could directly shatter the internal organs. Far more severe than a mere stumble. Moreover, outwardly, there would be no indication whatsoever. After a while, the Qi currents that had penetrated the body would begin to wreak havoc, and by then, it would not be attributed to him. Very well, the moment has finally come for you. Sun Jing awaited with keen anticipation. I am eager to witness what prowess you possess to masquerade as a formidable wolf. Xiaowen's heart brimmed with resentment. In the investor's seat, Lu Xingqian finally gathered his focus, removing his sunglasses and fixating intently on the scene ahead. Brother, you must perform admirably. Do not let your elder brother down. In that instant, Chen Nian became the focal point of everyone's attention. Chapter 22, A Single Punch. The test between Chen Nian and Chen Yu commences. As per tradition, the instructor allows them 30 seconds to launch their attacks, showcasing their abilities. Chen Yu feels a wave of anxiety. Although she ranks high among the students, she worries about Chen Nian. This instructor appears to harbor considerable animosity towards him. Let the games begin. Jiang Lai beckoned with his hand. You have 30 seconds to attack. Afterwards, I shall unleash a formidable energy blast to incapacitate that boy. Such were his thoughts. Chen Yu took the initiative, launching her assault. With her innate talent as an archer and the epic equipment, the flame bow, she possessed unparalleled strength. Arrows soared through the air. To her astonishment, Jiang Lai effortlessly sidestepped them. It seems he possesses a modicum of skill after all, Jiang Lai mused, sensing the latent power within those arrows. Continue. Chen Yu gritted her teeth, pressing on with her attack. Waves of luminous arrows flew forth as she nimbly darted across the field, akin to a swift female leopard. Thankfully, she had donned her specialized sports attire before the battle. Otherwise, such dynamic movements would have been impossible. Goodness, Chen Yu is astonishing. Her prowess surpasses that of most of us. Her level must be quite high. While the spectators marveled at Chen Yu's strength, they noticed an oddity. Chen Nian remained motionless. The precious 30 seconds ticked away as he stood there, seemingly frozen. What on earth is Chen Nian thinking? Perhaps he's just trying to be unique and show off. I hope he doesn't end up as a laughingstock, eliminated without having done anything. After all, he is the first to advocate for justice here. Sun Jing chuckled, shaking his head. Chen Nian's calm demeanor unsettled Lu Xingqian. It felt as though countless ants were crawling on his back. He had experienced a similar situation before. Previously, when Lu Xingqian had called Chen Nian to provoke him, Chen Nian had remained equally unfazed. That afternoon, a billion-dollar project had been snatched away. Impossible. It can't truly be him. Lu Xing clenched his fists instinctively. This young man is intriguing. Li Yunwei crossed her arms, observing Chen Nian with keen interest, eager to see how he would respond. I hope he can last a little longer. Otherwise, this selection process will be exceedingly dull. The most exasperated individual in the arena was Chen Yu. Chen Nian. She felt both anxious and angry. She had anticipated that Chen Nian would collaborate with her in launching an attack, but instead, he had chosen to remain idle. Why does he possess such confidence in partnering with me? Is it merely to appear impressive? Or does he believe he can face the instructor's challenge head-on, without needing this 30-second window for free attacks? Such arrogance is unfathomable. Time's up. Jiang Lai seized the incoming arrow with a swift motion. Crack! He crushed it effortlessly. With a grin, he declared, "Now it is my turn." As the words fell, he had already assumed a fighting stance, a terrifying energy coalescing between his fingers. The dust swirled beneath his feet, and a fierce wind arose. Firstly, he harbored disdain for Chen Nian. Secondly, Sun Jing also held a grudge against Chen Nian and hoped to teach him a lesson. Furthermore, during the halftime break, an investor approached him, offering a substantial sum to eliminate Chen Nian. With these three factors combined, he was prepared to unleash his full strength, aiming to accomplish his goal with a single blow. This punch in the distance, Li Yunwei squinted, sensing the energy contained within it, far surpassing anything before. The techniques of a Qi master are intangible. Others may not perceive them, but Li Yunwei, being a professional, could. Is this instructor intent on inflicting serious harm? Yet, as an observer, she had no reason to intervene. Caution! Qin Yu's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly raised his arms to shield himself, bracing for the impact. Previously, 90 of his students had been sent flying by this very Qi punch. He could not afford to be careless. Besides Li Yunwei, Chen Nian also sensed that Jiang Lai's punch carried an extraordinary force, a level beyond that of before. Is he seeking revenge? Is it due to that incident? Or has someone bribed him? Chen Nian glanced back, his gaze landing on Lu Xingchen seated in the VIP area, observing the faint smile on his face. Oh, so it's you very well. Boom! The terrifying Qi punch finally detonated in midair. Countless violent gusts of energy, accompanied by a deafening wind, indiscriminately surged toward both Chen Nian and Qin Yu. Word spirit, void serpent. Chen Nian's lips parted slightly as the intangible spirit serpent instantly shot forth, encircling Qin Yu completely. Indeed, it could also serve as a defense. As for himself, he had no need for it. With his extraordinarily high level and superb defensive equipment, he could simply disregard such an attack. As the wind and dust settled, the classmates widened their eyes in astonishment. Both Chen Nian and Qin Yu stood their ground, not even shifting an inch. What is happening? Sun Jing and Lu Xingchen were equally stunned. Logically, this instructor should have struck hard. So why did it appear that Chen Nian was unscathed? On the field, the only one who understood the situation was Li Yunwei, who instinctively exclaimed, "Well done." She could see that Chen Nian had withstood the terrifying Qi punch with his own body, admiration evident in her eyes. The most shocked of all was Jiang Lai himself. He was fully aware that he had exerted his utmost strength in that punch. Not only could it send both of them flying, but could also leave a hidden energy within them, capable of injuring their internal organs later on. How could they possibly withstand it? It seems the instructor has finished. Now it's my turn. Chen Nian, you before Qin, you could finish a sentence. He saw Chen Nian shoot forward like the wind. A straightforward yet unadorned punch surged toward the instructor's face. Jiang Lai hurriedly raised his arm to defend, but upon contact with Chen Nian's fist, an excruciating pain shot through his arm. Crack! The bone shattered. His fist struck heavily against the man's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. With a single blow, Jiang Lai fell, unable to rise again. Such pure physical strength exemplifies the superiority of high-level attributes and offensive power. Blood streamed from Jiang Lai's mouth and nose as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Around them, gasps of shock echoed, each wave more pronounced than the last. As all present stood in stunned silence, "Chun, is this really Chen Nian?" The only words that could possibly convey their overwhelming astonishment were the most crude and base. Who would dare imagine that Chen Nian could fell an instructor with a single punch? It was utterly absurd. Moments ago, everyone had assumed Chen Nian was merely posturing. Yet little did they know, he was simply dismissive. Why prolong a matter that could be resolved with a single strike for an additional 30 seconds? Qin Yu stood frozen in place, mouth agape, rendered speechless for what felt like an eternity. Chapter 23. Xiaowen. How has he become so extraordinary? Chen Nian struck the instructor with a single punch, leaving the entire audience in stunned silence. No one had envisioned such a scenario. These trainees, even if fortunate enough to inherit talents from the game or acquire talent cards, lacked genuine combat awareness. However, the instructor was different. As a seasoned veteran, he was a true elite, having battled monsters throughout his journey. Yet this formidable instructor was rendered unconscious by Chen Nian's blow. The principal stood frozen like a statue, his mouth agape as he muttered to himself incessantly. We at Ling University have produced a genius. Genius indeed. Well done. Li Yunwei rose to her feet, applauding fervently. This student captivated her. He astonished her, akin to unearthing gold from sand. More importantly, he had dealt a blow to the unruly instructor, providing a sense of relief. Chen Nian, S rank. S rank. The evaluators echoed in unison. Undoubtedly deserving of the S rank. There was no dissent. Chen Nian, you are truly remarkable. Chen Yu excitedly trotted over to Chen Nian, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement and pride. The prowess of her boyfriend filled her with a sense of honor. But was your strike perhaps too forceful? Not all. Chen Nian understood that just moments ago, that individual had intended to incapacitate him. Killing him would not have been an exaggeration. Chen Nian, you are incredible. Bro, you are simply too awesome. Even my uncle wouldn't dare to challenge you. Niango, you're magnificent. I shall be your little brother from now on. Guide me. The deafening cheers erupted at that moment, as the trainees fervently surrounded Chen Nian, while the instructor was carried away by medical personnel. The strong are forever respected and admired. Xiaowen covered her mouth, feeling as though a thorn had lodged itself in her throat, her trembling pupils reflecting a whirlwind of complex emotions. Just the thought of this boy, who had once pursued her, now basking in the limelight, filled her with distress. Why? Why has this once reclusive boy suddenly risen to prominence? If only he still held affection for me, but the girl standing beside Chen Nian now is Chen Yu, who completely eclipses her. Xiaowen irritably tugged at a few strands of her hair, venting her frustration. Sun Jing was even more distressed than she was. Lu Xingqian wore a face like thunder, as if he had just consumed something vile, unable to utter a single word. He could never have imagined that Chen Nian possessed such genuine strength, having ascended to a level capable of joining elite forces, rendering even this instructor powerless against him. Today's upheaval had ironically elevated Chen Nian's stature. How infuriating. Let's go. Lu Xingqian rose, ready to leave. The principal hurriedly inquired, Mr. Lu, we haven't finalized the investment yet. Why the rush to depart? My apologies, but I suddenly find myself disinterested in this project. No, Mr. Lu, look, we have a genius trainee here, with tremendous potential. At that moment, Chen Nian suddenly called out loudly, Boss Lu, are you in such a hurry? This exclamation drew everyone's attention, prompting speculation about Chen Nian's intentions. Lu Xingqian regarded Chen Nian with a frosty glare. Do you have something to discuss? Indeed. Let us converse about why that instructor resorted to such harsh measures moments ago. Shall we? Chen Nian's gaze shifted to the lady captain of the enforcement team. What do you think, Captain Li? Li Yunwei strode forward confidently, nodding with a smile. There is merit in that observation. That individual acted with undue severity. Had it not been for Chen Nian's exceptional capabilities, there could have been dire consequences. What? The principal's expression was one of utter disbelief. The others exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Was there some hidden truth within this incident? Lu Xingqian, naturally, could not withstand scrutiny. Should that instructor divulge the truth, his own associates would be implicated. Considering that no significant harm was done, if Boss Lu were to donate 10 million to our school, we could let this matter rest, Chen Nian suggested. You. Lu Xingqian's eyes widened in shock. To demand such a substantial, unsolicited donation was audacious. If word of this reached the company, it would mar his reputation, leaving him vulnerable to ridicule. He was deeply reluctant. Yet, Chen Nian's next words shattered his defenses. What is the matter, Boss Lu? 10 million pales in comparison to 1 billion, does it not? This statement struck Lu Xingqian like a steel needle to the heart. He nearly gasped for breath. I cannot allow them to expose this matter. It would tarnish the company's image. Fine, I shall donate 10 million. Boss Lu acquiesced with a flourish. The principal was elated. This was an unexpected windfall of 10 million. Today, not only did Chen Nian enhance the school's reputation, but they also secured a substantial investment, akin to a pie falling from the sky. Chen Nian was indeed a treasure. In a fit of frustration, Lu Xingqian refused to linger a moment longer and departed hastily. However, Li Yunwei approached Chen Nian. Brother Chen, would you consider joining me? The official benefits are guaranteed, and we would devote ourselves to your development. She presented her most sincere offer from the outset. The other enforcement team members were astonished. This was the first time Captain Li had personally sought to recruit talent. This revealed just how exceptional the young man's abilities were. Others were enviously drooling, wishing to be chosen as well. What was Chen Nian still pondering? Why not accept? Indeed, this was a golden opportunity. Aligning with the authorities would secure a worry-free future, complete with priority access to various skills and equipment. Yet, Chen Nian's response left everyone speechless. Well, I could hold a nominal position and drop by when convenient. A nominal position implied he could come and go as he pleased. He neither rejected nor fully accepted the offer. In the future, he could leverage this network to his advantage. What a clever young man he was. Lian Wei laughed heartily. All right, I'll grant you a backdoor pass, just for show. Let us depart. This visit has proven quite worthwhile. He showed no intention of selecting any other students and elegantly left with his entourage. Chen Nian had achieved his objective. Since fame was now inescapable, he might as well embrace it. The valiant youth, the prodigy of Lehigh University, the boyfriend of the celebrity Chen Yu. Regardless of the label, they all seemed utterly incongruous with the persona of Bu Yu. In this manner, even if old acquaintances were to encounter him, they could scarcely doubt that he was indeed Bu Yu. His strength had nearly returned to its peak, and Chen Nian meticulously organized his forthcoming plans. He resolved to continue leveling up in the wilderness. As for the cultivation offered by the school, he had no need for it. No one could teach him. He was the strongest. Chapter 24. A kiss from Chen Nian had accomplished his objective and felt little inclination to linger any longer. His presence at the academy was merely nominal, and he would not participate in the collective training. Upon hearing this, the gathered students displayed expressions of disappointment. It was a pity they could not cling to his coattails. Yet, it was understandable. A prodigy like him had no reason to waste his time with those of lesser caliber. The principal, however, harbored no objections. Chen Nian had already brought substantial benefits to the academy, and his mere affiliation was a point of pride for the institution. Xiao Chun, should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. The academy shall do its utmost to accommodate your needs. Once the assessments concluded and the crowd dispersed, Chen Nian located Chen Yu. I apologize for not being able to arrive on time to escort you today. No, it's all right. You were saving someone. After all, it's only right, she replied, her voice tinged with warmth. By the way, I have prepared a gift for you. Chen Yu hastily retrieved an exquisite watch from her backpack. This is for you. Although we are merely a couple in name, we must maintain appearances, she added with a hint of pride. Thank you. Chen Nian felt a twinge of bashfulness. Disliking the idea of accepting gifts without reciprocation, he produced an elemental archer talent card from his own bag. I have nothing of equal value to return, so please accept this. This is. Chen Yu received the item from Chen Nian, her beautiful eyes lighting up with overwhelming surprise. The elemental archer talent card. This meant she could advance from a regular archer to an elemental archer. The disparity between talents was significant. Rare talents possessed abilities that surpassed those of ordinary talents, rendering them extraordinarily valuable. On the market, such items were indeed priceless. She was taken aback by Chen Nian's generosity. Surely, this was a treatment reserved for a legitimate girlfriend. Chen Nian was exceedingly extravagant. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to express her gratitude. Want to thank me? Then, come, give me a kiss, Chen Nian teased, tilting his face toward her. A kiss, but Chen Yu suddenly panicked, her cheeks visibly flushing. Didn't Yu say that even nominal couples should uphold appearances? Then, I'll kiss you next time. Why next time? Because kissing you now would feel as though I were being bribed, and that wouldn't be proper. Do you truly wish to kiss me? Dream on. Chen Nian ceased teasing Chen Yu, for at that moment, he received a message from his social media account. It was from Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi, Brother Wu Yu, we have finalized our plans. In 2 days, we will hold an offline meeting in Hu City to discuss strategies for countering the Blood Moon Calamity. Countdown, 24 days. The Blood Moon Calamity, the first disaster in the game that mercilessly slaughtered all players. If specific strategies are not agreed upon, it may lead to an unprecedented catastrophe for all of humanity. As a most formidable player guild in the Dragon Kingdom, Shanhe Yong'an must prepare in advance. With great power comes great responsibility. Chen Nian replied, understood. Xiao Qi asked, Brother Yu, will you come? Chen Nian responded, you know I rarely show myself in public. Xiao Qi protested, but you are our cornerstone. If you don't come, some may feel discontent. She added, moreover, can't Xiao Qi wish to see you? In 2 days, it happens to be my birthday. After a brief silence, Chen Nian replied, happy early birthday. Xiao Qi retorted, I'm starting to dislike you. Chen Nian contemplated and subsequently purchased a plane ticket to Luqing for the day after tomorrow. He could go, but he must keep it a secret from Xiao Qi, arriving clandestinely. In Shanhaiyongan, most members are either exceptionally powerful or hold significant status and immense wealth. Should they meet offline, pride would inevitably surface, leading to discord. Without Chen Nian's presence, Xiao Qi would struggle to command respect. Even as the heiress of a top global corporation and the mightiest female sword master within catastrophe, the dilemma arose. What birthday gift could one possibly present to a wealthy young lady like Xiao Qi? Chen Nian had already devised a plan. He would first level up in the wilderness before boarding a flight to Luqing for the offline gathering. Meanwhile, within Qin Yu's management agency, the executives were in a state of distress, pondering how to manage the public relations concerning Qin Yu's personal relationship. Undoubtedly, Qin Yu was a rising star and a lucrative asset. However, if she were to have a boyfriend, particularly a commoner, it would likely result in a significant loss of her fan base and a drastic decline in her income-generating potential. How could Xiao Yu be so unaware of the consequences and choose to enter a relationship? They lamented. If it were a celebrity, we could easily capitalize on the opportunity to promote a couple's narrative, but alas, it is an unknown civilian. They questioned the judgment of her manager. Knowing Chen Nian's true identity, was one of the few privy to the situation and was actively facilitating the relationship between Qin Yu and Chen Nian. If we don't make an official announcement and the fans uncover it first, it will be an entirely different matter. They sighed. These young female stars truly lack discernment. Suddenly, one individual exclaimed, "Wait, look at the news." The others inquired, "What news?" Qin Yu's boyfriend has been exposed. It's the young man who bravely saved a girl. What? Furthermore, he was a prodigy from Lehigh University, known for knocking down an instructor with a single punch. The crowd gasped in disbelief. They hurriedly opened their phones to check the news, only to discover that everything they had just heard was indeed true. Qin Yu's boyfriend, Chen Nian, exhibited remarkable bravery by rescuing a girl from the clutches of a monstrous threat, earning commendation for his valor. He has also distinguished himself academically at Lehigh University, emerging as an unequivocal prodigy. Moreover, his striking appearance is certainly commendable. With a touch of meticulous grooming, he would rival even the most popular young idols. Oh my goodness. Splendid, simply splendid. Let us make an official announcement, an emphatic declaration, ideally accompanied by a photograph of the couple. Ha ha! Fortune smiles upon us. Presently, Chen Nian is adorned with numerous accolades and maintains a laudable public persona. Revealing his relationship with Qin Yu at this juncture would undoubtedly garner overwhelming support from fans, many of whom would enthusiastically ship the couple. Who could have imagined that Qin Yu's boyfriend would be so exceptional? She has truly struck gold. Quickly, let's push for trending status and elevate this news. Thus, the romantic involvement between Qin Yu and Chen Nian was officially announced. As anticipated, fans inundated social media with congratulations and well wishes. It's wonderful that Xiao Yu has found such an admirable partner. Indeed, he is a selfless hero who acts without seeking recognition. Bless him. I'm teary-eyed. Xiao Yu has encountered a good man. May she find boundless happiness. When is the concert? I will buy out all the tickets. The story of Qin Yu and Chen Nian has become a cherished tale. Upon witnessing the multitude of blessings from fans, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable joy and pride swell within her. She even created a small account to comment on the official announcement. Xiao Yu is indeed a wonderful woman. Chen Nian, you must cherish her well. After posting, she couldn't resist giving her own comment alike. Chapter 25. The World Boss Emerges. Limited time of 1 day. Chen Nian was leveling up in the wild. Time flew by, and he finally reached level 50. His progression was not the fastest. Many mages, adept at mass monster slaying, surpassed him. However, Chen Nian was unconcerned, as he had the ability to defeat monsters above his level. After returning home for a brief rest to restore his vitality, he prepared for the day ahead. The next morning dawned. It was time to set out. That evening marked the guild's first offline meeting. Chen Nian donned a modest outfit and a mask, boarding the flight to Luqing. Just after takeoff, a notification suddenly appeared before him. Announcement. The highest level player in this region has surpassed level 70, and the world boss has respawned. Defeating the world boss will unlock the calamity summoning feature. Time limit. One day, the world boss had emerged. Chen Nian was slightly taken aback. He anticipated that the fastest leveler in Linhai City would have already surpassed level 70. It seemed he had been idling for too long. Should the world boss not be defeated within the stipulated time, the calamity summoning feature would remain inaccessible, significantly weakening the players of Linhai City and diminishing their means of advancement. More critically, failure to vanquish the world boss on time would herald the arrival of the Blood Moon Calamity. This was the most dire consequence, one that could obliterate Linhai City and claim millions of lives. Gazing out the airplane window at the receding city below, Chen Nian murmured, leveling so quickly, "I hope you manage to deal with the world boss before I return. If you cannot, I will have to come back and handle it myself. How troublesome. The world boss has appeared. What the hell? It truly is the world boss. I can't believe it's triggered like this. Has every top-tier player really reached level 70 already? This is absurdly fast. I'm still only level 10. Not to mention, I haven't even received my talent card yet." Everyone in Linhai City received this news simultaneously, causing an uproar, especially the official enforcement team. "Quick, deploy all available drones to locate the world boss. Release a recruitment order, gather high-level players, and prepare to take down the world boss. We must defeat it within a day." Those who had truly played the game Calamity were in a state of panic. For instance, Li Yunwei. "What is wrong with Captain Li? You look troubled," inquired a colleague. "If we fail to defeat the world boss within a day, the Blood Moon Calamity will arrive early what?" Li Yunwei's expression turned grave. If the Blood Moon Calamity descended prematurely, the players with current levels and equipment would be helpless against it. The likely outcome would be our annihilation. How could this happen? Upon hearing this, his colleague staggered back 2 steps, pale as a ghost. He never imagined the consequences could be so severe. One can only hope that the players of higher rank will exert their strength, for the safety of the entire city rests upon their shoulders. Within half an hour, the whereabouts of the world boss have been tracked down, located in the wilderness to the south of Lehigh City. A pitch black orb materialized in that space, obscuring all visibility. The scene? Upon projection, an astonishment swept over everyone. Indeed, there stood a colossal black sphere in the wilderness. That was the world boss's barrier. Only by entering this barrier could one qualify to confront the world boss. Li Yunwei declared solemnly, "Quickly, send the assembled volunteers to the target location and commence the assault immediately." All were set into motion. The urgent mobilization of Lehigh City commenced. Yet Chen Nian was nowhere to be found. By that afternoon, he had already arrived in Luqing. However, his phone had been inundated with calls, including one from Li Yunwei. Chen Nian returned the call. "Where are you? The world boss has emerged, and we are urgently gathering volunteers for the assault." Li Yunwei's tone was urgent. To her, Chen Nian was also a formidable contender. "I'm sorry, Sister Li, but I've just exited the city and cannot return," he replied. Beep, beep, beep. Li Yunwei hung up the call without wasting another moment. Chen Nian shrugged, muttering to himself, "A mere world boss should not require my intervention, unless those gathered are nothing but useless players." Night soon enveloped Luqing. The streets were ablaze with lights and revelry, a scene of opulence. Dressed in a black hoodie and jeans, with a mask covering his face, Chen Nian boarded a grand cruise ship. This luxurious vessel, spanning 3 levels, had been reserved for the night. The organizer was none other than Xiao Qi. The reception hall within the cruise ship served as the venue for an offline gathering. "Hello, please present your exclusive QR code." As he ascended to the deck, a server requested Chen Nian to verify his identity with the QR code, which was exclusively available to group members. Outsiders could not gain entry. "Verification successful. Please proceed." Chen Nian donned a hat and stepped into the cruise. It was his first offline meeting, and a sense of nervousness washed over him. Despite these being his own subordinates, they were all formidable figures. The resplendent central hall, illuminated by crystal chandeliers, radiated opulence with its golden threaded carpet. One by one, individuals entered the hall. Among them were businessmen clad in suits, fashionably dressed young elites, youthful students, and older gentlemen. Chen Nian understood well that a mere stamp of their feet could send tremors throughout the world. They held esteemed identities, billionaires, tycoons, scions of prestigious families. Even more daunting was their remarkable prowess. Yet, once these individuals boarded the cruise, they seemed transformed, shedding any airs of superiority. Wow, you're the great goose? Ha ha. I never expected you to truly embody a goose-like appearance. You claim to be Ming Ming? But isn't she's supposed to be an adorable girl? My daughter is named Ming Ming. And you, Nanimo, didn't you say you were 18? Your belly is as round as a soccer ball. A man remains a youth until death. Do you understand? Jasmine, in your photos, you resemble a high school girl. Have you undergone 2 decades of rapid development? Do you truly believe in deceptive images? I'm also in an online romance with Uner. Who knows if it's an old man using a voice changer to deceive me? Brother Yin, you could not only be my elder brother, but perhaps even my father. A 50-year-old berserker, how absurd. Deceptive images, men disguised as women, women disguised as men, voice changers, the harsh truth revealed. The myriad circumstances of online encounters unfold here. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves amidst the revelry, the sound system suddenly blared to life, a soft and adorable voice resonating. Welcome, everyone, to the gathering in Luzhou. Silence. Silence. Everyone, please be quiet. Instantly, all fell silent, gazing towards the central stage. A young girl stepped forward. Chapter 26. The Spirit of Words and the God of Death, suppressing the crowd. A young maiden stepped into the center of the stage, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Clad in a black gown that accentuated her noble and elegant demeanor, her lustrous, flowing hair cascaded gently over her shoulders. Her bright, expressive eyes sparkled like stars, while her exquisitely defined features framed a delicate visage, eliciting waves of admiration from the audience below. Could this be Xiaoqi? My goodness! Xiaoqi is simply breathtaking. Her beauty eclipses that of even the most renowned starlets. Who would have imagined that such a youthful and enchanting girl was the most formidable female swordmaster in the game? Chen Nian quietly observed the striking beauty who commanded the crowd's attention, unable to suppress his own astonishment. Although Xiaoqi shared selfies daily, seeing her in person was a revelation. She was even more stunning than her photographs, truly a beauty who could bring calamity to a nation. Xiaoqi, is that what you all call her? That is a term of endearment reserved for my brother, Wu Yu. She formally introduced herself. My gaming ID is Qi Yin, and my real name is Su Jinyu, the organizer of this offline meeting. The purpose of gathering everyone here from afar is to discuss strategies for the impending Blood Moon calamity in 20 days. Chen Nian nodded slightly, surprised by her capability to succinctly address the topic. With the Blood Moon calamity approaching, it was imperative for each of us to expedite our leveling up. What a waste of time to convene for a meeting. Discontent murmurs arose from the crowd. All present were proud elites, unwilling to submit entirely to anyone, especially a young girl. I concur. Merely traveling by plane back and forth consumes a significant amount of time, during which our levels could have advanced. A wave of whispered grievances followed. Su Jinyu quickly sensed that the situation was slipping from her grasp and declared in a firm voice, "Silence. Our world is currently facing a grave crisis. As the most powerful guild, we must enhance our cohesion to facilitate united efforts in battle. Solo endeavors will not suffice against the calamity. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Wu Yu." Her intention was to leverage Wu Yu's reputation to quell dissent, but unexpectedly, it had the opposite effect. A stylishly dressed man with piercings and tattoos spoke up. His name was Gu Xiao, son of a wealthy oil magnate. "Young lady, might you refrain from incessantly invoking Wu Yu's name?" He scoffed. He was too intimidated to attend such an important offline gathering. What relevance does he hold in this context? Gu Xiao's remarks acted as a spark, igniting the frustrations harbored by many in the crowd. Of course, several had been swayed by Gu Xiao's influence. He sought to elevate his standing within the guild by undermining Wu Yu, even aspiring to become a leader. Wu Yu had always meticulously guarded his personal information. Was it not indicative of his disregard for us as comrades? Indeed, how could he justify his persistent absence from our midst? Cease your chatter. Perhaps he is secretly enhancing himself at this very moment, leaving all the troublesome matters to us. Naturally, There are many who assist in voicing for the Silent One, including Shao Qi. Yet amidst the throng of hundreds, it is simply overwhelming. The cacophony of voices surged like a tidal wave, rendering control nearly impossible. Su Jinyu was in a state of great anxiety, and in her desperation, she resorted to her extraordinary ability, sword mastery. Her innate talent was known as the Sword Immortal, the most formidable among sword-related skills. Silence, she commanded. What? Do you intend to suppress us through force? I call you Sister Qi out of respect. Yet now that our levels are nearly equal, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Gu Xiu sneered and spoke. Su Jinyu, I have heard today mark your birthday. You have harbored feelings for the Silent One for so long, yet he refuses to meet you even on such a day. You selflessly handle his myriad affairs. Can you truly find peace within yourself? Upon hearing his words, Su Jinyu's eyes quivered slightly. The numerous sword shadows hovering above her head gradually dissipated. Her pupils were filled with desolation as her head drooped. She recalled the moment when she had invited the Silent One only to be turned down, leaving her heart feeling as though a piece were missing. At that moment, a wave of darkness surged from the corner of the hall, swiftly engulfing the entire space. The opulent hall transformed in an instant into a realm where one could not see a hand in front of their face. All light was devoured by the endless void. The clamor ceased abruptly, for all present felt an overwhelming pressure. It was as if a scythe hung over their necks, ready to claim their lives at any moment. It is him. He has arrived. Someone collapsed onto the ground, their voice trembling. The embodiment of language, death. With a crisp sound, footsteps echoed forward through the darkness. Su Jinyu's heart raced, filled with intense anticipation. A nonchalant voice reverberated through the hall. Why the silence, my friends? No one dared to respond. The hundreds present felt as though they had been muted. The silence was palpable. The oppressive force exuded by the embodiment of death was terrifying. They could distinctly sense that the Silent One was in a foul mood. Who would dare provoke such misfortune? Even Gu Xiu, who had been the loudest moments ago, now dared not utter a word, holding his breath. Next time, you may test whether you can emerge alive from the realm of death. A blatant threat, a warning from the world's strongest player, the Silent One. Hundreds were drenched in cold sweat. 30 seconds swiftly passed, the darkness receding, and the hall regained its former splendor. However, Chen Nian had quietly departed. For the onlookers, those 30 seconds felt longer than a century. It was utterly terrifying. Many collapsed on the ground, nearly unable to rise. The Silent One had become the embodiment of death. Was he still human? I recall that it was only during his later years that he acquired the highly perilous power of words. Previously, I believed that with the dawn of a new era, he might not be the strongest in the world. Now, in hindsight, I realize how naive I was. Gu Xiu's hair was entirely drenched in sweat. Beside him, the goose patted his shoulder, saying, "Brother, if he truly wished to end your life, you would have perished just now." Gu Xiu promptly collapsed onto the ground, completely shedding any semblance of a noble gentleman. He chuckled, indeed. Brother Bu Yu still cares for me. Su Jinyu was overjoyed. Her heart was already brimming with happiness and satisfaction. For this was the very first time the world had witnessed Bu Yu in reality. He came specifically for me. The mere thought of it rendered her speechless with joy, as she could only smile foolishly. Sister Chi-Chi, shall we continue our discussion? We shall defer to your arrangements. Chapter 27. Xiaoqi's birthday. Chen Nian did not depart from the venue. Instead, he remained inconspicuously in a corner. This time, everyone was remarkably obedient. Whatever Su Jinyu suggested, they wholeheartedly agreed, not daring to exhibit even the slightest dissent. Hence, we have reached an accord. Before the calamity of the Blood Moon descends, we shall establish teleportation arrays between the major cities to facilitate mutual support. Together, we shall weather the storm and safeguard our homeland. The meeting is adjourned. A sumptuous banquet has been prepared in the hall. Everyone is welcome to indulge. With everything organized, Su Jinyu finally exhaled in relief. She paid little heed to the others and ventured outside in search of her silent brother. However, after scouring the 3 levels of the ship and even the deck, she found no trace of him. Before long, the cruise ship docked, marking the successful conclusion of their first offline gathering. Next, everyone would return to their respective cities to continue growing stronger in anticipation of the impending Blood Moon disaster. The night in Luzhou was truly enchanting. Su Jinyu strolled alone along the bustling streets, not accompanied by anyone. Dressed in an exquisite black gown, she resembled a princess escaping from a nightclub, becoming a striking sight wherever she wandered. Today was her birthday, and it felt exceptionally special to her. With the first celebration comes the promise of a second. There would surely be a day when she could truly meet him. Suddenly, a plush bear dressed as a relaxed bear obstructed her path. The fluffy giant was quite adorable. The bear approached her, seemingly holding something in its paw. Is it for me? Su Jinyu wondered, pointing at herself in confusion. The relaxed bear nodded and gestured behind it, as if to say, "Someone asked me to give this to you." It was a greeting card, heart racing with anticipation. Su Jinyu slowly opened the card, revealing a line of small text. Xiaoqi, happy birthday. In an instant, a cacophony of fireworks erupted around her. Boom, boom, boom. Multicolored fireworks illuminated the night sky, brightening the entire expanse within moments. Embracing the card, Su Jinyu's eyes shimmered with tears. Silent brother, you truly know how to make me happy. Just as she was moved, the relaxed bear turned to leave. Indeed, it was Chen Nian in disguise. However, just as he attempted to slip away, the girl behind him pounced, seizing his arm. Silent, you are my silent brother, aren't you? If not, why do you remain silent? Speak. I heard your voice earlier. It's etched in my mind. If you can't just say something. Chen Nian was too frightened to utter a word. Speaking would reveal his identity. Alas, he regretted his earlier bravado, which had inadvertently exposed his voice. He had expected her to forcefully remove the bear costume, yet Su Jinyu merely clung to the bear's arm, her face aglow with joy as she declared, "Rest assured. Silent brother, I want to force you to reveal yourself, but you must celebrate my birthday with me tonight." A peculiar scene unfolded as a beautiful young lady donned in a black gown strolled through the night market, cradling a massive, plush bear. Observing her unbridled joy, Chen Nian sighed and acquiesced to her whims. After wandering for the better part of the night, Su Jinyu finally grew weary and pulled Chen Nian down to the roadside for a chat, eventually resting her head against him as sleep overtook her. At 2 a.m, the street bore witness to a tender moment, with a man and a bear nestled together. Chen Nian calculated the time. The world boss in Linhai City was set to appear in the morning, yet no notifications of successful attempts at vanquishing it had surfaced. He resolved to indulge her for a while longer before returning at dawn. As the clock struck 5, Chen Nian removed the bear costume and contacted a wealthy local woman in Luxian, requesting her to pick up Xiaoqi. He then slipped away quietly, realizing that catching a commercial flight at this hour would be futile. Wait a moment, wasn't there someone in the guild who owned an airline and possessed a private jet? He decided to ask for a ride. Just as Chen Nian departed, Su Jinyu awoke instantly, though in truth she had not truly slept. She had merely feigned slumber for 3 hours to lower his guard. How could she squander the rare opportunity to spend time with her beloved on sleep? She swiftly made a phone call, demanding all surveillance footage from the vicinity, affirming that she wanted every angle captured. With so many cameras around, surely one would have recorded the event. Don't think your mask will shield you. This is the age of high technology, and you will be caught. Meanwhile, earlier in Linhai City, a frantic call had gone out, rallying skilled individuals to unite against the world boss. On the plains, countless extraordinary beings had gathered. Knights, swordsmen, elemental mages, archers, rangers, and a myriad of others with unique talents, all convened in anticipation. Before them loomed the colossal black barrier of the world boss, with a singular entrance marked by the number 1,000. As more adventurers entered, the number dwindled, signifying that only 1,000 could pass. This was the world boss. Gazing at the enormous creature sprawled across the plains, a chill ran down their spines upon reading the information above it. World boss. The Tortoise Mountain Demon, level 90, first order. This tortoise measured approximately 100 meters in length. Its massive gray-black shell bearing the weight of a towering mountain that seemed to pierce the heavens. The onlookers felt like the tiniest ants in the world, utterly powerless against such a behemoth. Could this truly be a monster we could conquer? It was far too immense. It was simply too gigantic. I feel as though my attacks barely amount to a mere tickle. As more individuals entered the barrier, the grand assembly finally reached its culmination, and the people commenced their assault on the world boss. Within the confines of the barrier, countless extraordinary beings launched their assaults upon the Tortoise Mountain demon turtle. In an instant, the sky was filled with a dazzling display of light, a spectacle of unmatched brilliance. Yet, despite the onslaught of swords, spears, and the tumult of wind, rain, and thunder, no significant damage was inflicted upon the world boss. It remained withdrawn, its head not even peeking out, as if it were in a deep slumber, motionless. After 2 hours of fervent assault, the results were still dishearteningly negligible. Goodness, how does one defeat such a creature? After all this time, it feels as though we are making no progress, unable to breach its defenses. Even if we cannot prevail, we must continue the fight. If we fail to vanquish the world boss within the stipulated time, the Blood Moon Calamity will descend upon our region prematurely. In the coastal city, this inaugural encounter with the world boss has reached a stalemate. Chapter 28. The grueling battle against the world boss, Chen Nian returns. Li Yunwei stands at the forefront, serving as the chief commander of the assault. She understands that the current group is utterly incapable of vanquishing the world boss. For the leading extraordinary players have yet to arrive. The extraordinary players are categorized as follows. First tier, levels 60 to 70. Second tier, levels 40 to 60. Third tier, levels 20 to 40. The majority present are merely second and third tier players. Their levels too low and their attack power insufficient to inflict significant damage on the world boss. Report. Team Leader Li. We have learned that the individual who triggered the world boss is named Chu Long, the first level 70 player in Linhai City. Where is he? Why has he not come to participate in the battle against the world boss? Team Leader Li, we have already contacted him, and he insists that you personally extend the invitation. Such a lofty attitude. It is said that Chu Long is the leader of a guild composed entirely of high-level elites, none of whom have yet engaged in battle. Upon hearing this, Li Yunwei swiftly dons her coat. Let us go meet them. In an underground billiards room, about a dozen young men and women are casually playing pool, dressed in fashionable attire, smoking and adorned with tattoos. Empty liquor bottles litter the floor, while the television broadcasts scenes of the world boss assault. Haha, do they really think they can defeat the world boss? What a bunch of pathetic low-level players, completely oblivious to their own limitations. The speaker, a young man in a leather jacket with fiery red hair, is none other than Chu Long, the highest-ranked player in Linhai City and the one who triggered the world boss. Boss Chu, should we not lend a hand? If the Blood Moon Calamity descends, we will also be affected. Why the rush? Chu Nian retorts with a cigarette casually dangling from his lips. We shall wait for the officials to come and invite us. That way, we can negotiate our terms. It is not us who should be anxious. Haha, the boss is wise. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the tightly shut door of the billiards room swings open. A poised woman strides in, her military boots echoing on the floor, flanked by uniformed enforcers standing in 2 neat rows at the entrance. Li Yunwei casually picks up a cue stick and, with a swift motion, sinks the last ball into the pocket. Who is Chu Long? I am Li Yunwei, commander of the World Boss Assault Team, and I invite you to join the battle. But we have been grinding hard for days. We are fatigued, just state your terms. Haha, Team Leader Li is straightforward. 100 million, and our entire guild will join you in battle. Deal. Li Yunwei has no time for further banter. Time is of the essence. Problems resolvable by money are not problems at all. If the world boss cannot be dealt with swiftly, it would spell disaster for Linhai City. Brothers, let us get to work. Chu Long rallies his guild members, and they depart in a dedicated vehicle, swiftly arriving at the world boss zone. Currently, there are still over 800 individuals within the barrier. Exhausted from their relentless assaults, each one is left utterly fatigued. Yet the colossal tortoise shows no sign of movement. Step aside, novices. Gazing at the mountain-like behemoth, Chu Long grinned. This is an unprecedented world boss. Allow me to shatter its shell. With that, lightning flickered beneath his feet, gradually lifting him into the air. Bolts of purple lightning swirled around him, an aura of destruction emanating constantly. compelling those nearby to retreat hastily. He is the Thunder Mage. No wonder his level has risen so swiftly. The Thunder Mage's area of effect prowess is undoubtedly unparalleled. Quick, move away, lest you be caught in his wake. Chulong paid no heed to the commotion below, raising his staff and aiming at the giant tortoise. Based on my deductions, its weakness must lie atop that mountain. If I can obliterate it, surely it will emerge from its shell. Such is the instinct of a high-tier player. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as a thunder dragon spell was unleashed. The robust, bright purple lightning dragon collided with the mountain, producing a deafening sound that shook the earth. The smile on Chulong's face gradually froze at that moment. Impossible. His most formidable lightning spell failed to shatter the mountain, merely dislodging a few fragments of rock. Its defensive capabilities are astonishingly formidable. As the highest level player present, even he could not breach the tortoise's defenses. It is no wonder others have struggled in vain. Li Yunwei's expression grew increasingly grave. He did not expect this fellow to be ineffective either. This poses a considerable dilemma. With millions in Linhai City, is there truly no powerful warrior capable of confronting it? Qin Yu was also present. She had already made an attempt at attacking, but even with her epic tier equipment, she could not inflict significant damage on the boss and had no choice but to retreat. Xiao Yu, have you not been able to reach Chen Nian? Deng Rongrong pressed. Being one of Qin Yu's game friends, and among the few aware of Chen Nian's true identity. No, I cannot get through. Why do you keep asking me to contact him? Deng Rongrong thought. If we cannot rely on him, do you expect me to rely on you? Now, the entire city of Linhai can only pin its hopes on him. He is the silent master. With him present, perhaps we could contend with this world boss. The other players are merely jesters wasting their efforts. I know Chen Nian possesses considerable strength, but even that level 70 player was ineffective. His arrival may not guarantee success either. Moreover, he might already be engaged in battle within, Qin Yu remarked. Deng Rongrong immediately shook her head. Impossible. If the silent master were fighting inside, that tortoise would not remain so undisturbed. Are you jesting with me? Deng, Chen Nian is my boyfriend, not yours. Why do you seem to know him better than I? Just a casual comment. Thus, time continued to elapse. The extraordinary individuals of Linhai City battled throughout the night. Yet, they still could not breach the mountain atop the tortoise's back. As time inexorably slips away and the sun ascends, a sense of despair envelopes the hearts of the people, particularly those who are true players of Calamity. It is over. We are doomed. The failure to vanquish the world boss hastens the arrival of the Blood Moon Catastrophe, and soon, we shall all perish. I shall no longer fight. I am determined to escape this city, not by car, but by plane. Fleeing from Linhai City is of utmost importance. We must depart swiftly. A multitude of extraordinary beings abandon the quest to defeat the world boss in favor of evasion, and even Xu Long makes the same choice, rallying his guildmates to retreat. There are still so many engaged in battle. Do you intend to flee? Li Yunwei obstructs their path. Is it a death wish not to escape? I would forfeit not just 100 million, but even 1 billion. Chulong does not look back. At that moment, a plane soars high above Linhai City, marking the return of Chen Nian. Chapter 29, The Judgment of the Golden Sword, Vanquishing the World Boss. Chen Nian returned aboard a private plane. To spend a little more time with Xiao Qi and still make it back to Linhai City on time, he had to once again leverage his intricate network of connections. However, the hour was growing late. Time remaining for World Boss Assault. 0060. The final hour should suffice. Open the cabin door. Yes. Another steward, clad in black, responded. Abruptly opening the aircraft's door is an exceedingly perilous act, yet the physique of an extraordinary being is not akin to that of an ordinary person, rendering it relatively safe. As the door swung open with urgency, a powerful suction force erupted, yet Chen Nian's body remained steadfast, advancing step by step. With a tranquil demeanor, he leaped down. He wore no parachute, nor did he possess any protective gear, plunging straight from several thousand meters above. Word spirit, void serpent. An intangible serpent manifested, encircling Chen Nian's form, guiding him downward in a straight descent. With the serpent's protection, he could freely cushion his fall, sustaining no harm. He traversed layer upon layer of clouds, the earth below becoming increasingly distinct. Yet this was scarcely sufficient. Word spirit, eagle eye. Simultaneously, Chen Nian invoked a second word spirit. His vision sharpened multiple times over, as if the entire world lay before him. He clearly discerned the vast black barrier below, the domain of the world boss. Previously, he had acquired intelligence regarding the world boss. The barrier could only be accessed through the entrance. Wait, there are others in the air? Chen Yan's pupils constricted sharply, a chill running through him. It's over, it's her. Yi Hongling. Yi Hongling, known as Qi Ling in disaster, possessed the rare talent of a fire mage, the supreme red lotus sorceress. Currently at level 95, she had even surpassed the world boss's level. Her rate of ascension is unmatched globally. A true goddess-level female player. A captivating and formidable woman. Her real-world identity was even more formidable, being the beloved daughter of a high-ranking general in the Dragon Kingdom. Power, status, beauty, and wealth all coalesce in this terrifying woman. Although Shao Qi was also powerful, she remained somewhat naive and easily swayed in Chen Yan's eyes. Yi Hongling, however, wielded far more terrifying methods. A significant portion of Chen Yan's preparations stemmed from his fear of her discovering his true identity. At this very moment, Yi Hongling hovered above the world boss's territory. Dressed in a striking crimson gown, she sat astride a broom engulfed in flames. Her bare feet gently swaying as she toyed with her wine-red hair. Are you truly in this city? Will you? Previously, she had speculated that Wu Yu resided in this city, having defeated a wild boss to acquire the first epic-grade equipment. Yet it remained merely a conjecture. She was now here to verify it. If even such a monster cannot be vanquished, then I must have been mistaken. How dull. A flame fox, known as Fire Spirit, hovered over her shoulder. Fire Spirit, puzzled, questioned, Master, are the players in this region truly so weak? If you were to strike, surely a single incantation would suffice. Regrettably, having vanquished a world boss in another territory just yesterday, her strength had yet to fully replenish, rendering her unable to assist. Yi Hongling had traversed several regions, successfully eliminating 3 world bosses, which accounted for her rapid ascent in levels. Time was of the essence. She pondered, perhaps that individual would unexpectedly emerge at the last moment. At that very instant, Chen Nian hovered above Yi Hongling's head, an unusual sheen of perspiration glistening on his brow. Utilizing his keen eyesight, he was able to track her movements. What should he do now? If he were to eliminate the world boss, she would undoubtedly come seeking him. A thought struck him. He possessed a bold plan. Should it succeed, not only would he defeat the world boss, but he could also conceal his own identity. Upon slaying the world boss, his level would surely soar beyond 55, allowing him to learn the new incantation, Shadow of Invisibility, which could render him completely unseen. It was imperative to strike with precision, to obliterate the world boss in a single blow. Failing to do so would prevent his advancement, and the prospect of Yi Hongling catching up was daunting. With newfound determination, Chen Nian accelerated downward, simultaneously invoking his third incantation. Incantation, Flame Burst. Flames erupted from his form, transforming him into a colossal fireball. Plummeting from the sky at breakneck speed, he resembled a meteor of fire, streaking past Yi Hongling. It's him. Pursue. With flames erupting from her broom, Yi Hongling too became a blazing comet, hot on his trail. Below, onlookers were awestruck. Look, 2 meteors, exclaimed one. Are those meteors truly falling? They were utterly oblivious to the fact that the meteors were, in reality, 2 individuals in pursuit of one another. As they descended closer to the ground, they were on a collision course with a dark, spherical barrier. A charming smile graced Yi Hongling's lips. Now that you have appeared before me, do you truly believe you can evade capture? To attempt to slay the boss beneath my very nose without exposing yourself? Surely, you are too optimistic. Even you cannot escape. Today, if you seek to kill this world boss, I shall assuredly apprehend you. At that moment, Chen Nian unleashed his 4th incantation. Sequence 121, Judgment Gold Sword. Ancient and cryptic syllables erupted from his lips. Chen Nian's pupils gleamed with a golden light as a golden sword materialized above his head, akin to a sovereign gracing the mortal realm. With a single stroke, he cleaved a gap in the black barrier protecting the world boss. What? Yi Hongling gasped in astonishment. Even she was taken aback. This individual had forcefully shattered the barrier safeguarding the world boss. Was he still human? Yet, the more astonished she became, the more exhilarated she felt. At the very least, it is now certain that this individual remains silent, indeed concealed within this city. There's no escape for you. A breach has been torn in the black barrier. A colossal fireball plummets, leaving the onlookers utterly astounded. What an absurd meteorite, capable of shattering even the protective barrier of a world boss. Such is the outrageousness. Yet, what follows is an even more astonishing spectacle than they have ever witnessed in their lives. The mountain atop, the massive tortoise collapses with a thunderous roar. This mountain, which withstood relentless assaults from thousands for an entire day, and had nearly crushed the hopes of countless souls, crumbled as easily as tofu. Debris soared through the air like a grand display of fireworks. At the base of the mountain lay the heart of the giant tortoise, a soil-colored energy crystal, harder than its shell. Yet with the descent of the judgment sword, it shattered into pieces. The world boss was vanquished in an instant. Chapter 30, The Epic Set. Chen Nian's new objective, the Tua Mountain Demon Turtle, a level 90 world boss endowed with formidable defensive capabilities, was vanquished in a single blow by the level 50 Chen Nian. As its shell shattered, the colossal beast transformed into a swirling black mist, gradually dissipating into the atmosphere. Congratulations on defeating the world boss Tua Mountain Demon Turtle. Gene Energy 5599. Level up 50 to 60. Congratulations on acquiring the Epic Equipment Demon Turtle Helmet. Congratulations on acquiring the Epic Equipment Demon Turtle Leggings. Congratulations on obtaining the rare forging material to Mountain Demon Turtle Shell. Congratulations on receiving 3 disaster summoning scrolls simultaneously. All others received notifications. Limited time hunt of the world boss successful. Chen Nian had no time to contemplate the treasures he had acquired. Upon reaching level 60, he learned a common spell, Shadow Concealment, and without hesitation, he cast it immediately. Sequence 44, Shadow Concealment. The power of the spell enveloped him, obscuring his form and presence, rendering him nearly undetectable. The moment he touched the ground, he had already vanished. His plan unfolded flawlessly. At that very moment, Yi Hongling had caught up from behind, anxiously scanning her surroundings, yet she could not find the figure that was supposed to be present. Well, it seems I underestimated you. Wu Yu, to annihilate a world boss while also concealing oneself is quite an impressive feat. Yi Hongling, who had believed victory was assured, found herself outmaneuvered. While the others remained oblivious to the entanglement between the two, still awestruck by the sudden demise of the world boss. Wow, what happened? How did it die? Wasn't it just fine moments ago? Look, there's someone over there. People finally noticed Yi Hongling, suspended in midair, and began to marvel at her beauty and strength. Heavens, that sister in red is stunning. Is she a fire element mage? I've never seen such a powerful meteor spell. So terrifying. With a single meteor spell, she annihilated the world boss. Is she even human? Goodness. Wait. ISNT, there's someone like that in the disaster, Qi Ling. Could she be Qi Ling, the top-tier Scarlet Lotus sorceress? Most believed it was Yi Hongling who had slain the world boss. However, she was infuriated, realizing that in her frantic pursuit, she had been outsmarted by Wu Yu. She understood all too well that, even at her peak strength, she could never shatter that dark barrier. Such a feat was only possible for someone as extraordinary as Wu Yu. Oh well, since I've confirmed you are in this city, I shall take my time to search for you. Yi Hongling snorted disdainfully and transformed into a blazing flame, soaring away. She had no desire to linger and be bombarded with attention. She has left. Is she not from Linghai City, but rather a powerful ally from elsewhere? It is highly likely. Chu Long stood there, utterly stunned, his pupils trembling, his mouth agape, as if he had forgotten how to close it. Just a minute ago, he was preparing to flee with his subordinates. Yet, within a mere minute, the world boss had been vanquished. Boss, are you joking? A creature so formidable that you cannot even touch it. How could anyone else possibly defeat it so swiftly? That would be absurd. Haha, but that is Qi Ling, one of the top female players in the world. It is hardly surprising that she could obliterate the world boss. You lot understand nothing. As a seasoned player of disaster, how could Chu Long fail to perceive the hidden truths? The meteor and thunder dragon spells are of the same tier. If I cannot penetrate the defenses of the world boss, how could she breach the barrier and annihilate the boss? Who could she possibly be? The crowd was perplexed. Silence. When Chu Long uttered that name, his voice quivered. In his mind, the only one capable of such a feat was him, and that woman, Yi Hongling, might indeed be pursuing Bu Yu. Every player knew of her interest in him, and there had always been a romantic entanglement between them. Bu Yu. Upon hearing this legendary name, incredulity washed over the faces of the crowd. Perhaps the truth was that while Bu Yu was evading Yi Hongling's pursuit, he had effortlessly dispatched the world boss, revealing the complete narrative. What? Is this truly a human being? Those who comprehended the battle were not only Chu Long, but also the commander, Li Yunwei. Who could have anticipated that a world boss in Linhai City would attract two of the utmost elite fighters? It is indeed our honor. Had we known Bu Yu was in Linhai City, there would have been no need for such panic. Aside from the veteran players of disaster, who could somewhat deduce the truth, there were also three friends beside Qin Yu. Each one was more exhilarated than the last. Bu Yu. It must have been Bu Yu who intervened. He could even shatter the limitation of a 1,000-player barrier. Such power is terrifying. Truly, Brother Bu Yu, to witness him in action is an honor beyond compare. Qin Yu, who had always been an admirer of Bu Yu, was now so excited she nearly leaped up. Is it really him? Why can't I catch even a glimpse of him? Where is he? Where is he? Seeing Qin Yu frantically searching around, the other three could not help but internally scoff. He is your boyfriend. You are indeed blissfully unaware of your fortune. However, it is fortunate that Brother Chen Nian returned just in time. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss regarding the world boss. As the crowd marveled in astonishment, Chen Nian, employing his stealthy skill, had silently rejoined the throng, unnoticed. Shall we initiate a server-wide announcement? A server-wide announcement? No, that would be too ostentatious. Chen Nian declined. Amidst the throng of departing warriors, Chen Nian meticulously assessed his bountiful spoils. His level had risen significantly, boasting 2 pieces of epic gear, along with the rare materials known as the Tuo mountain turtle shell and a scroll of calamity. The rewards were indeed plentiful, and the attributes of the equipment dazzled him. The epic turtle helm offered a formidable defense of 100, with no attack value, but granted a substantial boost to Constitution of 15. Its unique effects were remarkable. The complete Tuo mountain turtle set conferred a 20 increase to overall defense, while the full 4-piece set enhanced it by an impressive 30, additionally bestowing the special skill of rebound, allowing for automatic retaliation against all attacks. Upon reflection, Chen Nian realized that this was a set of epic gear specialized for defense. With a fearsome protective capability, the Tuo mountain turtle shell he possessed could be utilized to forge clothing. Yet the other piece of epic equipment had not fallen into his hands. Rather, it had been claimed by another fortunate player. To assemble the ultimate 4-piece set, he would need to seek out this player. Thus, Chen Nian's next objective was clear: to unite the pieces of this epic ensemble in preparation for the impending Blood Moon calamity. Chapter 31 Qin Yu. This equipment shall be bestowed upon Chen Nian. Chen Nian donned the 2 new pieces of epic gear. As the equipment melded with his very being, he now adorned 3 epic items, resulting in an unprecedented surge in his attributes. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage, unique, gene level, first stage, level 60, Constitution, 100 agility, 72 supernatural, 67 attack bonus, 130 defense bonus, 500 combat power assessment, 43 stars with his defense skyrocketing to 500. His combat power assessment also saw a significant increase, with his constitution reaching the remarkable threshold of 100. A constitution of 100 implies that, disregarding defensive capabilities, Chen Nian can withstand attacks from light firearms. Considering the formidable additional defense, he could withstand not only ordinary firearms, but even a railgun head-on. As his defenses continue to rise, it may not be inconceivable to withstand a nuclear bomb. On another front, the world boss had just been vanquished. A chorus of sighs echoed among the crowd. Alas, after toiling for so long against the boss, not a single reward was obtained. I, however, have acquired a fine piece of equipment. My efforts were not in vain. I was fortunate enough to obtain a rare material, though I have no idea how to utilize it. When a player defeats a boss solo, there is an 80% chance that all drops will fall into the victor's inventory, which means they belong to Chen Nian. The remaining 20 is randomly distributed among the others. In other words, out of the hundreds or even thousands present, they are competing for that 20. Among them, one fortunate soul obtained an epic piece of equipment. Chen Yu's face suddenly illuminated with incredulous joy. I have received a splendid piece of equipment. Just moments ago, she received the notification. Congratulations, you have acquired the epic equipment, armored shell of the demon turtle. Indeed, she was that ultimate lucky one. Seeing her expression of delight, Fatty Deng likely grasped the situation, hastily interjecting with a warning. Xiaoyu, do not flaunt your wealth. Epic equipment can incite envy. If others become aware, they might set their sights on you. Chen Yu immediately understood, striving to regain her composure as she discreetly made her way outside. However, her earlier unusual behavior did not go unnoticed by two others. That woman seems to possess something valuable. Let us follow her quietly. As she walked, Chen Yu observed that the surroundings were devoid of onlookers. The excitement on her small face could no longer be concealed, and she whispered, I have obtained an epic piece of armor. What? Deng Rongrong and the others were equally astonished, never expecting Chen Yu to be so fortunate. To secure an epic piece of equipment from such a large crowd is truly an act of divine favor. Xiaoyu, how do you plan to handle this equipment? Will you keep it for yourself or sell it? At this juncture, if you were to trade it in the marketplace, you could undoubtedly command a handsome price. I do not intend to sell it. Then it shall be kept for yourself. After all, Xiaoyu, you are not lacking in funds. I have no intention of using it myself. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yu stated earnestly, I intend to gift this piece of equipment to Chen Nian. The three of them gasped in astonishment. What was happening? Could it be that this young lady had already uncovered Chen Nian's true identity? Otherwise, why would she be willing to bestow such a valuable item upon him? Well, he had previously gifted me an epic-level piece of equipment and a rare job transfer card, which I had been unable to repay. This would be perfect. Such a splendid item would be wasted on me. It is far better suited for him. Chen Yu blushed and stammered. The three of them sighed in relief. Fortunately, it seemed the girl was not as astute as they had feared. All right, I support this. I too support it. Gifting it to Chen Nian is a splendid idea, especially since you two are a couple. Chen Yu bit her lip and inquired, have you managed to contact Chen Nian? We have been unable to reach him. It should be possible now. The three were well aware that Chen Nian had already taken action against the world boss, so he was undoubtedly back. Just then, however, Deng Rongrong's expression suddenly darkened. Be careful, someone is following us. Quick move. As they hastened their pace, they were met head-on by two individuals blocking their path. 4 of them in total, they were surrounded. Chen Yu's expression shifted. Who are you? What do you want? Sister, if I'm not mistaken, you must be concealing something valuable, correct? Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's heart raced. I'm not even a secondary tier player. I do not know what you're talking about. Please let us pass. Well, judging by your reaction, it seems I have hit the mark, hee. The young man at the forefront smiled. Here's the deal. We will not make it difficult for you. Hand over the items, and we will spare your lives. Deng Rongrong and the others were taken aback. They never expected to be targeted by those with ulterior motives. However, this group was exceedingly bold, attempting to seize the equipment of Chen Nian's girlfriend. If Chen Nian sought revenge, they would likely not know how they met their demise. This was no mere misstep. It was akin to kicking a titanium alloy steel plate. You dare to rob us in broad daylight? Are you not afraid we will report you? Chen Yu shouted. Dear sister, do not be so naive. The rules of the world today are far different from the past. All conflicts among players are survival of the fittest. How amusing. As long as we do not take lethal action, the law enforcement team has no reason to trouble us. Do you understand, little girl? If you do, Swiftly hand over the items, and do not force us to resort to violence. Deng Rongrong also urged softly, Xiaoyu, perhaps we should be pragmatic. If we lose the equipment, it is but a trifle. Our lives are far more precious. No. Qin Yu's gaze was resolute. This is meant for Chen Nian. It cannot be easily surrendered to others. Uncooperative, then take action. This infuriates me. Just when I had acquired such fine equipment, it's being snatched away. It is entirely my fault. Had I not reacted so strongly earlier, they would have remained oblivious. Qin Yu, filled with exasperation, was on the verge of tears. It was evident that she had never been in a fight before. The value of the equipment was of little consequence. What truly pained her was the loss of the heartfelt gift she had intended for Chen Nian. Little Yu, do not be upset. Let us seek out Chen Nian, one suggested. Seek him for what purpose? I have lost the equipment I intended to give him. I shall not pursue him any longer, she retorted. But he could assist you in retrieving it. Retrieve it? He helps me reclaim it. And then I present it to him? That renders it utterly meaningless. The three exchanged glances, pondering her reasoning. Ahem. I wonder how Chen Nian will react once he learns of your true identity. Chapter 32. The Challenge. The battle is imminent, Qin Yu exclaimed in indignation. This is unacceptable. I must report this to the Enforcement Bureau. Surely, there must be some authority that addresses robbery in this world before long. Qin Yu sought out Li Yunwei, a female enforcement officer known for her admirable integrity and straightforward demeanor, who had left a positive impression on Qin Yu during their encounters at school. However, after she recounted the situation in detail, Li Yunwei's response was rather pragmatic. I'm afraid the Enforcement Bureau cannot intervene in this matter. Why not? Qin Yu pressed. Internal disputes and thefts have occurred over 1,000 times since the merging of the game worlds. If we were to oversee every single incident, we would be utterly overwhelmed. Qin Yu felt disheartened, but resigned to the futility of his situation, he swallowed his frustration. Wait a moment. I recall you were once Chen Nian's girlfriend? Li Wei inquired suddenly. Yes, what of it? Have you been in contact with him recently? She continued. No, he might be preoccupied, Qin Yu responded. After leaving the Enforcement Bureau, his anger intensified. Xiaoyu, why are you being so stubborn? We should inform Chen Nian. He will surely have a way to resolve this. Deng Rongrong was nearly frantic, almost revealing that Chen Nian had fallen silent. Yet, he could not divulge such an absolute secret. I shall rally people. Rally them for what purpose? To confront them and reclaim our possessions. What Xiaoyu, have you lost your mind? Since the Enforcement Bureau has chosen not to intervene, we shall take matters into our own hands. What is the problem with that? Qin Yu was resolute, unwilling to heed any counsel. Sister, but where will we find people? Hire them. Qin Yu immediately opened the regional trading channel to announce, recruiting high-level mercenaries for combat. Generous rewards await. Indeed, she intended to spend money to hire individuals to reclaim what was theirs. The rest of the group was left dumbfounded. A determined woman could indeed be terrifying meanwhile. Chen Nian finally returned home, moving at a leisurely pace. Reflecting on his recent journey, it had been eventful yet safe. He had met Xiao Qi offline and had nearly been caught by Yi Hongling. Why were they so fixated on him instead of focusing on leveling up? Upon arriving home, Chen Nian paused. Someone was waiting for him at the door. A striking woman clad in a crisp camouflage uniform with a high ponytail. Captain Li, are you waiting for me? Yes, where have you been? I couldn't reach you earlier. I just returned from a world boss expedition. It was exhausting. That creature was incredibly difficult to defeat. But fortunately, a strong player intervened. How come I wasn't aware that you were on a world boss expedition? Li Yunwei inquired with a serious tone. I am aware of everyone who entered the barrier. When did you go in? Chen Nian was taken aback. What? You can remember 1,000 people? That is quite extraordinary. I couldn't squeeze in due to the crowd, so I merely observed from the outside, he replied, feigning calmness with a smile. You did not participate in the battle? Correct. Then why are you covered in dust and dirt? Truly, the Enforcement Division lives up to its reputation. The depth of insight and sharpness of perception left Chen Nian utterly astonished. Li Yunwei chuckled meaningfully. I shan't jest with you any longer. Let me share some news. Your girlfriend, Qin Yu, has had her equipment stolen. She just came to find me. What equipment? An epic-level item dropped by a world boss. What? Chen Nian was once again taken aback. That girl has the fortune of a true emperor. The very piece I was missing was bestowed upon her, and now it has been snatched away. You had no idea? It seems she did not intend to inform you of this matter. Chen Nian nodded. Indeed, she has not disclosed it to me. Captain Li, would you be so kind as to reveal the identity of the perpetrator? I've looked into it. They are quite troublesome, affiliated with Chu Long's guild, a level 70 player, nearly the highest in the city. Understood. I advise you not to provoke him lightly and invite unnecessary trouble. Losing the equipment is one thing. Well, I merely came to inform you of this situation. Thank you. Captain Li, I appreciate your efforts. As Li Yunwei walked a short distance away, he received a call from a colleague. Captain, we've found something. This young man named Chen Nian took a flight to Lu City yesterday, but there is no record of any return flight. Very well. Li Yunwei smiled. This situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. How did he return without any flight information? This Chen Nian may be more than he seems. Continue investigating. Has anything significant occurred in Lu City recently? Lu City appears to be hosting several prominent figures at the same time, including billionaires, business moguls, second-generation heirs, and affluent heiresses, causing quite a stir. Understood. With so many influential individuals gathered in Lu City, and Chen Nian among them, could it be that he is attending some sort of gathering? Perhaps we can use this opportunity to gauge Chen Nian's capabilities. If he can even best Chu Long, then his identity becomes all the more fascinating. The following day, Qin Yu formally issued a challenge to the opponent. That night, at the dock of Linhai City, Yang Yin stood with a group awaiting the arrival of their esteemed guest. Who would have thought that little sister would come to confront us? She certainly has some spirit. Of course, after having her epic-level equipment stolen, any reasonable person would find it hard to swallow that indignity. Yet, she may not fully grasp her own strength. Yang, how should we approach this? That woman is a renowned star. If we defeat her, wouldn't we have the chance to have some fun with her? Yang Yin was the very individual who had stolen Qin Yu's equipment. He grinned widely. That would still require our boss to intervene first. Where's the boss? Over there, smoking a cigarette. Does this kind of skirmish really necessitate our boss's direct involvement? You have a point. Oh, here they come. Not far down the road, several vehicles came to a stop, and a group of people confidently alighted. They were indeed Qin Yu's entourage. She had spent 3 million to hire muscle. This was her hard-earned pocket money, and her objective today was simple. Even if she couldn't secure a victory, she must reclaim her dignity. The Qin Yu quartet, along with 7 elite fighters, formed a formidable assembly of 11 individuals, boasting an average level of approximately 40. The two factions officially confronted each other. At this moment, Chen Nian stood atop the elevated platform at the dock, activating his eagle eye to observe everything below. Li Yunwei also concealed himself in the shadows, driven by a singular purpose, to ascertain whether Chen Nian would take action today. Chapter 33. The terrifying dominance of a level 70 expert. Little sister. You've brought quite the entourage today, Yang Yin remarked with a grin, rising from his seat, hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuding the demeanor of a street thug. Yet, his prowess was undeniable. Standing at level 43, he was considered a competent second-tier player. Enough with the pleasantries. Qin Yu retorted coldly, if you lose today, you shall return the equipment. Very well. Yang Yan's smile broadened with audacity. But tell me, what will happen if you find yourself on the losing end, little sister? What do you want from us? Nothing much, just a bit of fun with the older brothers, perhaps some drinks and conversation, and who knows, maybe a little leg touching. The laughter erupted from the group behind him, a cacophony of mockery, having grown accustomed to their wild ways. And with the game blending seamlessly into reality, they possessed extraordinary abilities, rendering them utterly unfazed. Intimidation and arrogance had become their norm. Why would they fear a young girl like Qin Yu? Faced with such blatant humiliation, Qin Yu gritted her teeth in anger, unable to restrain herself any longer. She raised her hand and summoned her epic-grade weapon, the flame bow. Whoosh! An arrow soared through the air. However, to her astonishment, Yang Yin reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the arrow mid-flight. How could this be? TSK, that stings. Yang Yin observed the burn on his fist. glancing at the bow in Chen Yu's grasp, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Such a potent fire attribute attack. That weapon of yours must be quite the treasure, no? Chen Yu instinctively attempted to conceal the weapon. This flame bow, a cherished gift from Chen Nian, was invaluable. She hadn't anticipated that her opponent would be so discerning, recognizing its worth at a glance. A woman of little prowess, yet adorned with fine equipment. Truly a bodhisattva in this world, bringing salvation to all. Brothers, let us get our game faces on. If we win this, we can claim that weapon for ourselves. Another chance at fortune awaits. Ha ha ha. Brother Yang has an eye for quality. The bow indeed appeared extraordinary, at least of rare grade caliber. The previously lackluster enthusiasm suddenly surged. The group eagerly readied themselves, their eyes alight with anticipation. Yet, Chen Yu felt a genuine wave of anxiety. What if they proved too formidable, and she ended up losing both her pride and her weapon? Let's do this. Thus commenced a fierce battle between two factions of extraordinary beings at the docks, with the stakes set high, an epic-grade piece of equipment. As the chaos ensued, it became evident that Chen Yu's side was at a disadvantage. The opposing team consisted of seasoned members from an actual gaming guild, their organizational discipline and cohesion far superior to the disarray of her group. They're too strong. Xiao Yu, we stand no chance. Deng Rongrong lamented, feeling helpless. If only she could confide in Chen Nian, he could resolve this effortlessly without needing to rally such a force. We can win. There are more of us. To her astonishment, Chen Yu summoned another group of individuals, numbering around 10, all of whom were extraordinary beings. Deng Rongrong was equally taken aback, exclaiming, "Little Yu, where did you find so many people? You spent money." Chen Yu had anticipated the possibility of defeat. Thus, she prepared a strategy of sheer numbers. Willing to expend her wealth to overwhelm the adversary, she possessed the means and was determined to spend lavishly, even if it meant depleting her private funds. She was resolute in reclaiming her dignity. Consequently, this new influx of fighters joined the fray, resulting in yet another fierce battle. Alas, they still faced defeat. The hired hands were left battered and bruised, retreating in disarray. Fortunately, the opposing side refrained from delivering fatal blows, knowing that such actions would invoke intervention from the law enforcement agency. Thus, sensible individuals would not cross that threshold. Damn it, this woman really knows how to rally people. Yet, no amount of novices could turn the tide. After 2 consecutive clashes, Yang Yin and his companions had sustained injuries and were growing weary. At that moment, Chen Yu made a phone call. The third wave of reinforcements rushed in with great fervor. How many more people could this woman possibly summon? Yang Yan's group was finally exasperated. They now understood just how formidable a determined woman could be. From a vantage point high above, Chen Nian observed with amusement. It appeared he would not need to intervene, which was fortunate, as he wished to avoid drawing Li Yunwei's attention. With his eagle eye activated, he could survey the entire scene, including the hidden presence of Li Yunwei. Just then, a man approached from outside the dock, stepping forth with deliberate strides. Lightning pierced the darkness. In an instant, he was among the crowd, faint electrical sparks still crackling around him. He was the Thunder Mage, Chu Long, the president of the guild and the highest-ranking individual in Linhai City. Upon his arrival, a wave of respect washed over the crowd as they bowed their heads. "Boss, you've come." Chu Long's disdainful gaze swept over the gathered assembly. Raising his right hand, a blinding orb of lightning erupted within his palm, the flickering arcs resembling numerous serpents. Suddenly, those lightning serpents surged forth. The air was filled with a cacophony of anguished screams. Under the relentless assault of the lightning serpents, the newly arrived group collapsed, enveloped in smoke and unable to withstand the onslaught of a high-ranking Thunder Mage. They fell, utterly defeated, a bunch of oblivious fools, Chu Long remarked as he lit a cigarette, scarcely acknowledging the disheveled throng before him. The overwhelming power he wielded rendered any chance of victory for Chen Yu's side utterly impossible. "What is happening here? What are you waiting for? Hand over your possessions." Yang Yin barked impatiently. "Do not force our boss to take drastic measures." Chen Yu gazed at her heavily paid recruits, now sprawled on the ground, lamenting their plight. She had not anticipated the presence of such a terrifying powerhouse on the opposing side. Was she truly to relinquish her flame bow to them? No. It was a gift from Chen Nian. Alas, Li Yunwei sighed as he observed the unfolding scene. It appeared that there would be no unexpected developments tonight. Chen Nian had yet to arrive, suggesting he had perhaps overthought the situation. While he had indeed excelled in the previous instructor assessment, he was merely an ordinary instructor, not even comparable to top-tier players. The disparity with someone like Chu Long was immense. To harbor such grand expectations for Chen Nian was, in truth, a folly of his own making. Just then, a figure on the ground rose to his feet. It was a frail, long-haired otaku, exuding an aura of fragility. His posture was exceedingly peculiar, as he seemed to rise into an upright position as if lifted by some invisible force. What on earth was happening? The otaku, named Xiao Cheng, was equally bewildered. It felt as though an unseen entity was compelling his back to lift, an eerily bizarre sensation. Seeking death. Chu Long's gaze hardened as he raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of thunder. The lightning shot forth like a sharpened sword, ruthlessly cleaving through the darkness, expanding ominously in Xiao Cheng's line of sight. Instinctively, he raised his hands to shield his face, letting out a terrified scream. However, what transpired next left all present gasping in astonishment. Astonishingly, that bolt of lightning was shattered by this otaku. Chapter 34. A stunning turnaround, shocking everyone. The reclusive Xiaoqing effortlessly withstood the thunderous onslaught of Chulong. This scene left all present utterly astonished. How could this be possible? Li Yunwei was on the verge of intervening, fearing that this individual might be slain by his opponent. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would so easily endure the assault? No, something was amiss. His demeanor was not his own. It appeared as though someone was manipulating him from behind. Li Yunwei hurriedly scanned her surroundings, but she could not perceive the hidden presence of Chen Nian. Qinyu, along with the large group she led, stood there, mouths agape in sheer disbelief. Xiaoqing was only at level 30. How could he possess such strength? This was utterly preposterous. Only Deng Rongrong and her companions, after a fleeting moment of confusion, were filled with overwhelming joy. They understood that it was not his own prowess, but rather the clandestine intervention of another. Who could accomplish such a feat without detection? Only Chen Nian could. Chen Nian, employing the void serpent technique, controlled Xiaoqing's body, slowly raising his right hand. Ah, my hand, it's moving on its own. Word spirit, flame explosion. Boom. As Xiaoqing pointed, a ball of fire erupted. One adversary was thrown backward, charred, and unable to rise for the time being. What the hell? Xiaoqing stared incredulously at his hand, 3 question marks floating above his head. Am I possessed by a ghost? Before he could process this, his finger pointed again at another opponent. Boom! A fierce flame erupted beneath the feet of the next foe, akin to a volcanic eruption. Another fell, unable to rise. Well done. Qinyu could not help but cheer, thinking to herself that her investment had proven worthwhile. She had indeed hired a master. Deng Rongrong and her companions marveled at the overwhelming power displayed. Without needing to reveal themselves, merely through astonishing skill, one could control another in battle, transforming a frail recluse into a vessel of fury. Terrifying. Where could the puppet master be? Li Yunwei's gaze swept across every corner of the venue. Yet she could not discern the shadowy figure behind the scenes. She could not ascertain whether it was Chen Nian who had intervened. But who else would care about such trivialities? Oh, boss, this person is exceedingly strange. Yang Yin could not suppress a gulp, beads of sweat forming on his brow. As a formidable figure, Chulong also sensed that something was amiss. He was being manipulated. Could it be the ability of a puppeteer? Or some form of telekinetic power? Ah, I did not expect a true powerhouse to be concealed within this chaos. If you remain hidden, I shall eliminate the one you control. Engaging in such tricks, do not expect me to be courteous. Chulong formed a gun gesture with his right hand, while his left gripped his right arm, resembling a character out of fantasy tale. Suddenly, an electric current surged through his body, pooling in the fingertip of his right index finger, an ominous torrent of lightning energy ready to unleash. What the hell, Ron? Despair loomed over Xiao Cheng as those around him scrambled away in a frenzied retreat, leaving him utterly isolated. He yearned to flee as well, yet his legs remained paralyzed, unresponsive to his will. Oh heavens! Could this be true? As his legs trembled incessantly, Chu Long unleashed his thunderous spear, a concentrated pinnacle of power. This formidable single-target attack boasted unparalleled penetration. A direct hit on an ordinary person would spell certain death. Chu Long was convinced that this strike would either kill or severely maim his opponent. He felt no trepidation about taking a life. A player of his caliber was a treasured asset in Linhai City's battle against the Blood Moon Calamity beyond reproach. However, the ensuing scene constricted his pupils in shock. The spear, akin to a divine sword, was inexplicably halted by an invisible barrier, the terrifying energy completely neutralized, failing to graze Xiao Cheng in the slightest. Impossible! Chu Long instinctively voiced his disbelief. As the highest-level player in Linhai City, he had executed such a powerful blow, one that no one in the city could easily withstand. Why was this possible? The answer lay with Chen Nian, who, using his stealth technique, rendered himself invisible to others. His method of interception was deceptively simple. He merely stood in front of the attack, devoid of any extraordinary measures. With a staggering additional defense of 500 and a physique of 100, the strike felt akin to a mere tickle, leaving no external injury whatsoever. Meanwhile, tears streamed down Xiao Cheng's face in terror. As he wept, his hands, seemingly out of his control, performed actions nonetheless. Fire burst! Fire burst! Fire burst! One by one, Chu Long's subordinates were overwhelmed by the erupting flames, utterly defenseless. Ultimately, only Yang Yin and Chu Long remained. Xiao Cheng raised his hand, targeting Yang Yin first. This was the individual who had seized Qin Yu's equipment. "B-boss, this person is incredibly uncanny. How do we fight him?" Chu Long retorted coldly. "What are you afraid of? His attack patterns are too simplistic. They may work against low-level novices, but surely not against us." His assessment was not entirely erroneous. Fire Burst was one of Chen Nian's most basic spells, known for its convenience, but limited in potency due to his modest offensive capabilities. Yet, he was not confined to a single tactic. Spell, Fire Burst. Spell, Lightning Strike. Spell, Windblade. Fire, Lightning Wind. The intertwining of these three elemental spells struck Yang Yin simultaneously. He cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, his body scorched and riddled with countless lacerations from the slicing winds, a scene of utter devastation. Chu Long instinctively recoiled 2 steps to utilize 3 elemental attacks at once. Elemental mages typically excelled in a singular element. For instance, he himself was only proficient in lightning and had never witnessed such a multifaceted application of elements. In that moment, he grasped the terrifying reality of the figure behind him, a presence beyond his capacity to challenge. One cannot help but wonder how this woman has become entangled with such formidable individuals. Linhai City truly harbors hidden talents. Rank does not equate to strength. Continuing this confrontation would only lead to self-inflicted humiliation. I concede. With a sense of resignation, Chu Long raised both hands in surrender, stating, "I return your equipment, and, on behalf of the guild, I extend my apologies to you." His gaze drifted forward, unfocused on any individual, but rather lost in the void. This apology was directed towards Chen Nian. Chen Nian, having no intention to retaliate, relinquished control of the void spirit serpent. Without its support, Xiao Cheng's legs wobbled, and he faltered, unable to maintain his balance. Do we truly prevail? Qin Yu remained in a state of bewilderment. However, upon reclaiming the epic equipment, her joy was immeasurable. Meanwhile, Xiao Cheng emerged as a significant contributor. The others greeted him with shouts of "Big Brother," though those were from the uninformed. The true Kanashini were merely a select few who understood Chen Nian's identity. "Quick, let's find Chen Nian," Qin Yu exclaimed with delight, eager to bestow the equipment upon him, wishing to avoid any lingering uncertainties. "A brother Chen Nian is right here. Where do you intend to find him?" The others couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Chapter 35. The girlfriend at home. The school bell knocks on the door. Li Yunwei was acutely aware that the formidable figure lurking in the shadows was likely far more powerful than Chulong. Such an extraordinary individual was undoubtedly the most precious asset for Linhai City, especially with the impending Blood Moon calamity, necessitating the urgent identification of strong allies. Was it truly impossible to unearth the identity of the mastermind? Could he possibly be Chen Nian? A sudden thought struck Li Yunwei. She could call Chen Nian. If he were indeed present, he would be unable to answer the phone. Without hesitation, she dialed his number. Hello, Captain Li? Chen Nian? Where are you right now? I'm at home. What's the matter? Please, send me a selfie right away. It's urgent. Li Yunwei urged, her tone frantic. Captain Li, isn't that a bit inappropriate? I have a girlfriend, he replied. Li Yunwei nearly choked on her own frustration. After hanging up, she couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. It seemed her suspicions were unfounded. The earlier master, who had orchestrated events from behind the scenes, manipulating others with precision and ferocity, wielding the elements of wind, thunder, and fire without revealing his whereabouts, could hardly be Chen Nian. He must be a cunning old fox, shrouded in layers of strategy. Wait. Li Yunwei immediately contacted the enforcement agency for backup. Quickly, trace the exact location of this phone number. Understood. Captain Li, please hold on. We found it, Captain. It's not far from the docks. What? Li Yunwei slowly lowered her phone, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Chen Nian was nearby. Was that extraordinary figure truly him? What's the plan, Captain? Shall we apprehend him? No, that won't be necessary. I will handle it. Chen Nian let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't anticipated that the female enforcer would be so astute. She was already questioning his identity, which was less than ideal. It was manageable for only her to know his true identity, much like his friends Qin Yu and others who were kept in the dark. However, if the authorities were to discover it, complications would arise, potentially forcing him to intervene in many situations. Lost in thought, Qin Yu's call came through once more. Chen Nian, where are you? I have something very important to discuss with you. I'm at home. All right, stay put. I'm coming over immediately. Don't go anywhere. After ending the call, Chen Nian hesitated no longer. Utilizing the ethereal serpent's ability to traverse the air, he soared directly homeward. Meanwhile, Chulong's subordinates were being attended to by an ambulance. Those with minor injuries would need a week of recuperation, while the more severely injured would require 10 days to half a month to recover. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow for them, who were eager to level up. Boss, why didn't you fight him with all your strength? One subordinate, battered and bruised, asked with a face full of resentment. In their eyes, Chulong had always been a figure of immense pride, never before admitting weakness as he had today. With a subdued demeanor, devoid of any arrogance, you know nothing. Chulong, still haunted by his previous encounter, remarked, that was not merely that individual battling me. Rather, there was an unseen puppet master orchestrating his movements from the shadows. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. While shrouding his own presence, he was able to manipulate another, unleashing attacks from the elements of wind, thunder, and fire, and even effortlessly deflect my lightning spear. As he spoke, a chill traversed down Chulong's spine, his voice trembling with dread. The thought of such a formidable foe lurking within the city of Linhai was unfathomable. To engage him directly would be tantamount to courting death. The onlookers were taken aback, witnessing their leader's unmistakable trepidation towards another. A wave of anxiety washed over them. According to their leader, had the opponent fought with full force, they would likely have perished. Leader, who do you think that person might be? No, it's difficult to say. Chulong nearly uttered the words no comment, but reconsidered, deeming it absurd. The individuals associated with silence belonged to the highest echelons of calamity, far beyond the reach of someone like him. Why would he concern himself with such trivial matters? The number of beautiful women enamored with him was countless, each more formidable than the last. With someone of Qin Yu's stature barely ranking at all, how could a man so exalted, akin to a deity, possibly take an interest in dealing with someone like himself? Perhaps I have overestimated my own significance, Chulong mused. Not long after Chen Nian returned home, Qin Yu and her companion arrived. Xiao Yu, you go on up. We want to accompany you. Huh? Is it all right for me to go alone? You are his girlfriend. What could be improper about it? It would be more inappropriate for us to follow. Hurry, go. Faced with their mischievous grins, Chen Yu had no choice but to ascend alone and knock on the door. The door opened. Stammering, she said, Chen Nian, I have something. Xiao Yu, it's rare for you to visit. Come in and talk. Yes, step inside. We shall wait for you outside. Don't be shy, go on. Chen Yu was ushered through the door, which slammed shut behind her. Only then did Chen Nian take a moment to assess the young woman before him. She leaned against the door, her delicate features marred by dirt from the earlier battle. Her makeup disheveled, perhaps due to shyness. Her gaze flitted about, uncertain. Come in and sit. Here, take this to clean yourself up. Do you need something from me? Chen Nian inquired, handing her a damp towel. I have something for you. What? A piece of equipment. Chen Yu produced an epic-grade item, the armored gauntlet of the mystic turtle. Chen Nian was taken aback. She was actually giving him such a valuable item. Take it. Don't be embarrassed. You have previously gifted me fine gear, Chen Yu explained, and you are stronger than I, so it would serve you better. You make a compelling argument. I shall accept it then. You, what? Indeed, you are rather impolite. Chen Nian chuckled, fully aware that he had no intention of being courteous. Firstly, he was the one who vanquished the world boss. Secondly, he had seized the equipment. It was merely that Chen Yu remained oblivious to these facts. Well then, I shall take my leave. Perhaps a quick shower before I go. You resemble a little stray cat. Don't you feel embarrassed walking around like that? Chen Nian teased. Humph, and yet you find me distasteful. But I haven't brought a change of clothes. No worries, I will find you some men's attire to make do. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yu bit her red lip and nodded. But you mustn't peek. Soon, the sound of running water filled the shower room. Chen Nian stood by the door, having noted that the three friends had already slipped away, undoubtedly hoping that Chen Yu would spend the night with him. Just as Chen Nian had settled onto the sofa, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. At this late hour, who could possibly be visiting? He glanced at the video monitor, and, to his astonishment, the visitor was none other than a girl he knew all too well. The former campus belle, Xiaowen. What could have prompted her to come here? Chapter 36. Why don't you stay the night? Xiaowen felt a persistent discomfort in her heart. Chen Nian's brilliance had almost become her inner demon. A prodigious talent from Linhai University, he acted heroically without seeking recognition, the boyfriend of the starlet Chen Yu. Personally recruited by the charming captain of the law enforcement team. The myriad of accolades intertwined, and Chen Nian had undeniably become a legendary figure at Lin University. In the cafeteria, the library, the training ground, the dormitory, wherever there were people, discussions about him were bound to arise. Chen Nian is so handsome. How did I not notice his charm before? Someone mused. Who could have discovered such a treasure of a boy? Even our school beauty, Xia, failed to see it. Came the laughter. I heard Chen Nian pursued her. Now that you mention it, I feel much more balanced. Now Xia, the school beauty, could only be seen as striving for unattainable heights. Indeed, Xiaowen had become a fool. If Chen Nian were still her suitor, she could flaunt herself wherever she went, basking in the glow of his brilliance. But now, she was merely a foolish girl, oblivious to the treasure before her. However, Xiaowen understood men. They were creatures enamored with novelty, ever in search of fresh excitement. Although Chen Nian had a more beautiful girlfriend, it didn't mean he wouldn't entertain thoughts of others. With enough initiative, no man was beyond reach. Thus, Xiaowen learned of Chen Nian's residence. Upon her first sight of his villa, she was astounded. What was this? Wasn't he just a gaming recluse? How had he come to reside in such an upscale villa? Consequently, Chen Nian gained another label, wealthy. Xiaowen's excitement grew. She understood that wealth could corrupt a man. With such affluence, wouldn't he indulge in multiple women? As long as she was proactive, winning him over would be effortless. Knock, knock, knock. When Chen Nian opened the door, Xiaowen immediately assumed a pitiful demeanor. Today, she had applied heavy makeup and donned a seductive purple gown, her lips of vivid crimson, exuding an enticing fragrance. She intended to showcase her feminine allure to the fullest. See, Chen Nian, I have a request for your assistance. May I? What is it? Can we discuss it inside? Chen Nian thought it amusing that Chen Yu was still bathing inside. Of course. Thank you. With Chen Nian consenting to let her in, Xiaowen's heart soared. Aha, him allowing me improves his desires. He secretly hopes for something to unfold. All men are the same. How could I not win him over? As they entered the living room, Xiaowen perched herself on the sofa, deliberately raising her gown to reveal her shapely, fair legs. She was well versed in the art of seduction. However, she expected Chen Nian to serve her water. Instead, he poured himself a glass and drank it. So, what do you need from me? Chen Nian inquired. Chen Nian, in the past, we may have been engulfed in misunderstandings. My immaturity has lingered in my heart with guilt for quite some time. Today, I wish to extend my sincerest apologies to you. Xiaowen rose to her feet and bowed to Chen Nian, uttering, I am truly sorry. In her moment of contrition, a hint of playfulness emerged. A subtle tactic of hers. One must ponder which man could remain unmoved by such a sight. Who could possibly bear to reproach her? Chen Nian smiled and replied, It's quite all right. I am not one to hold grudges. Besides this apology, is there something else you wish to convey? I would like you to teach me the art of combat. I am rather clumsy and lack the skills to fight monsters. Alas, that is certainly feasible. But there is a condition. What condition? Do tell He. Xiaowen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She could already foresee Chen Nian's response. It would likely be, if you accompany me to bed tonight, I shall teach you. This would perfectly ensnare him within her trap, binding him tightly. You must first consult my girlfriend for her approval. What did you? Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Chen Nian, who are you conversing with? That shirt is rather oversized for you. It feels quite peculiar when I wear it. Indeed, Qinyu had just finished her shower and was making her way downstairs. Dressed in Chen Nian's white t-shirt, the loose fabric exuded a sense of languor. The hem even draping over her shorts, giving the impression that she was not wearing any trousers. Her flawless thighs, nearly luminescent, were a true masterpiece of beauty. Fresh from her bath, Qinyu delicately tousled her damp locks as she descended the stairs, her fair skin glistening, invoking boundless imagination. Xiaowen stood frozen in place, face to face with Qinyu, a mere child encountering a formidable spirit, overwhelmed by the striking visage of Qinyu, devoid of makeup. Chen Nian, who is she? Qinyu arched an eyebrow. A classmate from school. She expressed a desire for me to teach her combat skills. What do you think? Teach you a grand folly. A glance at Xiaowen made it evident to Qinyu that the woman harbored ulterior motives, adorned as she was in heavy makeup and provocative attire. Huh, do you think I would yield to you? Qinyu huffed, taking a seat beside Chen Nian. An assertive woman can be quite formidable indeed. The oversized t-shirt accentuated her alluring figure as she unapologetically radiated femininity. Her long, fair legs crossed gracefully, her porcelain-like feet slightly elevated in the air. Why not teach me instead, Chen Nian? Chen Nian wrapped an arm around Qinyu's shoulders. Do not be upset, little you, if you are unhappy. I shall refrain from teaching her. After all, she insisted on joining, and I could not refuse her. Oomph, at least you are perceptive. Xiaowen was utterly incensed, her hopes of successfully ensnaring Chen Nian dashed. She had never anticipated that she was merely a pawn. A misguided dog led to its own demise. In this moment, she felt profoundly humiliated, wishing for a hole to swallow her whole. It dawned on her that this was Chen Nian's retribution, because she had once advised Chen Nian on how to reject such a sycophant. Xiaowen could no longer endure the situation. She rose abruptly and hurried towards the door, nearly stumbling in her haste. Xiaowen, are you really leaving? Allow me to see you off. Chen Nian's words had barely left his lips when the sound of the door slamming echoed through the air. He could only shrug helplessly, muttering to himself about how swiftly his classmate came and went without affording him the chance to bid her farewell. Qinyu, oblivious to Chen Nian's sarcasm, interjected with a hint of indignation. Although we are merely a couple in name, how could you dare bring another girl to your home in my presence? Chen Nian paused, reflecting that she had a valid point. He realized he had indeed taken advantage of Qinyu, which left him feeling rather remorseful. How about you stay over at my place for a night as a form of compensation? Chapter 37. The Terrifying Beast of Calamity. Shall I offer you a place to sleep for the night as a form of compensation? Chen Nian said with utmost seriousness. What? We have only just met. That's not acceptable. Qinyu, blushing fiercely, was taken aback as she saw Chen Nian preparing to leave. The reason for you to stay here for the night is that your friends have already departed. It is not for us to share a bed. I am heading out to train, he replied. You should rest well, Chen Yu. So he truly only wants me to sleep here? How reassuring. Does that mean he harbors no romantic interest in me? A sense of considerable disappointment washed over Chen Yu. Yet at that moment, Chen Nian had already exited. Successfully equipped epic gear. Armored shell of the magic tortoise. Chen Nian replaced his previous refined gear with a newly acquired epic equipment, resulting in a significant enhancement of his attributes. Activation of the Camel Mountain Magic Tortoise set successful. Defense 20. This defense increase is directly applied as a percentage, yielding remarkably pronounced effects. Chen Nian promptly reviewed his attributes. Chen Nian, spokesman of the word spirit, unique, gene level. First stage, level 60, constitution, 112 agility, 72 transcendence, 67 attack bonus, 130 defense bonus, 696 combat power assessment. 54 stars. His defense had soared to an entirely new level. The assessment of his combat power surged by another 10 stars. The enhancement from this set of equipment is quite substantial. Chen Nian's next objective is to assemble the complete 4-piece epic set to unlock its full effect. He already possesses the most crucial special material, the Camel Mountain Magic Tortoise Shell, and now only needs to collect additional materials in the wild before delivering them to the blacksmith for crafting. At present, numerous players, fervently leveling up, have surpassed Chen Nian in rank. However, he remains unconcerned, for levels do not define everything. He still has 3 calamity scrolls left unused. It is time to find a suitable location to employ them all. The calamity summon is a newly unlocked feature after defeating a world boss. All players have a minuscule chance of obtaining calamity scrolls upon slaying monsters. When utilized, these scrolls summon a formidable calamity creature, which, once vanquished, yields powerful calamity gemstones. Having independently defeated a world boss, Chen Nian had acquired 3 calamity scrolls, which he had kept stored in his backpack. He navigated through the city using the teleportation array, arriving at the outskirts. Ordinary monsters respawn after a certain period and merely wander about. He could already see numerous players engage in combat and leveling up. Care to join our team? We have 3 members already, and a lovely lady. Brother, we lack strong damage dealers in our team. We have a reliable knight. As Chen Nian traversed the area, many extended invitations to him. Nevertheless, he remained uninterested, continuing onward, as these low-level monsters held no allure for him. As he delved deeper into the outskirts, Chen Nian quickly arrived at a zone populated by high-level monsters. Monsters of levels 40 to 50. The players who can venture into this region are truly the elite among elites, a rarity indeed. It appears that the integration of game and reality has led to alterations in the terrain. Before Chen Nian lies a gaping valley, a menacing fissure extending for hundreds of miles ahead. Within the valley, a dense mist envelopes the surroundings, occasionally pierced by the low growls of beasts. Without hesitation, Chen Nian leaps down. Word Spirit, Void Serpent. Under the protection of the Word Spirit, Chen Nian descends approximately 200 meters, landing steadily. As he touches down, a pair of blood-red eyes ignites amidst the surrounding mist. With a rustle, a figure gradually emerges into Chen Nian's view, a humanoid monster with eerie azure skin, dragging iron chains beneath its feet, wielding a tattered great sword, exuding an air of dread. A skeletal warrior. Its level is not insignificant. Chen Nian realizes that his own leveling efficiency is rather lacking, as his capacity for mass destruction pales in comparison to that of a mage like Yi Hongling. Utilizing the Judgment Sword would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, entirely unwarranted. Suddenly, a rather intriguing idea strikes him. He could gather a multitude of monsters, then summon a formidable disaster beast using a disaster scroll, and subsequently unleash the Judgment Sword to obliterate them all in one fell swoop. This would yield a wealth of experience and conveniently slay the disaster beast. How delightful. He dubs this plan the ultimate wave. Chen Nian sets his plan into motion, casually casting a fireball at the skeletal warrior before delving deeper into the valley in search of more undead foes. May the monsters in this area be plentiful, lest my ultimate move go to waste. Roar. One by one, monsters hidden in the mist are provoked by Chen Nian. They follow him like a band of loyal soldiers, the sound of clanking chains echoing behind him. After running approximately 2 kilometers through the valley, Chen Nian glances back to behold a daunting assembly of grotesque heads, a veritable feast for those with a fear of dense clusters. Almost there. At this juncture, Chen Nian retrieves the 3 disaster scrolls. With a bite to his finger, he allows drops of blood to fall upon them. The activation ritual begins. Meanwhile, not far off, another group is engaged in monster hunting. They are true frontline players, the CR Me de la CR Me. This party consists of 12 members, each exhibiting remarkable prowess, effortlessly battling the skeletal warriors within the valley. However, to exercise caution, they opt to confront 2 or 3 at a time, wary of provoking too many at once. After all, this is not merely a game, but reality. A single misstep could lead to their utter demise. Leveling up once more. How effortless it is with a good team. Haha, I've reached level 58. Good heavens, brothers, I've acquired a disaster scroll. What? A disaster scroll? The group immediately gathers around. After a careful deliberation, they decide to activate this disaster scroll. Everyone be cautious. The monstrous harbingers of calamity possess formidable strength. We must exert ourselves to the utmost, leaving no room for complacency. Let's commence. As a drop of blood fell upon the scroll, a brilliant beam of crimson light surged skyward. Within the eerie red column, the harbinger of disaster descended. Thus, the team of 12 engaged in a fierce battle. The elite squad exercised extreme caution during the conflict, pouring forth their utmost effort, and ultimately triumphed over the harbinger of disaster. However, their ranks were nearly shattered. 5 members bore grievous injuries, with 2 suffering the horrifying fate of broken legs and feet. 7 others were lightly wounded, rendered largely incapable of further combat. Damn it, this harbinger of disaster is overwhelmingly powerful. We had underestimated it. The scroll of calamity should not be recklessly unleashed, for if we had faltered, we would have perished at the hands of that beast. Alas, we have gleaned a lesson from this experience. Thankfully, we are all still alive, but what is that? Suddenly, one member pointed towards the horizon, his face pale and lips trembling. The others, following his gaze, were equally struck with terror. There, unexpectedly, appeared 3 beams of red light. As a madman summoned 3 harbingers of disaster all at once. Chapter 38. The infliction of torment and the acquisition of the catastrophe gem. Madness. A lunatic. There's a madman over there. Run quickly. A single catastrophe beast nearly obliterated their elite team of 12. Summoning 3 at once? Only a madman would attempt such folly. Or perhaps someone seeking their own demise. Once a catastrophe beast descends, it indiscriminately assaults all humans in its vicinity, with its focus solely on humanity. Should these 3 beasts detect their presence, death is all but certain. Help me up. Don't leave me behind, I beg you, cried the wounded man, helplessly seated on the ground, his voice trembling with palpable fear. Who on earth would be so reckless? I refused to accompany them to the grave. Regardless of their injuries, everyone present understood that they must muster their strength to escape. Delaying even for a moment could mean being caught in the chaos. This is no mere game. But what could be done about the 3 catastrophe beasts? The only recourse was to report to the enforcement department. These beasts must not be allowed to enter the city. Who knows if heavy weaponry would be effective against them? A first-tier catastrophe beast is not something most ordinary players can contend with. 3 crimson beams of light shot into the sky. These were first-tier catastrophe beasts summoned forth by blood. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled rhythmically as 3 grotesque black creatures emerged from the red pillars of light. They bore no resemblance to any known animal, yet exhibited traits from various creatures and humans, as if crafted by a mad scientist as hand. Some had eyes sprouting from their wings. Others had faces beneath their waists, and some possessed 8 legs and 3 heads. The only commonality among them was their pitch-black exterior, akin to monsters emerging from the depths of hell. Yet now, Chen Nian discovered a chilling truth. The catastrophe beasts, unlike the ordinary monsters that respawn, possessed consciousness and intelligence. How unexpected it is that such audacious humans still exist in this world. opening 3 gates to catastrophe at once, and yet only one individual was present, clearly a fool seeking death. Since we have been summoned, let us bestow upon him the most brutal of demises. To dismember and devour him alive would surely be a delightful spectacle. Heh. The 3 demons regarded Chen Nian as their prey. Meanwhile, behind Chen Nian, 100 undead warriors had gathered, their sights set upon him as well. 100 high-level monsters, combined with 3 extraordinarily powerful catastrophe beasts. Anyone witnessing this scene would likely be paralyzed with fear, including the elite players from earlier, who were at the pinnacle of their levels. Yet, Chen Nian merely smirked, a golden light gradually igniting in his pupils. Like molten gold flowing forth, his radiant and resplendent gaze sent a shiver through the 3 catastrophe beasts. Do you perhaps overestimate yourselves? A faint utterance, seemingly imbued with the weight of a sovereign's authority, exuded an air of haughty dominance over the realm. Humanity, mere prey to us, shall perish. A beast of calamity extended its hand towards Chen Nian, upon which dozens of bloodshot eyes glimmered ominously. The hand severed abruptly. Before it could reach Chen Nian, it disintegrated mid-air without warning. A resounding, ear-splitting roar erupted from the beast of calamity. At that moment, the 3 beasts gazed at Chen Nian in disbelief, their pupils dilated to the maximum. They discerned a golden, ethereal figure flickering behind him, as if a deity wielding a grand sword was enacting judgment upon the world. All sinners shall be vanquished. Sequence 1:21. Word Spirit, Judgment Golden Sword. Chen Nian advanced with measured steps, a scornful smile gracing his lips, the golden radiance in his pupils piercing like the sun. I have heard you regard humanity as mere bait. Apologies, for in my eyes, you are no different. Kneel. Barely had the words left his lips when the judgment golden sword swung, cleaving the very fabric of space before him. The 3 monstrosities, whether legged or legless, found their lower halves rent asunder. Chen Nian had never anticipated that calamity could possess its own consciousness. It seemed this world was far more intricate than a mere amalgamation of games and reality. Yet it mattered not. At that instant, the spectral warriors behind him surged forward. However, they too met a similar fate. Before they could reach Chen Nian, their bodies spontaneously split in 2, creating an eerily surreal spectacle. Why the silence, you wretches? With his hands nestled in his pockets, Chen Nian disregarded the relentless tide of spectral warriors. Instead, he gazed with amusement at the 3 beasts of calamity before him. No, it cannot be. Humanity has attained such formidable strength. In the next moment, the neck of one beast was severed. Its head, bereft of support, plummeted, only to be shattered into countless fragments mid-air, cascading to the ground. To his surprise, the slaughter of beasts of calamity proved far more exhilarating than dispatching ordinary foes. Next, in a mere span of 10 minutes, the valley was bereft of any survivors apart from Chen Nian. The 3 beasts of calamity lay reduced to innumerable fragments, nourishing the earth. Chen Nian finally exhaled, the golden radiance in his pupils gradually dimming as he dispelled the word spirit. Eliminating such a multitude was quite taxing. However, the rewards were exceedingly bountiful. For every spectral warrior he felled, Chen Nian garnered hundreds of genetic energy units. A complete annihilation yielded experience points in the thousands. Moreover, the genetic energy from slaying a beast of calamity was even more lucrative, each providing 3,000. In total, he amassed nearly 20,000 experience points. Chen Nian's level ascended smoothly to level 68. This efficiency was tolerable, albeit the consumption was rather steep, unsustainable for prolonged endeavors. Alongside the substantial genetic energy, ordinary spectral warriors also dropped a plethora of common materials, equipment, and skill scrolls. Yet, these were not the focal point. The most crucial element is the item dropped by the Calamity Beasts. The Calamity Gem. Defeating a Calamity Beast presents a chance to acquire the coveted Calamity Gem, an exceedingly rare reward that drives countless players into a frenzy. Calamity Gem Attack Defense Reversal. It allows the conversion of total defense into equivalent attack power. This effect is nothing short of exhilarating for Chen Nian. His defense is already extraordinarily high, while his attack power is somewhat lacking. With the Calamity Gem, he can relinquish his defense in critical moments, resulting in a significant surge in attack power. It is remarkably practical. It is about time to depart from this place and find a suitable spot to rest. After a while, the lights of 2 helicopters illuminated the valley. The group of fleeing individuals returned, accompanied by elite forces from the law enforcement department, as well as aerial units. Is this the place where 3 calamity beasts appeared? Li Yunwei inquired. Yes, indeed. Just moments ago, we witnessed a madman summoning 3 calamity beasts at once. He must be dead by now. Chapter 39. Were all the calamity beasts exterminated? Chen Nian acquired a rare language spirit, enabling him to summon 3 calamity beasts in one go. Upon hearing this, Li Yunwei could not suppress a shudder of trepidation. This was a grave predicament. When the calamity summoning function was officially unveiled, we had distinctly warned all players against recklessly activating the calamity scrolls. How could someone be so audacious? 3 calamity beasts. One wonders if the law enforcement in Coastal City could manage this. Fortunately, we have 2 armed helicopters for support. Let us descend and investigate. Li Yunwei led the fully armed enforcement team into the valley's depths. We shall not be joining. The players collectively dreaded the thought. Knowing full well that 3 calamity beasts awaited below, why would they venture into certain doom? They had already reached their limit by alerting the enforcement team. Now, they preferred to observe from a distance to avoid a grim fate. They had already experienced the terror of the calamity beasts firsthand. In the shadowy valley, Li Yunwei and his team cautiously advanced, the beams of their flashlights sweeping the surroundings, aware of the need for utmost vigilance. The stench of blood was thick in the air. Be careful, someone suddenly exclaimed. This warning sent a jolt of adrenaline through all members, causing sweat to bead upon their brows. After pushing forward several dozen meters, they finally discerned something amiss. Captain, look at these things, a team member stammered. Li Yunwei hurried over, and there on the ground lay an abundance of blackened flesh, grotesquely deformed, slowly dissipating into black mist. One arm was covered in eyes. Some heads sported 8 mouths. One leg had sprouted a pair of wings. These irregular monstrosities unmistakably revealed their true identity. The calamity beasts. Are these the corpses of the calamity beasts? And not just one. Li Yunwei gasped, confirming their intelligence. Indeed, there were 3 calamity beasts. What could this mean? That 3 calamity beasts were slain here by someone? Impossible, given the current levels and combat prowess of the players. How could any individual possibly eliminate a calamity beast, let alone 3 simultaneously? Is it conceivable that a super powerful team was responsible? Li Yunwei shook his head. The likelihood is slim. Examine closely. There are no signs of a large-scale battle, only the remains of these creatures. Captain, do you mean Li Inala Daipuli? His voice grave. The 3 calamity beasts were all slaughtered with virtually no resistance. The crowd gasped in disbelief. This was utterly outrageous. What kind of formidable being could accomplish such a feat? Calling Captain Li, what is the situation below? The armed helicopters overhead relayed their findings. The calamity beasts have been eradicated. There is no danger. Repeat, the calamity beasts have been eliminated. There is no threat. After acknowledging the message, Li Yunwei sent for the witnesses to gather. After a brief moment, several witnesses arrived at the scene, staring at the scattered remains of the calamity beasts. They found themselves speechless. What? They were acutely aware of the terrifying combat prowess of these creatures. A single one was sufficient to contend with their elite leveling squad. And here lay the corpses of 3. What does this signify? It implies that shortly after summoning these 3 calamity beasts, the summoner had slaughtered them. My heavens! Who could this perverse individual be? Wait, have you all noticed something peculiar? Since we entered the valley, we have not encountered a single monster. Indeed, the group suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. What does this mean? It means that the summoner not only butchered 3 calamity beasts, but also cleared out all the monsters in this vicinity. Good grief! Everyone present was engulfed in profound shock. This valley is teeming with monsters close to level 50. Captain, what should we do? Someone inquired. Should we search the surrounding area for the summoner? No need. Blindly pursuing will only provoke them. Let's retreat. Li Yunwei gestured for everyone to cease their advance, for she already had an individual in mind. Silent. During the last battle with the world boss, Silent and the sorceress Yi Hongling, two top-tier experts, appeared simultaneously in Lehigh City. It is known that Yi Hongling is not from Lehigh City, thus can be excluded. Then what about Silent? Could he be hiding within Lehigh City? Aside from him, she truly could not think of anyone else. If it were Silent behind this, everything would make sense. With his prowess, accomplishing such feats would be effortless. One can only hope that when the Blood Moon calamity truly descends, this formidable individual will also step forth to fight. Indeed, Chen Nian had long departed. As he rested, he began to tally his recent gains. After leveling up, he had learned a new foundational incantation. Sequence 49, Wind Cannon. The effect is quite simple, gathering wind pressure between his fingers for a powerful single-target attack, remarkably similar to the thunder gun. Next time he employs this incantation, Chen Nian could masquerade as a wind elemental mage. Subsequently, he replaced his outdated equipment with the newly acquired items and listed the unwanted gear for sale in the trading space. As for the skill scrolls, he kept them all for himself, as they could be used for synthesis. Even if he didn't need them, they could still be combined in a 3-to-1 fashion. Synthesis begins. Synthesizing skill scrolls is quite a costly endeavor. If one doesn't obtain what they desire from a 3-to-1 synthesis, it results in a complete waste of 2 scrolls. Moreover, rare and high-risk incantations cannot be acquired through leveling. They must be synthesized. Thus, Chen Nian is endowed with late-game potential. The more rare incantations he synthesizes, the stronger he becomes. Useless. Utterly useless. Regrettably, Chen Nian had exhausted all his skill scrolls without successfully crafting the desired equipment. However, the items he had previously sold accumulated a considerable amount of gold, allowing him to venture into the trading space once more to acquire a batch of low-level skill scrolls, approximately 20 in total, to continue his crafting endeavors. A gambler indeed, but with his talent as a word spirit sage, adopting a gambling persona was inevitable. Those rare word spirits certainly would not manifest without cost. Just as he was about to deplete the newly purchased skill scrolls, a spark of inspiration struck Chen Nian. Spirit Flame Palm, Flowing Light Technique, Sky Control Technique, Wind and Thunder Flash. Sequence 30, a rare word spirit. Wind and Thunder Flash. Much like the Void Serpent, although its sequence level is not particularly high, it is undeniably a practical word spirit. With this ability, Chen Nian could achieve ultra-fast movement with low energy consumption. Swift as the wind and thunder, it perfectly compensated for his lack of mobility. Most importantly, it served as an exceptional means of escape, especially when pursued by women. With 2 new word spirits at his disposal, Chen Nian's combat prowess had significantly increased. It was time to seek out a dungeon and test their might. He opened the chat channel, and a message caught his eye. Discovered a level 60 dungeon. Powerful mages, please private message. Those looking to fish in troubled waters, stay away. Now, am I not a wind mage? Chen Nian sent a private message in response. Chapter 40. Joining the party of the dungeon. A sister in sorrow, Chen Nian, sent a private message. I am a high-level mage, seeking to join a dungeon party. The response came promptly. What level are you? What is your attack power? After contemplating the average statistics of the top players at this stage, Chen Nian replied, level 50, 100 attack. I'll send you the location information. Hurry. Upon receiving the invitation, Chen Nian hastened towards the coordinates. Dungeons are a rare find, often hidden and waiting for fortunate players to discover them. The rewards for clearing a dungeon are exceptionally generous, attracting many eager participants. Like others, Chen Nian relished the prospect of joining another's dungeon run, reveling in the opportunity to level up without expending excessive effort. In essence, it was all about coasting along. In a dim corner of the dark forest, a 6-member team awaited. Haha, a mage is approaching. What a catch. One exclaimed. You truly are a genius, brother, to devise such a scheme. I hereby dub you the strongest cerebral player. Laughter erupted among the group as they waited for their unsuspecting prey. Chioya was the first fish they had lured. Her talent as an elf mage granted her healing abilities, and upon seeing the recruitment for the dungeon party, she had come over. Little did she realize the treachery that lay ahead. Indeed, there was a dungeon, but these individuals were not genuine in their search for teammates. Rather, they resorted to coercion through force. Anyone who approached would become their quarry. At present, Chioya bore an explosive device strapped to her back, rendering her unable to act recklessly. Listen here, you wretched girl, don't utter a word, or you'll be the first to perish. The bald man threatened menacingly. Chioya thought to herself. This gang was composed of delinquents who frequented internet CAFS, spending their days smoking, drinking, and gaming. Now, with the merging of the game world and reality, they found an opportunity to thrive, exploiting others before eliminating them for profit. Was there a swifter path to riches? Taking advantage of others' gear and materials was simply exhilarating. As footsteps approached, the group readied themselves. A figure emerged in the distance. Chen Nian had arrived. Brother, are you the mage? We've been waiting for you. Come. They approached him with smiles plastered on their faces. This brother looks trustworthy. His strength must be formidable. The dungeon is just ahead. Everyone is prepared. Together we shall conquer it and surely claim great rewards. Chen Nian noticed their overwhelming enthusiasm. Yet, one girl was casting frantic glances in his direction, her eyes fluttering as if in a spasm. Chioya was not oblivious to their true nature. With no hope of resistance left, she could only place her trust in the newcomer, hence her desperate signals. They are not to be trusted. They are not good people. Do not fall into their trap, or we shall meet our doom. You must understand my warning, huh? Her gaze conveyed a profound urgency laden with these meanings. However, the response received was perplexing. Is this sister experiencing discomfort in her eyes? Chioya was taken aback, nearly overcome with exasperation. How could this man completely misinterpret my subtle hint and instead suggest there was something wrong with my eyes? What an absurdity! Infuriated, she thought to herself, very well, we are all doomed now. Clearing his throat, the bald man noticed the situation and shot a menacing glare at Chioya before laughing heartily. Brothers, this is indeed the dungeon. Look, the entrance awaits. Upon inspection, Chen Nian confirmed it was indeed the entrance to the dungeon, a chaotic realm. Brother, the level of this dungeon should be considerable. Let us enhance our abilities before we proceed. My skill set is that of a talisman master. A talisman master? Chen Nian raised an eyebrow. This was a rare talent, quite formidable, possessing comprehensive functionality that not only assisted allies, but also inflicted damage. Indeed, let us proceed, brother. Stand still. Chioya could only watch helplessly, letting out a sigh. The bald man placed his palm on Chen Nian's back, channeling extraordinary power and inscribing symbols. Done. Excellent. The bald man clapped his hands in satisfaction, and the others shared a knowing smile. Brother, I have inscribed an explosive talisman on your back. From this moment forth, you must heed all my commands. Otherwise, with a mere snap of my fingers, you shall be reduced to mere fragments. My apologies, brother, but we are merely striving to grow stronger to save the world, and your sacrifice is necessary. Chen Nian nearly lost his composure at that moment. An explosive talisman? Even if its power were multiplied tenfold, it might barely breach my defenses. Sighing deeply, Chioya knew all hope was lost. Regardless of how they pleaded for mercy, this group of outlaws would not relent. Yet, unexpectedly, the newcomer maintained a commendable demeanor, raising his hands in resignation. Very well, what do you wish me to do? First, enter the dungeon with us. Go ahead. Chen Nian was unceremoniously shoved forward. Also pushed to the front was the girl who had been signaling him frantically. It seemed they shared a mutual plight. All right, we are to enter the dungeon, are we? Without hesitation, Chen Nian stepped through the dungeon entrance. And you step inside. Chioya was also coerced into the dungeon, stumbling slightly as she entered, casting an exasperated glance at Chen Nian while muttering, "Now we are finished upon entry." Chen Nian quickly comprehended the reason for his abduction. This was a trap-laden dungeon, and without a scout, it was easy to fall prey to its perils. He and the girl had effectively become the sacrificial lambs. Very well, let us entertain them. We shall confront the boss first. The bald man, holding the dungeon map, commanded, "Ahead lies a shooting trap. Should you step on any one of those tiles, the stone lion shall unleash poisonous arrows. You all go and test a safe path." As Chioya hesitated, She witnessed the man stride forward without a trace of doubt. Is he mad? Be careful of the arrows, she instinctively shouted. Chen Nian's agility was remarkably high, allowing him to effortlessly evade obstacles as he advanced, soon uncovering a safe path. At the end of the mechanism lay a treasure chest. Ha ha! Are you truly a mage with such nimble movements? Let me see what treasures lie within the chest. Astonishingly, it contained high-level rare equipment. What a lucrative find. Well done. Keep going. The bald man urged Chen Nian to proceed, clearly delighted, and the rest of the group shared in his joy. The dungeon was fraught with intricate traps. Without the sacrifice in the front to scout, how could they navigate through with such ease? Throughout the journey, Chen Nian took the initiative to lead the way. Each mechanism before him appeared as mere child's play, all effortlessly avoided. Qiuyu was left in awe. She never anticipated his exceptional skill in dodging traps. But what was the point? Once the dungeon was cleared, they would still be unable to escape unscathed. Chapter 41. The Level 80 Boss. The Guardian Stone statue through layers of intricate mechanisms. A metallic hall lay before the group. The grand doors swung open, as if inviting them to enter. You step inside, barked the bald man, roughly shoving Chen Nian forward. All right, I'm going. Chen Nian raised his hand in resignation and advanced. Qiuyu followed closely behind, yet she lacked Chen Nian's audacity, her body quivering with trepidation. Upon entering the hall, no boss emerged. Observing the situation, the bald man beckoned his team to join him inside. With a thunderous boom, the doors slammed shut. Not far ahead, the eyes of a colossal stone golem ignited with a crimson glow. It towered as high as a building. The boss awakened, ready for battle. The stone golem slowly raised its arm, shaking off layers of dust, resembling a primordial demon roused from slumber. Boss, it appears we cannot escape until we vanquish this foe. Let them engage first. We shall observe. Chen Nian and Qiuyu, you have become the vanguard against the boss. If they could discern the boss's attack patterns, the others would find it easier to strike. Hurry, if you don't act now, I will detonate the explosive strapped to your backs, urged the bald man. All right. Chen Nian stepped forward, eyeing the boss, and cautiously raised his right hand. Gathering wind cannon, with a concentrated force of wind at his fingertip, he unleashed it against the golem's lower leg. A sizable hole appeared, the effect unmistakable. Yet in the next moment, the stone wound inexplicably healed, restored to its original state. As the battle commenced, the group beheld the boss's level. Guardian Golem, level 80 Dam, an 80-level boss with the ability to self-heal. Stay alert, maintain your distance, and seek its weakness. This creature cannot regenerate infinitely. However, the stone giant was provoked, raising its massive sword and sweeping it across. The terrifying wind pressure capable of sending a person flying. The strike landed squarely on Chen Nian, the nearly 10-meter-long sword smashing him away like a cannonball, embedding him into the wall where he fell silent. How could he allow himself to be hit? What a worthless fool, the bald man shouted angrily, beginning to draw symbols to attack the statue. Brother, is that it for you? No way, you were so brave while traversing the traps. Qiuyu was left in shock. In that moment, she felt the world around her become desolate and unforgiving. The only companion who shared her plight had been struck away, their fate uncertain. She was compelled to confront the stone giant, or else face detonation at the hands of the bald man. Death would come either way. Mom, I don't want to die. Wah, QAQ. Lost in her thoughts, the stone giant's sword was already descending upon her, accompanied by a deafening crash. Qiuyu was sent flying, landing precisely where Chen Nian had fallen. Qiuyu was bewildered, puzzled as to why she remained unharmed. Just moments ago, she felt no impact, but rather the sensation of being pulled away, creating an illusion of being struck. Don't move, play dead, Chen Nian blinked. You. Qiuyu nearly leapt to her feet in fright, her eyes wide with disbelief. Was this some sort of resurrection? However, she quickly composed herself, lying on the ground with her eyes shut, feigning death. Brother, are you all right? How could you possibly be unscathed? Don't shout. With Chen Nian's formidable defensive capabilities, how could this mere level 80 boss inflict any harm upon him? It was barely a tickle. He had chosen to play dead in order to observe the weaknesses of the stone giant. Its body could heal rapidly, indicating the presence of a core or mechanism within. He was too lazy to search for it himself. The roles of worker and boss had been reversed. Chia discreetly gave a thumbs up, as if to say, "Brother, you're incredible." Meanwhile, the bald man's team was engaged in fierce combat with the stone giant. Those two inept warriors were utterly useless. "Big brother, why not try attacking its head? I have a feeling its weakness lies within." All right. A frenzy of attacks ensued upon the stone statue's head, shattering it piece by piece until the entire head lay in ruins. Attacking the head is futile. Keep searching. Boss, there seems to be a glow emanating from its chest. Let's try that. They redirected their assault towards the chest, and to their astonishment, this time they had struck gold. As they peeled away the outer stone layer, a crimson mechanical heart was revealed, pulsating rhythmically. The bald man bellowed. We found its weakness. Smash its heart. Everyone turned their focus to the heart. The destructive power of their extraordinary abilities relied on the potency of their attributes and the additional attack power of their gear. Clearly, among them, there were no exceptionally high-damage warriors. Their repeated assaults against the heart exploded upon impact, yet failed to breach its defenses. "No, it's no use, big brother. Its defense is too high. We can't break through. It's over. We're doomed this time." If only they hadn't entered. This was undoubtedly a trap. Cursed be. Frustrated, some even wept in fear. They realized there was no escape. The only outcome awaited them was a slow demise within these confines. They might even be reduced to pulp by that terrifying great sword. The mere thought sent chills down their spines, engulfed in despair and helplessness. Just as deep despair enveloped the group, a leisurely voice suddenly echoed from behind. "Shall I lend you a hand?" Everyone whipped around. Their gazes converged upon Chen Nian, their eyes brimming with disbelief. You're unharmed. You took a direct hit from the great sword, and yet you're fine." Chen Nian casually brushed off the dust from his shoulders and strolled forward, while Chia, still playing dead, was utterly bewildered. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? You still have that explosive talisman on your back." She silently screamed in her mind. "Do you truly believe your strength can vanquish this boss? What a jest. Its rock-like armor has regenerated. This is the end. Utterly finished." The bald man exclaimed urgently. "If you can defeat this boss, we should be sworn brothers for life." Chen Nian chuckled as he raised his finger. An invisible pressure of wind gathered at the tip of his index finger. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers could not help but think him a fool. With such a meager wind-based technique, he aspired to conquer the stone giant and pierce its heart? What a delusion! It was unlikely he could even breach its rocky armor. What good would it do? Yet, amidst Chen Nian's smile, a hint of playful intrigue shone through. The Calamity Gem's power reversal activated. Defense minus 696, attack 696, current attack power 826. Boom! The wind cannon was unleashed. Chapter 42. Chen Nian, try to blow something up? Boom! The gale cannon was unleashed. The fierce wind ruthlessly tore through the air. And in that instant, the world seemed to be devoid of sound. The individuals beside Chen Nian were caught off guard, and before they could react, they were blasted away. Ultimately, the strike landed squarely on the chest of the stone giant. The force of the wind pressure erupted from its back, piercing through the ceiling of the grand hall. That incredibly hard mechanical heart extinguished. Instant kill. Congratulations on the successful defeat of the Guardian Colossus. Gene Energy 2100. Level up. 6870. Congratulations on acquiring the rare material. Energy Core. Congratulations on obtaining the skill scroll. 10,000 Swords Technique. Chen Nian felt a surge of joy. He hadn't anticipated such a bountiful reward from this dungeon. The Energy Core is a crucial material for constructing teleportation arrays, which are essential for mutual support among major cities during the Blood Moon Catastrophe. The 10,000 Swords Technique is a rare skill suited for swordsmanship, particularly beneficial for Xiao Qi. It seems he could find an opportunity to present the 10,000 Swords Technique to her. Chen Nian was quite satisfied. This performance had not been in vain. Simultaneously, the reversal effect of the catastrophe gem came to an end, and his defense reverted back. Everyone present gazed at Chen Nian with the eyes of onlookers observing a monster. What is this? A mere casual wind spell wielding such power? Individuals were left dumbfounded, some even sprawled on the ground, forgetting to rise. This is utterly outrageous. Having successfully defeated the boss, the door reopened. Yet the bald man and his companions did not feel any relief. The pressure exerted by Chen Nian was even greater. The entire squad of 5 elite players had exhausted every possible means but failed to shatter the heart of the boss. He, however, managed to accomplish it with a mere flick of his wrist. Qiuya was so frightened that she nearly resurrected. Her beautiful eyes widened as she sat on the ground with her mouth covered, her face clearly displaying her astonishment. Brother, your strength. Is it truly this terrifying? So, he was merely acting earlier? His intention was to have them lead him to the boss room and discover the boss's weaknesses? Such deep scheming. Chen Nian then turned to the bald man and his group, smiling as he said, "Shouldn't you all address me as foster father now?" His disdainful gaze was akin to that of a spectator observing a troupe of clowns. The group felt a pang of anxiety. This young man was so powerful. What if he turned around to exact revenge on them? Don't move. The bald man forcibly composed himself and coldly stated, "Do not forget that you still carry my explosive talisman. At close range, you cannot escape unscathed. Oh, what do you intend to do? Hand over everything that the boss dropped, and all your valuable equipment. I saved you, yet you intend to rob me? Do not forget the explosive talisman on your back. Do not let me see you attempt any tricks." The bald man was extremely agitated, ready to trigger the rune explosion at any moment. It was evident that his nerves were stretched to their limit. Chen Nian spread his hands. "Why don't you try detonating one?" Boom! The runes behind Chen Nian erupted, engulfing him in a fierce blaze and thick smoke. "I warned you, do not provoke me. This is of your own making." The bald man gasped, sweat glistening on his forehead. Just then, a nonchalant voice emerged from the swirling black smoke. "Is that all you have? If not, I shall take action." "No, it cannot be." As the smoke dissipated, the pupils of the bald man and his companions constricted in shock. The explosive rune had detonated at close range, yet he was unscathed. What extraordinary fortitude and resilience must one possess to achieve such a feat? They could hardly fathom. Is it truly possible for someone to attain this level at this stage? Under the intense pressure, the bald man had completely lost his composure, his voice rising to a frenzied shout. "Stop! There's still her. If you dare move an inch, I will blow her up. You wouldn't want an innocent person to pay the price for you, would you?" Qiuya stood not far behind Chen Nian. On her back, there was yet another explosive rune. At that moment, Qiuya's face turned ashen. She never anticipated being used as leverage against Chen Nian. "I don't even know him. How could he possibly care about my safety? It's over, I'm doomed. I don't know her. Do you think I would care about her life or death?" Chen Nian advanced steadily. The bald man, cornered and desperate, shouted, "Fine, then let her die." Words of power crackled like thunder. Chen Nian vanished from his spot, and, in the blink of an eye, appeared beside Qiuya, seizing the explosive rune in his hand. A blinding light erupted in his palm. Yet, that was all. Like a firecracker that had failed to ignite, no sound followed. "What?" Qiuya was astonished. "He actually grabbed the explosive rune to save me? Wait, how'd he get to my side so swiftly? I didn't even see him move." The bald man and his group were even more horrified. "Is he even human? What kind of monster have we provoked?" "Run, run." They fled in a frenzy, but Chen Nian would not allow them to escape so easily. The pitch-black domain stripped away all color, drawing them into a prison known as darkness. Words of power, Grim Reaper. Chen Nian, possessed by the Grim Reaper, commenced a merciless harvest. With each life he claimed, the attack power of the Grim Reaper's scythe increased permanently. Grim Reaper's scythe attack power 10. Grim Reaper's scythe attack power 10. Grim Reaper's scythe attack power 10. All 5 were vanquished by Chen Nian. Utilizing the remaining time of the Grim Reaper's domain, he lifted Qiuya into his arms and exited the boss chamber, shielding her from the brutal scene. As the domain faded, Qiuya remained in Chen Nian's embrace, still cradled like a princess, her mind in a state of bewilderment. "No. You." She blinked, her thoughts a blank slate. Yet, if other female players knew that she was being held by the Silent Prince, they would likely be consumed with envy. "It's all right now, let us go." Chen Nian gently set her down. Alas, dear brother, who exactly are you? Caught off guard, Qiui fell to the ground. Just as she was about to inquire further, the figure before her had vanished without a trace. She even felt as though this was but a dream. Yet, her level had indeed risen, and she had successfully cleared the dungeon. No matter how hard Qiui pondered, she could not fathom the situation. So she turned to the forum to seek assistance. Could anyone tell me if a wind elemental mage possesses the ability to shroud the world in darkness? Moreover, a mere ordinary wind blast was enough to obliterate a boss. How terrifying. However, her post quickly sank into obscurity, as such an ambiguous topic garnered no responses. The discussions among others revolved predominantly around equipment, leveling up, and monster slaying. After an extended wait, Qiui suddenly received a private message. Could you please provide me with the specific details? Thank you. The sender's ID consisted of merely 2 characters, Luo Shui. Chapter 43. The rivalry among women. Who is Luo Shui? For words to describe her, the Ice Queen. She possesses a top-tier ice affinity, Ice Extreme, in the game Disaster, capable of transforming the earth into glaciers with a mere flick of her wrist. She stands as a goddess-level player at the pinnacle among millions of players. Her real name is Zhao Yixue, born into a globally renowned martial arts family. With her exceptional talent and a beauty as pure as snow, she has garnered countless admirers. The title of National Goddess suits her perfectly. However, she is drawn to silence. Being a fiercely competitive woman, she has never been defeated by anyone in any endeavor, except by silence itself, which has bested her time and again. This unwillingness to yield fuels her relentless pursuit, and in the process, she realizes she has developed feelings for him. Luo Shui. Upon seeing the other SID, Qiui was momentarily stunned. Could it be a hoax? Surely. It must be someone impersonating her. How could the real Luo Shui seek out someone as insignificant as me? It's impossible. With trembling hands, she replied, Are you truly Luo Shui? Luo Shui. Please inform me of the specific circumstances you encountered, including the time and place. Thank you. Qiui. I can. But why are you interested in this? Are you really the genuine Luo Shui? Luo Shui. Luo Shui has never been one for words. She is known for her brevity. If not for her desire to uncover information about Buyu, she would never have spoken so much. Qiui, I'm a player from Luhai City, and here is what happened. At this very moment, Chen Nian remained oblivious. The 3 women who troubled him the most had each acquired information about him through their own means. Yi Hongling, Su Jinyu, and Zhao Yixue. All 3 are top-ranking female players in the world. However, none of them have ever seen the true face of Buyu, not even Su Jinyu, who is the closest to him, having only glimpsed his masked profile on his birthday. At present, Chen Nian was contemplating giving the recently acquired 10,000 sword technique to Xiao Qi, also known as Su Jinyu. After all, she manages a guild of so many members for him, which is no small feat. Luhai City. Ever since the offline meeting held in Luhai City, Su Jinyu had remained there. She feigned sleep to lower Buyu's guard and access the surrounding surveillance footage, obtaining a photo of Chen Nian's masked profile. A significant breakthrough. Hit. Su Jinyu was grinning foolishly while holding her phone, which displayed the blurry image of Chen Nian as its wallpaper. As the daughter of a top 100 global conglomerate, she is naturally beautiful and adored by many. Yet she finds herself drawn to this man whose face she has never seen. This is the peril of online romance. At that moment, a streak of flame suddenly soared through the sky, descending into the courtyard like a meteor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a flick of her finger, Su Jinyu summoned a flying sword that soared into the air, colliding with a streak of flame. Boom! Flames cascaded down, and a woman in a red dress gracefully landed, her bright eyes and crimson lips shimmering with brilliance. It was you, Ye Hongling. The hostility in Su Jinyu's eyes magnified several times. This is a rival. Little Chi-Chi, long time no see. Your temper is still as fiery as ever? Yi Hongling approached with a smile, her curvaceous figure enveloped in a striking red gown, her enchanting silhouette enough to drive any man wild. What do you want? Speak. Nothing much. Just received word from a scout that Buyu had appeared in Lu City before. You have planted a spy in our guild. Why is it permissible for you to have a secretary like Buyu's little sister, but not for me to send a spy to gather information about him? Yi Hongling chuckled. If you have any news, could you share with your sister? Su Jinyu snorted. Are you dreaming? Even if I had information, would I share it with you? Don't be so distant, sister. We haven't even seen Buyu, so how can we talk about competition? Besides, I'm here to make a trade. What trade? I know Buyu's hiding place. What? Su Jinyu's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She had been struggling to ascertain Buyu's exact location and never expected this woman to know it first. If you have other news, we can exchange. If not, I have no inclination to play with you. Yi Hongling lifted a cup of tea, leisurely sipping it. I have his photograph. It seems you're not as dim-witted as I thought. Let me see it. First, tell me where he is. All right. Honesty in cooperation. He killed a world boss in Linhai City and slipped away right under my nose. Both women obtained the information they sought. Su Jinyu was pleased. With a target in sight and the photograph, it would be much easier to track him down. Little Chi-Chi, heed your sister's advice. You cannot outmatch me, so back off. Huh? Are you larger than me? Yi Hongling puffed her chest. I. Men prefer the larger ones. They can bury themselves in sleep. I hope you take care of yourself. Su Jinyu was so enraged that her face turned crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, she received a message from Buyu, her spirits lifting instantly. Brother Buyu is reaching out to me. Su Jinyu's mood brightened as she hurriedly replied. Buyu, I have obtained the 10,000 Swords Technique Skill Scroll, which happens to be what you need. I'll give it to you. Little Chi-Chi, really? Brother Buyu, you're the best. Love you. The two could transact directly in the trading space, and since Chen Nian had offered it to her, he naturally charged her nothing. Congratulations on obtaining the 10,000 Swords Technique. As soon as Su Jinyu received it, she immediately withdrew the item from her inventory. Oh dear, Brother Buyu is so concerned about me, gifting me a rare skill scroll right after he acquired it. What about certain others? Yi Hongling raised her brows, her chest heaving with anger. She never expected to be outmaneuvered at such a moment. Meanwhile, Chen Nian remained oblivious to the rivalry between the two women and thought the matter had concluded. However, he soon received a message from Qiling. Qiling, do you want a high-level skill scroll? Chen Nian. The advanced skill scroll is indeed a rare treasure that can directly unlock one's high-tier linguistic abilities. A true serendipity. The death god of linguistics acquired hers through such an item. To think she possesses this precious artifact, yet chooses not to utilize it, saving it specifically for me. Chen Nian, you don't intend to use it yourself? Qiling, while you bestow skill scrolls upon other sisters, your thoughts wander to me. Does your conscience not ache? Chen Nian, how does she know I just gifted something to Shao Qi? Are they conspiring together? Qiling, if you desire it, accompany me into the fire abyss. I aim to awaken the advanced abilities of the Crimson Lotus Sorceress, and upon my success, this treasure shall be yours. Chen Nian, very well. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Yi Hongling could not suppress her laughter. Thus, I shall be on my way to meet your reticent brother while you remain here, infatuated with his photograph. Hey! Chapter 44. The Formal Meeting. Accompanying Yi Hongling into the fiery abyss, 14 days until the Blood Moon Catastrophe, Chen Nian had promised Yi Hongling that he would accompany her to the fiery abyss, thus enabling him to obtain a high-tier skill scroll. This was a reliable method to significantly enhance one's strength. The fiery abyss is a place that all fire element extraordinary beings must visit. By passing the trials, one could not only level up but also achieve a permanent enhancement in attribute growth, and even awaken certain rare and powerful fire skills. Yi Hongling's decision to forcibly enter the fiery abyss at this moment was also to grow stronger before the impending catastrophe arrived. The fiery abyss was discovered within a volcanic mountain by the sea, and we would take a helicopter there. We will meet tomorrow afternoon at the airport in Lehigh City. Any questions? Chen Nian replied, All right, I will do my best to arrive. Yi Hongling teased, Stop pretending, brother. Aren't you in Lehigh City? I'm just looking out for you. Chen Nian. The next day, Chen Nian donned a black jacket, an attire he rarely wore, and concealed his face with a black mask and hat. When he stepped out, he even employed the stealth technique until he reached the airport restroom, where he finally dropped his disguise to meet up with Yi Hongling. At the airport, Yi Hongling stood out as the most dazzling sight. Sporting sunglasses and flowing wine-red hair, she wore a striking red gown that resembled a peony in full bloom. Her lips, glistening like blood, were captivating, and her snow-white skin was as flawless as a work of art. Her presence was enough to cause a considerable stir. Wow, look at that woman. She is stunning. That's Yi Hongling. You must recognize her, right? The beloved daughter of General Yi. I never thought I would see her in person. Can we get into the airport? I want to rush in and see her. Dream on, buddy. All the entrances are guarded by armed enforcers. No unauthorized personnel are allowed inside. What a pity. Countless people press their faces against the glass of the airport waiting hall, gazing longingly from afar. Beside the helicopter, in addition to Yi Hongling, stood 6 other extraordinary beings, all fire element practitioners who had rushed from various locations. They were all hired at great expense by Yi Hongling through her connections. Miss Yi, it's already 2 in the afternoon. Aren't all the people here yet? No rush. One more is on the way. Who does he think he is, making us, including Miss Yi, wait here? He must be tired of living. A hot-headed individual barked. Huh. Yi Hongling smiled slightly, choosing not to respond. If she were to reveal the truth to these individuals, it would probably frighten them to the core. Just then, Chen Nian finally entered the airport. Look, he is here. Damn it. Why is he walking so slowly? Can't he hurry up? Observing the young man who hadn't yet fully matured, they felt compelled to teach him a lesson once he arrived. Forget it. He has someone Miss Yi invited. Let us give her some face. Chen Nian finally joined the group. From the moment he appeared, Yi Hongling's gaze was fixed intently upon him, unwavering. She even removed her sunglasses and hung them on her head, a playful smile dancing at the corners of her lips, reminiscent of a femme fatale. Hey there, mind introducing yourself? Everyone has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Chen Nian glanced at the crowd. I don't think an introduction is necessary. Oh no, that won't do. We are all individuals of some repute in our circles. Without your words, how can we assess your prowess? All right. Yi Hongling clapped her hands. Let us board the plane. We are pressed for time. Let us heed Miss Yi. The group urged her to board first. Their intentions quite clear. They wished to sit beside her. Who wouldn't want to cozy up to such a strikingly beautiful, well-endowed, and formidable wealthy woman? Even the simple act of brushing against her arm or thigh would be a tale to tell for a lifetime. Once Yi Hongling settled into her window seat, the rest clamored to join. Everyone move aside. Miss Yi, may I sit beside you? Spoke a young man named Chu Xiang, a wealthy heir and a gifted fire knight, arguably the strongest among them. Yi Hongling smiled. Do you believe you are worthy? Chu Xiang's expression stiffened, awkwardly retreating to a nearby seat. After everyone was seated, the space next to Yi Hongling remained vacant, with Chen Nian being the last aboard. His first instinct was to retreat to the back row. Where do you think you're going? Come here. The crowd was bewildered. Am I not the boss now? Will you disregard my orders? They were further perplexed. Thus, amidst their astonished gazes, Chen Nian was forcibly pulled over, taking a seat beside Yi Hongling. But Miss Yi, especially Chu Xiang, whose face contorted in a manner suggesting he had just consumed something vile. It was one thing for him to feel unworthy, but he assumed no one else would either. Yet here was this boy, unexpectedly reaping the rewards. As the helicopter roared to life, Chen Nian felt a head resting on his shoulder, accompanied by an arm casually draping around his waist. Could you please refrain from touching me? What? The noise is too loud. I can't hear you. Yi Hongling's lips curled into a captivating smile, her wine-red hair dancing wildly in the wind, playfully slapping against Chen Nian's face. He sighed, never anticipating he would find himself in such a compromising situation. 2 hours later, the group arrived at their destination, a volcanic island. Surrounding them was an endless expanse of ocean. This volcano had emerged following the fusion of the game with reality, and there had been previous explorations. The fire abyss lay within the volcano. After a brief explanation from Yi Hongling, she led the group onward into the volcano's mouth. A torrent of heat enveloped them, the temperature in the air rising sharply. Fortunately, the group was seasoned and unfazed. This heat was trivial for them. As they delved deeper into the volcano, they finally discovered the entrance within the seething magma. Before them stood a crimson, chaotic portal. Let us proceed. Yi Hongling was the first to step into the fiery abyss, followed closely by the others, all wearing expressions of exhilaration. Chen Nian also followed suit. Before them lay a vast expanse of crimson terrain, where an overwhelming wave of scorching heat assaulted their senses. The sky was shrouded in thick, ominous black clouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning striking the distant mountains. The remnants of collapsed structures and crumbling walls were scattered about. At the very heart of this region stood a pillar of crimson light, which was Yi Hongling's objective. A commanding voice resonated. Challenger has entered the trial pillar. Accepting the fire legacy, Yi Hongling's expression grew serious as she spoke. I will now enter the light. Expect a relentless onslaught of monsters. Your sole duty is to protect me until the trial is complete. Do you understand? Understood. Rest assured, Miss Yi, we will ensure your safety. They replied, brimming with confidence, unaware that they were on the brink of a perilous battle for their very lives. Chapter 45. The Fiery Demonic Wolf. Chen Nian reemerges. Taking a deep breath, Yi Hongling recognized the audacity of her decision to enter the fire abyss at this stage. Her body might not withstand the trials, yet if she persevered, the enhancement to her strength would be monumental. Yi Hongling's pursuit of power was not solely to fend off calamities. A more pressing motive lingered. She sought to seize a man. Even if she could not claim his heart, she would certainly claim his body. She could not allow another woman to outpace her. I shall proceed. With a determined glance at Chen Nian, Yi Hongling resolutely stepped into the crimson beam of light. Upon entry, she was engulfed in an inferno that felt as if she had walked into a furnace of several thousand degrees. Countless flames coiled around her like serpents. Were it anyone else, they would likely be reduced to ashes instantly. Only she, Yi Hongling, could endure this. Detection of trial participant confirmed. The fire inheritance trial officially commences. Be cautious. It is upon us. Look to the sky. Suddenly, meteors plummeted from above, crashing to the ground with thunderous roars. Boom! 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 The fallen meteors revealed themselves as monstrous beings. Crimson Flame Lizard, level 68. Lava Behemoth, level 69. Magma Serpent, level 67, as the crowd beheld the levels of these creatures. Beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads, an intangible pressure gathering overhead. All of these monsters neared level 70. While our average level barely surpassed 60, this would indeed be a formidable challenge. If it weren't for the difficulty, would Miss Yi have personally summoned us to action? Everyone, rally your spirits. We are the elite. Furthermore, defeating these monsters will yield substantial experience, and the drop rate for fire-based skills will increase. If we endure for 24 hours, victory shall be ours. Thus, for the promise of rich rewards and abundant experience, a grand battle commenced. Flame Slash. Dragon Fire Technique. Heavenly fire raging wild. The scorching, vibrant flames danced like tongues of fire, saturating the air with heat and smoke, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The extraordinary beings fought valiantly against the onslaught of monsters from every direction, wielding their formidable skills to slay one after another. The fallen foes dissolved into shimmering light, only to be swiftly replaced by new adversaries. Relentlessly, this was the fire abyss. The trial had officially commenced. The entrance had long since sealed. Should they fail to endure for 24 hours, only death awaited. Everyone, conserve your strength. The battle is long, and do not expend all your energy. Indeed, this is merely the beginning. Hold back your full strength. As each monster fell, experience points began to rise. Gene Energy 150. Gene Energy 150. Gene Energy 150. This was merely the shared experience, yet was not insignificant. If they sustained their efforts for a full 24 hours, all would witness a notable increase in their levels, a primary reason for their willingness to venture here. Chen Nian remained motionless. He stood before the crimson pillar of light, still clad in a mask and hat, brazenly slashing at the water. What the hell are you doing standing there, old man? Chu Xiang, wielding a blazing warblade, withdrew and bellowed angrily at Chen Nian, akin to a maddened lion. Chen Nian, remaining passive and sharing experience points, found it utterly intolerable. Indeed, Our leader is Miss Yi, not you. Previously, we let things slide out of respect for her, but now that battle has commenced and you remain inactive, do not blame us for being impolite. The others joined in, directing their ire at Chen Nian. Their earlier discontent at his closeness to Miss Yi had finally erupted, unperturbed by their accusations. Chen Nian chose to ignore them. With a mere utterance, he vanished from their sight, employing his power of invisibility. Where did he go? How is this possible? Could he possess an invisibility skill? We must expel him from the team. He cannot remain here to leech off experience. Wait, the captain is Miss Yi. We lack the authority. Only those within the party can share experience. Meanwhile, the captain, Yi Hongling, was undergoing her trial within the Crimson Pillar. The group could only seethe in impotent rage. What a shameless individual. A coward who dares not reveal his true self. What can we expect from him? Everyone, focus on the monsters. Once the trial concludes, we must settle the score with him. Under Chu Xiang's leadership, they continued to engage in battle, while Chen Nian found a spot to observe the fray, content to watch the chaos unfold. These ordinary monsters were not worthy of his intervention. Yi Hongling, however, felt a profound uncertainty regarding the trial in the fire abyss for two reasons. First, she feared her own inability to endure, leading to failure. Second, she worried that those outside would be unable to fully repel the monster attacks, resulting in defeat. Yet, after successfully enlisting the enigmatic presence, her second concern dissipated entirely. In short, in Yi Hongling's eyes, the hired help were inept. Only the mysterious figure was the true, stabilizing force. As time relentlessly passed, 12 hours had elapsed. This group had withstood the relentless onslaught of monsters for a full 12 hours, which was commendable. However, the significant depletion of their strength rendered them increasingly fatigued, while the monster assaults grew more ferocious with each wave. How can it only be halfway through? If this continues, I shall not endure. The monsters seemed endless. The entire squad was exhausted, battered, and bruised. Some were clad in tattered garments, their bodies marred with burns, their skin charred. A sight most pitiful. Help! Save us! I can no longer endure. I truly cannot bear this any longer. Had I known that this mission would be so perilous, no amount of compensation would have persuaded me to accept it. An overwhelming multitude of fire element creatures encircled us. Panic gradually etched itself upon their faces. Exhaustion and the dread of being overwhelmed by the monsters could no longer be concealed. The final wave of monsters is about to descend. All trial takers, take heed. A string of golden text materialized. Chu Xiang was filled with elation. The last wave. As long as we endure this, we shall achieve victory. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, the sky suddenly split open, and an unprecedentedly colossal meteorite plummeted down with a thunderous crash. It obliterated several high-level monsters into mere fragments. Crack! The meteorite fractured, revealing countless crimson fissures. The first to emerge was a red-black paw, approximately the size of a basin, with veins resembling molten lava coursing through its obsidian skin. The boss had arrived, as this formidable entity materialized before the crowd. A chill ran down their spines, and they trembled uncontrollably. It was a gigantic werewolf, clad in crimson armor, wielding a rust-red club with sharp fangs. Its pupils shone like two radiant suns. Good heavens! Boss, fiery demon wolf, level 95, a level 95 boss. This level mercilessly shattered all hope among the crowd. For words, unassailable. Even if the entire team were at their peak, victory would not be assured, let alone in their current state as remnants of a once great force. It was over, utterly over. Surrounding us were countless monsters, and directly ahead loomed a boss of terrifying caliber. Some individuals were so frightened they nearly lost control. Yet before they could, the dampness in their trousers was swiftly dried by the searing heat, leaving only the lingering stench of urine in the air. At that moment, Chen Nian's figure reappeared in their line of sight. Chapter 46, The Celestial Fall. A single finger shatters as Chen Nian reemerged. The crowd stood in collective astonishment. You insufferable coward! How dare you show your face here? I cannot fathom why Miss Yi would choose someone like you. Even if I perish today, I shall drag you down with me. Chu Xiang was the first to unleash a torrent of vitriol. Yet, in response to Chu Xiang's complete unraveling, Chen Nian merely cast him a sidelong glance. If you wish to survive, silence your tongue, novice. You dare. Chu Xiang raised his blade, intent on confronting Chen Nian, only to be restrained by another companion behind him. Wait. Do not act rashly. Hold on, I must strike him first. Do you not find it peculiar? Why has he chosen this moment to appear? Why is he utterly unafraid? Upon hearing his teammate's words, Chu Xiang's flaming sword lowered once more as realization dawned. Is there some truth to that? If he is indeed a coward, why does he not tremble even at the brink of death? And why does he choose to stand forth at the most perilous moment? What could his motive be? Chen Nian paid them no heed. Having rested sufficiently, his extraordinary power nearly replenished, it was time to act. He slightly raised his index finger, obscure syllables transforming into a fierce gale coalescing at his fingertip. Word spirit, gathering wind cannon. What does he intend to do? This fellow wields wind abilities, not flames. So why did Missy bring him here? Suddenly, the group stumbled upon a chilling truth. One individual stammered, he is not a fire-type practitioner. How has he endured in the fiery abyss for so long? Remaining invisible all this time, a collective gasp echoed among them. Fire-type practitioners possess immense resistance to flames, allowing them to linger within such environments. How could any other profession manage that? Just as their bewilderment deepened, they beheld a purplish-black radiance emanating from Chen Nian, enveloping his being entirely. Disaster. The disaster gem! Someone cried out in horror. Their facial muscles quivered, pointing at Chen Nian as though confronting a monstrous entity. That is the glow of the disaster gem. He has slain a disaster beast, and he possesses the disaster gem. It was yet another shocking revelation. The disaster beast, an extraterrestrial calamity, possesses intelligence and takes on grotesque forms, each one more terrifying than the last. For an ordinary person, to even attempt such a feat would spell certain doom. Yet this individual had not only encountered Disaster Beast, but had also acquired its gem. Who on earth is he? At that moment, Chu Xiang too recognized the extraordinary nature of this person. He felt as though a thorn lodged in his throat rendered him speechless, and he could only swallow repeatedly. The disaster gem activated, reversing the balance of offense and defense. Defense minus 696, attack 696, boom. A cannon blast erupted. The fierce wind pressure sent Chen Nian's bangs swirling chaotically. With a deafening blast, a wind cannon obliterated a nearby crimson lizard into countless fragments, its soul scattering into the ether. The onlookers were struck with profound astonishment, disbelief surging within them like a tidal wave. Had it truly been dispatched in the blink of an eye? Just moments ago, vanquishing a single monster had required numerous coordinated strikes, often necessitating the combined efforts of two warriors. Yet before this individual, it was merely a matter of unleashing a single wind cannon. What kind of monstrous power could annihilate a creature nearing level 70 with such ease? The crowd stood agape, momentarily forgetting to close their mouths as they bore witness to an unforgettable spectacle. Bang, bang, bang. The wind cannon fired relentlessly, each blast claiming the lives of any monster bold enough to approach, without exception. The rest of the group did nothing but receive notifications of their rising experience. Gene Energy 150, Gene Energy 150, Gene Energy 150. In less than 2 minutes, all lesser foes had been thoroughly eradicated, leaving not a single one behind. In that moment of stunned silence, they finally grasped who the true powerhouse of their expedition was. How terrifying. No wonder Missy held him in such high regard. It turned out he was indeed the strongest among them. The earlier restraint had merely been a prelude to this moment of action. Astonishingly, I have also acquired a fire-type skill scroll. And some equipment. Haha. So this is what it means to reap rewards effortlessly. The group harbored no lingering resentment towards Chen Nian. Yet after a fleeting moment of exhilaration, they could not escape the gravest of concerns. The most formidable boss still loomed ahead. The level 95 infernal fire wolf towered over them like a colossal mountain, pressing down upon them with an oppressive weight. Defeating it was essential for their survival. Do you dare challenge the abyss of flames? How foolish! It roared. The mighty wolf raised its massive club, summoning a tempest that shook the very heavens. The dark crimson sky, laden with ominous clouds, suddenly split open, revealing a terrifying red meteor slowly descending from above. The meteor of divine fire had arrived, a rare skill of fire magic. The meteor of divine fire. A fire mage gazed skyward, his face ashen, lips pale, trembling uncontrollably. Every soul present understood the catastrophic power of this ultimate attack. If it were to crash down upon them, it would undoubtedly obliterate everyone present, without exception. Foolish mortals, your end is nigh. The infernal fire wolf cast a disdainful glance over the crowd, akin to a king surveying a colony of ants. To it, they were already as good as dead. The meteor descended. Its most glorious record had once seen a single meteor annihilate thousands of players. While this meteor may not possess such terrifying might, there was no doubt it could eradicate this party without hesitation. As the meteor fell from the heavens, the crowd cowered in fear, trembling beneath its approach. Powerless to resist, they beheld a solitary figure standing firm. The flames of the colossal meteorite reflected in Chen Nian's pupils as he gently raised a finger, a smile gracing his lips. What was he planning? The next moment, Chen Nian provided them with an answer. It was still the seemingly ordinary wind cannon. The invisible force traversed the air, striking the enormous meteorite that nearly obscured half the sky, only to vanish without a trace. Not a ripple was stirred. What was he thinking? Using such a trivial spell against a meteorite? A madman, utterly insane. In the face of life and death, no one found humor in Chen Nian's actions. They only felt incredulity. The ultimate move he unleashed was akin to that of a level 95 boss, yet he sought to counter it with a mere minor skill. By what right? With a deafening roar, the sound engulfed all senses. As astonished gazes fell upon the scene, the meteorite erupted, scattering fragments and fiery debris across the sky, radiant like fireworks. Standing amidst the blazing chaos, Chen Nian's silhouette remained resolute, embodying the essence of a new king in a world of turmoil. Chapter 47. Who was the boss, him or me? Chen Nian unleashed a powerful wind cannon, shattering the meteorite into countless fragments. The team members, cowering on the ground with their heads cradled in their hands, were momentarily frozen in shock. In their trembling eyes, Chen Nian stood tall and composed amidst the raging flames. No, it's impossible. What terrifying power is this? Some rubbed their eyes, believing this was utterly absurd. Yet, the stark reality before them was undeniable. Chu Xiang began to comprehend that, in this man's eyes, he was merely a foolish clown, an inconsequential novice. The overwhelming humiliation urged him to wish for a hole to vanish into. Why? Why could someone be so extraordinarily powerful at this stage? A seemingly ordinary wind-based skill wielded such monstrous power, and there were only two plausible explanations. Either his equipment boasted an exceptionally high attack bonus, or his extraordinary attributes were remarkably elevated. Only these two factors could influence the ultimate potency of one's abilities. Not only were the teammates astonished, but even the boss, the flame demon wolf, twitched its lips in disbelief. It even cast a doubtful glance at its own claws, pondering whether what it had just unleashed was truly a grand move, questioning how such a result could arise. This young man's level was evidently not high. Why did he exude such an overwhelming pressure? Humans possess some remarkable skills. The flame demon wolf tightened its grip on the spiked club, ready to strike. But suddenly, its fur bristled as an intense sense of threat washed over it. Another wind cannon was on the verge of release. The flame demon wolf instinctively raised its spiked club in defense, forged in the fiery depths of lava, impervious to damage. Bang! The club shattered halfway, golden red shards scattering. What? The flame demon wolf's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of alarm coursing through its heart. Could this human-s attack truly be so fearsome? Who was the boss, him or me? There was no time for contemplation as the wind cannon was about to launch again. But the astute flame demon wolf did not foolishly remain in place to meet its demise. Instead, it charged forward, This human had not moved at all. He must be hindered in mobility. With such formidable offensive power, his defenses must be exceedingly weak. If it could just close the distance, an opportunity would arise. The flame demon wolf transformed into a crimson blur, racing across the arena at breakneck speed, even forming a red whirlwind. Such incredible swiftness. This creature's cognitive and physical abilities were astonishingly robust. Chen Nian was the last hope of the village. If he were to fall, there would be no chance of survival for anyone else. Beware behind you! Someone shouted in alarm to warn Chen Nian. The boss's speed was terrifying, so much so that the others could not accurately track it with their naked eyes. By the time they noticed, it was already too late. They harbored a subtle suspicion that this young man might possess extraordinary offensive capabilities, yet his agility and defensive skills were alarmingly weak. Should he be confronted with close combat, he would likely face defeat. To their astonishment, the creature also discerned this truth. What a terrifying intellect! The celestial flame demon wolf believed it had the upper hand. However, its claws swiped through empty air as the living being before it vanished mysteriously. From behind, a voice emerged, calm yet laced with amusement. Who gave you the illusion that you could best me? A finger hovered in midair, aiming at the waist of the celestial flame demon wolf. With a resounding thud, the wolf's midsection erupted, leaving a grotesque mess of flesh and blood. Severely wounded, it stumbled and faltered, only to have a foot descend upon it. It was forcefully pinned to the ground. The colossal hybrid beast found itself at the mercy of a diminutive human, helplessly immobilized beneath his foot. This scene sent shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. By all that is holy, who truly is the boss here? This individual. He is undoubtedly a monster among monsters. Chen Nian, equipped with his eagle eye, could accurately perceive every movement of his opponent, and with a flash of wind and thunder, he possessed sufficient mobility, unreservedly converting all his defensive power into offensive prowess, for there was no one capable of touching him. Thus, the battle commenced without a hint of suspense. Chen Nian cast a sidelong glance at the celestial flame demon wolf, raised his finger to target its head, and unleashed a devastating blast. As its corpse disintegrated into specks of light, notifications appeared. Congratulations on defeating the boss, Celestial Flame Demon Wolf. Gene Energy 12540. Congratulations on acquiring the rare skill scroll. Celestial Descent. Congratulations on obtaining the epic weapon, Crimson Wolf Flame Staff. Congratulations on receiving rare forging materials, Crimson Wolf Fong, an abundance of experience points. The rare fire spell, Celestial Descent, could easily fetch a starting price of 1 billion in the trading space. The epic weapon, the Wolf Fong Staff, had also been dropped. Chen Nian was thoroughly satisfied. It seemed this endeavor had not been in vain, yielding bountiful rewards. Having vanquished numerous minor foes, and ultimately this boss, his level surged from 70 to 83, a significant advancement. The attributes of this epic gear were truly remarkable. Crimson Wolf Flame Staff, Epic, required rank, first rank defense, 50 attack, 230 attribute bonuses, Constitution 10, Extraordinary 10 special effect, Fire Affinity ignites the weapon in flames. In comparison, Chen Nian's original weapon was a fine quality dagger, with an added attack power of merely 50. After equipping it, his attack power skyrocketed by an additional 180. As for the weapon itself, Chen Nian felt no need to wield it. He only required its foundational effects, as his combat style relied primarily on incantations. His level attributes and equipment attributes had all undergone a remarkable transformation. Chen Nian, Holy Spirit of Words, Unique, Gene Level, First Order, Level 83, Physique, 137 Agility, 88 Extraordinary, 77 Attack Bonus, 310 Defense Bonus, 696 Combat Assessment, 65 stars. The combat assessment has surged by more than 20 stars. Should Chen Nian activate the effect of the Calamity Gem, his attack power could even exceed the formidable threshold of 1,000. He realized that he might very well be the first individual in the world capable of achieving such an extraordinary attack power. How astonishing, brother! It is no wonder that Miss Yi had the confidence to challenge the trials of the fiery abyss. She must have enlisted the aid of such a formidable figure. My goodness, You have effortlessly crushed a level 95 boss. Who exactly are you, Great One? Indeed, you were once a renowned figure on the gaming leaderboard, or perhaps a rising star. Let us get to know you better, so we may express our gratitude in the future. After narrowly escaping death, these team members have all become devoted admirers of Chen Nian, except for Chu Xiang, who simply cannot fathom anyone being so extraordinarily talented, someone who has exceeded the limits of his understanding. Perhaps, in Messia's eyes, we are all mere novices, while he stands as the true powerhouse. At that very moment, a piercing scream erupted from the crimson beam of light in the center. The monster had been vanquished, but Yi Hongling was in peril. Chapter 48. You kissed me. You must take responsibility while Chen Nian and his companions battled the monstrous entities outside. Yi Hongling was enduring the trials of the fire inheritance within. At that moment, her anguished screams echoed, signaling her potential collapse. If she were to falter, it would lead to a failure in the inheritance, denying her any enhancement in abilities and rendering future attempts impossible. Chen Nian was acutely aware that with her tenacious spirit, she would never concede defeat. Yet, should she forcibly endure, it could culminate in a dire consequence. Reduced to ashes, approaching the crimson pillar of light, Chen Nian hesitated not a moment, ready to step inside. Wait, are you seeking death? If Miss Yi cannot withstand it, how could you possibly endure? The crowd gasped in shock. Most felt gratitude towards Chen Nian, for it was he who had saved them all. Now, witnessing his intent to step into danger, they urgently called out to stop him. Yet their cries did not deter his resolve. Where did Miss Yi find such a reckless individual, so audacious? That crimson pillar was the very heart of the space, where flames scorched perpetually and the environmental pressure was at least double that outside. Zhu Xiang finally found an opportunity to voice his derision. He wishes to play the hero and rescue the damsel. What does it matter if he perishes? Such folly. Zhu, do not overstep. He is the one who saved us. Someone rebuked sharply. Such a prodigy is a treasure for the Dragon Kingdom and indeed the entire world. Do not forget, the Blood Moon Catastrophe is imminent. After being chastised by the crowd, Zhu Xiang's expression soured, compelling him to silence. Yet inwardly he scoffed. No matter how strong, death renders one useless. Upon entering the Crimson Pillar, Chen Nian was met with an unprecedented intensity of heat. Every inch of his skin felt as though it were ablaze. His ability to endure stemmed from the epic-grade equipment, the flame tree armor, whose properties significantly mitigated fire damage. To his surprise, it proved invaluable in this dire locale. At the heart of the Crimson Realm, Chen Nian beheld Yi Hongling, and the sight momentarily stunned him. She was breathtaking. Lying on the ground, her garments in tatters, her fair skin glowed with a delicate pink hue. Her wine-red hair cascaded around her, exuding a mesmerizing beauty, so exquisite. The alluring form, usually concealed beneath her attire, captivated Chen Nian's gaze to the point of distraction. However, this was not the time for admiration. He noted that Yi Hongling's consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse, prompting him to rush over and support her. As he lifted her, his hand encircled her back, and he was taken aback. Her back, which should have been smooth and delicate, was now charred black, a sight that tugged painfully at his heart. The culprit, the fire dragon, loomed ominously above her. Hey, Yi Hongling, you have come. The frail Yi Hongling opened her eyes, and upon seeing Chen Nian holding her, a faint smile graced her lips. You care for me so much. Do you perhaps have feelings for me? Chen Nian, taken aback, never expected that despite her weakness, she would still tease him. Do not speak. At that moment, the swirling fire dragon above made a move, charging directly towards Chen Nian and Yi Hongling. It was likely that she had been injured by it earlier. With this thought, an inexplicable irritation surged within Chen Nian, and his pupils suddenly glimmered with golden light. Word Spirit, Judgment Gold Sword. The fire dragon was cleaved into fragments mid-air. However, as it was a manifestation of the trial space, it could be reborn infinitely until the trial concluded. Thus, the fire dragon relentlessly attacked Chen Nian, only to be severed time and again in an endless cycle. Yet, due to the peculiar nature of the Judgment Gold Sword, even extreme heat could be severed. ensuring that anyone close to Chen Nian would remain unscathed by the scorching flames. I am dying. Yi Hongling's voice was as delicate as a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Before that, may I see your face? You should be less injured than you appear, Chen Nian replied. Cold-hearted man, just go. Exiting means trial failure, and I would rather perish within. This regal flame queen spoke to Chen Nian in a manner reminiscent of a petulant child. Chen Nian resigned, stated the undeniable truth. I cannot remain here to protect you indefinitely. Utilizing high-risk word spirits is immensely draining. There's a way that could allow me to pass the trial. Speak. Just as Chen Nian focused on what she was about to say, unexpectedly, the seemingly weak Yi Hongling suddenly leaned in and kissed him on the black mask. This woman, she actually tore off my mask with her teeth. Absurd. With the loss of the mask, Chen Nian's true visage was revealed to Yi Hongling for the first time. Just as he was about to speak, his lips were silenced by a pair of soft petals. A pair of long, delicate arms coiled around the back of Chen Nian's head like serpents. The girl before him, with her enchanting eyes and gently fluttering lashes, resembled a rose in bloom. Chen Nian found himself unable to refuse, utterly captivated by such beauty. Moments later, as he emerged from the sweetness of the kiss, he realized he had been ensnared. Not only had she stolen his first kiss, but she had also seen his face. Yi Hongling was indeed cunning, thinking to ensnare him even in such a perilous moment. Yet, her lips were truly soft. Cough, cough. What do you intend to do? Although Chen Nian had enjoyed the moment, it did not prevent him from questioning her. Yi Hongling smiled charmingly and softly remarked, I forgot to mention that I recently acquired a new ability. I can transform lust into my own strength. This is the first time I am putting it to use. Chen Nian, see for yourself. Upon glancing over, Chen Nian was utterly astonished. The burns on her back were visibly healing at an astonishing pace, restoring her flawless, fair skin. What incredible ability! Lust is indeed a form of fire. How intriguing. A sense of foreboding suddenly enveloped Chen Nian. What? What do you intend to do? You kissed me, and you must take responsibility. But now you seem fine. That won't do. I don't even know if I can endure until the end. I need you to stay by my side and stoke the flames of desire. Chen Nian felt an alluring sensation as a hand wandered over her chest. Wait, have you been scheming against me from the very beginning? Not at all. I'm not that kind of wicked woman. I'm quite innocent. Yi Hongling pouted her luscious, crimson lips, adding, besides, you were quite passionate in that kiss just now. Weren't you? Chapter 49. Are ladies also cautious? Chen Nian found himself at a loss for words. He could never abandon Yi Hongling. Not only was she the daughter of a high-ranking general in the Dragon Kingdom's defense ministry, but she also stood as one of the strongest forces against calamity. For the sake of global stability, he simply could not allow her to come to harm. What did he do then? He would have to sacrifice his own dignity. With only a few hours remaining until the trial concluded, Chen Nian was reluctantly subjected to the sweet kisses of this stunning beauty. Do not be anxious. We have ample time. We can take it slowly, Yi Hongling said, playfully lifting Chen Nian's chin with her hand, her smile radiant. Why do you hide such a handsome face? Is it to guard against ladies like me? If my identity were to be revealed, do you think other nations would stand idly by? Should a national war commence later, I would become the prime target for assassination by foreign powers. Fear not. I shall keep your secret. Moreover, if you were to visit my home, my father would ensure your utmost safety. Chen Nian. She actually wants me to become a son-in-law. This is an outrageous affront. He stood up, ready to leave. Wait, I was merely jesting. Do you recall our first meeting in the Calamity quest? It was a high-difficulty fire attribute dungeon. You were one of the hired mercenaries, and thanks to you, we successfully cleared it. From that moment, we have been entangled in an intricate relationship. Chen Nian interrupted. That last part is unnecessary. I am indeed happy you came. Thank you. No sooner had Yi Hongling finished speaking than she, like a clingy kitten, nestled closer and kissed the nape of Chen Nian's neck. The soft, enchanting sensation sent a shiver through him. Look at your coy demeanor, so bashful. I came here to rescue you. Do not overstep. Are you even a man? Here I am, this stunning beauty flirting with you, and you cannot muster a response? At that moment, the spiraling fire dragon in the sky was shattered by the golden sword of judgment. Why the rush? Why are you so flustered? Before Yi Hongling could finish her sentence, a sudden force struck the back of her head, and she found herself kissing Chen Nian once more. Her eyes widened in surprise, mingled with delight. Their first kiss had been rather innocent, but this second was entirely different, akin to a scorching summer breeze, intense and fervent. Yi Hongling seemed to melt, yet within her delicate form, she was reinvigorated with strength. This was one of her innate abilities, the rekindling of desire. Now, feeling her extraordinary power surging once again, she no longer required Chen Nian's protection and could continue to face the abyss trial. It has been so long, they have not emerged yet. Surely, they have not both perished within? None of the onlookers dared to step into the trial's light. They understood the stakes. Entering meant certain doom. With no hope of survival, time would reveal all. If they had met their demise, a notification of trial failure would soon follow. It seems utterly impossible for anyone to survive this ordeal. If even Miss Yi cannot endure, who else can? Alas, I still do not know who that brother is. I do have a conjecture, though I cannot be certain, for even I find it hard to believe. Speak quickly. No, never mind. It's simply impossible. That person would never reveal themselves. I must be mistaken. During this period, the two have engaged in numerous verbal duels. Suddenly, Yi Hongling's eyes flew open. Congratulations! The trial of the fiery abyss has been successfully completed. Congratulations on obtaining the first inheritance of the fiery abyss. The skilled divine spear of heavenly fire has awakened. All fire-type abilities have been enhanced, and all attributes will experience permanent growth. It has been accomplished. Yi Hongling has triumphed in the trial of the fiery abyss, reaping immense benefits. At this moment, the intense heat within the trial space has completely dissipated. Alas, what a pity. The trial has been successfully completed. Yet why the sigh? Chen Nian furrowed his brow. If only the trial could last forever, we could continue indulging in some rather risky activities. Chen Nian extended his hand. I have completed my task. Now, the reward. Very well, but would you be so kind as to reveal your true name? I cannot. If my true name were to be known, it would be far too simple for Yi Hongling to find me. Xiao Qi would become jealous, and I would be forced to inform her, leading to an unavoidable chaotic scene. Never mind, I shall seek it out myself. Here, take this. Yi Hongling huffed, handing over the promised high-level skill scroll to Chen Nian. With this, Chen Nian could bypass the stringent requirements and unlock an advanced word spirit. Chen Nian continued, I just defeated the boss outside and obtained this. Do you want it? A rare skill scroll, Cataclysmic Descent. A super ultimate move for fire-type spells. Any fire-type profession can utilize it, not just mages. Upon seeing the crimson scroll, Yi Hongling's eyes sparkled with desire. I want it. I'll sell it to you for 100 million, a friendly price. Goodness, you are so cold-hearted. Just moments ago, you were all affection, and now you demand 100 million? Yi Hongling exclaimed, hands on her hips. Business is business. I'll auction in the trading space, starting at 1 billion. Are you sure you do not want it? Perhaps I should offer myself instead. Then I shall take my leave. Very well. So my worth is not even 100 million, is it? I despise you for being so wooden. Fine. I'll transfer the amount to your account later. Chen Nian tossed the item to Yi Hongling, fully aware that she was not in want of money and would keep her word. He then glanced at her disheveled attire and threw off his jacket, sending it her way. After sales service, no need for thanks. As the jacket landed on her shoulders, Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback. He gives me his clothes, fearing I might be seen by other men? He is unexpectedly gentle. In that instant, Yi Hongling felt that spending 100 million for this piece of clothing was indeed worth it. At this moment, Chen Nian had already departed, employing the art of shadow concealment, unseen by those outside. When Yi Hongling emerged, a chorus of exclamations filled the air. Miss Yi, you have finally come out. We have awaited your return for so long. Indeed, Miss Yi, we nearly risked our lives battling those monsters, yet thankfully you succeeded. Congratulations, Miss Yi. As the crowd flocked to pay their compliments, they simultaneously pondered the absence of the masked man. Miss Yi, where has that brother in a mask gone? Yes, Miss Yi. Did you not see how astonishing he was? He dispatched the level 95 boss with just a few effortless moves. Who exactly is he? Is he a recently emerged prodigy? Yi Hongling smiled and shook her head. I cannot disclose that. Just as the crowd was left wondering why such information could not be revealed, someone suddenly trembled, murmuring in disbelief. Cannot disclose. Does that not mean silence? Chapter 50, Sequence 101, Destiny. He is silent. When this legendary name emerged, astonishment swept across the faces of the crowd in unison. In their perception, Silent had always remained hidden, an enigmatic figure shrouded in mystery. Unlike divine players such as Yi Hongling, who were revered both in-game and in reality, attracting countless admirers with their unparalleled beauty, Silent was distinct. He embodied an unfathomable mystery, seemingly treating the game as mere entertainment, entirely detached from the realm of reality. Who could have anticipated the chance to truly encounter Silent? It all makes sense now. No wonder Miss Yi felt confident in challenging the fiery abyss. She had enlisted Silent. My goodness, this is utterly inconceivable. I was just fighting alongside my idol. I had long heard of the close ties between Miss Yi and Silent, but I never imagined it to be true. How delightful. My heart finds solace, if it is Silent. I'm not surprised by his formidable strength. Chu Xiang's expression resembled that of someone who had just consumed something foul. He had been the most sarcastic amongst them, and now he realized that the target of his mockery was none other than the legendary player, Silent. Furthermore, with the game's integration into reality, Silent remained as astonishingly powerful as ever, a strength that defied all reason and left onlookers in awe. He felt as though flames were engulfing him. Brother Chu, you are quite remarkable yourself. Someone patted his shoulder, jesting, mocking Silent as foolish. How impressive. Chu Xiang, filled with embarrassment and anger, retorted, Didn't you also mock him? Miss Yi, if you had revealed his identity sooner, it wouldn't have come to this. His words trailed off as Yi Hongling shot him a cold glance, her eyes seemingly conveying, Did you truly believe yourself to be significant enough to warrant prior knowledge? All right, I appreciate everyone's efforts on this journey. I shall ensure the butler disburses your rewards accordingly. After departing from the volcano, Yi Hongling chose not to join the others on the helicopter, but instead mounted her flaming broom, transforming into a streak of fire that vanished into the horizon. She had a boast to Su Jinyu in Luzhou. After Chen Nian's departure, he eagerly employed a high-tier skill scroll. It is no exaggeration to say that such an item is rarer than epic-level equipment, particularly for someone like him, who relied entirely on rare skills for sustenance. Please extract your word, spirit. Before Chen Nian appeared a myriad of esoteric golden characters. He stepped forward, and in an instant, a burst of golden light erupted, reminiscent of stars exploding. Sequence 101. Destiny has been unlocked. Upon witnessing the unlocking of this word, spirit, even Chen Nian could not suppress a slight gasp of astonishment. The power of this spoken spirit is truly terrifying, embodying an omnipotent form. If wielded skillfully, it rivals other high-tier sequences. Upon utilizing the divine mandate, one can draw cards, sun, moon, and stars. The sun enhances physicality by 30 and aids in healing wounds. The moon boosts agility by 30 and restores stamina. The stars augment extraordinary abilities by 30 and replenish supernatural strength. Additionally, there exists a minuscule chance of drawing the solar eclipse, also known as the Black Sun. Once activated, the Black Sun can absorb all surrounding beings, akin to a black hole, indiscriminately, whether friend or foe, an exceedingly fearsome phenomenon. Thus, this spoken spirit is genuinely perilous, perhaps even beyond Chen Nian's control. It all hinges on the luck of the draw. However, should fortune favor the card draw, it could lead to miraculous outcomes. Before long, Chen Nian received a notification on his account. Your account has received a transfer of 1,000,000 gold. This represents virtual currency, where 1 gold equals 100 units, amounting to a staggering sum. The virtual currency can be converted to real currency at any time. Yi Hongling's speed in transferring funds was quite impressive. Chen Nian's gains from this venture were immensely fruitful. Not only did he awaken a powerful new spoken spirit and significantly elevate his level, but he also acquired a substantial fortune. His subsequent plan was straightforward. First, he intended to utilize the rare material, the Tuo Mountain Demon Turtle Shell, obtained previously to forge an epic grade set. The remaining materials were trivial concerns. With ample funds at his disposal, Chen Nian promptly scoured the trading space for supplies. All materials were gathered. Next, he simply needed to seek out a blacksmith with exceptional talent. He decided to return to the city for a rest. He felt utterly exhausted. It turned out that kissing was quite physically demanding. After a day of rest at home, Chen Nian awoke the next morning to find himself trending on the news. Shocking. The legendary player, Silent, has made an appearance, and a level 95 boss has been ruthlessly slain. According to eyewitness accounts, upon the boss's emergence, despair engulfed everyone until Silent intervened, rendering the creature utterly powerless. Regrettably, no one caught a glimpse of Silent's appearance, nor were there any photographs from the scene. Netizen XX, wow, is there finally news about Silent? Netizen XX, Silent is so powerful, I can't wait to see more. Netizen XX, the Blood Moon calamity is imminent. I hope Silent can protect us in our city. It appears that those involved disseminated the information. However, it mattered little. Only Yi Hongling had seen his face. Chen Nian, did you see the news? Silent has appeared. Oh my goodness. Qin Yu, an ultimate fan of Silent, rushed to share the news with Chen Nian. I saw it, Chen Nian replied. How can you be so calm? That is Silent. He might be the strongest, extraordinary being in the world. Qin Yu exclaimed. Indeed, he is impressive, Chen Nian replied nonchalantly. Noticing Chen Nian's indifferent response, Qin Yu couldn't help but huff in discontent. It seemed that praising another man in front of him had irked him. However, I have no opportunity to interact with such idols. My admiration is purely that. Admiration. What are you doing, Xiaoyu? Mumbling to yourself here. Are you leveling up? Deng Rongrong inquired. Nothing much, just shared a moment of joy with Chen Nian, I replied, a hint of excitement coursing through me at the thought of Not Speaking's first appearance. Could he be feeling a tinge of jealousy? Ha! Deng Rongrong nearly burst into laughter. You praised him in front of his face. He simply couldn't be bothered to respond. What are you talking about, jealousy, dear sister? If you were to discover Chen Nian's true identity, you would likely experience a social death on the spot. In the opulent state of Luzhou, Su Jinyu also came across these news stories. Yet she felt a pang of discomfort. She was well aware of the ins and outs of the situation. What is so impressive about it? Brother Not Speaking even gifted me fireworks. In his heart, I must surely be the foremost. As the young girl continued her musings, a streak of fiery light suddenly soared across the sky. Indeed, it was the triumphant Yi Hongling. She had made a special trip just to share with Su Jinyu every detail of the moments they had embraced and kissed during that time. Chapter 51, Little Sister Qi. You won't be upset, will you? Yi Hongling, what brings you here again? Upon encountering this flamboyant vixen, Su Jinyu felt a surge of indignation. She could not help but scoff inwardly, thinking that with time, her assets would inevitably sag as well. What is so remarkable about that? Little Sister Qi, I have met your taciturn brother. You must be aware of this, right? So what? I have met him too. Have you ever kissed him? Well, what? Su Jinyu's entire body stiffened, and her delicate oval face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. She had never kissed him, but she often pressed her lips to his photos on her phone. However, such matters were far too embarrassing to ever confess. Your brother's technique is truly commendable. Why you? Su Jinyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, I've kissed him about 8 or 9 times. Each time he was left breathless. Oh dear, little Sister Qi. You won't be angry, will you? You liar. That's impossible. How can my brother possibly be with you? It must be a fabrication. Su Jinyu's immediate reaction was disbelief. Yes, I'm deceiving you. But how about this? Yi Hongling produced a men's jacket, a teasing smile playing at her lips. You this jacket. He gave it to me. If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do. Next time, I'll sleep with him and give you a call, so you can feel included too. Su Jinyu was utterly flabbergasted. Behind her, dozens of sword shadows suddenly materialized, all aimed directly at Yi Hongling. However, Yi Hongling's pupils brightened, and the continuous sword shadows spontaneously ignited in midair, consumed entirely by flames. Well then, I shan't play with you any longer. Farewell. Dear sister, Yi Hongling departed, utterly satisfied. Su Jinyu, furious, stamped her feet. If it weren't for the fact that she was currently overseeing work in Lu City, bearing the heavy burden of connecting the major city teleportation arrays, she would have retaliated. While Chen Nian had been cultivating outside, she had been preoccupied with various guild affairs, preparing for the impending Blood Moon catastrophe. Scoundrel, once we safely weather this disaster, I will certainly seek you out in Linhai City. Achoo! Chen Nian sneezed and muttered to himself. Could it be that someone is speaking ill of me behind my back? He was in search of a suitable blacksmith to forge the final piece of his epic grade set. Just moments ago, he had found a promising candidate and was in the midst of making a phone inquiry. Hello, I would like to schedule the crafting of a piece of equipment. On the other end, a robust, middle-aged man's voice replied, Certainly, my friend. What grade of equipment are you looking to forge? I do not accept anything below exquisite quality. Epic grade. What? The other party was evidently taken aback, his voice rising in pitch. Indeed, epic grade. Can you manage it? Absolutely, I can. When would you like to do it? The timing is up to you. Old Chow was overjoyed, having unexpectedly encountered a significant client. The blacksmith's forging prowess is intrinsically linked to their level, and the means to elevate this level is through the crafting of equipment. Successfully forging an epic-grade item not only yields a substantial amount of experience, but also permanently enhances one's forging capabilities. Please provide me with the address. Have the materials delivered to my door tomorrow morning. With that, Old Chow hung up the phone, his heart racing with excitement, which was clearly etched on his face. Observing her father's elation, his daughter Chloe could not help but chuckle. Dad, what has you so thrilled? Is there good news? Tomorrow, I am set to meet a major client. He replied, Since I cannot pursue a combat profession, I shall excel as a blacksmith instead. Not only can I assist others, but I can also support my family. Old Chow was indeed a seasoned gamer. All right, Dad, I have to step out for a bit to meet a friend. Out this late? Please be careful. Chloe was on her way to meet someone with the online ID of Luoxue. To her surprise, this person had actually come to Linhai City. At 9 in the evening, she arrived at the designated meeting spot outside an arcade. However, before she could catch sight of her online acquaintance, a group of drunken street thugs emerged from the arcade, swaggering and linking arms. Hey there, little lady. Who are you waiting for? Standing all alone. I'm waiting for my boyfriend. Chloe quickly fabricated an excuse. A boyfriend? Even better. Come on, let us go have a drink. Get away from me, you creeps. At that moment, the air temperature plummeted abruptly. The thugs, strangely, froze in place, as if they had been turned to stone mid-motion. Chloe's eyes widened in disbelief, her hand covering her mouth. Frost spread rapidly across the bodies of the thugs, encasing them in ice sculptures. What is happening? From the direction ahead, a girl wearing sneakers approached. Clad in a black t-shirt and denim shorts, her long, well-proportioned legs were flawless. Under the vibrant lights of the arcade, her skin appeared almost luminescent. Chloe had never encountered a girl with such pristine skin. To call her a work of art would not be an exaggeration. Beneath a black baseball cap were a pair of icy eyes and a breathtaking visage. I am Luoxue, the girl stated coolly, casting a glance at the frozen thugs as if they were mere trifles. You are truly Luoxue. Chloe was utterly awestruck. Luoxue, the pinnacle of ice abilities, the queen of the north, a goddess-level player. Her true name was Zhao Yixue, hailing from the renowned martial arts family, the Zhao clan. Her lineage was no less illustrious than that of Yi Hongling. Furthermore, she was a prodigy of the Zhao family, spending her days training in martial arts, with gaming and Cataclysm being her only other pursuit. Within that game, she discovered a unique joy and met a special man, Silent. Her sole purpose in coming to Linhai City was to find this man, a girl in an online romance, traversing thousands of miles, solely to meet her beloved, was indeed the essence of such a narrative. Let us find a quieter place to talk. Zhao Yixue led Chloe into a CAF. Her beauty was simply too extraordinary to conceal, drawing the attention of men who approached her every 2 minutes. Yet before these suitors could draw near, they were repelled by the chilling aura that surrounded her. You truly are Luoxue, my goodness. Am I dreaming? To encounter a legendary player here. Indeed, Zhao Yixue was not one to weave falsehoods. Could you share the details of that day with me? Of course, but could you please sign an autograph for me? Or perhaps take a picture? I'm a huge fan. In her quest for information, Zhao Yixue was reluctantly compelled to engage. That day unfolded as follows. I went to tackle a dungeon and was betrayed by someone, only to encounter a remarkable individual. Qiya recounted her entire experience with Chen Nian. Do you know who he is? I do. He was featured in the news for his bravery and received accolades, and he seems to be a genius from Linghai University. Yes, that's right. His name is Chen Nian. Zhao Yixue whispered his name to herself. And his girlfriend is the rising star Qin Yu. A perfect match of talent and beauty. You mean, he has a girlfriend? Qiya noticed that the cup of coffee before her, served without ice, had begun to freeze over. Chapter 52, Abduction. Chen Nian and Luo Shui acted simultaneously. Tomorrow, take me to find Chen Nian. Although Zhao Yixue's expression remained impassive, the sudden drop in temperature around her caused Qiya to tremble incessantly. What is happening? Does Chen Nian have a girlfriend with a significant connection to her? Why is she reacting this way? All right, tomorrow I will take you to Linhai City University. You should be there. Okay, see you tomorrow. Zhao Yixue nodded slightly. At that moment, the completely frozen coffee finally returned to its normal state. She stood up, and beneath her black baseball cap, her slender eyes resembled a solitary cat prowling through the night. Do not mention what I asked you about today to anyone. Sure, understood. After exchanging contact information, the two bid each other farewell. It wasn't until Zhao Yixue had completely walked away that Qiya snapped back to reality. Oh my goodness. I have Luo Shui's contact information. This is simply surreal. I must hurry home to avoid encountering more trouble. As Qiya made her way home, she noticed a bright red Audi parked in front of shop as she approached her neighborhood. Several men with unfriendly expressions began banging on the shop's door. It's quite late. The shop is already closed. As she pondered this, Qiya saw her father emerge from the shop. Why are you gentlemen here so late? What do you want? Old Chow inquired politely. Do you really not understand why we are here? We have come to have you forge equipment for us. So hurry up and get to work. The men spoke in a domineering manner, adopting a tone of command that left no room for refusal. Old Chow quickly forced a smile. I apologize, gentlemen, but we have already closed for the night, and my clients are all lined up. Would you like to wait your turn? Crash. A vase at the entrance of a shop was smashed to pieces. Qiya witnessed this scene from a distance, feeling an intense fury. That vase was something she had painstakingly nurtured. Old Chow, don't be so accommodating. Haha, you expect us to wait? Do you know who we are? Sneered the man in the red shirt. We come from a newly established guild, Fire Lin, with all members being level 50 or above, and a registered capital of 1 billion. We are here in person to give you face. Brothers, it's not that Old Chow is ungrateful. It's just that forging equipment at this hour would disturb the peace. All right, take him away. It won't be disturbing once you come to our company. From now on, you will prioritize our work. As soon as he finished speaking, several men moved forward, seizing Old Chow and dragging him towards the car. Soon, the Audi's headlights vanished into the darkness. This is outrageous, utterly outrageous. Qiya witnessed the entire ordeal, rational as she was. She chose not to rush out, but instead immediately called the enforcement team. Understood. We will verify and address the situation promptly. The Enforcement Bureau responded. Feeling helpless, Qiya could only wait. However, by the following morning, she had yet to receive any news. She sat at the shop's entrance, feeling utterly despondent, until a guest arrived. Chen Nian came. He had made an appointment to craft equipment this morning and rushed over early. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face. Is this Old Chow's shop? I came to seek him for equipment crafting. You are Chen Nian. Upon seeing him, Qiya gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Just yesterday, she had promised Luo Shui to find him. Yet here he was, having come unbidden. Yes, this is my father's shop, but he has been taken away. No, he has been kidnapped. Qiya exclaimed furiously. After hearing the circumstances, Chen Nian nodded. There is no need to worry. I have acquaintances at the Law Enforcement Bureau who can inquire on your behalf. Chen Nian dialed Li Yunwei's number. Soru, Chen Nian. But I've already heard about this incident this morning. However, with the Blood Moon calamity approaching, any high-level combat power is precious, and the Law Enforcement Bureau cannot intervene for such trivial matters. In other words, they cannot take action. The perpetrators did not commit murder or arson. Their only intent was to craft equipment, which is insufficient reason for the Bureau to step in. Understood. What is the background of those assailants? Chen Nian inquired. They are associated with a newly established company, or rather, the extraordinary guild, Fire Lin, which only accepts players above level 50. It is said that the owner has joined forces with a group of investors. These businessmen from Linhai City have extensive networks, making it difficult for the Law Enforcement Bureau to interfere. Chen Nian, Bestly Yunwei was about to advise him against getting involved. However, reconsidering, he acknowledged that perhaps this young man had the capacity to intervene. Captain Li, what should I best know? You ought to be aware that this new company located at 335 Yunshi Road is not to be trifled with. Very well. Chen Nian chuckled as he ended the call. Under normal circumstances, he might have chosen to ignore such trouble. Yet today, Old Chow was set to craft an epic piece of equipment for him. How dare anyone cut in line? Regardless of the situation, those who intrude are detestable. Coincidentally, he had once been affiliated with the law enforcement team, making him somewhat of an official. Hey driver, please stop. Chen Nian called out to a taxi by the roadside and hurriedly took a seat. Xiao had intended to call out to him, but was too late. This is a disaster. Now, Chen Nian has also left. My father has been taken away, and I failed to fulfill my promise to others. Sigh. Not long after Chen Nian departed, a black business vehicle halted by the roadside, and a girl clad in a black t-shirt and denim shorts stepped out. Noticing Xiao Ye's despondent expression, she refrained from asking too many questions. Get in. Take me to Linhai University. Her mind was occupied, indifferent to everything else. Actually, I just saw Chen Nian, but I didn't manage to keep him here. Soda. Xiao apologized with a distressed expression. Where'd he go? I don't know. Do you have his contact information? No. What was he doing here? He came to find my father to craft equipment, but my father has been kidnapped. Where is he taken? Uncertain. The phone lines are unreachable, and the enforcement agency has yet to respond. Your father's name? Xiao Chao, commonly referred to as Old Chow. Zhao Yishue, with an inscrutable expression, made a call. Within 5 minutes, I demand to know who has abducted him. With that simple directive, she ended the call. Her words set into motion the formidable network of terror and intelligence that the Zhao family commands. In less than 5 minutes, a location detail was transmitted to Zhao Yishue's mobile device. Found him. Is this truly real? Xiaoyu was taken aback. It was astonishing that what the enforcement agency could not accomplish, Luo Shui achieved with merely one phone call to locate her father. Her identity and status are indeed formidable. Get in the car. Zhao Yishue emotionlessly opened the car door. In her endeavors, she is always unencumbered by hesitation, employing only the most direct and effective means. Meanwhile, Chen Nian arrived alone at his destination. Chapter 53. Can I have the person now? Chen Nian arrived at his destination alone. Quite impressive indeed. Looking up, he beheld a high-end office building, its glass shimmering under the morning sun. Fire Lin Extraordinary Company, a gathering of extraordinary individuals to establish a firm, destined to become a long-term and stable project in the future. These extraordinary beings not only contribute to the nation, but can also serve as mercenaries in their spare time, profiting from selling acquired equipment or charging fees for upgrading others. The avenues for generating income are countless. Establishing such a guild places one at the forefront of the times, akin to being the first to venture into uncharted waters, ensuring a profit without fail. It appears these capitalists possess remarkable foresight, swiftly identifying the most suitable industry for the era. Chen Nian chuckled and strolled towards the company. He also had his own guild, comprised solely of elite individuals, which was managed by Shao Qi. He had not interfered much. He wondered how Shao Qi was faring lately and how the progress on the teleportation array was coming along. He would inquire later. Lost in thought, Chen Nian passed through the revolving glass door, stepping onto the exquisite silk red carpet and entering the spacious and brightly lit lobby. Welcome. As he crossed the threshold, two young women clad in business attire, their legs encased in black stockings, bowed to greet him. One could not deny that the facade was quite impressive. It seemed this company indeed had substantial depth. No wonder they could brazenly engage in forceful trade. At that moment, Chen Nian suddenly received a new message. Ahua is initiating a private chat with you through Kunshan, Hiyong, and someone from the guild. Chen Nian felt a twinge of confusion. He recalled the individual named Ahua. Ahua hailed from Linhai City. He had previously revealed that he belonged to the Meng family in Linhai City, possessing some stature. Any brother from a guild in trouble could seek his assistance. The Meng family held considerable influence in Linhai. Their ventures spanned finance, dining, investment, real estate, and more. They were undoubtedly top-tier capitalists, worthy of respect even from the mayor of Linhai City. Yet this fellow was remarkably inept at gaming. What did he want from me? Chen Nian opened the message. Ahua, big brother. I have recently launched a new project, the Extraordinary Company, exclusively recruiting high-level extraordinary individuals. Ahua, I believe this is undoubtedly a groundbreaking industry for the new era. Ahua, after the calamity descends, these concentrated elites will be able to exert their influence, far superior to solitary efforts. Ahua, Sister Shaoqi seems to be in a bad mood lately and is ignoring me. Just reporting to you, big brother. Feel free to summon me whenever needed. Although Ahua was a middle-aged man in his 40s, he still referred to Chen Nian as big brother and called Su Jinyu Sister Shaoqi. Moreover, he possessed a keen business acumen. Chen Nian couldn't help but laugh at the irony. He had not expected that Fire Lin was established by Ahua. What a coincidence. I'm about to disrupt your company. Not a word. All right. Chen Nian could indeed directly have Ahua handle this matter. However, under ordinary circumstances, he refrains from making demands or engaging excessively with others. He even withheld his appearance before his most trusted confidant, Shaoqi. What more can be expected from strangers? It is best to resolve matters independently. First, he should approach the person in charge to discuss the situation, preferably through dialogue. Chen Nian arrived at the reception. Good day. Sir, are you here to register for the company? The receptionist inquired cheerfully. No, I'm looking for your manager. Is the general manager available? Upon hearing that Chen Nian wished to see the general manager right away, the receptionist's expression subtly shifted. Dressed in a plain sweatshirt and jeans, he resembled a young university student, certainly not a prospective investor. I apologize, but the general manager is quite busy and may not have time to meet with guests. If you have any needs, please let me know. Her demeanor altered, reflecting her judgment based on appearances. Regardless of whether he is busy, please inform him that I am from the Enforcement Bureau. The receptionist's lips twitched despite her skepticism. She felt a twinge of fear, better safe than sorry. Hello, General Manager. We have a guest who claims to be from the Enforcement Bureau. He is currently in the lobby. The General Manager said he will be down shortly. Please wait, she relayed. Chen Nian waited in the lobby. Before long, a tall man in an elegant black suit descended, flanked by two bodyguards in black shirts, clearly not ordinary individuals, but extraordinary ones. Manager, this is him, the receptionist indicated towards Chen Nian. The manager adjusted his tie and approached Chen Nian, casting a cursory glance. You claim to be from the Enforcement Bureau? Indeed. Is this how an enforcer dresses? One might mistake you for a spring outing participant. And in turn, speak your mind. What do you want? The general manager's tone was relaxed, revealing no hint of concern for Chen Nian's presence. Nothing else, but your company's influence is far too formidable. Not even the director of the Enforcement Bureau would be flustered in your presence. I have heard that you kidnapped a gifted, extraordinary blacksmith yesterday. I have an appointment with him to forge some equipment, and I hope you can release him. Chen Nian stated his demands earnestly. To his surprise, the manager paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Huh, so that is your purpose. He has already been conscripted by our company. Chen Nian frowned. Did he consent to this? Our company's conscription does not require his approval. The manager adjusted his glasses, smiling. It is an honor for him to work for us. This is abduction. Upon hearing Chen Nian pierce through the faade, the manager's expression finally darkened. Get this person out of here. Two bodyguards advanced upon receiving their orders, raising their large hands in an attempt to seize Chen Nian, intending to toss him aside like a mere chick. Sigh. Chen Nian exhaled deeply. It appeared that reasoning was futile, leaving him no choice but to resort to physical means. With deftness, he intercepted the two bodyguards with each hand and effortlessly twisted their wrists. His physical prowess was remarkable, boasting a strength rating of 137. This immense power stemmed from the augmentation of his extraordinary equipment, while typical adversaries of similar rank would possess at most half of his strength. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering bones echoed through the air. The wrists of the two bodyguards contorted grotesquely, followed by anguished cries akin to that of slaughtered pigs. The manager stood frozen in place, eyes wide with disbelief as he witnessed the suffering of the once formidable bodyguards. Chen Nian sighed and shook his head, wishing to avoid escalating the situation. Now, can I have the person back? Chapter 54. Suppressing the entire scene. Zhao Yixue has arrived. Can you bring the person to me now? Chen Nian's tone was remarkably calm. However, the other individuals in the hall were utterly astounded by this scene, as if they had encountered a specter, particularly the receptionist, who had never anticipated that this individual had come to provoke trouble at the company. Is he out his mind? Does he not comprehend the nature of this place? The guild is home to formidable, extraordinary beings above level 50, and many remain on the upper floors. Moreover, the capitalists backing the company possess immense influence. Even the Law Enforcement Bureau must show them some respect. Seeking trouble here is akin to courting death. To put it bluntly, if he were to be killed here, no one would come to retrieve his body. The general manager was equally alarmed. He had summoned two bodyguards, both extraordinary beings around level 50, and warriors at that, with immense physical prowess. Yet, this young man had effortlessly toppled them. It appeared that he was a distinguished guest. My apologies, he is on the 3rd floor. I will escort you to him right away, the general manager said with feigned cordiality. Let us go. Chen Nian, unconcerned about any potential tricks, followed him obediently. They boarded the elevator and ascended to the 3rd floor. Brother, ahead lies our company as Forging Hall. He is inside, the general manager stated with utmost respect. Chen Nian said nothing as he pushed open the grand door. Observing that this individual entered without any form of defense, a smirk crept across the manager's face. Oh, young man, your fate is sealed. As Chen Nian stepped into the forging hall, the pungent scent of copper and iron enveloped him, and the searing heat of the furnace permeated the air, with several massive casting furnaces drawing attention. Old Chow, Chen Nian called out tentatively. Not far ahead, a middle-aged man, covered in grime, lifted his head and wiped the sweat from his brow. He wore a filthy tank top, his body marred with numerous wounds, evidently having been beaten. Chen Nian approached him directly. You, who are you? Old Chow inquired, perplexed. I'm here to make an appointment for equipment forging, Chen Nian stated plainly. What? You must leave quickly. Old Chow's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly urged Chen Nian to depart. He could hardly believe that someone dared to come here seeking a person. Having delved deeper into this company, he had come to understand its terrifying nature. Not only were there powerful, extraordinary beings, but also several formidable capitalists operating behind the scenes. They not only employed blacksmiths, but had also forcibly brought extraordinary beings into their company. If one refused to comply, their next step would be to threaten your family and friends, coercing you into joining. They resorted to all means, displaying extreme malice. With such blatant audacity, even the Law Enforcement Bureau dared not intervene, indicating the presence of significant figures backing them. Leave now, I'm fine, just go. In the face of Old Chow's insistence, Chen Nian remained steadfast, as if his feet were nailed to the ground. Leave? It is already too late. At some point, the remaining bystanders had retreated. What re-entered the hall were one powerful, extraordinary being after another, about 20 in total, completely blocking the exit. Such audacity to seek trouble here. Just when I was feeling bored, who would have thought there would be such amusement to indulge in? Ha ha. Manager, please take decisive action. Do give us a signal. The manager chuckled and shook his head. It's of no consequence if someone seeking confrontation gets hurt. Feel free to unleash your abilities. Just be careful not to damage the venue. Very well, manager. With your words, my weariness has vanished. The excited crowd rushed into the hall, eager and ready for action. Chen Nian, however, paid no heed to them and instead opened the warehouse, trading materials with Old Chow. You can't do this. If you apologize now, you might still have a chance at survival. Old Chow was left stunned and at a loss. He thought this young man realized his fate was sealed and was about to settle his affairs. Chen Nian smiled. You misunderstand. I need you to forge equipment right here. I'll collect it later. What? Old Chow was thoroughly bewildered. You are surrounded by dozens of people. Your life is in peril. And you still expect me to forge equipment? No worries, it won't affect you. Just relax. Chen Nian stepped confidently toward the open space. This time, he intended to test his pure hand-to-hand combat skills, conserving his extraordinary strength a bit, as he had yet to fully recover from the last encounter. What a gutsy fellow. Come on. Several surged forward, deliberately refraining from using extraordinary powers, intent on beating Chen Nian to a pulp. Fists rained down upon him. Currently, players lacking epic-level weapons typically had attack bonuses below 200. In contrast, Chen Nian's defense was nearly 700. Their blows, while not without pain, were utterly ineffective. The terrifying prowess of his epic armor was on full display. If they couldn't breach his defenses, how could they hope to prevail? Chen Nian retaliated with a punch. Bam! The sound of the impact echoed like thunder, sending a 200-pound giant flying across the room, crashing heavily 10 meters away. His face was unrecognizable, several teeth shattered. Blood streaming down, a pitiful sight indeed. The hall fell silent. Why did they stop? Chen Nian questioned, perplexed. The onlookers recoiled in horror, gazing at the unfortunate giant, their faces awash with fear. He was a level 58 knight, and he was just sent flying by a single punch. The crowd no longer harbored any contempt. They felt as though they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. But since they had already engaged, Chen Nian was not inclined to hold back. With another 2 punches, he rendered 2 more men unconscious, who never rose again. Damn it, this kid is something else. Don't engage him in close combat. Use extraordinary powers to suppress him. The manager bellowed. The crowd understood, caring little for the damage to the facility. Thunderous crescent slash. A man in a black vest roared, swinging his massive blade with the force of a tempest, shaking the very hall. Chen Nian, with just 2 fingers, caught the enormous blade. With a casual kick, he struck the black-clad man squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling back like a cannonball. A massive dent appeared in the alloy wall. Chen Nian carelessly discarded his large blade. Next, no one dared to respond. The general manager stood agape, unable to utter a single word for a long moment. He had anticipated a ruthless slaughter, but was astonished to witness his elite subordinates being toyed with, utterly outmatched. His men were incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. His mere casual attacks could devastate us. The disparity in strength was an insurmountable chasm. Is there no one left? Chen Nian procured a chair and simply sat down. Glancing back, he saw Old Chow still dazed, his lips moving in a perplexed manner. Old Chow, let us get to work. Oh, right. Old Chow forcibly suppressed his overwhelming shock and began crafting this epic piece of equipment. Before long, a resounding clang echoed through the air. Everyone present dared only to watch from a distance, observing the audacious young man seated in the chair, with no one brave enough to make a move. The general manager hurriedly retreated to the back and made a phone call, urgently requesting reinforcements from the boss. A formidable force. Meanwhile, downstairs, a black business vehicle was parked by the roadside. Zhao Yixue and Xiuya had also arrived. Chapter 55, Zhao Yixue versus Chen Nian. Zhao Yixue and Xiuya arrived at the company's entrance. Outside, Zhao Yixue, who spoke sparingly, left behind 3 words as she opened the car door and stepped out. She had no intention of allowing Xiuya to accompany her. This was a matter of entering boldly and making a scene. It was rumored that the company had a formidable background, housing numerous, powerful, extraordinary individuals. In the event of a confrontation, she could not afford to concern herself with anyone else. Be careful, Xiuya instinctively cautioned. Yet, gazing at the slender, straight back of the young girl, she suddenly felt that her warning was somewhat superfluous. After all, she was once on the world's strongest female players, Luo Shui. Who could possibly pose a threat to her? Zhao Yixue donned a black t-shirt paired with denim shorts, her long, slender legs reminiscent of a comic book character. Clad in white athletic shoes, she resembled a spirited girl from the sports field. The face, hidden beneath a baseball cap, was strikingly beautiful and impeccably flawless. Miss, wait. The butler hurriedly caught up from behind. Is there something you need? Miss, after all, Linhai City is not the Zhao family's territory. It would be prudent to exercise some restraint while conducting your affairs here. The butler presented her with a mask. Although in a modern society rife with surveillance cameras, The mask was of little practical use. It served to provide a modicum of concealment. With the Zhao family's influence and connections, even if Zhao Yixue were to commit acts of violence, she could ultimately emerge unscathed. It was merely a matter of performing superficial gestures to offer a plausible justification. Oh, Zhao Yixue donned the black mask, obscuring her stunning visage and leaving only her emotionless eyes visible. Chen Nian reclined in his chair, leisurely crossing his legs like a supervisor. Lao Chao was diligently working at the forge, perspiring profusely as he crafted equipment. The others dared not move a muscle, fully aware that none present could match the young man's prowess unless the boss summoned reinforcements. The general manager was already drenched in sweat today. They had certainly met their match. Bang! With a resounding crash, the 3-meter-high aluminum alloy door was unexpectedly flung open. All eyes instinctively turned toward the entrance, including Chen Nian's. A girl wearing a black baseball cap stepped inside. In the first instant, everyone marveled at her impeccably perfect figure and skin as pristine as fresh snow. In the next moment, they suddenly became alert. How had this girl managed to smash open the door? An aluminum alloy blast door weighing several tons could not be opened so casually. She must be a master. Why do I feel a chill? Someone murmured. This was the company's forging hall, heated by several forges. Standing inside felt akin to being in a sauna, yet now one felt cold. A frigid gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Lao Chao. Zhao Yixue recognized him as Chia's father. She had seen his photograph prior to this encounter. And the carefree individual lounging in the chair was the one responsible for the kidnapping? Zhao Yixue, who spoke sparingly, did not inquire further. Raising a pair of delicate white hands, a flurry of icicles shot forth in an instant, targeting none other than Chen Nian. He remained unmoved, allowing the shards of ice to shatter against him, confident in his defensive capabilities. To his surprise, however, he felt a slight sting. Chen Nian stood up, his brows furrowing slightly. He hadn't anticipated that his opponent had indeed summoned a formidable expert. Zhao Yixue also frowned lightly. The individual who could effortlessly withstand her attacks possessed considerable strength, making the encounter worthy of her attention. A crystalline ice sword gradually materialized. Grasping the sword, Zhao Yixue advanced like a graceful dragon, with each step blooming ice flowers beneath her feet. Clang! The sword clashed with a fist in midair, unleashing a gust of cold air that extinguished the flames nearby. A thick layer of ice swiftly spread from beneath her feet, enveloping the entire hall in an instant. Old Chao was utterly taken aback, hastily retreating to the side. He had never witnessed such a fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, the general manager and his associates were overjoyed, exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! Who would have thought the boss would send an expert so quickly? Keep it up. Don't let that brat escape." They regarded Zhao Yixue as one of their own, cheering her on. Chen Nian was taken aback. This person's extraordinary attributes must be exceedingly high, or else she could not have exerted such pressure on him. Were there such powerful beings in Lehigh City? He felt an inkling that he might struggle against her without using his words of power. Wait a moment. Why did this woman evoke a sense of familiarity? Her serious demeanor, her cool gaze, her ice-based abilities. The girl before him began to coalesce with someone from his memories, striking him like a thunderbolt, leaving him aghast. Luo Shui? Could this girl truly be Zhao Yixue? Wasn't the Zhao family based in Jiangshan? What brought her to Lehigh City? Besides her, Chen Nian could hardly conceive of another ice-based extraordinary being of such caliber, and it was evident she was holding back her true strength, not unleashing her full power. Chen Nian felt a surge of trepidation. This girl was as formidable as Yi Hongling, not one to be trifled with. She possessed an intense possessiveness, a delicate yet dangerous obsession. Anything she desired, she would claim, including men. Once, while Chen Nian was engaged in a game with Xiao Qi, she had approached him, her first words being, "Are you playing with someone else?" After he candidly admitted it, she demanded, "Tell me where you are in reality." Chen Nian, perplexed, inquired about her intentions. She declared, "I intend to take you back to the Zhao family to keep you as my own, so you can only play with me from now on." That encounter had left him rattled. He sensed that she was dead serious. Moreover, with her family's influence, she could very well follow through on her threats, which was terrifying. Thus, he was extremely reluctant to reveal his identity. In some respects, this woman was more daunting than Yi Hongling. Both women were formidable adversaries. The easiest to handle was still Xiao Qi. No, he must not allow her to recognize him. Alas, Chen Nian let out a piercing scream, deliberately propelled by the icy blast. Half reclining on the ground, he clutched his chest, displaying an exaggerated performance. Zhao Yixue ceased her pursuit, refraining from further assault. Witnessing Chen Nian's defeat, the manager finally exhaled the pin-up breath he had been holding. Oh, how boastful he was just moments ago. Is this all he possesses? Such meager strength, and yet he dares to provoke? What a worthless creature. As he spoke, the general manager cast an appreciative glance toward Zhao Yixue. You performed admirably. I shall report to the higher-ups and ensure you receive a raise. Zhao Yixue appeared perplexed, tilting her head as if struggling to comprehend the situation. By this implication, it seemed that this group was indeed part of the company, while the one I have just vanquished is not one of them. Have I struck the wrong target? Just as her confusion deepened, Qiuya rushed in from behind, hastily making her way forward, her face a portrait of alarm. Oh dear, what has transpired? Chen Nian, are you all right? Chapter 56, The Terrifying Yandere. Chen Nian, are you all right? Qiuya hurriedly rushed in, anxiously helping Chen Nian to his feet, her face etched with guilt. Daughter, what brings you here? Old Chao exclaimed, alarmed at the sight of his daughter. You mustn't meddle in these matters. Leave at once. It's all right, Dad. I made an acquaintance who can assist us, Qiuya explained as she helped Chen Nian regain his composure. Chen Nian interjected, so, it was you who led the enemy to our village? No wonder Zhao Yixue managed to find this place. She had a guide. This complicates matters. Zhao Yixue, realizing the truth, remarked, so you're Chen Nian? Indeed. He is the Chen Nian you seek, Qiuya confirmed. How pitiful, Chen Nian mused, bemused by her bluntness. She not only lacked the talent for deceit, but also failed to utter even the simplest pleasantries. The general manager and his entourage could scarcely contain their facial twitches at the absurdity of the situation. What is happening? The powerful ally we awaited turns out to be one of the opposing side? The general manager instinctively took a few steps back, contemplating a retreat, only to be met with a chilling voice from behind. You deceived me. Deceived you? That is quite an unfounded accusation. We did not mislead you. You initiated the conflict upon entering. Enough of this. Zhao Yixue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her for attacking the wrong person, her fair complexion flushing with a hint of crimson. To alleviate her discomfort, she intended to unleash her anger upon this group instead. This is bad. We must flee. The general manager attempted to escape, but the entrance had been completely sealed by ice. A bone-chilling cold enveloped them, causing everyone to tremble as if they had been transported to the frigid north. In mere moments, they were transformed into various forms of ice sculptures. While they wouldn't perish, it would take several hours for them to recover. Zhao Yixue exhaled, regaining her icy demeanor. How frightening! Chen Nian shuddered involuntarily. Her extraordinary power had reached a truly terrifying level. She must be at the pinnacle of her abilities, without resorting to high-risk incantations. He realized he could not contend with her. Do not fear. She is one of us, Qiuya said with a cheerful smile. You know nothing. Chen Nian silently critiqued. At that moment, Zhao Yixue approached after subduing everyone. My apologies for the misunderstanding, she said, though her gaze remained piercing, void of warmth. It's all right. Your friend is quite formidable. I stand no chance against her, Chen Nian acknowledged. You are impressive too, but it is only natural that you cannot rival her. You have no idea who she truly is. Revealing her identity might frighten you, Qiuya said mysteriously. You don't recognize me? Zhao Yixue removed her mask, revealing an exquisitely cold and beautiful visage. You are Zhao Yixue, the legendary player, Lakshu? I cannot believe I am seeing you in person. Chen Nian feigned astonishment. Zhao Yixue frowned. At this moment, Qiuya spoke up. By the way, Sister Zhao, what exactly brings you all the way here to seek out Chen Nian? The next statement left Qiuya utterly stunned. I need to know if he is Buyu. What? Both Qiuya and her father wore expressions of disbelief. Buyu? I must have misheard you. Are you referring to that legendary player? The best in the world? Indeed, Zhao Yixue continued straightforwardly. How could that be? Are you joking, Miss Zhao? Xiaoya was equally perplexed. Sister Zhao, why do you think that? One of Bu Yu's abilities casts a veil of darkness around him, akin to your experience. Indeed, the darkness Zhao Yixue spoke of was reminiscent of the death god of words. That cannot be true. Xiaoya was taken aback. She turned to Chen Nian, who wore a bewildered expression. It was impossible to connect him to that world-class player. I am not, but I am somewhat curious. Miss Zhao, what do you intend to do with Bu Yu? Chen Nian cautiously inquired. To bring him back to the Zhao family in Jiangchen. Bring him back? Many women covet him. It would be safer for him to stay with me, Zhao Yixue stated earnestly. Stay with you? What nonsense! You are trying to keep him as your pet. Chen Nian's lips twitched. What if Bu Yu refuses? What will you do then, Miss Zhao? I will freeze him into an ice sculpture, keeping him by my side forever. Goodness, a Yandere, truly a mesmerizingly twisted Yandere. Chen Nian was struck with fear. If she were to discover that I had kissed Yi Hongling, would she not brandish a knife at me, deeming me unclean? Even Xiaoya found it hard to believe. Unexpectedly, this legendary female player, the Ice Queen with countless suitors, was so obsessively devoted to a man. I am not. That incident was a complete misunderstanding. Xiaoya, come here. Let us clarify this misunderstanding, lest we become a source of ridicule. Oh! Chen Nian led Xiaoya to the back of the forge. Chen Nian, what on earth happened that day? I truly do not understand. Ahem. Actually, I'm the person she is looking for. Ha ha, what are you saying? This is my equipment information. I am the one who defeated the world boss. You? Xiaoya's eyes widened in astonishment. She beheld the epic level gear, several pieces bearing the names of world bosses. She nearly cried out, but her mouth was sealed by the ethereal serpent. No words could convey her exhilaration at that moment. The man before her was Bu Yu, the strongest player in the world, a myth in everyone's eyes. Just the thought of it made her heart race to its limits. I am telling you, I need you to cover for me. Just blink if you understand. MMM. You have also seen how deranged this woman is. If she captures me, I will no longer be able to protect Linhai City. You bear the weight of the safety of Lihai City. Do your best. Zhao Yixue shifted her gaze towards Old Chao and suddenly inquired, May I ask if Chen Nian has commissioned you to forge equipment? Indeed, I was just assisting him in crafting some gear when you two started your altercation. It startled me. What kind of equipment? It is an epic grade piece. Crafted from rare forging materials. May I take a look? Certainly. Old Chao, straightforward as ever, showed no signs of hesitation. Epic grade. Demon turtle battle armor. Description. Forged from the shell of a turtle dropped by the demons of Camel Mountain. It is indestructible. Upon reading this, Zhao Yixue's heart sank. An epic set, one that I do not even possess. And he already has it? No wonder his defensive capabilities are so formidable. Is such a person truly just an ordinary player? Zhao Yixue, who was not skilled in articulation nor in deceit, was no fool. She had drawn her own conclusions. Chen Nian remained silent. But why is he concealing this from me? Does he not wish to be with me? A pang of heartache struck her. In the eyes of the lovesick, such behavior is perfectly normal, a means of proving one's affection, and they would not find it frightening at all. Thus, she believed herself to be entirely normal. At that moment, Chen Nian and Xiaoya, who had conspired together, returned. Chapter 57. Zhao Yixue. Do you not like me? We're back, and the misunderstanding has been resolved, Chen Nian declared with a serious expression. Beside him, Xiaoya forced a smile and added, I'm so sorry, Sister Zhao. It seems I made a mistake. She was still reeling from the shock. Who could have anticipated that the handsome youth beside her was the strongest player in the world? However, Zhao Yixue's gaze remained fixed intently on Chen Nian, even more determined than before. You are silent. Miss Zhao, I respect and understand your feelings for him, but we must clarify reality. What merits do I, Chen Nian, possess to be compared with him? Xiaoya chimed in, Yes, Sister Zhao, let us not dwell on this. What about the epic materials for crafting equipment? I just checked, and they were dropped by the world boss recently. Zhao Yixue's eyes remained unwavering. It was rare for her to articulate so many words at once. Chen Nian was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Lao Chao. Did old Bai Deng sell me out? How could I forget this? Miss Zhao, I was incredibly fortunate to obtain those materials. You know, anyone who participates in the boss fight has a chance. Why are you unwilling to acknowledge this? I truly am not. Do you not like me? Zhao Yixue asked, her expression calm as she uttered the most heartfelt words. Which male player in the world does not admire Luo Shui? You are simply the goddess in the hearts of all male players. I still need to ask you for an autograph later, huh? Seeing that Chen Nian still refused to admit it, Zhao Yixue's gaze finally fell to her toes. I'm not that bad either. In that moment, this paragon of beauty, wealth, and strength experienced a tinge of desolation. Her childhood had been quite solitary. Amid the flowers, applause, flattery, and adulation, there was an unreal feeling about her life. Eventually, by a twist of fate, she encountered the globally popular game Calamity and became engrossed in the arena, unwittingly reaching an unparalleled peak until she met the Silent One. Their fateful connection began with battles in the arena. I heard you have a girlfriend now. Yes, Chen Nian nodded. Zhao Yixue responded with a soft hum. Just then, her phone suddenly rang, and she answered the call. Miss, have you returned? We have prepared everything for the promotion. This time we gathered all the strength of the Zhao family. We will surely succeed in the Calamity level promotion. Not yet. Please come back soon, miss. You mentioned you would meet a friend, and the master only allowed you to go out for a few days. We cannot delay any longer. Understood. Chen Nian listened closely and grasped the implication. It turned out that Zhao Yixue had reached level 99 in the first tier and was preparing to unlock the first tier gene lock to ascend to the second tier. This would mark a significant leap in strength. If she could advance to the second tier before the Blood Moon Calamity, she would be better equipped to face those monsters. Unexpectedly, this young lady has advanced so swiftly. However, ascending comes with its perils. There are 5 levels of advancement: ordinary, difficult, abyssal, infernal, and cataclysmic. The greater the challenge, the more formidable the abilities unleashed after genetic liberation. True top-tier warriors invariably opt for the cataclysmic advancement, including Chen Nian. Yet, reality diverges greatly from the realm of games. In a game, one can retry the advancement challenge infinitely upon failure. In reality, a failed challenge may well lead to death, with no second chances to be had. Thus, Zhao Yixue has chosen to seek a genuine audience with Bai Yu prior to her advancement. For even she does not possess absolute confidence in her success. I'm leaving. Zhao Yixue turned to depart. Chen Nian signaled to Chiuya, indicating she should bring Lao Chao along, as it would be best to leave together while they still could. Yet no one dared to obstruct her. Time rewinds to earlier. Adhering to the principle of the secretary works when there is something to be done, and idles when there isn't, Lu Xingchen remained in bed, embracing his female secretary in slumber. Although his younger brother Chen Nian had embarrassed him twice as an elder brother, he quickly roused himself, seeking a new business opportunity, investing in the superhuman company. Lu Xingchen was certain this was a venture with immense potential. Moreover, several bosses were co-investing, with the influential figure behind them being Brother Hua, the local overlord of Linhai City, where few dared to challenge his authority. It was as secure as could be. There was no chance of failure. Manager Lu, it's bad. Hua Lin has powerful superhumans wreaking havoc, claiming no one can stop them. What? Lu Xingchen was taken aback. Who the hell is reckless enough to provoke Hua Lin's domain, unaware that this is Brother Hua's territory? Quickly, summon all our superhumans to assist. This is a perfect opportunity to make an impression on Boss Hua. Gaining his favor would pave the way for us. Understood. Lu Xingchen was immensely excited. This was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. At the entrance of Hua Lin's company, several black business vehicles were haphazardly parked in the square. Besides the impeccably dressed bosses, there were their elite superhuman subordinates. A glance revealed nearly 100 individuals. Damn it, someone has grown bold this early in the morning, daring to cause a ruckus on Hua Lin's turf. All onlookers were driven away. The vast square was filled with elite superhumans, and an imminent battle loomed. My heavens! I have never witnessed such a grand spectacle. With so many superhumans gathered here, it is likely that lives will be lost. Quickly, contact the Law Enforcement Bureau. Lu Xingqian also alighted from his vehicle, leisurely removing his sunglasses and leaning against the car window in wait. "They are coming out," someone shouted, instantly drawing the attention of all present. Leading the charge was Zhao Yixue, with Chen Nian and Qiuya following closely behind. Upon seeing this massive display outside, both Qiuya and her father were taken aback. Dozens of vehicles lay haphazardly across the front, nearly obstructing the entire square. Approximately 100 people were present, each bearing a grim expression. Had it been anyone else, they might have been paralyzed with fear at such a terrifying display. However, after a brief moment of shock, Qiuya's spirits swiftly regained their composure. With the esteemed presence of both Luoxiu and Buyu by her side, what was there to fear? Chapter 58. On the connections of Chen Nian, so many people? Chen Nian could hardly believe the sheer number of individuals gathered outside. Among them, a familiar face caught his eye. Was that Lu Xingqian, the stepson his father had taken in his remarriage? Chen Nian. Upon seeing him, Lu Xingqian paused momentarily, his brow furrowing in discontent. "I didn't think you'd dare to stir trouble here, completely disregarding Boss Hua and all of us." With Lu Xingqian's tone growing more accusatory, nearly everyone present caught wind of his reprimand. "Boss Lu, do you know that troublemaker? Haha, it's quite embarrassing to admit, but he is my unfilial younger brother, who refuses to follow our father's business and spends his days indulging in frivolity." Lu Xingqian sighed. "It seems I must take a stand for righteousness and teach him a lesson this time." His words were artfully crafted, positioning Chen Nian squarely against Boss Hua and everyone in attendance, directing their collective animosity towards him. "Boss Lu, poor management warrants a stern lesson. One must realize that in Linhai City, crossing Boss Hua will make future endeavors quite difficult." "Indeed, you are correct," Lu Xingqian smirked inwardly. "Chen Nian, it appears you have truly stumbled this time. I may not be able to deal with you alone, but with so many investors present and Boss Hua overseeing, how can you possibly contend with me?" Meanwhile, Zhao Yixue's attendant had approached her. "Miss, these individuals are clearly unaware of their limitations. If we reveal our identities, they won't dare to act against us." "There's no need," Zhao Yixue replied coldly. She was quite displeased and felt the urge to vent her frustrations, and these individuals would serve as perfect punching bags. "Miss, wait. Linhai City is not our territory. If you engage in a brawl, it might complicate matters for the family." If Zhao Yixue's straightforward nature had dictated her actions, she would have disregarded such concerns entirely. However, upon reflection, she thought, "Why should I assist someone who refuses to disclose their true identity? Let him resolve this trouble on his own." "Very well," the attendant conceded, grateful for her understanding. At that moment, a group was already eager to engage, the atmosphere thick with tension. The attendant stepped forward, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, "We hail from the Zhao family of Jiangqing. This young lady is a member of our esteemed family, and we hope you will refrain from reckless actions to avoid self-harm." "What? People from the Zhao family of Jiangqing? She is a Zhao heiress? The Zhao family, the renowned martial arts lineage?" The attendees exchanged glances, suddenly wary and no longer inclined to act impulsively. The Zhao family was a formidable force they could not afford to offend. Even though they were not in Jiangcheng, the Zhao family's influence loomed large. Only someone of great stature behind the scenes could dare to dismiss it. "Quick, call Boss Hua." Someone immediately dialed Meng Hua. "My apologies for the intrusion, Brother Hua. Here lies the matter at hand. How ought we to proceed?" The Zhao family can extend a modicum of courtesy, but others should be treated with utmost severity. Indeed, it seems as though the populace has received a divine decree, instantly alleviating their burdens. Particularly, Lu Xingqian, upon hearing this news, was utterly ecstatic. "As long as the Zhao family is left untouched, I care not, provided they spare my younger brother." "Huh, Miss Zhao, we shall grant the Zhao family's request for face. However, they must provide a satisfactory explanation." The ire is directed towards Chen Nian and Qiuya, among others. Zhao Yixue is well aware that these individuals have no leverage over Chen Nian, yet she is keenly interested to witness how he will navigate this predicament. "Chen Nian, if you were to kneel and apologize to your elder brother, I might still show you some leniency." Chen Nian, however, could not be bothered to respond. He casually picked up his phone, seemingly engaged in a call, a calm smile gracing his lips. Xiaoya exclaimed, "What is happening? Let us speak civilly. Do not involve us in this mess." The pressure weighed heavily upon her, rendering her speechless as she cast a pitiful glance toward Zhao Yishu, hoping she could rescue both her and her father from this dire situation. To her surprise, Zhao Yishu's gaze remained fixed on Chen Nian. That look seemed to convey, even making a phone call, he exudes such charm. How I long to take him home as my boyfriend. Sister, he refuses to acknowledge you. Yet you remain infatuated with him, even watching him on a phone call. It is hardly worth your while. Why not consider someone like me instead? QEQ. Chen Nian refrains from making calls to acquaintances from the internet to protect his phone number's anonymity. Yet, there exists one exception. Known as Heisey, a doctorate in information security and a genius hacker, a master of calamity. It is precisely through his assistance that Chen Nian's true identity remains so well concealed. Employing methods such as constructing virtual IPs, phone forwarding, and information firewalls. Heisey, boss. I had set my phone to do not disturb. Your call bypassed it, and the alarm nearly exploded in my ear. Spare me the small talk. What instructions does the boss have? Are you looking for Xiao Qi? I hear she has been feeling down lately. Perhaps you should comfort her? Please relay a message to Ahua for me. Chen Nian succinctly outlined the current situation. If he wished to avoid a plummet in group status, he must have his people depart. Boss, this could easily reveal your identity to Ahua. It matters not. This old friend has known me for several years. Should he dare to speak out of turn, I can personally pay him a visit, huh? Who the hell is disturbing me again? Do you believe I won't send someone to deal with you? It is I, Heisey. Xiaohei, what is it? Meng Hua's demeanor softened instantly, recognizing Heisey as the boss's trusted confidant. Cough, cough. The boss instructed me to convey a message. The boss. Meng Hua's entire being jolted, awakening him to reality. After absorbing Heisey's message, he promptly slapped himself twice, the sound resounding. Give me a minute, and I shall have them vacate immediately. Please hurry. The boss is quite impatient, said Heisey as he hung up the phone. Ahua was in a state of panic. The world had descended into chaos, and he knew he had to stick with the boss going forward. He certainly did not wish to be expelled from the guild tomorrow simply for taking a breath. Chapter 59. The man I desire is mine. Damn it, what a bunch of useless fools under me. And they just had to provoke the one person in this world whom I dare not cross. At that offline gathering in Luching, he also attended, experiencing firsthand the sensation of being scrutinized by death itself, as if he were in hell. By the time he regained his senses, his back was already drenched without him realizing it. Meng Hua dared not waste a moment and immediately dialed number. Hello, Brother Hua, what are your orders? Get lost. Take all of your people and get as far away from me as possible. Huh? The voice on the other end was bewildered. Brother Hua, someone is causing a scene at your company, and we were just about to teach them a lesson. What's going on? I said get the hell out. Do you not understand? You have 1 minute, everyone get out. Meng Hua's anger had reached its peak. But, Brother Hua, damn it. There are people inside that I cannot afford to provoke, and they will kill you if you don't understand. I understand. I understand. After unleashing a torrent of fierce curses, Meng Hua finally hung up, praying fervently not to anger the Silent Boss. As for the troublemakers, whether they were under the command of the Silent One, or even the man himself, Meng Hua dared not delve deeper. He could not risk involving himself in such a perilous situation. In Linhai City, he could not fathom who could instill such dread in Brother Hua, someone he could not afford to offend. Even the renowned Zhao family of Longwu lacked such power, right? It was truly bizarre. Don't make a move. Everyone come back. What is happening? The boss told us to leave. Chen Nian also noticed the unusual behavior across the way. It seemed that Ahua was remarkably efficient, splendid. His position was secured. Let us go, it's all right now. Chen Nian spoke to Kiwiya and the others. What? It's all right? This. Hey. Kiwiya was still in a state of confusion when she saw Chen Nian stride forward, as if he were a lone warrior plunging into the enemy ranks. She had no time to ponder and chose to trust Chen Nian, bringing her father along behind her, her heart racing in a frenzy. Upon seeing his brother casually walking out, Lu Xingchen's eyes widened, fists clenched, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Stop. A sharp reprimand halted Chen Nian and his companions in their tracks. They had caused a ruckus on Brother Hua's territory, and just like that, they were allowed to retreat unscathed. Lu Xingqian sought to escalate the conflict, attempting to leverage Brother Hua's identity as pressure. However, unexpectedly, the furious individual who had just received a phone call approached Lu Xingqian and delivered a swift kick to his groin. "What are you? You think you have the right to act high and mighty?" That kick nearly sent Lu Xingqian sprawling to the ground, as if he had lost a dear relative. "You!" Lu Xingqian's pupils were filled with disbelief. The person who had just been calling him brother turned on him without warning. "What do you mean, you? Do you think calling you Lu boss makes you important? Get lost." Lu Xingqian looked around, bewildered and helpless. No one extended a helping hand to him. Even the extraordinary individuals he had nurtured dared not come forward to assist him. At that moment, he felt akin to a monkey in a zoo, seated on the ground and surrounded by onlookers. Eventually, Lu Xingqian's gaze met Chen Nian's. He had anticipated that Chen Nian would display a smug expression, reveling in his misfortune. However, this was not the case. Chen Nian's demeanor was remarkably composed, his eyes indifferent, as if he had merely crushed an ant on the roadside, devoid of any emotional response. Such a reaction only served to further incite Lu Xingqian, piercing his heart like a steel needle. It dawned on him then that Chen Nian had never regarded him as a concern. "Let us depart," Chen Nian said, leading Qiuyao away from the scene. Even now, Lu Xingqian could not comprehend how the situation had shifted so rapidly. Wait, a chilling thought struck him. Could the reversal of events be attributed to his phone call? Impossible. Like a jester, Lu Xingqian remained rooted in place, while others departed in succession. Zhao Yixue witnessed the entire episode, and only after Chen Nian's figure vanished from her sight did she speak. "We may leave now." "Miss, who exactly is that young man to you, to warrant such attention?" The butler could not help but inquire. "He is my man, the butler." In that instant, he internally lamented, "Miss, he left without uttering a word to you. How has he suddenly become your man?" Sensing the butler's skeptical gaze, Zhao Yixue coldly added, "What I desire, I shall possess." "Very well, Mississippi." Chen Nian and his companions had successfully departed. As they settled into the vehicle and drove away, Qiuyao remained perplexed, scratching her head. "But, Chen Nian, cough cough. Did those individuals alter their attitudes due to that phone call?" Chen Nian smiled, "Perhaps. Goodness, how absurd. Just moments ago, that person was berating you, and in the blink of an eye, he became a jester. This is utterly amusing." After a moment of contemplation, Qiuyao suddenly expressed concern. "Do you think they will come seeking trouble afterwards?" "Rest assured, they do not dare. Unless they wish to court death," Chen Nian replied, unperturbed by the prospect of Meng Hua investigating his identity. He would not dare. Even if his true identity were revealed, it would not matter. He was merely an ordinary individual, not some deranged maiden. Certainly, he would never divulge Chen Nian's identity unless he wished for his own demise. The pressure of death was an experience no one wished to endure a second time. In other words, everyone in the guild was aware that if Bu intended to eliminate someone, there would be no escape for them. While in the car, words suddenly materialized before Chen Nian's eyes. "No." The same message appeared before hundreds of thousands of extraordinary beings in the Linhai City region. Like a red alert, it repeated several times. The player Mogu's attempt at abyssal gene evolution has met with failure, and the monstrous adversaries they faced have now materialized in reality. Chapter 60. Annihilating the Level 99 Catastrophe Beast. A vivid crimson warning materialized before all extraordinary beings in Linhai City. Suddenly, a chaotic vortex manifested in the clear sky. For hands, covered in dark scales, grasped the edges of the vortex as if attempting to emerge from a well. Its form exhibited an extraordinary curvature and distortion, resembling a complex network of bones and muscles. Countless tentacles extended from its grotesquely contorted body, weaving together in a ghastly display. Its malevolent, reddish-brown eyes exuded an aura of relentless brutality, sending shivers down the spine. By sheer coincidence, this monstrous entity crashed down not far from Chen Nian's position. What on earth is that? Run away. Outside, people screamed as they frantically fled for their lives. Not only ordinary citizens, but But even those lower-tier extraordinary beings harbored no thoughts of resistance upon witnessing the creature. Even Chen Nian's expression grew grave. This was no ordinary boss, but a catastrophe beast. Catastrophe beasts are far more formidable, more malevolent, and more terrifying than standard bosses. Moreover, this particular catastrophe beast was no ordinary one. The advancement challenge at level 99 offers 5 tiers of difficulty: normal, hard, abyss, hell, and catastrophe. The creature before them was of abyssal level. It was more potent than the typical catastrophe beast due to the player's failure in the challenge, which had caused it to materialize in reality. What a foolhardy individual, daring to challenge the abyssal tier at this stage. Rapidly leveling up only to fall due to greed, a true case of losing more than one gains. There was no time to dwell on this now. One could only hope that the Enforcement Bureau would swiftly organize powerful beings to combat this catastrophe beast. Otherwise, countless lives would be lost. Catastrophe beast, level 99. People gazed upward, and upon seeing the creature's crimson name and level, they were nearly rendered speechless with fear. A level 99 catastrophe beast of abyssal difficulty descending into the real world was undoubtedly a calamity. Zhao Yixue also witnessed this scene. Initially poised to enter her vehicle, she closed the door instead, her gaze fixated on the distant, terrifying catastrophe beast. "Miss, this is a matter for Linhai City. They will manage it without our interference." "I understand. Miss, your priority now is to conserve your strength. Do not forget, you are set to challenge the ultimate catastrophe level." "I know. Miss, let us depart." Yet, this was an opportune moment for her to owe me a favor. Zhao Yixue's eyes suddenly transformed into a piercing ice blue, her waist-length black hair swaying in the wind, imbuing her with an ethereal beauty. A brilliant blue light coalesced above her head, ultimately forming a crystalline ice-blue spear. Once the spear materialized, Zhao Yixue's gaze dimmed somewhat, and her exquisite visage took on an additional pallor. "Go!" Boom! The air shattered, and the ice spear soared into the void. In an instant, it traversed a distance of 1,000 meters, its velocity surpassing the speed of sound. The calamity beast, newly born, was reveling in its own might, exclaiming, "Humanity, your doom awaits." Yet, before it could finish its proclamation, an ice spear pierced through its chest, leaving a gaping wound. "No, it cannot be." From its chest, frost spread at a visible pace, and within mere seconds, the calamity beast was transformed into a statue of ice. Crack, crack, it was riddled with fissures, and then it shattered with a resounding crash. Indeed, the calamity beast had scarcely begun to unleash its fury before it was vanquished in an instant. This astonishing strike left countless onlookers aghast. Goodness, has it truly been slain in a heartbeat by a level 99 calamity beast? Who could wield such power? How terrifying! How terrifying! Is there truly such a formidable warrior in Linhai City? The enforcers were equally astonished, poised to act, only to find that a powerful figure had already dispatched the threat. It must be that young lady from the Zhao family. I just received word that she has arrived in Linhai City. Zhao Yixue, she has indeed rendered us a tremendous service. Indeed, this is a significant favor. I wonder if we will ever be able to repay it. Inside the vehicle, Chuya could not help but cover her mouth in astonishment. Is this the true strength of Luo Shui? My goodness, truly deserving of her reputation as one of the strongest female players. So impressive. After her exclamation, she even cast a disdainful glance at Chen Nian. "Chen Nian, why do you look so troubled? You haven't even lifted a finger. It was all thanks to someone else. It is precisely because I did not intervene that I am troubled." Chen Nian shook his head, sighing. He understood the implications of Zhao Yixue's actions. He now owed her a considerable debt of gratitude. The reason he had become a legend in the hearts of many was indeed tied to his character. He had always believed in repaying even the smallest kindness with immense gratitude, never leaving anyone in his debt. Otherwise, why would the members of the guild respect him so much, vying to assist him? "Old Chow, how much longer until the equipment is ready?" "Very soon. It will be completed by this afternoon at the latest." "Thank you." Chen Nian purchased an evening flight to Jiangcheng. "My lady, why expend such effort? This will waste so much of your strength." What will you do when faced with your own ascension challenge? No need for further discussion. Return to Jiangqing. That afternoon, Chen Nian successfully acquired his new gear. He finally gathered the complete set of the magic turtle armor, the magic turtle armored gauntlets, the magic turtle helm, and the magic turtle leggings. Activation of the Camel Mountain magic turtle set effect increases overall defense by 30 and grants the special skill of recoil. Chen Nian replaced his previous flame tree garb with the magic turtle armor, revitalizing his entire attributes. Chen Nian, the sacred one of words, unique, gene level, first order, level 83, physique, 137 agility, 88 transcendence, 77 additional attack, 310 additional defense, 820 combat power assessment, 72 stars at this point. Chen Nian possesses an impressive 5 pieces of epic-grade equipment. He even holds an extra piece that he could easily cast into the trading space for sale. Although it is considered obsolete, it still promises a substantial profit. The added attack, defense, and overall attributes are astonishingly high, despite being of a lower level. His attributes render others utterly envious. 7 days remain until the Blood Moon Catastrophe descends. Chen Nian's plan is straightforward. Within these 7 days, he aims to elevate himself to level 99, break through the genetic lock, and ascend to the second-order transcendent. However, before that, he must make a trip to Jiang City. Based on previous encounters, Zhao Yixue has already reached level 99 and is preparing for the highest tier trial. If she fails, the true catastrophic monsters will descend upon Jiang City. At that point, it is likely that he will need to take action himself. So, why do you want me to accompany you to Jiang City, Brother Chen Nian? Asked Xiaoya, her face brimming with excitement on the plane. Because you know Zhao Yixue, which will facilitate my interaction with her. Oh, so I'm merely a tool. How unfortunate for me. Xiaoya lamented with a grimace. I'll gift you this epic-grade equipment. Wow, I am forever indebted to my godfather. Chapter 61. Zhao Yixue enters the challenge. Chen Nian arrives in Jiangqing at the airport. That night, Chen Nian and his companions successfully reached this bustling city. Due to the late hour, they decided to find a nearby hotel to check in, planning to seek out Zhao Yixue the following day. Naturally, they booked 2 separate rooms. Upon settling in, Chen Nian realized that the hotel's soundproofing was alarmingly inadequate. He could distinctly hear the sounds of heavy breathing from a neighboring room. The vibrations felt as intense as if someone were pounding on the wall. It was highly likely that the occupants were extraordinary individuals. Otherwise, their stamina could not possibly be so remarkable. Were they expected to endure such a tormenting atmosphere throughout the night? Chen Nian stepped onto the balcony and dialed Su Jinyu, of course, connecting through Haizi. Xiaoqi, it's me. Wuyugige. What prompted you to call me all of a sudden? Upon receiving Chen Nian's call, Su Jinyu's tone instantly transformed into one of delightful surprise. Ahem, I heard you've been feeling down lately. What's the matter? Humph, how dare you bring that up? Su Jinyu sniffed in annoyance. So, when you went to assist that woman with the surname Yi, did you engage in some unspeakable act with her? What slander? Who is spreading such rumors? The woman with the surname Yi told me herself. She's delusional. Chen Nian was utterly astounded. He never anticipated that woman would intentionally provoke Xiaoqi, clearly seeking trouble. No wonder everyone mentioned her recent melancholy. Do not believe her words. She is merely trying to sow discord. But she possesses your clothing. That must be a fabrication. I smelled it. It carries your scent. Are you a dog? Wuyugige, what do you mean by that? I mean, Xiaoqi, you're quite perceptive. So, what exactly transpired between you? She claimed you kissed. I refuse to believe that vixen. This matter is rather complicated. Let us discuss more pressing issues. Xiaoqi, how is the construction of the teleportation arrays in the major cities progressing? Our guild members are diligently working on it. Everyone's leveling up has been significantly hindered, but several teleportation arrays have already been completed. Su Jinyu huffed. Wuyugige, do you think I am easily deceived? At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Xiaoqi, we shall continue our conversation next time. Hello. Chen Nian hung up the phone, rose to open the door, and was met by a woman clad in a revealing black gown, heavily made up, with large areas of pale skin exposed to the air. Brother, here is the red wine you ordered. I didn't order any wine, Chen Nian replied. It's complimentary if you find it lonely to drink alone. You can let your sister join you. How much? A modest drink is 500. To share an exquisite night, 2,000. I'm quite the drinker, so please consider. Brother. Chen Nian chuckled. I'll give you 3,000. Go serve my brother next door. Do not reveal my identity. Understood? Understood, brother. Thank you. The woman gleefully accepted the 3,000 and sashayed to knock on the door of the neighboring room. The moment was instantaneous. The commotion from next door vanished, and a serene silence enveloped the night. Chen Nian enjoyed a restful slumber, his extraordinary powers significantly restored. The following day, he and Xiuya set forth with a singular objective, the Zhao family. Today, the Zhao residence buzzed with unusual activity. However, it was not due to any joyous occasion. Rather, the expressions of all present were grave and serious. Are you prepared? Xiao Shui? Zhao Yixue donned a sleek black training outfit, her customary attire for martial arts practice. The pure black fabric starkly contrasted with her flawless porcelain skin. Her long hair was neatly tied in a ponytail, bestowing upon her an ethereal and cool beauty. Let's proceed. Zhao Yixue followed her family members as they traveled by vehicle to a desolate outskirts. The atmosphere here was even more foreboding. Not only had over 100 core members of the Zhao family gathered, but also numerous other extraordinary beings and a fully armed law enforcement unit. This location would serve as the site for Zhao Yixue's advancement. Should she fail in her ascension, monstrous beings would manifest in reality, and all present were there to avert the impending catastrophe. The minefield had been meticulously arranged, with 50 tons of heavy explosives buried beneath the ground, sufficient to obliterate a skyscraper. Surrounding the area, for powerful fire mages had been stationed, ready to unleash a grand spell that would detonate all explosives in an instant, transforming the vicinity into a hellish inferno. Each of these individuals possessed supportive abilities to augment the young lady's power. Once the introductions were complete, Zhao Yixue approached with an impassive demeanor. Everyone commence. Elven Blessing. Power Enhancement. Defense Amplification. Rays of light erupted around Zhao Yixue as her companions bestowed their enhancements upon her, with all buffs activated. The head of the Zhao family solemnly declared, Xiao Shui, the family has provided the utmost support for your ascension. Success is the only option. Failure is not permitted. Zhao Yixue offered no response, resolutely proceeding toward the center of the minefield. Behind her, the steward wore a worried expression and whispered, Miss, you expended a considerable amount of energy yesterday. I fear for you. I am aware of my limits. Zhao Yixue replied without turning back. Her petite figure grew increasingly distant, evoking a sense of solitude and melancholy. She walked upon the ground that could almost be deemed a zone of death, her expression unwavering. I heard that Miss Zhao is to challenge a catastrophe-level threat. That is the utmost difficulty. Can she succeed? I am uncertain. Most who complete genetic advancements are of ordinary or difficult levels. Very few have surpassed the abyss, let alone a catastrophe. Although Miss Zhao is powerful, is it not too reckless to choose the highest difficulty? It is said that the Zhao family has placed immense pressure on her, compelling her to undertake this challenge. If she were to perish, it would indeed be a great loss. Shu, do not speak ill of her. Zhao Yixue had already arrived at the center. Would you like to initiate the advancement challenge? In the next moment, all extraordinary beings in Jiangsheng were met with a striking crimson notification. Player Luo Xue is commencing the catastrophe-level advancement challenge. Player Luo Xue is initiating. Countdown begins. 600 seconds. Simultaneously, Zhao Yixue's figure vanished from sight, drawn into the challenge space. Within the span of 10 minutes, should she fail to vanquish the challenge boss, it would be deemed a failure. At that point, monsters would descend upon reality. Meanwhile, the populace outside had already prepared to confront the beasts, serving as the final safeguard. At this juncture, Chen Nian and Xiuya arrived upon hearing the news. They too, located in Jiangsheng, received the same notification. A true catastrophe-level challenge indeed. Chapter 62. The Arrival of the Catastrophic Beast. Zhao Yixue's Defeat. Chen Nian and his companion found themselves stationed at the outermost perimeter of the warning line. Within the confines of this line stood a cadre of elite warriors, all equipped with formidable armaments. Stand back. If you wish to remain alive, then do not meddle here, they were sternly warned. It was evident that Chen Nian and his companion were intercepted, lacking the qualifications to enter. Qiuya, in a state of agitation, implored, "Do you not recognize who he is? It is a blessing for you to have him here. No one is allowed in. You have 10 seconds to vacate the premises." The guard from the Zhao family displayed his impatience. His aura surged, indicating he was no ordinary adept. "Let us just wait outside," Chen Nian suggested, shaking his head, signaling Qiuya to restrain her impulsiveness. Fine. But if anything goes awry, don't come pleading to us." "No, rather, plead to you," Qiuya huffed in discontent, distancing herself from Chen Nian to await from further location. Time continued its relentless march. Every heart was in their throats. 10 minutes ticked by, each second an agonizing torment. The expressions of the combatants outside were grave, while the members of the Zhao family appeared almost taut in tension. "Master, do you believe Miss Zhao will succeed? As of now, there seems to be no precedent for triumph in Dragon Country. Without precedents, let her become the first." "Sir, perhaps we're being too stringent with Miss Zhao. If we allow her to develop gradually, she could indeed become a formidable force in the future. The martial prowess of the Zhao family does not arise from timidity." "Indeed, sir." From a distance, Chen Nian and Qiuya stood, their views somewhat obstructed, yet they could discern the unfolding events. The countdown continued to diminish. As time passed, the throngs gathering around them grew ever larger, many drawn by the whispers of extraordinary happenings. Am I mistaken? Is someone challenging the catastrophic level advancement here? How reckless! Just days ago, a leader from our guild nearly lost his life challenging a standard advancement. Who do you think she is? She is Luo Shui. Can a mere mortal compare? Luo Shui, the legendary female player. Today, she faces two possible fates. Either she will make history as the first to succeed, or she will perish here, becoming a mere footnote in the annals of time. At that moment, Qiuya quietly posed a question to Chen Nian. "Hey, if it were you, could you pass the catastrophic level challenge?" Chen Nian pondered briefly before responding, "I might just fall asleep." "Ah, what do you mean? The challenge lasts 10 minutes. Wouldn't I be unable to sleep for the remaining 9 minutes? Goodness, you've really got me there." Qiuya could not suppress her astonishment. Had it been anyone else, she would have scoffed at their bravado, but this was Chen Nian. Ahem, whatever he says goes. Yet, she believed there must be an element of exaggeration in his words. No matter how remarkable one might be, it seemed implausible to conquer the highest difficulty challenge in an instant. It undoubtedly requires a significant amount of effort. The time has come. Only 30 seconds remain. There has been no notification of Miss Zhao's failure, which must mean she has succeeded, right? Not necessarily. Success or failure will only be revealed when time has elapsed. Everyone, brace yourselves for battle. The 10-minute countdown has concluded. In that moment, it felt as though the hearts of all present had ceased to beat. Suddenly, the space warped, and a battered figure tumbled forth from the distorted void. None other than Zhao Yixue. It is Miss Zhao. She is alive. Success. Ha! Who would have thought it truly succeeded? Miss Zhao is the foremost individual in the world. Quickly, bring her back. The Zhao family collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The burden upon their hearts finally lifted. However, why has there been no success notification? Moreover, Miss Zhao's condition seems amiss. Suddenly, a blood-red warning blared before everyone's eyes. Player Luo Shui has failed to eliminate the calamity level monster. The creature has descended into reality. Player Luo Shui has failed to eliminate the calamity level monster. The creature has descended into reality. This time, the notification indicates a failure to vanquish the foe. This implies that within the challenge's time limit, Zhao Yixue was unable to defeat the monster. She neither succeeded nor failed. The consequence, however, is that the monster will manifest in reality. Upon arriving in the real world, the creature will prioritize hunting the challenger before wreaking havoc on humanity. A colossal gray vortex materialized in midair, heralding the emergence of the chaotic gate. From this portal, the calamity-level monster crawled forth, coming into view for all. Calamity Demon General, level 99. It remains at level 99, Yet this particular entity is vastly more formidable than the one previously encountered in Lehigh City, which Zhao Yixue had dispatched with ease. This one, however, she was unable to defeat despite exerting her utmost, leaving her grievously wounded. "Hey, monster, with 3 heads, do not fear. Prepare for battle." The worst-case scenario has indeed come to pass. This terrifying creature has finally entered reality. It is imperative to eradicate this calamity beast here, never allowing it to set foot in the city. Its 3 heads loomed like small mountains, 6 muscular arms coiling with sinew, 12 reddish-brown pupils glimmering like specters. The entire body of this calamity beast was cloaked in dark purple scales that reflected a blinding radiance. A ghastly maw, lined with thousands of fine teeth, sent chills down one's spine. Do not act hastily. Upon witnessing this scene, the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Yixue's father, remained remarkably composed. She is not dead yet. If we recklessly detonate the explosive zone now, the central area would become a hell on earth, and Zhao Yixue would surely perish. However, she cannot flee. Should she attempt to escape, the calamity beast will pursue her, rendering all ambushes and preparations futile. Thus, Zhao Yixue's sole option is to remain and annihilate the calamity beast, or perhaps to be buried alongside the calamity beast. Miss Zhao has risen. Can she truly still fight? The crowd's gazes quivered, their hearts profoundly shaken. Before them stood Zhao Yixue, her once delicate skin now marred with countless wounds, and her exquisite visage adorned with 2 streaks of crimson. Strands of hair cascading down her forehead, evoking a poignant beauty. She raised her palm, and an ice spear suddenly pierced the air, targeting the creature's eye. Yet unexpectedly, that ice spear, almost as swift as sound, was seized by a massive hand mid-flight. Boom! It was abruptly crushed, transforming into a flurry of ice crystals. How absurd! The mouth on the calamity beast's belly burst into laughter, emitting a shrill wail akin to that of an infant. In that moment, the onlookers finally grasped. Its power far surpassed everyone's expectations. Chapter 63. A long-awaited strike Sister Zhao's attack was surprisingly easily thwarted. Qiya gasped in disbelief, overwhelmed by the stark contrast to her expectations. Back in Lehigh City, Luo Shui had effortlessly dispatched that calamity beast. Yet now, facing this creature, she was incapable of inflicting any damage. Had it not been for the presence of Wu Yu by her side, she might have fled in terror. This was utterly horrifying. The 4 high-level fire element mages concealed nearby felt their hearts racing uncontrollably, burdened by immense pressure. How terrifying! Did Miss Zhao still have a chance of victory? No, can't you see? Miss Zhao's attacks are ineffective against it. When shall we detonate the explosives buried underground? If we delay any longer, I fear it will emerge from below. Wait, we must await the command of old Master Zhao. Though they were drenched in sweat, they had no choice but to bide their time. Once the Zhao family's patriarch issued the order, they would have to act. The calamity beast struck. Although its massive form was daunting, it moved with astonishing agility, its enormous hands swiftly grasping Zhao Yixue. Miss Zhao has been captured. What does it intend to do? The onlookers watched in horror as the petite Zhao Yixue was lifted into the air by a dark violet hand. The beast's mouth opened, and a voice emerged, raspy like that of a newborn. The reward for summoning me is to crush you into paste and savor your blood. Its fingers began to tighten menacingly. Were it not for the icy crystals surrounding Zhao Yixue, she would surely have been crushed to fragments. Chen Nian, are you still just watching? Qiya cried out in desperation. There's no need to rush. She hasn't given up yet, Chen Nian replied, shaking his head. Just then, the temperature in the air plummeted sharply, an icy chill permeating the atmosphere. Zhao Yixue's eyes turned a brilliant icy blue, reminiscent of exquisite glass. A thick layer of ice spread from her palm, quickly enveloping the calamity beast's entire arm. Human, was this your intention? The calamity demon had not yet released its grip when the ice encased much of its massive body. In the blink of an eye, a colossal sculpture of ice took shape. The chilling aura rose, rendering it immobile. Zhao Yixue furrowed her brow, unleashing her extraordinary power with a thunderous blast. She shattered the calamity beast's arm into a storm of ice crystals. The cascading shards of ice created a stunning backdrop to her beauty. In this moment, Luo Shui once again demonstrated her formidable strength. Even in the face of despair, she found an opportunity to strike back. Incredible. We've won. This time, we have truly triumphed. So powerful. Truly worthy of a name, Luo Shui. Ha ha ha. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Yet before they could celebrate with champagne, calamity struck. With a deafening roar, the ice crystals on the calamity beast exploded. A terrifying shockwave surged outward, sending ice shards hurtling like bullets, injuring dozens in the vicinity. Zhao Yishua's full force had only managed to destroy one of its arms. At this moment, her countenance finally lost its tranquility, replaced instead by an expression of resolute determination. "Act now," commanded the elder of the Zhao family, his voice breaking the tense silence. Although he was Zhao Yishua's father, he could not allow such a monstrous entity to be unleashed. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for countless lives. In Jiangcheng, no one surpassed Zhao Yishue in terms of extraordinary prowess. The elder issued his directive: proceed. Around him, 4 fire element mages simultaneously summoned their powers. Earth Dragon Fire. For fiery dragons materialized before them, swiftly burrowing into the ground. These dragons served as the fuse. In 10 seconds, they would surge into the minefield, igniting the 500 tons of heavy explosives and obliterating everything in the vicinity. Everyone retreat. Nearly 10 sorcerers had collaborated to erect a barrier, designed to withstand the violent shockwave of the impending explosion. The Zhao family had made exhaustive preparations for this ascension. The indomitable, transparent barrier shimmered with undulating waves, forged by several extraordinary beings, ensuring its defensive capabilities were more than adequate. As for Zhao Yishue, she had become a pawn, having never possessed the option to flee from the onset. Yet, as everyone else withdrew, one individual surged against the tide. Indeed, it was Chen Nian. The barrier before him yielded as if it were mere paper, inexplicably parting to create an opening. A madman. There is a lunatic here. He had breached the barrier. Ignoring the cries behind him, Chen Nian transformed into a swift shadow, dashing forward. Word spirit, wind, and thunder flash. At that moment, the 4 underground fire dragons erupted, unleashing a terrifying fire vortex that detonated countless explosives. Boom! Fire, smoke, and shockwaves instantly tore through the fragile earth, giving rise to a cataclysmic mushroom cloud. In that fleeting instant, the world fell silent and vision was engulfed in flames. Everything within that area, be it the insects in the soil, the weeds in the crevices of stones, or the mice in their burrows, was destined to turn to dust amidst this dazzling display of destruction. In the second before the explosion, countless images flashed through Zhao Yishue's mind like a revolving lantern. There was a sense of helplessness tinged with bitterness, for she realized that the final image to crystallize in her mind was none other than Chen Nian's face. Yet to this day, she could not ascertain whether he remained silent, as he had never confirmed her suspicions. Everything was mere conjecture. Alas, there would be no further opportunity. She blamed no one but herself for her inadequacy. Even at her full strength, she could not triumph over the calamity that loomed before her. But in that moment, she found herself falling into someone's embrace. Lifting her gaze, she beheld a pair of golden eyes, sacred and dignified. Chen Nian. Though the man before her wore a mask, she could not forget those eyes she had seen only moments ago. Before she could utter another word, the furious roar of the explosion consumed everything around her. Zhao Yishue lay nestled in Chen Nian's embrace, blinking innocently as she struggled to articulate her emotions in that moment. Despite the cataclysmic explosions and raging flames outside, she felt untouched, almost paradoxically warm by his presence. It dawned on her that there existed a peculiar realm, one that severed all external turmoil. Within this sanctuary, Chen Nian, or perhaps the Silent One, was akin to a deity wielding dominion over all. "Have you come to rescue me?" Zhao Yishue whispered, her voice fragile like that of a kitten, yet her eyes sparkled with an inexplicable clarity. "I owe you a personal favor." "So, you are indeed the Silent One. I was not mistaken. Is this truly the time for such entanglements? Yes. Let's first resolve this matter. Chen Nian expressed his disbelief, astonished that they were so naive as to think a cache of explosives could vanquish a beast of calamity. Chapter 64. Silence speaks volumes. Chen Nian held Zhao Yixue close amidst the devastating storm of flames, engaged in conversation despite the chaos surrounding them. The word spirit, the judgment gold sword, annihilated everything within its realm. To the eyes of others, it appeared as though the two were irretrievably lost within, along with the monstrous entity destined to be reduced to ashes forever beyond the realm of the living. It was over. Who would have imagined that Miss Zhao would meet her end in such a manner? What a tragic loss. To recklessly challenge the highest level of advancement came at a steep price. May those who follow take heed of this cautionary tale. A collective lament filled the air, particularly among the Zhao family members, their faces pallid and speechless. The loss of Zhao Yixue struck them profoundly. Yet, for the sake of the Zhao family's dignity and standing, they had no choice but to make such a decision. Old master, why would you not wait for the young lady to escape before taking action? Perhaps there was a chance. The butler sighed deeply. If we let the monster out, the Zhao family cannot afford such disgrace. Old master Zhao retorted coldly. Alas, Mississippi. Surprisingly, several of the other Zhao matriarchs felt a flicker of concealed satisfaction. Until now, the status of Zhao Yixue's faction had been unassailable. Yet with her demise, an opportunity presented itself for them to rise. Some individuals raised their phones, capturing the swirling clouds of dust, sharing their moments on social media. Suddenly, from the billowing black smoke, a chilling voice echoed. Humans, your naivety is truly laughable. As the howling winds swept through, the haze dissipated, revealing the monstrous entity. Battered, yet re-emerging in the public eye. Its body bore countless wounds, each oozing putrid flesh that writhed grotesquely. In no time, it had seemingly revived anew. No, it cannot be. It still lives? This monster still lives? 50 tons of explosives had failed to extinguish it. It was over, utterly over. In that moment, despair consumed the crowd. How could Jiangxing contend with such a creature without Zhao Yixue? Should it attack the city? Who could withstand its wrath? Flee! Save yourselves! People screamed, frantically scrambling for escape. Even the elite, extraordinary individuals and heavily armed law enforcement were crushed by an overwhelming terror, their reason shattered. They understood all too well that defeating this monster was an impossibility, devoid of any hope. While chaos reigned and people scattered in every direction, Qiuyu remained rooted to the spot, though uncertainty churned within her. What if Yu and Luo Shui had perished together? After such a horrific explosion, could Chen Nian have emerged unscathed? She pondered anxiously. Run, you may flee as you wish. The calamity demon relished this sensation. Reveling in the fear that dominated humanity, watching them scurry like ants in panic, it was exhilarating. Its gaping maw emitted a shrill, piercing scream, akin to a triumphant declaration. Yet, at that moment, another voice reached its ears. Who instilled in you the illusion of possessing the power of life and death over humanity? The calamity demon abruptly turned its head. A seemingly mundane voice nearly startled it into a tremor. Could there truly still be survivors after such a horrific explosion? Impossible. My own survival is attributed to my formidable exterior and exceptional regenerative abilities, gifts inherent to a powerful beast of disaster. But what grounds do humans have to endure? Clearly, many others had also noticed the demon's unusual state and turned their gazes in that direction. A figure gradually emerged from the smoke, a young boy cradling a girl in his arms. That is Miss Zhao. She is alive. How is this possible? It was he who saved Miss Zhao. Who is he? The number of onlookers grew, and upon witnessing this scene, a tumult of astonishment surged within them. Shock, disbelief, and confusion. Amidst such a terrifying explosion, someone had survived and even rescued Miss Zhao. Is this something a human can achieve? Indeed, someone had dashed into the chaos moments ago. It was him. When did Jiangxing cultivate such a powerful individual? People pointed at Chen Nian, murmuring in disbelief. Especially the vigilant bodyguard of the Zhao family, who recalled having seen this person before, having even told him to leave. At this moment, the bodyguard felt a chill run down his spine, his body trembling uncontrollably. Thank goodness. Everything is indeed all right. Xiaoya let out a long sigh of relief, repeatedly patting her chest. Even she, who had prepared herself mentally, could not help but be profoundly astonished. Who would have thought he would emerge unscathed? Even his mask intact, living up to his reputation for silence. This time, it was the calamity beast that became anxious. Impatiently, it swung its fist, aiming to pulverize Chen Nian into a pulp. However, its arm suddenly severed without warning. The calamity demon's arm began to regenerate at an astonishing speed, yet it remained bewildered as to what force had severed it. 3 heads, 12 reddish-brown eyes scanned the surroundings, ultimately locating the faint golden silhouette. The phantom wielded a golden sword, hovering above Chen Nian's head like a celestial deity. The calamity demon raised its forearms, unleashing a barrage of attacks towards Chen Nian. Possessing intelligence, it concluded that if it could strike rapidly enough, the opponent would be unable to defend. Yet, in the next instant, the 4 severed arms fell one after another to the ground. The mechanism of the judgmental golden sword pertained to all entities within the realm of judgment, rather than individual attacks. No! How could a human possibly be this formidable? Its arms continued to regenerate, but the demon's demeanor shifted from ease to an overwhelming sense of dread. It instinctively retreated a few steps. Indeed, only moments ago, he reveled in instilling terror within humanity. Yet now he finds himself on the receiving end of fear. Who could this individual be? His power is truly formidable. Although he has yet to fully unleash his abilities, his strength is undoubtedly superior to that of Miss Zhao. It's beyond belief. Wait, could it be that he is? Someone murmured, their voice caught in their throat, struggling to utter that name. Silence. It can only be him. It must be him. I cannot fathom anyone else who could possess such overwhelming strength. As the calamity game merges with reality, even those who have never engaged with the game are now aware of these illustrious figures. In silence, they are widely known yet seldom seen. Little did we expect that today he would make his move, all to rescue Miss Zhao. At this moment, the butler awakened from his stupor. So, the favor spoken of by the young lady is indeed this. Chapter 65, Suffocating. The all-encompassing overwhelm of silence when the crowd finally discerned the true identity of Chen Nian. Their hearts soared with unrestrained joy. Silence. It is indeed silence. Heaven bless Jiangsheng. Ha ha ha. With him present, the monstrous threat shall surely be vanquished. What splendid news. Among the assembled, a significant majority were gamers endowed with the calamity talent. Intimately familiar with this name, their fervor reaching a fever pitch. To witness the combat of the world's mightiest player firsthand is a rare and precious experience. Oh my. Oh my. I have laid eyes on silence. Sob, sob, sob. Is he truly this young? Might I have a chance to pursue him, even with a mask? He looks so dashing. Several young women were so overwhelmed with excitement that they could hardly contain themselves, yearning to leap into the fray alongside Chen Nian. This would be a tale to boast about for a lifetime. Only a select few, entirely ignorant of calamity, found the situation somewhat unfamiliar. Who is Silence? Sao qui inquiret. My lord, he is the strongest player within calamity, and perhaps the foremost individual in the world. Zhao Kuei stood with arms crossed behind him, chest puffed out, a glint of disdain in his eyes. True strength has been cast aside by the relentless tide of time, leaving only a throng of video game enthusiasts to rise with the current. How utterly absurd. As a world-renowned martial artist, he had dedicated his life to rigorous training and to being the best. Yet, after the world transformed, he found himself rendered obsolete. Ultimately, he could only place his aspirations upon his daughter, hoping she would inherit his dreams and ascend to the pinnacle of glory, immortalizing the Zhao name in history. Thus, he imposed immense pressure upon Zhao Yixue. In essence, his daughter Zhao Yixue was merely a vessel for his unfulfilled ambitions. Now, however, a man had appeared to rescue her, and it seemed there were romantic entanglements between them, filling him with shame. The Zhao family could stand tall in death. but they would never be reduced to pitiful cowards hiding behind others. Take a moment to rest, Chen Nian said as he gently set Zhao Yixue down. Her internal genes would naturally heal her injuries, and there was no need to worry for her life. He prepared to confront the Calamity Demon General with utmost seriousness. Despite currently possessing an advantage, he still faced challenges. The more he employed the power of the Judgment Golden Sword, the greater the consumption of his extraordinary strength. To fully withstand the recent explosion, the Judgment Domain had severed all external connections, thereby safeguarding both of them unscathed. While this incantation was indeed formidable, it was not without its drawbacks. It appeared that it could not be used indefinitely. After contemplation, Chen Nian resolved to utilize the Calamity Gem for a singular, devastating strike to prevent the demon from continuously regenerating. Notification: insufficient Calamity energy. Gem effects cannot be activated. Please replenish energy. What? Has it truly been depleted? The Calamity Gem cannot be wielded without limit. Its energy must be replenished through the hunt of Calamity beasts. It seems this battle will require a more conventional approach. Human, I can see that you are powerful, but your strength cannot be infinite. The Calamity Demon General had retreated a considerable distance. He became acutely aware that this human was enveloped in a terrifying domain, one that was perilous to approach. Maintaining a safe distance, he resolved to exhaust the human strength until he could no longer sustain the domain, thereby securing victory. This delineates the distinction between calamity beasts and ordinary monsters. Their cognitive dimensions are elevated, unlike typical monsters that stand idle, inviting blows. Be cautious, it is gathering energy. Quickly retreat. The crowd suddenly discerned that the calamity beast, the young man, and the throng behind had formed a linear alignment. In a sudden eruption, a horrifying dark purple energy beam shot forth from a maw on the creature's chest. The air was pierced, and the ground fractured. There was no way Chen Nian could evade this attack. If he dodged, Zhao Yixue and the crowd behind him would certainly be caught in the aftermath. Intriguingly, a smirk crept across Chen Nian's face. He dispelled the effects of his word spirit, remaining steadfast like a mountain. Boom! The dark purple energy beam detonated upon contact with Chen Nian's form. The epic grade armor's recoil effect was triggered, redirecting a small energy beam back towards the calamity beast, which obliterated one of its heads. A chilling wail echoed across the wilderness, reverberating in waves. He was unharmed. Astonishingly, he remained unscathed. My goodness, this is what it means to be silent. He is indeed the true monster. The onlookers realized that Chen Nian, having bravely withstood the energy beam with his body, emerged completely unscathed. Instead, it was the calamity beast that had suffered the consequences. Utterly absurd. This was Chen Nian's first trial of his defensive capabilities, and the results delighted him immensely. In this brief interval, the calamity beast's head began to writhe as it attempted to recover, yet its restoration was evidently sluggish. Come, let us continue, Chen Nian beckoned. The calamity beast had utterly breached its defenses. Summoned by Zhao Yixue, its primary objective was to eliminate the summoner, a mission inscribed within its very being. It was as if a chain bound it. Without slaying Zhao Yixue, it could never attain freedom. Everyone was acutely aware of this fact, which was why they had positioned Zhao Yixue as bait within the thunderous zone, to prevent the calamity beast from escaping. However, at this moment, the calamity beast nearly succumbed to an instinctual rebellion. It yearned to flee. The male human before it was exceedingly formidable, utterly unconquerable. The intellect within its brain urged it to escape, yet its primal nature forbade it from retreating. It was compelled to slay the summoner. In the ensuing tug-of-war, its reason shattered. So this is the essence of fear. I am afraid. I am afraid of a mere human. With a frenzied howl, the calamity beast charged at Chen Nian. The earth trembled under the weight of its colossal footprints. Confronting this uncontrollable behemoth, Chen Nian advanced directly, doing nothing but standing firm to absorb the blows. D. 6 massive, muscular arms relentlessly swung towards Chen Nian. Each strike bore the weight of mountains, imbued with terrifying might. Though Chen Nian appeared unscathed, the muscles in its arms had burst forth. The incessant eruption of blood formed a veritable downpour of purplish-black rain, saturating the ground in darkness. Each strike from the calamity beast reverberated through him, as his flesh was repeatedly shattered and restored, only to endure the same fate countless times. This time, all 6 arms lay in ruins, unable to mend. His body resembled a desiccated tree, devoid of the strength once emanating from its muscles. With a thunderous crash, the calamity demon collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In stark contrast, Chen Nian remained effortlessly composed, with only his garments slightly soiled. He had exerted no power throughout, merely enduring the blows. What a pity it was that he could not test the new word spirit, destiny, as he had hoped. Suddenly, a series of obscure syllables escaped his lips, causing the air temperature to surge dramatically. Word spirit, inferno burst. Boom! A ferocious flame erupted forth, enveloping the calamity beast in a fierce blaze. Amidst the raging inferno, Chen Nian received a notification. Genetic energy 45232. Level up 83. 95. Calamity Gem S offensive and defensive reversal energy has been fully replenished. Congratulations on acquiring the epic grade equipment. Heartguard Pendant of the Celestial Demon. Simultaneously, the others received another notification. Congratulations to player Luo Shui for successfully passing the Calamity level advancement trial. It seemed that even defeating the monster from outside counted as a success for her, despite not being the one to deliver the final blow. However, the experience points from the beast were allocated to Chen Nian, propelling him up a staggering 12 levels, likely equivalent to defeating 1,000 ordinary monsters. This was fortuitous, as Chen Nian was eager to elevate his level. This endeavor had proven worthwhile. Around him, gasps of awe and astonishment filled the air. What is happening? He didn't even move. This terrifying calamity beast, just like that, has perished? No. More accurately, it has brought about its own demise. Goodness, a monster that left us all powerless, reduced to a mere plaything in his hands. The world's strongest player truly lives up to the title. I can hardly fathom what he would be like at full strength. He certainly wasn't exerting it just now. How magnificent, Brother Buyu. I wish to marry him. The law enforcement team of Jiang City breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis had been averted. Who would have thought they would encounter such a benefactor? They prepared to line up in gratitude. Captain, it appears he has vanished. What? As the crowd gazed into the distance, they found that the figure had indeed disappeared entirely. At that moment, Chen Nian had returned to Chiyoya's side, having changed into clean clothes and removed his mask. With the stealth of the shadowy word spirit, none could detect his presence. What are you searching for? Oh my! Chiyoya trembled in surprise. Turning around, she was taken aback to see Chen Nian, as though she had encountered a ghost, nearly frightened to death. When did you return? Just now. So handsome, so formidable, Chiyoya exclaimed repeatedly, feeling quite honored to have Buyu by her side. Lower your voice, lest we attract attention. But you just left Miss Zhao in there. How heartless. Does she require my embrace to emerge? Chen Nian glanced up and noticed Zhao Yixue had already come out. Her steps were steady, and she appeared completely transformed, exuding a cold, yet enigmatic beauty. Chapter 66. Why stir trouble with him? After successfully overcoming her challenges, Zhao Yixue unlocked her genetic seal and ascended to the second tier. As a second-tier extraordinary being, her attributes significantly enhanced, allowing her to acquire advanced abilities, elevating her far above the first tier. Were she to confront the calamity beast from earlier, she would likely prevail effortlessly. Yet, her thoughts were not consumed by the joy of success. He came to rescue me. He still cares for me, indeed. Zhao Yixue felt quite buoyant, having fully confirmed that Chen Nian was indeed Wu Yu. Though she had not heard him confess it aloud, such details had become inconsequential. The typically frosty girl now walked with a hint of lightness in her step. As she made her way through the crowd, blessings flowed in abundance. Congratulations, Miss Zhao, on your successful ascension. From now on, you are a second-tier extraordinary being, leaving us far behind. With Miss Zhao and Jiangcheng, we need not fear the Blood Moon calamity. Haha. Zhao Yixue swiftly navigated through the throngs until she collided with her father, Zhao Kuei. Zhao Kuei, the current head of the Zhao family. Ranked among the top 2 martial artists in the world, yet his greatest regret was never having claimed the title of true champion. Wretched. The coldness of those 2 words struck her like a thunderclap. Zhao Yixue was acutely aware of her father's temperament. She remained silent, standing still to endure his reprimand. The Zhao family has made such comprehensive preparations for you, and yet your ascension relies on a man? Pathetic. Immediately, a family member stepped forward to intercede. Sir, perhaps you should temper your words. The young lady has narrowly escaped death. We should celebrate her survival. Narrowly escaped death? Huh. Rescued by a man in his embrace. And she feels no shame? I do. This statement seemed to flip a switch within Zhao Yixue, prompting her to raise her head defiantly. Her eyes met Zhao Kuei's, devoid of any fear. Being held by the one she cherished brought her joy, not shame. This remark had ignited her anger. What have you grown wings? Daring to glare at me? Zhao Kuei sneered. Don't tell me you harbor romantic feelings for that man. An eerie silence enveloped the air. At that moment, no one dared to speak. Even those of Zhao family's direct lineage could only watch quietly. So what if I do? Zhao Yixue boldly acknowledged her feelings. Slap. A resounding blow struck her delicate face without mercy. Zhao Yixue's head turned to the side. She felt no physical pain, yet her heart ached. With great power comes great responsibility. In a world fraught with peril, how could you, as a capable individual, dare to indulge in romance? You have brought disgrace upon the Zhao family. Zhao Kuei railed mercilessly, his fervor causing spittle to fly. Everyone understood that Zhao Kuei's actions, albeit excessively severe, were intended to strengthen his daughter in the strictest manner possible. Zhao Yixue recognized the validity of her father's perspective and began to question herself, pondering whether she had been excessively selfish. As the Blood Moon calamity approached, she shouldered the greatest responsibility, yet found herself harboring personal motives. Was she truly in the wrong? At that moment, an imperceptible darkness began to envelop them. No one knew the origin of this ominous shroud, akin to the gates of hell, swinging open, casting a pitch-black abyss over all. Visibility vanished entirely, leaving only an oppressive void of darkness, gloom, and despair. What was happening? Is anyone there? Someone please save me. Only a select few grasped the reality of the situation. This small group, well-versed in silence, had encountered this formidable power before. Silence, do not speak. They urged, terror-stricken. If you wish to survive, remain quiet. Yet, amidst the chaos, one voice broke through the panic. Shut your mouth. Another cried out. If you seek death, do not drag me into it. Those few who understood the truth trembled uncontrollably, their spines prickling with fear. It was silence. He was enraged. This was his power. The pressure was terrifying. If he wished to kill, none of us would escape alive. Qiya recognized it. She had witnessed it once before. Zhao Yixue, now a second-tier extraordinary being, still felt the weight of the infinite darkness pressing upon her. The word spirit, death. Zhao Yixue was baffled as to why Chen Nian would unleash this power now. What were his intentions? Just as her thoughts raced, a familiar voice resonated beside her. With greater power comes greater responsibility? You may have misunderstood. I act solely to save her. As for you lot, merely a convenience. It was Chen Nian's voice. Wait, he wasn't addressing her. Zhao Yixue realized that Chen Nian was conversing with her father, Zhao Kuei. Your silence? Zhao Kuei stood resolute, confronting the darkness. A strong individual is not necessarily burdened with responsibility, but must possess freedom. For instance, at this moment, he chuckled lightly, nonchalantly stating, if I were to annihilate your Zhao family, would anyone dare to resist? Silence reigned. Zhao Kuei dared not respond. Even he, typically composed, found himself drenched in sweat, chills running down his spine. His utmost desire was to elevate the Zhao family to the pinnacle of the world, securing their legacy in history. His greatest fear was to see their lineage perish, relegated to mediocrity. Coming from a martial arts lineage, he could sense the murderous intent. Just moments ago, he had distinctly felt the opponent's murderous resolve. If the centuries-old heritage of the Zhao family were to be severed here, he could die without peace. In this silence, unbound by moral, legal, or humane constraints, could easily slay calamity beasts or even humans. His principle was clear: might grants freedom. Hence, Zhao Kuei was filled with trepidation. Fear rendered them speechless, their bodies trembling in trepidation. As the darkness receded like a retreating tide, clarity returned to their vision, and the oppressive dread dissipated. Instantly, they began to scan their surroundings, yet the silent figure remained elusive. Goodness, it was utterly terrifying. My friend, do not utter another word. I am nearly terrified enough to lose control. You might find it hard to believe, but the pressure exerted upon me during those fleeting seconds of silence was far greater than that posed by the monstrous beast. My goodness, I shall surely have nightmares tonight. The elder of the Zhao family is truly insensible, choosing to display arrogance before whom, if not in the presence of the Silent One. By heavens, I nearly bore the brunt of it. Fortunate indeed that the Silent One refrained from making a move. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Zhao Kuei dared not utter another word, swiftly escorting the Zhao family members away, his face burning with embarrassment. Zhao Yixue gazed into the distance, watching the two retreating figures, her thoughts fixated on Chen Nian. Thank you. Chen Nian and Xiaoyu were already on their way out. Brother, what are your plans moving forward? I am merely 4 levels shy of reaching level 99. Once I attain the maximum level, I must embark on an advanced challenge. In that case, you shall accomplish it with ease, haha. However, it is not so simple. Following the defeat of the monstrous beast, Chen Nian received a new notification that piqued his interest. Congratulations, you have obtained qualification for the Demon God level challenge. Chapter 67. The onslaught of monsters assaults the teleportation array. Chen Nian no longer indulged in idleness. The Demon God level. A faint smile played upon Chen Nian's lips, intrigued. In numerous games, upon conquering the standard difficulty, players often encounter a hidden level of heightened challenge. It appears that this so-called Demon God level represents a challenge surpassing even the calamity level. The criteria for activating this challenge are remarkably stringent, necessitating the defeat of a calamity level beast. The world boasts many formidable warriors, and Zhao Yixue, as a pioneer, has successfully navigated the calamity level challenge, providing invaluable experience for others to draw upon. In due course, more will likely succeed, such as Su Jinyu and Yi Hongling, given their respective strengths. With adequate preparation and a meticulously crafted strategy, they should find it manageable. However, it is certain that no one else worldwide could attain the Demon God level. Others may eventually reach it, but the initial advancement is unequivocally unattainable. Chen Nian, however, is different. He possesses the capability to unleash his potential to the fullest at the moment of his first advancement. The prerequisite, of course, is to successfully pass the trial. As he journeyed, Chen Nian began to reflect on his recent acquisitions. First and foremost was the newly acquired epic level equipment, the Heart Guard Pendant. Heart Guard Pendant, epic level, required tier, second tier, level 1 defense, 0 attack, 150 attribute bonus, extraordinary 20 special effect. Heart Guard can completely negate 1 attack of any kind. After this effect is triggered, the equipment shatters permanently. This equipment is truly remarkable. Chen Nian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The added attributes are exceptionally beneficial, enhancing the extraordinary property and amplifying the potency of his word spirits. Even more astonishing is the special effect, which allows him to completely withstand 1 attack. Does this not equate to an additional life? When employed at a critical moment, it could very well alter the course of events. Regrettably, he is currently unable to equip it, as it belongs to the second tier and requires him to advance first. Gene level. First tier, level 95, Constitution, 149 Agility, 100 Extraordinary, 89 Attack Bonus, 310 Defense Bonus, 820 Combat Power Assessment, 73 stars upon leveling up. Chen Nian acquired a new ordinary word spirit, skyward. The effect is straightforward. It allows for flight in the air. Once he reaches level 99, Chen Nian will grasp the first tier's ultimate word spirit, Lion's Flame. Thus, his current objective is simple: to reach level 99, then challenge the Demon God level for a maximal enhancement of his abilities. Chen Nian and Xiuya did not linger in Jiangcheng, swiftly embarking on their return journey. Soon, the news released by various media outlets ignited a frenzy across the internet. The entire network shocked. Silent One reappears, defeating a powerful calamity beast and saving Jiangxing. The terrifying power of the Silent One, rendering the calamity beast helpless. Zhao Yixue advances successfully, yet is reprimanded by her father. Is this a decline of morality or a distortion of humanity? Silent One, I came to rescue her. Is there a romantic entanglement between the two? Similar news has nearly monopolized the headlines across the internet. The mere mention of the names Buyu and Luo Shui is enough to incite frenzy among the masses. It seems we have a delightful turn of events. Who would have thought we could ship a couple? The strongest player in the minds of the people, alongside the goddess, has sparked romantic rumors, much to the delight of many, except for Su Jinyu and Yi Hongling. Particularly Su Jinyu, who recently faced provocation from Yi Hongling and has yet to regain her composure. Little did she expect that Brother Bu you would be flirting with another sister elsewhere. This is simply intolerable. Su Jinyu, neglecting to finish her bath, settled into the bathtub and began dialing Chen Nian's number. Brother Bu Yu, Shao Qi, have you leveled up? Let me share some precautions. That monster's regeneration ability is formidable, but that's not important. I called you for another matter. It's crucial. I'm worried you might encounter danger. You're concerned about me. Well then, what about you and Luo Shui? We're merely ordinary friends. I'm helping her out of a sense of obligation. All right, I shall trust you. Though, your words sound rather like those of scoundrel. Nevertheless, even if Brother Buyu is a rogue, I would still willingly be your victim. Shao Qi, feel free to reach out if you face any difficulties. Chen Nian chuckled and shook his head. This young lady from the Su family truly embodies a naive sweetness, far easier to handle than the seductive vixen Yi Hongling or the melancholic Zhao Yixue. At this moment, Chen Nian had already disembarked from his flight, returning to Linhai City. Suddenly, he noticed a call for help in the Mountain River Eternal Peace Guild group. A message sent just minutes prior. Lawyer, is there any brother nearby Dongsheng in Linhai City who can provide assistance? We are surrounded by monsters. Hurry. Lawyer, we are in a critical phase of activating the teleportation array, and the surrounding monsters have been drawn in by the immense energy. We request support. Lawyer, if the teleportation array is breached, Linhai City will lose its ability to teleport. Numerous guild members express their concern. Linhai City? Contact Ahua. ISNT the local powerhouse. Ahua, send reinforcements immediately. Damn it, at this early hour, that rascal might still be asleep. Who can reach him? That damned Ahua is useless at a critical moment. Are there any other brothers who can assist? The monsters in this area were initially around level 20, and now they have inexplicably escalated to level 80. It's utterly outrageous. After reading the messages, Chen Nian pondered, I seem to be near Dongsheng. He felt no inclination to call Ahua, as it would likely take hours for him to arrive, by which time it would be too late. This matter shall be resolved on my own. The establishment of teleportation arrays in the major cities to facilitate subsequent support is the Guild's core objective. Everyone has been exerting effort towards this, and it has significantly delayed many members' leveling progress. It would be remiss of him not to contribute. Bidding farewell to Chiya, Chen Nian activated his shadow cloak and skyward flight, ascending into the air to commence his search. On the outskirts of Linhai City, atop a mountain, a 5-member team was diligently constructing the teleportation array. Due to the open terrain at the summit, it is the most conducive location for the energy flow between the two teleportation arrays, making it the optimal site. Among them is a somewhat portly gentleman wielding a staff, who is the mage desperately calling for help in the group. He is also a member of the guild. The teleportation array is currently in the critical phase of energy communication. What does energy communication entail? For instance, when the city of Linhai seeks to connect with Jiangxing, the teleportation array in Linhai emits a surge of energy, while Jiangxing's array simultaneously releases its own energy. Only when these two energies successfully converge can it be said that the teleportation array has been established. This process unleashes a terrifying, extraordinary power. A multitude of monsters has been drawn to the vicinity, surging towards the summit like a relentless tide, mercilessly attacking the group. Damn it, Aren't the monsters in this wretched place only around level 20? Why are they all level 70 now? It seems that the continuous breakthroughs to the second tier have resulted in an elevation of the world's level. World level? What on earth is that? If you have ever played Genshin Impact, you would know that when the world level increases, so too do the monster levels within the game. Curse it, I didn't ask for a lecture right now. The monsters are multiplying, and we cannot hold them off any longer. We are going to die. Lao. If it comes down to it, we should abandon the teleportation array and flee, one of them suggested. Absolutely not. Wuan exclaimed angrily. If this teleportation array fails to materialize, Lin Hai will be isolated, and when faced with formidable monsters, countless innocent lives will be at stake. But we are unable to withstand them any longer. I just called for reinforcements. Hold on a little longer. Wuan gritted his teeth, relentlessly swinging his black golden staff, casting spells upon the encroaching monsters below. However, most of their energy has been devoted to constructing the teleportation array, leaving little for combat. Below, the monsters loomed dark and ominous. Spectral Demon Serpent, level 70, Flesh Puppeteer, level 71, Human-Faced Dragon Eagle Beast, level 73, Blood Plague Rat, level 68, countless monsters, each with diverse forms. Search forth. These ordinary minions lack intelligence. Their sole purpose is to converge upon the teleportation array, which radiates immense energy. I can't go on. Lao Wu, surely, we cannot perish here? Damn it. It seems we truly have no choice but to abandon the array and flee. I never anticipated failing at the final stage of the mission. Just as Lao Wu was steeling himself to escape, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. How fortuitous, it landed directly in front of the group. Is this reinforcements? Yet, there appears to be only one person. They could only glimpse his silhouette, which seemed to belong to a young man. Lao Wu hastily called out, "Brother, surely you are not alone?" The figure did not respond. "Come back. You can't take them all on by yourself. If you get yourself killed, I will be held responsible. Don't do anything reckless." The figure remained silent and continued to advance. Lao was thoroughly exasperated, pounding his thigh in frustration. Why did a reckless young fool have to show up now? Call for support, but do not send him to his demise. Pay no heed to him, old Wu. If we can delay even a moment longer, it is worth it. Our mission is to safeguard the teleportation array. Wuan refrained from rushing forward, merely watching in dismay as the man was engulfed by the black tide. Within that chaos lurked monsters around level 70. Once inside, survival was impossible. How could this individual be so reckless? Or perhaps the members of the guild are simply so noble, willing to sacrifice their very lives to protect the teleportation array? Such selflessness is truly commendable. Old Wu sighed, reckless yet heroic. At that moment, a message appeared in the group chat. Ahua responded. He stated that reinforcements would be dispatched at full speed, urging us to hold the line. Very well. We shall endure until Ahua's men arrive. Everyone must steadfastly defend our position. Ahua is the top figure in Linghai City, and it is well known that with his intervention, there is seldom a problem that cannot be resolved. It is a pity, however, that we have lost a brother who came to assist us. Suddenly, Wuan noticed something peculiar. Wait, have you all noticed? The number of attacking monsters has significantly decreased. Indeed, the pressure has suddenly lifted. What could be the reason? Chapter 68, Little 7. Just want to see the sea upon encountering this horde of monsters. Chen Nian felt as if he had arrived in paradise. He was in dire need of an upgrade. Transitioning from level 95 to 99 required an immense amount of experience points, and here was right before him. Initially, he engaged the monsters himself, but soon realized that it was entirely unnecessary. All he needed to do was stand amidst the throng of monsters, relying on the recoil to achieve an automatic farming of experience. With his epic-level equipment and extraordinary defensive prowess, no monster could inflict harm upon him. Gene Energy 543, Gene Energy 566, Gene Energy 612. Experience points began to surge forth incessantly. These creatures possessed little intelligence, did not flee, and relentlessly attacked Chen Nian. As the commotion intensified, the experience points accumulated. Their lifeless bodies transformed into black mist and dissipated. only for new ones to surge forth from behind. Due to the overwhelming disturbance caused by Chen Nian, more and more monsters were drawn to him, significantly alleviating the pressure on the mountain. This was utterly exhilarating. These monsters not only bestowed experience points upon Chen Nian, but also dropped various scattered equipment and skill scrolls. By triggering the massive energy waves from the teleportation array to attract monsters, he was able to level up. This strategy, perhaps only Chen Nian in the entire world could stumble upon it. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Nian reached level 96. The number of monsters ascending the mountain drastically diminished, as he acted like a vortex, drawing them all toward him. Half an hour later, he attained level 97. The monsters were so preoccupied with him that they had no time to ascend the mountain. Wuwen and the others were utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why were no monsters approaching? What was unfolding down there? Could it be that this brother annihilated all the monsters? Impossible. Have you ever seen someone single-handedly slay monsters? A pile of monsters could easily overwhelm you. Indeed, I suspect that reinforcements from Ahoa's faction have arrived. They must be valiantly battling the monsters below, which has naturally alleviated our burden. We should primarily safeguard the teleportation array. The end is imminent. Another half hour passed. Chen Nian had nearly wiped out the majority of the monsters and successfully leveled up to 98. Considering the time, they should be arriving soon, approximately now. Chen Nian made a decisive exit without a moment's hesitation. He sought another location to attain his final level, as the experience required for this last ascent was exceedingly vast, and it would not come easily. Accomplished. The teleportation array has been successfully linked. According to Sister Xiaoqi, the coastal city is now seamlessly connected to Lu City. Task completed, and Wuwen and the others felt a weight lift from their hearts. Thankfully, with the support of their comrades, this mission would have likely ended in failure otherwise. Look, the brothers have all arrived. Let's express our gratitude to them. At that moment, ascending the mountain were the reinforcements dispatched by Ahua, a team of 10 elite, extraordinary individuals. Wuwen immediately approached them with fervor. You must be the one sent by Ahua. We are immensely grateful for your timely assistance. Haha, without your reinforcements, we would have surely met our demise today. The newcomers appeared utterly bewildered. The team leader scratched his head and remarked, "It was Brother Hua who summoned us," claiming the situation was dire. Yet upon my arrival, I have not encountered any formidable creatures, just a scattered few. Oh, come now, no need for modesty. We are all brothers. Wu Ten's expression suddenly darkened. Just moments ago, we lost a brother. He was reckless, charging headlong into the monsters without heeding our warnings. It is not modesty. We truly did not encounter many creatures on our way up, which left us puzzled. Is that so? Wuwen's brows instinctively twitched, disbelief washing over him. Brother, why would I deceive you? I thought you were so formidable that it was you who dealt with them. By the heavens! Upon hearing this, Wuwen and his companions felt as if they had awakened from a dream, a sudden clarity dawning upon them. Old Wu, it truly was that individual. Goodness, did he single-handedly dispatch so many creatures? Wuwen began to sense that the situation was spiraling into the absurd, a terrifying truth slowly taking shape in his mind. That individual had not perished, nor was he reckless. He had indeed gone forth to confront the monsters. Alone, he had wreaked havoc among the monstrous horde. What kind of abnormality is this? What does this mean? Has someone arrived before us? The captain inquired while scratching his head. Indeed, a young man. Wuwen's lips twitched involuntarily. It must be a prominent figure from our group. Otherwise, he could not be so powerful. He promptly opened the Everlasting Peace group chat and sent a message. Master F.A., 1,000 thanks to that esteemed individual who came to our aid. Without you, we might have met our demise. Master F.A., incredible. One person taking on a monstrous tide. Who could that be? The group members immediately began to jest. Is the crisis truly averted? Ahua remains formidable. No wonder he is the top dog of Linghai City. Ahua, Brother Hua, you're amazing. Come to Linghai City sometime and treat us to a meal. Meng, who was closely monitoring the situation, equally perplexed. Ahua, although my subordinates are elite, it is not feasible for one person to face the monstrous tide alone. Let us not exaggerate. Ahua, wait, my subordinate just contacted me. stating it was not their doing? The group members were left dumbfounded. If it was Tiahua's men, then who could it be? Is there another big brother in the group from Linghai City? Why not surface? Indeed, which esteemed brother will step forward and speak? At that moment, Meng was suddenly recalled a phone call he had received a while back. Wu Yu had contacted him, considering today's events. Could it be that Wu Yu was the one to confront the monstrous tied alone? Ahua, did you see his face? Master F.A. Master F.A. I did not. He turned his back to us and charged in without uttering a word. The person you encountered might have been Brother Wu Yu. Master F.A. what? Upon seeing that exclamation, Master F.A. was stunned, and the entire group erupted in excitement. Brother Wu Yu? By the heavens! Are you implying that Wu Yu just saved them without saying a word? Is Wu Yu in Linghai City? Oh my! How fortunate you are to witness Wu Yu in action. Family, I have relocated, and tonight I shall board a flight to Linghai City. Ahua, could you kindly assist me in finding an apartment? I too find living in Lu City quite uncomfortable. Ahua, for heaven's sake, stop the nonsense. Wu Yu has not made a public appearance. How could I dare to guess? As everyone fervently engaged in discussion, Xiao Qi made her entrance. Xiao Qi, are you all devoid of purpose? Shouldn't you be attending to serious matters? The Blood Moon Catastrophe is imminent. Understood, Sister Xiao Qi. Leveling up, family. Sister Xiao Qi is right. Let us disperse. Xiao Qi, ahem. I have heard that the seaside villas in Linghai City are quite splendid. I mean no offense. I merely wish to gaze upon the sea. Chapter 69. Challenging Dungeons, Elite Assembly. Chen Nian is about to take a girl along. Countdown to Blood Moon Calamity. 3 days in the afternoon, the weather was splendid. Chen Nian had reached level 98 and was on the verge of attaining level 99, preparing to confront the Gene Advancement Challenge. At this moment, he was resting at home, recuperating his strength while contemplating the most suitable locations to grind for experience. With the elevation of players' levels, the world was subtly transforming. Numerous terrains were altered, high-level monsters emerged, while lower-level creatures were distributed within the city in the form of secret realms. Consequently, players' progression speed had significantly increased, with frontline players generally hovering around levels 80 to 90. Currently, the paramount objective for these elites was to push for the second tier. The chat channels and forums were inundated with related recruitment posts. Seeking a level 90 team for rapid leveling to 99 in the last 3 days. Efficiency is key. Please message me. Only 3 levels away from 99. Warriors seeking a team. Let us go. High-level zone leveling team, accompanied by a second-tier expert. Strong support talents preferred, especially spirit mages. Chen Nian's leveling speed was not particularly rapid. He prioritized quality over quantity. Those who rushed to level 99 might only have focused on leveling, with little improvement in equipment and skills, ultimately facing only a mundane advancement, which was akin to exhausting their future potential. Even at the second tier, they would not be significantly stronger, as their attributes could not rival Chen Nian's. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and to his surprise, it was Qin Yu who had come to visit. She was dressed in white sneakers and shorts, her long, straight legs drawing attention, paired with a pink and white hoodie that radiated youthful exuberance. What brings you here? Have you had lunch? I brought some for you. Qin Yu shyly revealed a tote bag she had concealed behind her. Inside were warm hamburgers and chicken legs, along with a cup of iced cola. Actually, I haven't eaten. Chen Nian welcomed her into the house, laughing as he asked, "Did you come just to deliver lunch? What is wrong with that?" Qin Yu stammered. "I couldn't find you for a while and didn't know where you went. You weren't off fooling around with another girl, were you? You guessed right. Cough, cough." Chen Nian nearly choked. "We're merely a couple in name. Does it really matter to you? Of course it matters. Otherwise, I will be considered cheated on in name alone. So, do you have time? I can take you to level up." The self-satisfied expression on Qin Yu's face made Chen Nian chuckle. A novice wanting to assist the world's strongest player in leveling up sounded rather comical. "What are you laughing at? I'm quite strong now." "Nothing." In truth, Qin Yu did not genuinely intend to take him leveling. She merely sought an excuse for more interaction with Chen Nian to prevent their relationship from growing distant. However, she found it difficult to articulate these feelings. At that moment, Chen Nian's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Li Yunwei. Hello. Is Captain Li looking for me? Yes, Chen Nian. Have you been in Linhai City recently? Yes, why do you ask? There is nothing much. I merely wish to express my concern for you, as you are indeed an essential pillar of strength for our city. Linhai. Captain Li, you flatter me. I have yet to reach the second tier, Chen Nian humbly replied. By the way, the monster levels in the world have been steadily rising, and we have discovered a new high-level dungeon. Would you care to join us? Li Yunwei continued, stating that the team is comprised of the finest from Linhai City, including 2 second-tier extraordinary individuals. 2 second-tier. That is indeed a mark of elite status, Chen Nian mused. However, I can't help but feel that Captain Li's demeanor towards me is rather overly courteous. Given that there are numerous second-tier extraordinary beings in Linhai City, is such politeness truly necessary? It certainly is acceptable. If you have any other requests, do not hesitate to voice them, Li Yunwei promptly replied. Chen Nian was somewhat taken aback. How did you know I had a request? He glanced at Qinyu, who was seated on the sofa, and contemplated, I would like to bring Qinyu along. What? Qinyu was suddenly taken aback by this statement. She was well aware of Chen Nian's prowess and his busy schedule. At this moment, she assumed he had other invitations, and was astonished that he wished to include her. Alongside her surprise, she felt a twinge of excitement. Clearly, Li Yunwei was also momentarily stunned. What level are you currently at? Chen Nian inquired. 78. Qinyu hesitated to respond. This level surpassed that of most ordinary individuals, yet it hardly qualified her as a top-tier player, at best placing her in the second tier. Captain Li, she is at level 78. Very well, there are no objections. You may bring her along. Such a swift agreement? Chen Nian was perplexed. It was evident that Li Yunwei aimed to gather elite members to challenge this dungeon. With 2 second-tier powerhouses already in the team, including someone of his tier was already a significant acknowledgement, yet she was willing to allow Qinyu as well. She is your girlfriend. I trust you can ensure her safety. It's settled then. We shall convene at the train station at 8 o'clock tonight. Very well. Chen Nian had intended to find a place to level up while also bringing Qinyu along, and this opportunity perfectly fulfilled both desires. Nevertheless, he couldn't fathom why Captain Li was so indulgent towards him. Surely, she wouldn't have discovered something. After hanging up the phone, Li Yunwei's heartbeat gradually returned to normal. Captain, why did you agree to his request? Bringing someone of such a low level along will surely raise objections from others. If you don't understand, then refrain from questioning. I have my own plans. Through subtle clues, Li Yunwei had discerned Chen Nian's unusual nature. Thus, in recent days, she had been quietly investigating him. Her attention was drawn to a recent event, the mysterious appearance of a figure in Jiang City who decisively crushed the disaster beasts. Upon reading the summary report of this incident, she inexplicably felt compelled to trace Chen Nian's recent activities. Flight tickets, Linhai City to Jiang City. This was why she initially inquired if Chen Nian had been in Linhai City during this period. A test. Chen Nian's furtive demeanor undoubtedly conceals something significant. Perhaps it is a shocking secret that could astound everyone. For instance, Chen Nian and Bu Yu may indeed be one and the same. Li Yunwei understood that this secret must remain undisclosed. With the fewer individuals privy to it, the better. Otherwise, his presence would attract countless onlookers, which would not bode well for Lehigh City. With this in mind, she accessed the information management system of the Law Enforcement Bureau and located Chen Nian's details. She activated the highest level of encryption. Consequently, even if others sensed that Chen Nian was extraordinary, it would be challenging for them to conduct a thorough investigation, significantly mitigating the risk of exposure. Phew, all set. Fortunately, her father worked for the National Security Bureau of Longhua, and without his authorization, she could not undertake such actions. It was nearly time to depart. Li Yunwei gathered her equipment, preparing to head to the rendezvous point. This mission was not merely to conquer a high-difficulty instance. More crucially, it was to ascertain Chen Nian's true identity. Chapter 70, with Chen Nian present. There was no cause for concern. Shall we go? Are you really taking me along? What other choice do we have? Perhaps we should reconsider. I fear I might be a burden to you all. There is no need for worry. With Chen Nian's prowess, carrying one sister, or even 10, will be no challenge at all. On their journey to the rendezvous point, Chen Nian gleaned the basic information about the team members from Li Yunwei. There were 8 in total: Chen Nian, Qin Yu, Li Yunwei, and 5 elite extraordinary individuals. Among them, 2 had recently attained the 2nd tier, showcasing commendable strength: Qian Ming, a 2nd tier holy knight, and Jiang Yunlei, a 2nd tier thunder shadow warrior. Such rare professions were scarce, with few able to breach the 2nd tier, and none were ordinary. At the assembly point, upon seeing Chen Nian and his companion, Li Yunwei approached with a smile. "You've arrived. Please wait a moment. We're still short 1 member." Chen Nian glanced around. Apart from Captain Li, there were 4 others, 2 men and 2 women, though it appeared Qian Ming, the holy knight, was absent. "Captain Li, are these 2 your new recruits?" "Indeed. Would you kindly introduce them?" Chen Nian, sensing Li Yunwei's hesitation, stepped forward. "I am a level 98 elemental mage." Noticing her discomfort, Chen Nian added, "She is a level 78 elemental marksman." "Ah, level 78. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others turned sour. "Isn't that level far too low? Captain Li, can we trust this? You claimed you were bringing in elites." One woman scoffed. "We are all 1st tier members. The lowest among us is level 95. And a level 78 is here just to ride on looks?" Chen Nian had anticipated such reactions and offered a calm smile. "There is no need for concern. I shall ensure her safety." "Ha! Young brother, you might want to focus on your own well-being instead. This dungeon is a newly discovered one, and it is likely to harbor 2nd tier monsters. By the way, this Sister S face seems oddly familiar. She resembles a certain celebrity." The 2 women began gossiping amongst themselves. "Do you think so too?" "Yes, she particularly resembles that Sheen something, who is thrust into fame through connections at such a young age. TSK. I wonder how many unspoken rules she has endured behind the scenes. But now, we live in a gaming era. The entertainment industry is past." Upon hearing their remarks, Qin Yu felt an overwhelming rage but dared not raise her voice, burying her head low to avoid detection. Just then, Chen Nian interjected with a smile. "It is indeed more challenging for a woman to acknowledge another woman's excellence than to slay her outright. One must grow accustomed to it." "What did you just say?" The 2 women erupted in indignation, looking up to confront him. In terms of appearance, demeanor, and talent, they could not compete with Qin Yu. Their only advantage was their higher level. Chen Nian's sarcastic remarks struck a nerve, and they faltered. "Why are you suddenly so agitated? I didn't T-name anyone specifically. Surely you're not taking it personally?" "You." The 2 women were left speechless, their faces flushed with ire, unable to formulate a retort. "Captain Li, the assembly time has arrived. We are still missing 1 person." Chen Nian was reluctant to waste time, so he urged everyone on. Li Yunwei made a phone call, but no one answered. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 40 minutes. After an entire hour of delay, a robust man clad in a black coat finally approached. "Apologies, everyone. I encountered a female fan on the way and was quite literally dragged into a conversation over a meal. I couldn't shake them off." Indeed, this man was Qian Ming, a 2nd tier paladin. During his hour-long absence, the others had been left to their own devices, but no one held it against him. Instead, they greeted him with enthusiasm. "It's all right, Brother Qian. You arrived just in time. We haven't been waiting long. Haha, you look so strong. Having you in the dungeon will surely give us a sense of security. Indeed, with a paladin to attract the monster's aggro, I feel utterly secure. Alete comer." Yet he was adored by all. Such is the status conferred by prowess. Naturally, Li Yunwei couldn't voice any objections. After all, this individual's strength was undeniable. It was said that not long ago, he had single-handedly defeated a level 90 boss while his teammates faltered, even making the headlines. "You're late." A cold remark shattered the cheerful atmosphere, uttered by Chen Nian. If one were merely a few minutes tardy due to unforeseen circumstances, it could be forgiven. But to arrive an hour late merely to chat with female fans was quite disconcerting for Chen Nian. Clearly, Qian Ming had anticipated being reproached, as his thick brows furrowed in surprise. "Who is he?" "Brother, he is a level 98 elementalist," the woman coldly replied. "Oh, not a high level, but quite bold." "Indeed, he only brought this woman, who is merely level 78. I wonder where he finds such audacity." Qian Ming cast a glance at Qin Yu. intrigued by her striking beauty. "Stay close to me. I'll protect you." "No need," Chen Nian replied, dismissively. "Wait a moment. He isn't to your boyfriend, is he? Haha, that could be amusing." Li Yunwei, concerned about escalating tensions among the group, feared for Chen Nian's temper, worried he might take drastic measures against them all. "Now that everyone is here, let us depart. We still have quite a distance to cover." After 2 hours of travel, they successfully reached their destination. Situated halfway up a desolate mountain, a swirling, chaotic teleportation array shimmered with light atop the sheer cliffs. "Be cautious. This is the entrance to the dungeon." Chen Nian, puzzled, inquired, "How did you discover such a remote location?" "A team averaging level 90 went missing in this vicinity a few days ago. They likely ventured into this dungeon." Li Yunwei replied solemnly. "Missing?" Chen Yu's expression changed. "Let us put it nicely and call it missing. In less delicate terms, they may have perished within. If a team of average level 90 could fall here, one could only imagine the power of the creatures within this dungeon." "Haha, I hope no one is frightened." Chen Ming laughed heartily. "If you're afraid, you can still leave now. Once you step in, there's no turning back." "Menggu, you must protect us well," Chen Yu exclaimed, a hint of genuine fear in her voice. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Yan's true identity, and with her own limited abilities, her apprehension was quite understandable. "Sister, think carefully. Your boyfriend cannot shield you." He gestured at her slight frame. "With such fragility, a mere encounter with the boss could spell your doom." Laughter erupted around them. Yet at that moment, their mirth came to an abrupt halt. For Chen Nian had boldly stepped into the secret realm. Such audacity was not common among mortals. One must remember that just days prior, a team had perished here, not to mention the others. Even Qian Ming, a paladin with formidable defenses, had to adopt a defensive stance before entering to guard against ambushes. How could he just waltz in? It was utterly reckless. As astonishment gripped the crowd, Li Yunwei couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. He turned to Chen Yu. "Let us go. With Chen Nian here, we shall be fine." Chapter 71. The second stage boss, the Moonlight Wolf King. You have entered the secret realm of the Moonlight Palace. Before Chen Nian stood a mysterious and magnificent palace, bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight. A stone bridge spanned the center, flanked by shimmering lakes, while the round moon above cast a soft and enigmatic radiance, imbuing the rippling waters with an extraordinary hue. This was an instance he had never encountered before. Some instances were familiar to Chen Nian from his gaming experiences, but this one was undoubtedly new. Behind him, Li Yunwei, accompanied by several others, had also arrived. What a breathtaking scene! Yet, where are the monsters? Perhaps they lurked within the palace? Let us venture inside and discover. As the group stepped onto the stone bridge, suddenly enormous splashes erupted from the lakes on either side. "Be careful." Emerging were 6 wolves with fur as white as snow, a crescent moon shining upon their foreheads, their pupils a ghostly white. "Moonlight Wolf, level 90 merely level 90 creatures. I expected something more formidable." Qian Ming scoffed, instantly shedding any sense of trepidation. 3 wolves on each side, he boldly advanced, brandishing his dark gold shield, effortlessly facing the assault of 3 moonlight wolves. With a swift cast of judgment of holy light, 3 beams descended like cages, entrapping the beasts within. Meanwhile, a second stage Thunder Shadow warrior named Jiang Yunlei charged forward, wielding a colossal sword that sliced through the air with lightning speed, his entire being crackling with sparks as he crushed the monsters with ease. Yet, he only dispatched 2, deliberately leaving 1 moonlight wolf behind. Retreating, he glanced at Chen Nian and said, "Brother, it wouldn't be fair to watch from the sidelines, would it? I'll leave 1 for you to test your mettle." All eyes turned to Chen Nian, evidently assessing his prowess. If he struggled against such trivial foes, it would be time for him to exit. Why the delay? Surely, you won't. Boom! Before Jiang Yunlei could finish his sentence, a wind cannon whizzed past him, severing 2 strands of hair from his forehead. The struck moonlight wolf was pierced through, dissipating into motes of light. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were taken aback. Is this elemental mage's attack power truly that formidable? Even a level 90 minor creature fell in an instant. His equipment must be extraordinarily lavish. Perhaps he even wielded an epic weapon, the pinnacle of attack enhancement. Though the appearance of his staff remained concealed, they were mistaken on two accounts. First, nearly all of Chen Nian's gear was epic in quality. Second, his unique talent rendered specific weapon types unnecessary. To him, weapons were merely tools to augment his power, not items to be flaunted. Is that sufficient? Chen Nian inquired. Li Yunwei responded, there is no doubt regarding Xiao Chun's strength. Let us proceed. The group advanced through the grand entrance of the palace, navigating between towering stone pillars, encountering numerous moonlight wolf ambushes along the way. Yet they handled each encounter with ease. They were all first-stage monsters. Was this instance truly only this challenging? The lack of pressure left Xianming feeling rather bored. He hoped that the difficulty of this dungeon could be heightened, for otherwise, it would fail to showcase his true prowess, and he would be unable to flaunt his skills. Ideally, he desired a scenario where others were utterly helpless, and he alone could turn the tide. What a thrilling sensation that would be. We must not let our guard down. We have yet to encounter the boss. At the end of the corridor loomed a grand door, approximately 10 meters high. Intricate carvings of lifelike wolf heads adorned the door, hinting that the Lord's lair lay beyond. The one responsible for vanquishing that level 90 team must undoubtedly be the boss. Stand aside, I shall take the lead, shouted Qianming, as he infused his shield with holy light, significantly enhancing his defenses. This was the hallmark of a holy knight. He pushed the door open, and the others followed suit into the chamber. Wao Qin, you could not help but exclaim. Above, a brilliantly luminous full moon hung in the sky, while below, the ground resembled glass, rippling underfoot as if it were alive. It was akin to a dreamlike fairyland. Suddenly, the door slammed shut. The group immediately heightened their vigilance. Yet the scene around them was barren and devoid of any presence, let alone the Lord. What is happening? Where's the boss? As they pondered this, a prompt suddenly appeared before them. You have been affected by the moonlight seal. Under the illumination of the full moon, you are unable to utilize any extraordinary powers. What? The holy light on Qianming's shield extinguished. I can't use my extraordinary powers, neither can I. What is going on? How could there be such a restriction? What is the point? Chen Nian remained composed. The dungeons of disaster varied greatly, and this one was clearly a mechanism-based dungeon. What does a mechanism-based dungeon entail? It involves certain special rules where players must defeat the boss under specific conditions rather than engaging in mindless combat. A howl echoed from above. A massive, snow-white figure descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground. It measured 10 meters in length, its fur dense and shimmering like pearls. A bright full moon gleamed upon its forehead, enveloping it in a sacred and inviolable radiance. Moonlight Wolf King. Tier 2 Level 1. A Tier 2 boss. It is indeed a Tier 2 boss. Some gasped in astonishment. No wonder it could annihilate a level 90 team. Everyone, be cautious. However, the Moonlight Wolf King did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, another special mechanism was triggered. Please designate one individual to engage in combat with the Wolf King. Victory condition. Shatter the full moon on its forehead to break the moonlight seal. Failure condition. Escape the challenge arena, allowing a second individual to enter. Current remaining chances, for a one-on-one melee. Only one person could be dispatched. You shall go. Qianming raised his hand to step forward. Brother, we have 4 chances. Your strength is best conserved for later. Allow me to go first. Another man volunteered boldly. He strode confidently into the center circle, initiating the first round of battle. The Wolf King lunged with ferocity, with claws as sharp as steel. He was swiftly brought down to the ground. He resembled a subdued creature, desperately wielding his weapon to fend off the relentless steel claws. Yet he was continuously pressed down. Those formidable claws were nearly piercing through his skull. Help! Save me! I cannot fight back. I am powerless. He cried out frantically for assistance. Jiang Yunlei entered the challenge arena. His arrival resulted in the presence of 2 individuals within the challenge space. Current challenge failed. Remaining opportunities, 3. The Moonlight Wolf King's assault ceased, and the man was so terrified that he fled in a panic. However, after taking just a few steps, A beam of moonlight suddenly ensnared him in place. What is happening? What is this? Why can't I escape? At that moment, new rules materialized before everyone's eyes. The challenger who has failed has become a sacrificial offering. Gather 4 offerings, and the moon's destruction will commence, annihilating all. The crowd gasped in horror. A chilling dread surged through them. They were left speechless, for chances to challenge corresponded to 4 sacrifices. Those who failed would become offerings. If all 4 opportunities were exhausted, what awaited them was total annihilation. Second challenge begins. Gazing at the colossal wolf king before him, Jiang Yunlei felt his palms begin to sweat involuntarily. Chapter 72. The long-awaited battle, the final hope? The code of the wolf pack. Only the strongest among them can ascend to the throne of the wolf king. Now, the challenge to dethrone the wolf king begins. Only through triumph can the seal of extraordinary power be broken. The second challenge commences with Jiang Yunlei, a second-tier Thunder Shadow warrior, taking the stage. Being a second-tier extraordinary being, he should be able to vanquish the Wolf King, or so it seems. Yet, one must not underestimate the formidable physique of a lord-level beast. Its agility and speed are renowned, rendering close combat a daunting endeavor. However, our objective does not necessitate its defeat, but rather the shattering of the crescent moon above its head, thus leaving room for hope. Before the onlookers could engage in further discussion, the second challenge was officially underway. The Moonlight Wolf King locked its gaze upon Jiang Yunlei, muscles taut, launching itself like a cannonball. Yet, Jiang Yunlei was swifter, evading the strike with a deft sidestep and retaliating with a downward slash of his sword. Alas, the blow, devoid of any extraordinary power, bore no effect against the beast's hardened form. Jiang Yunlei was taken aback, but before he could react, the colossal wolf's tail swept in from behind. The terrifying force struck him squarely, causing him to spew blood and roll forward several meters. It's over. This thought echoed simultaneously in the minds of the spectators. But wait, he can still rise. Jiang Yunlei managed to regain his footing. Yet as the Wolf King lunged once more, he found no will to fight left within him and turned to flee. Within mere seconds, he had escaped the designated challenge area. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Current challenge failed, remaining opportunities, 2. It's impossible. It's too powerful. Just as Jiang Yunlei caught his breath, a beam of moonlight descended from above, enveloping him. The defeated challenger has become a sacrificial offering. Current offerings, 2. Witnessing this scene, a chill swept through the hearts of the onlookers. Only 2 chances remain. If we cannot conquer the Wolf King this time, annihilation awaits us. What shall we do? Only 2 chances left. To be precise, it's 1. Our only hope now lies with Brother Chen Meng. If he cannot prevail, then who can? All eyes turn towards the imposing figure of Chen Meng. Fear not, for Brother Meng is a high-level paladin, with an innate physique that is his greatest attribute, not to mention 2 epic-grade pieces of equipment. Indeed, you can do it. We believe in you. The crowd rallied around Chen Meng, for he was the hope of the entire village. Failure is not an option. As Chen Meng stepped into the challenge arena, his footsteps were heavy, as if laden with lead. Challenger enters. Third challenge begins. The Moonlight Wolf King had a new target, launching its relentless assault once again. The overwhelming aura and terrifying pressure bore down like mountains and seas. Yet Chen Meng, wielding his massive shield, stood firm. He staggered back nearly 3 meters, but managed to block the strike head-on. Well done. He has withstood the blow. Truly worthy of the title, Brother Meng. He can face the Wolf King directly. With a resounding clang, Chen Man thrust the great shield forward. The iron-like claws collided with the shield in a fierce clash, sparks dancing through the air as man and wolf engaged in a passionate struggle. However, thus far, Chen Man had only managed to defend himself with the shield, never finding the opportunity to strike at the moonlit mark upon the Wolf King's forehead. 5 minutes later, this tug-of-war finally reached its climax. A long howl echoed as the Wolf King struck down with a mighty paw. Chen Man fell to one knee, the shield raised above his head, utterly immobilized. This is it. I cannot go on. He summoned every ounce of strength, abandoning his weapon, barely escaping the Wolf King's grasp. The moment he broke free, he fled desperately towards the exit, not daring to look back. Current challenge failed. Remaining chances. 1. The challenger has become a sacrifice. Current sacrifices. 3. As expected, a beam of moonlight enveloped him, binding Chen Nian in place. In that instant, all faces turned ashen. One woman even collapsed to her knees, crushed under the weight of profound despair. What? What do we do now? It's over. We're doomed to perish here. Among the remaining few were only Chen Nian, Qin Yu, Li Yunwei, and 2 women. Not a single second-tier fighter among them. Who could possibly stand against the Wolf King? Anyone who dared approach would surely meet their demise. Who could have anticipated such a rule within this instance? It felt like a nightmare. Qianman Belot, Chen, aren't you supposed to be capable? Why are you cowering in the back now? Of course, his outburst was merely a venting of frustration, not a genuine hope placed in Chen Nian. After all, he was merely an elemental mage. If even the paladin could not engage the Wolf King in close combat, what could be expected from a first-tier mage? Chen Nian stepped forward, only to have his arm abruptly pulled back by Qin Yu. See, Chen Nian, what is wrong? I'm sorry, I can't be of any help. Chen Nian smiled. I didn't call you here expecting you to assist. Why are you blaming yourself? The 2 women nearby could no longer contain themselves. Ugh, even now, you're still being sentimental? It's nauseating. If you're so capable, why don't you save us? What good is talking when death is upon us? Chen Nian dismissed their remarks, turning to Li Yunwei and saying, leave the final challenge to me. All right, Li Yunwei nodded. Seeing Chen Nian's calm demeanor, she felt a sense of reassurance. It seemed her gamble had paid off. Under the gaze of all, Chen Nian stepped forward into the challenge arena. Challenger enters. 4th challenge begins. This challenge would determine their fates. Success meant salvation. Failure meant death for all. With a fearsome howl, the Moonlight Wolf King launched an attack against this final challenger, a brutal assault that even the paladin could scarcely withstand. Chen Nian stood resolute, unmoving. Everyone's initial reaction was that he was courting death. Given the terrifying attack power of the Wolf King, a single swipe of its claw could spell doom. As anticipated, the Wolf King's razor-sharp claws lunged toward Chen Nian's chest, as if one could expect to witness a gruesome scene of disembowelment in the next moment. What? Those iron-like claws did not pierce Chen Nian's body. Instead, the Wolf King shuddered violently, its limbs trembling as its massive form staggered backward, nearly losing its balance. The recoil, the effect of the epic set, remained in play. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Nian charged forward. Unexpectedly, the Wolf King resorted to its old trick, sweeping its gigantic tail from the side, striking Chen Nian heavily. For anyone else, this would surely result in a severe concussion. Yet, Chen Nian did not get knocked away. Rather, that colossal wolf tail stood upright instantly, bristling with fury. It was rather mischievous. Chen Nian leapt into the air, his feet landing perfectly atop the Wolf King's head, and with a sudden burst of strength, he stomped down. Bang, the enormous Wolf King was forcefully pinned to the ground. Chen Nian leisurely stood atop the Moonlight Wolf King's head, crouching down to lift its head with one hand. With a heavy punch, he struck its forehead. Crash! The circular moon emblem shattered in response. All gazes upon him were akin to those directed at a monster. Chapter 73. Vanquishing the Moonlight Wolf King. Chen Nian ascends, and equipment drops. The sacred and formidable Moonlight Wolf King, under Chen Nian's command, resembled an infant incapable of resistance. The crescent moon mark on its forehead shattered with a resounding crash. At that moment, all gazes were fixed upon Chen Nian, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Could it be? He is an elemental mage? Is this truly a mage? This must be a deception. No way. He genuinely triumphed? The 2 women who had previously mocked Chen Nian with derision and skepticism now stood with their mouths agape, their trembling pupils betraying their shock. Before the battle commenced, they could never have imagined that a mage could engage in such extraordinary hand-to-hand combat. Logically, mages typically attack from a distance, while knights charge into battle as the bulwark. Yet now, the paladin Xinmeng was left in utter disarray, while a mage was pummeling the boss to the point it could not retaliate. Is this reasonable? Reflecting on their earlier scornful remarks towards Chen Nian, they felt a profound sense of shame. wishing to vanish into the ground. It turned out that the true powerhouse in their team was Chen Nian. He truly possessed the strength to support his sister. Upon realizing this, the two women understood their misguided admiration and felt a burning embarrassment, wishing to slap themselves. Chen Nian is truly remarkable. Chen Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. She knew Chen Nian was impressive, but she could not fathom the extent of his prowess. The chasm between the first and second tiers was vast, and challenging one's superior was nearly an impossible feat. She never anticipated witnessing it firsthand. This is my boyfriend. A sense of pride welled up within her, instinctively radiating from her being. The earlier feelings of indignation from being belittled evaporated entirely. Chen Yu proudly lifted her fair neck, casting a glance at the other two women, only to find that their previously haughty demeanor had all but vanished, as they scarcely dared to meet her gaze. What happened? Weren't you quite vocal just now? Now you choose silence. If you feel too ashamed to remain here, you are welcome to march forward to your demise. Being rescued by my boyfriend should be quite embarrassing, no? Speak up. Chen Yu's 3 consecutive remarks elicited no response, filling her heart with an exhilarating sense of ease akin to a gentle spring breeze. The sensation of being uplifted by her boyfriend was simply delightful. As for Li Yunwei, she was not particularly surprised by the outcome. She had faith in Chen Nian's victory, yet did not expect it to be achieved so effortlessly. Is this the true strength of someone who remains silent? No, perhaps he is yet to reveal his full potential. This may merely be the tip of the iceberg. Earlier, I was actually concerned he might falter. I was overthinking things. Jiang Yunlei and Qian Meng were left with mixed feelings. What exactly is this young man's origin? Could he have employed some forbidden technique? Otherwise, it seems implausible. A mage's physique could not possibly attain such heights, unless he compensates through his equipment. That seems the only explanation. Perhaps he is exceptionally wealthy, thus possessing luxuriously powerful gear that bridges the gap in attributes. At that moment, both individuals arrived at the same realization, which somewhat alleviated the tension. It was indeed plausible for a wealthy individual to procure an entire set of epic gear. A notification appeared before everyone's eyes. Congratulations on successfully completing the challenge. The Moonlight Seal has been lifted. In that instant, the 3 individuals who had been confined and offered as sacrifices regained their freedom. I have regained my strength, one exclaimed. So have I. At last, we can engage in combat with our extraordinary powers. The group felt a wave of relief wash over them. Meanwhile, Chen Nian had retreated, his face reflecting a profound weariness and fatigue. Naturally, he was not genuinely weak. It was merely an act. He wished to observe whether human nature could withstand the test of adversity. As their savior, he feigned weakness to see if they might harbor ill intentions. Chen Nian, are you all right? Chen Yu asked anxiously, steadying him with concern. Chen Nian, what is your condition? Li Yunwei also inquired. However, she found it perplexing that Chen Nian appeared so feeble. It seemed illogical. The reason for his formidable strength was the activation of the catastrophe gem, which would leave him weakened once used. Chen Nian concocted a seemingly plausible explanation, and Chen Yu believed him, as did the others, except for Li Yunwei. Brother, you should rest. We will handle the Wolf King. They assured him. Indeed, you have already accomplished a great feat. You need not intervene further. Though Qian Meng and Jiang Yunlei voiced their support, they could not suppress their inner smirks. So, it was the effect of the catastrophe gem. The catastrophe gem imposes a negative status while granting a beneficial one. For instance, the gem in Chen Nian's possession reduced defense while enhancing attack. Qian Meng and Jiang Yunlei exchanged glances, realizing that the gem in Chen Nian's hands conferred immense power for a brief period but left him exceedingly weak. It was indeed a remarkable item. Without further ado, they rallied the others to collectively assault the Moonlight Wolf King. Once their extraordinary powers were restored, the paladin displayed his prowess. With the protection of holy light and a gleaming shield, he nearly perfectly blocked all attacks from the Moonlight Wolf King. This is the power I rightfully possess. Qian Meng finally regained his confidence. Ultimately, after a relentless barrage, they successfully vanquished the Moonlight Wolf King. With a resounding howl, The beast disintegrated into a myriad of shimmering lights. It's over. Huh. It was nothing. Everyone present was rewarded with a substantial amount of experience points. Moreover, Chen Nian finally ascended to level 99. Level up. 98. 99. Congratulations on reaching the pinnacle of the first tier. You have acquired the ultimate ability, Spirit of the Ultimate Word, Lion Blaze. The ultimate ability of a spirit is distinct from other skills and can only be comprehended upon reaching the maximum level of the current tier. Each talent possesses its own ultimate capability, and Chen Nian's was slightly more extraordinary than the rest, with equipment in hand. My goodness, what manner of equipment is this? It is undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. Several individuals immediately gathered around. Before them hovered a silver wolf head ring, glimmering like a celestial body. The equipment was categorized into helmets, gauntlets, greaves, battle armor, necklaces, rings, and weapons. Presently, Chen Nian possessed only the ring, which was of no value, while all his other items were of epic quality. And this boss had fortuitously dropped a ring. How peculiar! Shouldn't the dropped equipment automatically transfer to the inventory? Qianming was the first to extend his hand to seize it. However, as soon as his fingers brushed against the ring, he was met with a jarring recoil. Notification: no picking rights. Please allow the victor of the Wolf King duel to collect. What does this mean? I vanquished the boss, yet I am denied picking rights. Qianming was enraged. Jiang Yunlei also reached out, only to experience the same repelling force. Damn, I too lack picking rights. The victor of the Wolf King duel. Wait a moment, could it be? Everyone's gaze fell once more upon Chen Nian. The so-called Wolf King duel was, in fact, the recent one-on-one showdown. Chapter 74. A Break in Relations. Assault on Chen Nian. Chen Nian, my brother, why not give it a try? Qianming's gaze fell upon Chen Nian, his eyes betraying a blend of urgency and longing. Indeed, Brother Chen, it was you who emerged victorious. Perhaps only you can claim this equipment. Then I shall give it a go. Chen Nian stepped forward, extending his hand. This time, the silvery ring did not resist, but rather was willingly accepted into his possession. Congratulations on acquiring the epic equipment. Moonlight Wolf Ring, epic, required level. Second tier. Level 1 defense. 0 attack. 150 attribute bonus. Extraordinary 20 special effect. Moonlight Wolf Spirit during moonlit nights. One can summon the Moonlight Wolf Spirit to aid in battle, with a cooldown period of 3 days. Once again, it was an epic equipment of the second tier. Both its attributes and special effects were exceptionally remarkable. Once Chen Nian successfully ascended to the second tier, he would be able to don 2 pieces of second-tier equipment simultaneously, further enhancing his combat prowess. Chen Nian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With this, all his gear would be of the finest quality. What do you think of the equipment? Indeed, do share. The surrounding individuals eagerly pressed him, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Chen Nian managed a weak smile. It's acceptable. Merely an ordinary piece of second-tier epic equipment. Second-tier epic. The market price for epic equipment remains quite steep. However, as everyone's levels rise, first-tier items have become nearly worthless. Only second-tier items are the forefront of the era. This ring is far more valuable than any gemstone-studded ring. What about the special effect? All epic equipment possesses unique abilities, Jiang Yunlei inquired. The special effect allows one to summon a wolf spirit to assist in combat. Chen Nian replied, somewhat impatiently. Wow, summoning type special ability, truly exceptional. Absolutely remarkable. I did not expect such fine treasures to emerge from this dungeon. How exhilarating. The crowd continually expressed their amazement. Yet, Chen Nian shook his head. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I shall take my leave now. Wait. Just as he was about to depart, a resounding voice called out from behind. Qianming halted him. Chen Nian sighed inwardly, recognizing the fragility of human nature. There will always be those who reveal their sinister intentions in the face of greed. Despite being their savior, he found himself the object of their covetousness. Is there something else? Chen Nian turned back. Brother Chen, you are merely at the first tier. This equipment is of no use to you at present. Why not consider sharing it? These words drew the most fervent reaction from Qinyu. How can you be so callous? It was Chen Nian who saved you all, and now you covet the equipment in his possession? Li Yunwei nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is rightfully his. Without him, we might have perished. She sincerely hoped this group would not act foolishly. Before you stands the world's strongest player, Yu Yue. To entertain such thoughts is tantamount to courting death. Such words should not be uttered, little sister. He certainly has his merits, but the boss was defeated through our combined efforts, and thus the spoils rightfully belong to us as well. Qianming coldly chuckled. Upon witnessing this, the two other women deliberated briefly before choosing to side with Qianming. Indeed, we contributed significantly during the final boss battle. We are entitled to our share. How could he possibly claim it all for himself? It is rather selfish for one person to monopolize the rewards, especially when he doesn't even consider sharing the benefits with us. Moreover, if you possess such formidable strength, why did you wait until the end to make your move? Would it not have been better to engage from the outset? TSK. What if he intended for us to test the boss's capabilities first? How selfish. In the mouths of these two gossiping women, Chen Nian had become a self-serving villain. Qin Yu's face flushed with rage, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you even human? Silence. This is not a place for women to speak. Jiang Yunlei suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck Qin Yu squarely in the chest. This was the ability of his Thunder Shadow warrior, capable of incapacitating foes with electrical currents. Qin Yu immediately weakened and collapsed into Chen Nian's embrace, unconscious. Li Yunweilan was filled with both fury and urgency. Are you seeking death? Captain Li, I advise you to refrain from intervening. With your peak, first-tier strength, are you truly our match? It will be best for you to obediently wait on the sidelines. Haha. We are merely striving to enhance our abilities in preparation for the impending Blood Moon calamity, to safeguard our homeland. Do not hold it against us. Ha ha ha. As they spoke, Jiang Yunlei even laughed boisterously, showing no intention of feigning civility. Li Yunweilan fell silent, casting a glance at Chen Nian, whose expression was ominously dark. She realized that the situation had escalated beyond redemption. Very well, I hope you do not come to regret this. With that, she quietly stepped aside, choosing not to interfere any longer. Captain Li certainly knows how to read the room. Brother Chen, do you still intend to struggle? Hand over that ring. Wait, it's not just the ring from earlier. Qianming sneered coldly. You must possess other valuable equipment. Otherwise, such strength would be implausible, including your calamity gem. Surrender it all. Their greed had expanded infinitely, seeking to strip Chen Nian of everything. Qiangus certainly has a large appetite. Hand it over obediently, and given that you saved us, we may yet allow you to live otherwise. The implication was unmistakable. However, Chen Nian did not respond, remaining silent in place. Well done. In that case, you'd better take good care of your girlfriend. After all, blades and swords are blind. If she were to be inadvertently harmed, it would not be our concern. Qianming was exceedingly confident, for in his eyes, Chen Nian's strength was derived from the calamity gem, and he was currently in a weakened state. Moreover, after harnessing extraordinary power, his strength as a paladin reached its zenith. Could a mere first-tier, elemental, mage possibly breach my holy light shield? Not to mention the three allies standing alongside him. In stark contrast, Chen Nian was burdened with an unconscious girlfriend. This battle held no semblance of uncertainty. After a prolonged silence, Chen Nian gently placed Qin Yu on the ground and activated the spirit escape of the ethereal serpent, enveloping her in comprehensive protection. Rising to his feet, he finally spoke, his voice deliberate and calm. Now, you may attempt your hand at this. The others, swept by Chen Nian's emotionless, icy gaze, inexplicably felt a chill creep down their spines. It was an unsettling sensation, akin to being scrutinized by the very specter of death. Damn it, do they dare bluster? Attack! Jiang Yunlei transformed into a streak of rapid lightning, traversing the air with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Each passage unleashed a slicing strike upon all targets within range. This was the ultimate skill of the first-tier Thunder Shadow warrior, the illusory Lightning Shadow Slash. He commenced the confrontation with his most formidable move. Chapter 75, Word Spirit, Lion's Flame, Illusory Thunder Shadow Slash. As Jiang Yunlei launched his ultimate skill, he transformed into an elusive bolt of lightning, darting back and forth with astonishing speed. It evoked memories of electric brilliance, effortlessly slicing through all obstacles. The spectacle was equally mesmerizing and exhilarating. The onslaught of strikes that landed upon Chen Nian felt merely like the gentle ministrations of a seasoned masseur. If one were to draw a comparison, akin to the hands of a calloused bath attendant. After all, Chen Nian's epic-grade armor boasted formidable defensive enhancements, not easily breached. What is happening? No, this is wrong. Wasn't he just feeble a moment ago? In the eyes of the spectators, Chen Nian stood steadfast at the center of the lightning sword array, as immobile as a mountain, his expression devoid of emotion. The bolts of lightning struck him as if they were colliding with diamond, yielding no visible impact. He didn't even flinch. As Jiang Yunlei's grand move concluded, he finally revealed himself. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he staggered back several steps, clutching his chest and kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat. Jiang Yunlei, what happened to you? One individual rushed forward, only to discover numerous intersecting wounds on Jiang Yunlei's body, exposing flesh beneath, causing their complexion to pale in fright. Why? Why are you injured? The woman gasped, her pupils trembling uncontrollably. Chen Nian had endured the ultimate skill and scathe, while it was Jiang Yunlei, the aggressor, who bore the brunt of the injuries. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the crowd felt as though a thorn had lodged in their throats, rendering them speechless. This fellow is up to something. He has some trickery. Jiang Yunlei's voice became hoarse, his eyes betraying an unspeakable terror. What nonsense! Can the four of us not overpower him together? Charge! Qian Meng bellowed, invoking the sacred light to envelop him. His physical attributes surged dramatically. In that moment, his strength and resilience nearly doubled. The imposing figure of the man raised his black gold shield high, resembling an unstoppable war chariot as he charged forward. Boom! The resounding crash echoed through the air. Chen Nian executed a single action. He threw a punch. The unadorned fist met the sacred light shield, shattering the luminous barrier and leaving a distinct imprint upon the black gold shield. Qian Meng, relying on his exceptional defense and physique, emerged unscathed. However, the two women fared far worse, directly toppled by the overwhelming shockwave. Qian Meng could no longer maintain his composure. His mindset began to waver, muscles quaking, every hair on his body seemingly standing on end. His heart raced as if gripped by an invisible hand, nearly rendering him breathless. You are pretending. Your weakness is a ruse, he murmured, retreating with terror creeping up his face like a vine. Nearby, Li Yunwei sighed. I warned you, you were courting death, but you chose to ignore me. Indeed, greed is humanity's most grotesque nature. It is impossible. How could a first-tier elemental mage be so powerful? It must be some forbidden technique or a catastrophe gemstone. His strength is undoubtedly not his own. Indeed, if he can endure for a certain period, his true form will inevitably be revealed. Qian Meng continuously reassured himself, as if only through relentless utterance could he calm the frantic beating of his heart. Chen Nian's gaze remained unfazed. In his eyes, these few were already corpses. When faced with those deserving of death, he harbored no shred of mercy. Thus, let us test the might of the new spirit language. Chen Nian closed his eyes. A series of intricate and profound syllables erupted forth, weaving together to form a magnificent battle hymn. The temperature in the air soared rapidly, rendering it almost unbearably oppressive in an instant. What? What is he about to do? Is the ultimate skill. He is unleashing his ultimate skill. Jiang Yunlei exclaimed. This madman, does he not fear harming that woman? Come here. Qian Meng bellowed. If we can withstand this blow, perhaps his power will be depleted, and we shall have a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, he planted his great shield firmly on the ground. In an instant, holy light radiated, cascading outward in waves, forming what resembled a formidable wall. The ultimate ability of a first-tier paladin, Holy Light Barrier. This is his strongest defensive skill. Can it withstand the attack? Nonsense. My ability can withstand the ultimate moves of second-tier bosses. How could it not endure this? Qian Meng had absolute confidence in his defense. Even those second-tier extraordinary beings might not possess the capability to breach his holy light barrier, let alone one who is yet to advance. Chen Nian's incantation ceased. He suddenly opened his eyes. Behind him, a lion of flame, akin to a boss, emerged. The blazing golden flames imbued the lion with a regal aura. Though not a true king of beasts, the terrifying pressure it exuded was nearly suffocating. Spirit language, lion's flame. What a terrifying creature. Li Yunwei hastily withdrew to a safe distance. At this moment, she was astonished to find that Chen Yu remained inside, yet unharmed. Wait, this fellow is simultaneously protecting Chen Yu while engaging in battle. How terrifying! Is this the true strength of his silence? Go! With a command, the lion's flame charged forth, colliding directly with the holy light barrier. Fire and holy light fused, clashed, and exploded at that moment. The blinding radiance obliterated all vision. This was a pure confrontation of extraordinary powers. After a while, Li Yunwei lowered her hands, finally discerning the situation ahead. Astonishing. The paladin's strongest defensive skill. The holy light barrier had transformed into countless specks of light, slowly dissipating into the air. Qianmeng's prideful great shield lay nearly shattered, scattered across the ground. Even weapons were forcibly destroyed. As for the others, they were almost entirely charred, enveloped in thick smoke, clearly having sustained severe injuries. Quite impressive, Chen Nian thought with some satisfaction. His extraordinary attributes are currently quite modest, as he has yet to don the two epic pieces of equipment that would enhance his abilities. Additionally, being at the first tier, he has not yet experienced the benefits of advanced attribute augmentation. The fact that he could breach the ultimate defense skill of a second-tier paladin and forcibly destroy a weapon is already commendable. Chen Nian speculated that once he ascended to the second tier and equipped those two items, a mere ordinary gale cannon shot would suffice to achieve such an effect. Qianmeng, rising to his feet, appeared almost unrecognizable. He could scarcely believe that a first-tier extraordinary individual could possess such strength, which defied all logic. Captain Li, save us. We are also a vital force in Linghai City. The Blood Moon catastrophe is imminent. We cannot perish. We can contribute to society. Li Yunwei shook his head. I warned you before, and now it is impossible to intervene. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Qianmeng screamed frantically. Who are you really? Tell me, tell me. Li Yunwei glanced once more at Chen Nian, took a deep breath, and inquired, Chen Nian, you remain silent. I have not misjudged you, have I? Chapter 76, A Call to Shao Qi Chen Nian. You have chosen to remain silent. Have I not guessed correctly? You. What did you say? Upon hearing Li Yunwei's words, the group stood frozen, akin to statues. A profound shock and disbelief filled their hearts almost instantaneously. He is the Silent One? The strongest player in the world? No, it cannot be true. This cannot be real. Despite Qianmeng's skepticism, the stark reality compelled him to accept it. If he truly is the Silent One, then all the absurdities can be rationally explained. The might of the Silent One is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Even more astounded were the two women. He is the Silent One. He is indeed the Silent One. They covered their mouths, their pupils trembling, as a myriad of complex emotions intertwined within them. Ultimately, only two words emerged: regret. An overwhelming sense of regret. This should have been a splendid opportunity. Had they performed adequately, they might have secured a connection with the Silent One. Even if that were not the case, they could have at least forged a benevolent bond. Alas, their abominable attitudes led to the worst of outcomes. It was our error. Please spare us, we implore you. Brother, we failed to recognize the greatness before us. Surely you, a person of stature, would not hold our transgressions against us. Would you? Chen Nian found the situation somewhat amusing. Had he not been the Silent One, but rather an ordinary person devoid of power, the outcome today would have been utterly tragic. Such is the way of the world. One must always bear the consequences of their choices. A shroud of darkness emanated from the ground beneath Chen Nian's feet, rapidly spreading outward. In an instant, the world became devoid of substance, leaving only an endless void of darkness. Chen Nian did not allow them to experience any suffering, The moment the domain of death unfolded, their lifelines were severed. Scythe of Death attack power 10. 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 Having harvested 4 lives in succession, Chen Nian finally released the domain of death. The world was now tranquil. In the vast moonlight palace, only 3 figures remained. The still unconscious Chen Yu, Chen Nian, and Li Yunwei. Chen Nian lifted Chen Yu into his arms and approached Li Yunwei, inquiring with a smile. Captain Li, how did you ascertain my identity? At this question, Li Yunwei abruptly snapped back to reality. The earlier revelation had left her profoundly shaken. To be honest, I have been investigating you for some time and discovered various anomalies, which led me to this conclusion. I see. Then I must trouble Captain Li to keep this confidential. Fear not. I have already classified your personal information at the highest level with the Information Management Bureau. It is inaccessible to the ordinary individual. Thank you. Li Yunwei could not help but exclaim. Who would have thought that the strongest individual in the world is merely a youth addicted to the internet? Captain Li, you jest. There are many who have reached the 2nd tier now, and perhaps several are stronger than I. Li Yunwei's lips twitched involuntarily. Still being modest, are we? From the very beginning, you were capable of surpassing the 2nd tier, even in your first stage. What do you think will happen when you reach the 2nd tier? Naturally, the plan is to advance further. Excluding today, there are merely 2 days left until the Blood Moon Calamity, and time waits for no one. Given your prowess, advancing should pose no significant challenge. Yet, one can never be too certain. Chen Nian recalled the formidable challenge of advancing to demonic god level. An uncertainty lingered in his heart. He felt a twinge of embarrassment for having lost the elite team he brought along. Li Yunwei shook his head. While it is true that humanity ought to be a united front against calamity, there are still some scoundrels that must be purged. Do not let it weigh on your conscience. I assure you, it will not trouble me, Chen Nian replied. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yunwei pondered how to explain to Chen Yu upon her awakening. He decided to say that a confrontation nearly ensued, but Captain Li intervened, allowing them to leave safely. Very well, you may go. I will escort her home. Chen Nian entrusted Chen Yu to Li Yunwei, not forgetting to collect the spoils dropped by the fallen players. When players perish, they typically drop a portion of their belongings, be it equipment or items. As these individuals were elites, the loot was undoubtedly valuable, comprising over 10 pieces of fine equipment. Chen Nian reflected that since he had no use for the equipment himself, it would be wiser to bestow it upon those who diligently serve the guild, enhancing their combat capabilities and fostering unity. Upon opening the Shanhua Yeoman Guild chat, he found a ceaseless stream of conversation. Members were either leveling up or chatting idly, even during mundane moments. Recently, the most fervent topic of discussion revolved around Buyu's presence in Linhai City, as none had laid eyes on Chen Nian, not even Xiao Qi. Consequently, Xiao Qi became a frequent target of playful jests. Xiao Qi, I heard you purchased a seaside villa in Linhai City. Xiao Qi, I heard you specially connected the teleportation array to Linhai City. Is it for selfish reasons? Enough teasing Xiao Qi, or else Buyu might show up to settle scores. Huh, would Buyu actually eavesdrop on the chat? Buyu interjected. Ahem, I have something to say. Wait, is he really here? Greetings, boss. Please do enlighten us. Only after Chen Nian's arrival did the chat quiet down, silencing the eager chatter of the participants. Buyu continued, I have some fine equipment here. The brothers who helped construct the teleportation array worked hard, so let us reward them. Buyu addressed Xiao Qi. Actually, the one who has worked hardest during this period is Xiao Qi. What will you offer her as a reward? Indeed, Xiao Qi is not lacking in equipment. Perhaps you should consider this carefully? Yes, she has been managing everything. She certainly deserves a proper reward. In unison, the group began to cheer. At that moment, Su Jinyu also caught sight of these messages and thought, humph, they have a point. Clearly, I am the one who has toiled the most. Why do they not consider my efforts? They are receiving equipment, but what about me? Let us see how you respond to this. Suddenly, a new message popped up. In silence. Naturally, I remember Xiao Qi's matters. Why are you all making a fuss? Chen Nian would certainly not forget the contributions of each individual, especially Xiao Qi. Unfortunately, this young lady is quite challenging to deal with. She possesses wealth, power, and influence. Lacking nothing, it is difficult to satisfy her. After much contemplation, Chen Nian decided to call Hazy. Is it Boss Buyu? You need help connecting with Sister Xiao Qi? Very well, please hold on. You are quite conscientious. Thus, through Hazy's intermediary connection, Chen Nian successfully reached Su Jinyu. Ahem. Xiao Qi, it's me. A brief silence followed. At that moment, Xiao Qi had just finished her bath and was lying on her bed, engrossed in her phone. Suddenly receiving Buyu's call, she instantly sat up from her bed, clutching her pillow tightly, filled with uncontainable joy. However, she did not immediately reveal her excitement. If you think a mere phone call can sway me, you are mistaken, hum. Buyu Gidge, what is the matter? Do you need something from me? Chapter 77. The commencement of the Demon God Level Advancement Challenge. Brother Buyu, what is the matter? Do you need something from me? It's nothing. I'm just here to chat with you. Su Jinyu's heart raced unexpectedly, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the pillow in her arms. What's going on? Has the wooden man suddenly gained insight? Under ordinary circumstances, Buyu would never utter such ambiguous phrases, leaving Su Jinyu momentarily flustered, her mind in a jumble, unable to articulate a single word. By the way, Xiao Qi, you must have successfully advanced by now, right? Although the calamity level challenge is quite arduous, it becomes manageable with experience. I owe it to Brother Buyu for winning once for another woman. Why does that sound so harsh? Chen Nian detected a hint of jealousy in her tone. No, I'm not particularly concerned. After all, other women require your assistance, while I rely on myself. That is where the disparity lies. Isn't it? Chen Nian chuckled. Indeed. Brother Buyu, have you reached the second tier yet? Not yet. I'm preparing to advance. All right, with your prowess, you'll surely resolve it effortlessly. Hee. Chen Nian knew it wouldn't be that simple. He was about to face the Demon God level challenge, a realm unknown to all, and he would be the first pioneer, with success or failure uncertain. Thus, Chen Nian wished to call Xiao Qi, seeking a semblance of psychological comfort. Xiao Qi, seeing you toil so hard lately, I'll grant you one request. Speak up. Anything? Indeed. Then grant me 3 requests. Are you trying to exploit a loophole? He. Then after a brief silence, a voice faint as a whisper came through the phone. I want to see you. Su Jinyu lay on her bed, nearly burying her entire face in the pillow, feeling her heart racing. In that moment, she dared not speak, nor breathe. She listened intently to the phone, fearful of missing a single word. The girl had mustered all her courage. Before today, Su Jinyu had expressed such sentiments more than once, but never with such anticipation. She had even envisioned that if she were to be rejected, she would undoubtedly weep bitterly. However, what reached her ears was the sound of a dial tone. Su Jinyu's heartbeat skipped a beat. She bit her lips tightly, striving to suppress the feelings of grievance and disappointment, yet her eyes betrayed her, shimmering with unshed tears. How frustrating. It was you who prompted me to make a request. How would you be like this? You dislike him. Yet at that moment, a text message traversing thousands of kilometers arrived on Su Jinyu's phone. She opened it to find a brief yet powerful response. Good. This message was not forwarded through an intermediary, but sent directly from Chen Nian's own phone, signifying that he had shared his number with Xiao Qi. Su Jinyu stared at the text message for quite some time, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a smile broke through her tears, which she managed to hold back. How convoluted you are, she playfully scolded, before grinning at her phone screen for an extended period, feeling as if her lips might lift to the heavens. Her delicate, snow-white feet danced joyfully. She was utterly elated, not only having received a promise, but also acquiring a phone number that no one else possessed. Everyone knew that Buyu was a person of his word, someone who never reneged on his commitments. After indulging in her blissful reverie for a while, Su Jinyu suddenly remembered that she had yet to respond to the message. After a moment's contemplation, she decided she must not appear overly excited, lest she lose her composure. Good night. At that moment, Chen Nian was employing his aerial technique to depart from the main city, heading toward a deserted overseas location. He was preparing to undertake an advanced challenge. Why venture overseas? Because should he fail in his challenge, the monster would descend into reality. If that creature were to enter the main city, it would spell catastrophic disaster. Though he did not believe he would fail, prudence dictated that he prepare for every eventuality. Ultimately, he arrived at a deserted island. The night wind howled, waves crashed against the rocks, and a cloudless sky revealed a bright moon above the sea. This would suffice. Chen Nian took out his phone from his pocket and noticed the text message wishing him good night, which brought a smile to his face. He placed the phone on the ground, took a deep breath, and opened his attribute panel. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage Gene Level. First rank 99, Advanced Advancement. Commencing Gene Advancement, please select the difficulty of your challenge. Normal, Hard, Abyss, Hell, Catastrophe. Beneath these 5 options was a striking red icon of the Demon God. Demon God, do you confirm the initiation of the Demon God challenge? Confirm. Challenge initiation successful. Transporting. A beam of light enveloped Chen Nian, whisking him away into the air. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in another realm. Challenge officially begins. Time limit. 3 days. This duration struck Chen Nian as peculiar. Challenges of other levels typically had a time limit of 10 minutes. Failure to defeat the opponent within that time frame was deemed a loss. Yet this one afforded a full 3 days. 3 days meant, once he entered, if he could not vanquish his foe, he would be forced to battle it for 3 days and nights or meet his own demise, with no possibility of assistance. Intriguing. Chen Nian stepped forward, strolling through the dark palace. As he advanced, eerie blue flames suddenly ignited along the walls. A glance to the side revealed horrifying skulls adorning the walls, the blue flames flickering within their hollowed sockets, illuminating the path. With each step he took, more lights ignited on either side, creating 2 orderly rows that illuminated a pathway into the depths of the palace. It seemed they were welcoming me. Chen Nian murmured to himself and continued onward. He discovered that this palace appeared to be a sanctuary for deities. The so-called demon god might reside within. At that moment, a grand chandelier illuminated the ceiling above him. This colossal chandelier was grotesquely fashioned from the binding of countless skulls, forming a repulsive shape. A haunting blue light dispelled the darkness. Before Chen Nian, the silhouette of a massive stone statue emerged. It was a gigantic beast. Remarkably, it bore a humanoid form. Indeed, this imposing creature possessed a physique strikingly similar to that of a human. Its muscular contours were remarkably elegant, its body elongated, clad in armor, with a tail resembling a scorpion's stinger trailing behind. It had 2 heads sharing a single neck, reminiscent of a forked branch bearing 2 fruits. Suddenly, a few rock fragments tumbled down. Its pupils glimmered, 2 ethereal blue orbs that seemed to possess an otherworldly allure. At that very moment, Chen Nian beheld the information above its head. Gemini Demon God. Phantom, Level 20, 2nd Tier, Chapter 78. Ancient Years vs. Demon God, Twin Demon God. Phantom, Level 20, 2nd Tier. Ancient Years beheld the information before him. A Level 20 in the 2nd Tier, while not particularly high, could easily be matched by ardent players eager to advance. However, levels do not encapsulate all. Among the calamity beasts, there exists a concept of bloodline. The higher the bloodline level, the more formidable the calamity beast. Each tier's advancement challenge corresponds to different bloodline levels of calamity beasts. The one Ancient Years had previously vanquished was of the 5th tier bloodline, equivalent to that of a demon general. In contrast, the entity before him was of the next tier, the demon god level. They were not even comparable on the same scale. Even with identical levels, the disparity in strength would be astronomical. Thus, one cannot merely gauge an adversary by their level. Ancient Years did not harbor the slightest trace of underestimation. Yet, what does this phantom signify? Is this not its true form? The sound of crumbling stones continued to echo. The true visage of the demon god gradually unveiled itself before Ancient Years, skin of a deep, dark hue reminiscent of serpent scales, and armor as black as ink. It wielded 2 large blades, wreathed in a ghostly blue flame, exuding an extraordinary sense of oppression. A human? To think that someone would dare to tread within the sanctum of this demon god. How delightful. Brother, let me slay this human, hissed one head. Brother, how can you steal my prey? Retorted the other, each head articulating distinct dialogues, seemingly possessing divergent personalities. one brotherly, the other sibling. What remained consistent was their perception of ancient years as merely prey presented to them. Such prattle. Ancient years scoffed. How audacious of you to accuse us of verbosity. You insolent human. You seek your own demise. The two heads instantly transformed, the sinuous black veins on their skin writhing like serpents. With a sweeping motion, the blades descended, wielding the force of 1,000 mountains. The sheer magnitude of this strike conjured winds fierce enough to lift a man off his feet. Yet, Ancient Years deliberately refrained from evading. He sought to test whether his formidable defenses could withstand the onslaught. Bang! Ancient Years was propelled backward by the blow, crashing violently into the palace wall 100 meters away. As he slid down, an impression of his form remained embedded in the surface. How painful! Ancient Years glanced at his arm, which he had used to block the strike, now marked with a vivid crimson wound. Indeed, he had been injured. The attack power of this twin demon god was so terrifying that it breached his defenses. The defensive capabilities conferred by his equipment were akin to a layer of armor on his body. However, if that armor could not wholly absorb the impact, his flesh would bear the brunt of the assault. The capacity of his physical body to withstand blows depended on his constitution. Despite Ancient Years possessing exceptionally high defenses and physique, he was still wounded. Truly, a demon god-level being. The wound on his arm rapidly staunched and scabbed over, a testament to the extraordinary genes within him at work. A more solemn expression crossed Ancient Years' face. First and foremost, he could not employ the Calamity Gem to reverse the offensive and defensive roles in his battle against it. If one's defensive capability is reduced to 0, it signifies that the armor has become utterly ineffective, rendering one exceedingly vulnerable to a potentially fatal blow. Furthermore, in the absence of knowledge regarding the adversary's abilities, Chen Nian lacks the confidence to strike with certainty. After all, the regenerative capacity of these calamity beasts is alarmingly formidable. Brother, he still lives? Brother, it appears this human possesses noteworthy skills. Let us advance. With a thunderous crack, the ground beneath their feet erupted. The twin demigods surged forth like cannonballs. Such astonishing speed. Chen Nian felt a surge of trepidation. Yet, he resolved to withhold no more. His pupils suddenly glimmered with a golden radiance, and a golden apparition manifested behind him. Sequence 121, Judgment Gold Sword. However, due to the brevity of the incantation, Chen Nian could only conjure a protective domain that encompassed a radius of 2 meters around himself. Nevertheless, that sufficed. Within that 2-meter radius, a domain of death rendered him invincible. Furthermore, the Judgment Gold Sword is a sustained spell. The domain would gradually expand to its limits, ensuring Chen Nian's position of invulnerability. As the colossal blade descended upon him, it disintegrated into dust upon entering the Judgment Domain. Yet, what transpired next astonished Chen Nian. To his surprise, the opponent abruptly halted, then retreated with great haste, avoiding entry into his domain. Brother, this human appears to be formidable. There seems to be something around him. We cannot approach carelessly. As Chen Nian marveled, he noticed a second blade hurtling toward him. Can he also test from a distance? Such remarkable cognitive and responsive abilities. To make a judgment and execute it in an instant. Could this be the caliber of a demigod-class calamity beast? Its evolutionary level may surpass that of most humans. Upon entering the Judgment Domain, the colossal blade predictably shattered, yet Chen Nian's mood remained grave. As previously stated, the Judgment Gold Sword is a continuous skill that requires intricate internal chanting, preventing him from executing swift movements simultaneously. It seems our conjecture was correct, brother. This human possesses considerable strength. Maintain our distance. Chen Nian discerned that this might be a battle of wits. The Judgment Domain was lifted. No longer relying on this ability, he opted for an alternative combat strategy. Gathering Wind Cannon, Fire Explosion, Flash Thunder, Wind, Fire, and Lightning. 3 commonplace incantations were unleashed simultaneously, culminating in a tricolored energy blast. Surprisingly, the twin demigods stood resolute, directly absorbing the energy with their palms. The terrifying force merely caused wisps of green smoke to emanate from their hand. Is that all you can muster? Brother, Silence. Be cautious. Ahead, unbeknownst to them, Chen Nian had vanished. When not employing high-risk incantations, he could wield various spells simultaneously, allowing for the most agile combat. As it stood, he employed the wind thunder flash for rapid movement, positioning himself behind the demigod. Behind you. When the demigod finally reacted, it was too late. Its body became immobile. What is happening? What has ensnared me? The serpent is an unseen serpent, a word spirit, a phantasmal serpent. The formless giant python ensnares the twin demon gods, rendering them motionless. Chen Nian has not squandered this precious moment. With his swift incantation, a flame lion comes to life in vivid detail. A first-tier ultimate word spirit, the Lion of Flames. What? Even the twin demon gods did not anticipate that this human possessed such formidable combat awareness. He relinquished his powerful domain, feigned an attack, and then advanced with intent. The ability to devise the most optimal battle strategy in such a short span of time is truly terrifying. The twin demon gods were devoured whole by the Lion of Flames. The roaring inferno illuminated the entire palace. After a brief silence, that colossal figure emerged from the flames, slowly walking forth. Tendrils of smoke wafted as his skin appeared charred and grotesque. Even their two heads bore severe burns, almost unrecognizable. Yet, all these injuries were rapidly mending. Both faces reflected loathing and fury, their deep azure pupils fixated on Chen Nian. Brother, he has wounded us. He shall pay dearly. Chapter 79, The Reaper. A clean-cut Chen Nian could hardly believe it. Having endured the full force of the lion flame at close range, he had sustained only this degree of injury. He could visibly witness his wounds healing, for high-tier calamity beasts possessed formidable regenerative capabilities, something he had experienced firsthand. Alas, the power of the word spirit was insufficiently potent. Had he donned those two epic-grade artifacts, they would have significantly amplified his extraordinary strength. Perhaps that single blast of lion flame could have obliterated him instantly. At present, the twin demon gods were evidently filled with rage. Brother, let us tear him apart. It has been far too long since we savored the taste of humanity. With their physical forms restored to their former glory, the twin demon gods extracted two of their arm bones, wielding them as two ethereal blue blades. The swift descent of their blades' radiance surged toward him, a deluge of densely packed azure slashes that, if evaded too late, would reduce him to mere paste. Chen Nian remained composed, activating his eagle eye. As he dodged the onslaught with a burst of wind and thunder, he retaliated with his own word spirit attacks. A tempest of counterattacks ensued, seemingly cleaving the very air into countless fragments. The terrifying, extraordinary power erupted against the calamity beasts, each explosion resembling a blossoming spark of war, bearing witness to the harrowing intensity of their clash. Fists and blades collided. Bones clashed with an intensity that reverberated through the ground beneath them. The earth shattered beneath Chen Nian and the twin demon gods. Boom! The force of the explosion extinguished every lamp upon the walls, leaving only a solitary light swaying in the dome above. After this fierce battle, both combatants staggered back several paces. Chen Nian gasped heavily, numerous wounds etched upon his body. Yet the most grievous injury was from the direct collision of fists, skin torn, flesh laid bare, exposing white bone. It was unimaginable how excruciating that pain must have been. In contrast, the twin demon gods, though similarly battered, were rapidly recovering from their wounds. This human can actually engage us in melee? Indeed, brother. His strength is surprisingly formidable. If we allow him to grow further, we may not stand a chance against him. Yet, how unfortunate for him to arrive a tad too early. Haha. Look, he is nearly spent. The strength of humanity pales in comparison to ours, consuming a powerful human. We shall grow even stronger. The two-headed brethren exchanged knowing smiles, seemingly anticipating the moment when Chen Nian would be torn asunder. Onward, the twin demon gods charged once more. However, to their astonishment, the human remained motionless, rooted to the spot. Be cautious of his surroundings. Let's probe first. This overly cunning demon god opted to first test from a distance whether Chen Nian had activated his domain. Should they discover he had invoked judgment, they would retreat immediately, leaving no opportunity for him to seize. A blade whizzed past Chen Nian's ear, embedding itself deeply into the ground behind him. Observing this, the demon god lowered his psychological defenses. It seemed the opponent had not activated his domain, thus allowing them to attack without reservation. Brother, something feels amiss. What is happening? The Gemini demon suddenly became alert. Unbeknownst to them, the palace had plunged into deeper darkness. It was not merely the extinguishing of the wall sconces. A more profound shadow was gradually engulfing the light within the temple, shrouding everything in obscurity. The radiance was fading, yet I felt no sense of threat. What would he possibly intend? Ultimately, even the chandelier that hung from the dome was wholly consumed by the darkness. The entire temple had descended into an abyss where not even a hand could be seen. I could discern nothing. Brother? I too. This is impossible. We should possess the ability to adapt to the dark. Why is this happening? This time, their tones were no longer lighthearted. Instead, a hint of panic had crept in. All beings harbor a fear of the unknown. That which lies beyond control and comprehension breeds terror. At this moment, the Gemini demon had begun to sense fear and oppression, completely unaware that these emotions were instigated by a human. Sequence 127, Grim Reaper. You have entered the state of Grim Reaper possession. Attack power X 300-590. Chen Nian's base attack power was 310. The possession would triple his foundational strength, with an additional 590 points. This meant that Chen Nian's current attack power had escalated to current attack power 1520 during the duration of the Grim Reaper possession. Chen Nian was unable to employ any incantations. His method of attack was replaced by the Grim Reaper's scythe, although he could move at high speed. A spectral figure of the Grim Reaper materialized behind him, with a skeletal right hand wielding a massive scythe and a left hand governing the ledger of life and death. Emanating en oppressive aura. Apologies, but the game time has concluded. Chen Nian moved. He is coming, brother. We must flee. Where can we escape? We cannot see anything. Moments later, the darkness receded like a tide, revealing Chen Nian, who knelt weakly on the ground. Behind him, the colossal form of the Gemini demon stood rigidly in place. A wound extended from its neck downward, cleaving its entire body in two. Splurt, black blood gushed forth. One strike and it was severed. The once indomitable form of the demon was cleaved in half by the Grim Reaper's scythe. The terrifying force had even severed all veins and arteries within its body. The two halves tumbled to the sides, devoid of any movement. Only then did Chen Nian exhale in relief. Phew, finally resolved. Wait, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Why have I not received a prompt indicating the completion of my advancement? Hee. A chilling laughter echoed from both sides. Chen Nian whirled around in shock. To his astonishment, the two halves of the body had simultaneously risen to their feet. They laughed boisterously, with a wild and unrestrained mirth. Yet the two halves did not rejoin as one. Instead, they had transformed into distinct entities. The elder brother and the younger brother. This time, they have truly become two separate entities. Humanity, I concede to your might. However, to defeat us, you are still far from sufficient. Now, it is your turn to despair. Chen Nian, is this truly the twin demon gods? Indeed, they are formidable foes. Yet, in this world, there exists no monster that cannot be slain. Perhaps there is merely an enigma I have yet to uncover. It appears that this battle cannot be resolved in the short term. Brother, his strength has been exhausted. Now, we can slowly relish our victory. Ignorant human, though you possess some skill, you cannot escape death. Indeed, Chen Nian's power has truly waned this time. When extraordinary strength is depleted, when injured, when stamina is exhausted. If any one of these three conditions is satisfied, Chen Nian can invoke the power of the word spirit and destiny. Chapter 80. The bitter struggle of years past. The Blood Moon Catastrophe approaches. The extraordinary power of the past has been utterly depleted, thus fulfilling one of the conditions for the activation of destiny. This utterance of the spirit requires no force, merely the satisfaction of the conditions. Sequence 101 Destiny. Obscure syllables transform into a realm of divine blossoms. as Chen Nian bathes in the sacred and hallowed radiance, preparing to embrace the choice of destiny. During this acceptance of fate, he is safeguarded by the holy domain, impervious to any infringement. Brother, what is happening? His power has been exhausted. The two attempted to approach, but found themselves unable to breach the sanctified glow, left only to watch helplessly from outside. Destiny manifests in three distinct effects. The sun increases physical attributes by 30, heals wounds. The moon enhances agility by 30, restores stamina. The stars amplifies extraordinary abilities by 30, replenishes supernatural power. Additionally, there exists an exceedingly slim chance of activating the hidden effect, the black sun suddenly. A star blazes brilliantly above Chen Nian's head. The star of destiny has been activated. Extraordinary 30, Chen Nian's extraordinary attribute, originally at 89, soared an impressive 116. Simultaneously, the previously depleted power began to revive. As the holy light flickered, the twin demon gods could no longer contain their impatience, rushing forward to tear Chen Nian asunder. One approached from the left, and the other from the right, charging simultaneously. Yet in the next instant, an overwhelmingly potent force expanded outward from Chen Nian at its core. The utterance of the spirit, the judgment gold sword. The domain unfurled unexpectedly, leaving the two demon gods in utter shock. Retreat, despite their swift escape. The expansion of Chen Nian's extraordinary power outpaced their efforts. The younger demon god, too close for comfort, was ensnared within the domain. In an instant, he was torn to shreds. The elder brother fled to safety, his heart racing with dread. Had they both been caught in that vortex, it would have been the end. How could this human, whose power was thought to be extinguished, have revived? But soon enough, the younger brother resurrected. Even with his form reduced to mere remnants of humanity, he returned. Thus, Chen Nian summoned the domain once more, striking him down again. And again, he resurrected. A third strike, a third resurrection. Only then did Chen Nian furrow his brow, as his recently restored power waned once more. Foolish ants, do you think you could defeat us so easily? Dream on. The two demon gods wore smug grins. Surely he was out of tricks now. The freshly resurrected younger brother grimaced. It hurt so badly. The pain I just endured must be inflicted upon him. The twin demon gods launched yet another assault. Chen Nian, expressionless, let his lips move as he uttered his incantation. Destiny, the holy light, returns, bathed in boundless divine radiance. Chen Nian appeared as if a deity descended from the heavens. The effects of the celestial phenomenon have just concluded, and his attributes have reverted. However, due to the depletion of his strength, he has once again met the conditions to invoke his destiny. Thus, he can activate his destiny anew. Destiny's Sun activated. Constitution 30. Chen Nian's Constitution, already the highest attribute, now reaches an astonishing 193. This will significantly enhance his resilience and strength. Simultaneously, his injuries are healing at a pace tenfold that of before. Hemostasis, scabbing, and scar healing. Even his bones, which have been misaligned from the violent impact, are mending autonomously. Yet, at this moment, not a trace of extraordinary power remains within Chen Nian. Crack, crack. He flexes his knuckles, the joints popping audibly, murmuring to himself. So, it seems I must resort to hand-to-hand combat now. No sooner had he spoken than he charged forward. This scene appeared rather ludicrous in the eyes of the two demon gods. Earlier, his speed was commendable, yet now it was painfully slow. Did he truly believe he could contend with us? And he wishes to engage in close combat? Such a diminutive human frame is utterly laughable. The elder demon god stepped forward, fingers clenched into a fist, azure flames igniting upon his knuckles. With a single punch, a gust of air erupted. At that moment, Chen Nian also launched his strike. Bang! Their fists collided midair. In that instant, the expression of the elder demon god shifted. The playful smile that once graced his face froze, replaced by a visage of distortion and agony. A shriek escaped him as his hand shattered upon impact. Impossible. This cannot be. A mere human, with a physique so formidable. It is unfathomable. He roared, bellowing in disbelief at the scene before him. Chen Nian shook his slightly aching right hand, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. There is still ample time. We can savor this. 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Chen Nian had yet to emerge from his challenge, but time does not pause for him. Countdown to Blood Moon Catastrophe. 12 hours, the final half-day. Everyone is making their last preparations. The extraordinary beings who ventured out to level up have returned to their cities, recuperating, adjusting their gear, readying themselves for the impending battle. The enforcement team has fully assembled, establishing various military defenses outside the city, while systematically allocating participating extraordinary beings to maximize combat effectiveness. Yet, Chen Nian remains unreachable. Unreachable. Li Yunwei is more anxious than anyone else, having nearly bombarded Chen Nian's phone with calls. As one of the few privy to Chen Nian's identity, she knows that Linhai City cannot afford to be without him. With him present, the likelihood of Linhai City weathering the disaster increases by at least 30%. This 30% cannot be compensated by even 1,000 additional extraordinary beings. Chen Nian alone is worth 1,000. She sought out Qin Yu, inquiring if there was any news of Chen Nian, but he too reported no leads. With no other options, Li Yunwei reluctantly resolved to prepare for the worst. Perhaps that young man has encountered some unforeseen circumstance or is otherwise preoccupied. It is likely that he will be absent from this battle. We must continue to issue recruitment orders, enlisting all capable extraordinary beings to the front lines. All humanity is a community of shared destiny. We must first defend our homeland to safeguard ourselves. Furthermore, we need to summon several high-level core players to the tactical camp to ascertain the specifics of the Blood Moon Catastrophe. Indeed, the Blood Moon Catastrophe represents the first large-scale disaster within the game. At its onset, the Blood Moon looms overhead, and monsters surge forth, assaulting the player's stronghold like a relentless tide. During that time, the players faced near total annihilation, with the carnage wrought by the monsters being utterly horrific. This time, however, there will be no opportunity for revival. Although everyone has endeavored to prepare as thoroughly as possible, no one possesses absolute certainty. Meanwhile, all guild members have entered a state of readiness. Sister Chi-Chi, have you managed to contact Brother Wu Yu yet? Not yet. Oh dear, at such a crucial moment. Our leader has suddenly vanished. He mentioned he would undergo second-tier promotion, so he should not still be in the process. Given Brother Wu Yu's strength, achieving second-tier advancement should pose no challenge. Surely nothing untoward has occurred. Do not speak such ominous words, even among this assembly of elites from around the world. Without Wu Yu as our anchor, a sense of emptiness prevails, akin to losing a stabilizing force. Brother Wu Yu will undoubtedly return. He promised me. Su Jinyu is utterly convinced of this. Chapter 81. The Catastrophe of the Blood Moon approaches. Countdown to the catastrophe of the Blood Moon. 3 hours as twilight descends. The streets, which would typically be bustling with the vibrant energy of a night market, are eerily deserted. Doors and windows are firmly shut. A patrol vehicle from the enforcement team passes by, its loudspeaker repeatedly broadcasting. All civilians are urged to remain indoors with doors and windows securely closed. Please refrain from venturing outside. The residents of Linhai City are numerous. A portion of the significant figures have been relocated to air raid shelters, while students are being safeguarded within their schools, leaving the remainder to stay confined at home. At Linhai University, a vast indoor gymnasium is filled with thousands of students. Xiaowen and her close friend find themselves among the crowd. Up ahead, an enforcer, brandishing a megaphone, calls out, "If there are any volunteers wishing to join the battlefield, please come forward to register. I hope everyone can contribute to the defense of our homeland." Her friend whispers, "Xiaowen, shouldn't we really go to the front lines?" "Absolutely not." Xiaowen rolls her eyes. "We're only level 50. Battling monsters is not our responsibility. That duty lies with the high-level experts. But I have a friend who's level 45 and has gone. Huh. If you wish to seek death, be my guest. I won't stop you." In the air raid shelter, the gathered individuals are either wealthy or influential. Lu Xingchen is among them, a modest businessman. However, unlike the others, he has secretly brought along several extraordinary bodyguards, claiming they are his family, to take refuge with him. "Boss," one bodyguard scratches his head and says, I see many people heading to the front lines, yet we remain in the safest place. Is that really appropriate? I pay your salaries. Your sole duty is to protect me. Are you seeking death? Lu Xingxin spits disdainfully. If you leave, who will guard me when the monsters break in? But, enough. I brought you in here. You should be grateful, not rushing off to die. Lu Xingqin glances to the side, where a middle-aged man continuously dials numbers. His expression troubled. The man, Chen Nian, is the biological father of Chen Nian, yet Lu Xingqin now assumes the role of his new father in their blended family post-divorce. Father, still no luck reaching Chen Nian? Yes, that troublesome brat seems to have vanished. He might be safe at school. There is no need to worry. Lu Xingqin secretly hopes Chen Nian is sent to the front lines, for it would be best if he perished, better than being a constant source of annoyance. Much like a cockroach. On the other side of the air raid shelter, Chen Nian's mother also attempts to reach him. Despite both parents having established new families after their divorce, they cannot help but think of their son in such dire times. Mom, is my brother here too? The girl speaking is Ning Ziqing, 17 years old, a daughter from a blended family, thus considered Chen Nian's sister. I don't know. The call 1T Connect. Where's that brother of mine? I have longed to meet him. I hope he is well. In a certain ordinary household, Xiao Lu is a father who once was a gamer amidst calamity. However, he chose not to volunteer and confront the battlefront. Instead, he opted to remain at home, securely shutting the doors and windows, hiding with his wife and children. I am sheltering at home to protect my family. Indeed, he continually reassured himself with such thoughts. Yet, deep down, he knew it was out of cowardice. Those individuals could not fathom the terror of the Blood Moon Catastrophe. I have experienced it firsthand. Ordinary people would likely become mere cannon fodder. I do not wish to perish. What is wrong with seeking refuge at home? At that moment, the television displayed scenes from the front lines, where people were gearing up and standing ready, with reporters simultaneously broadcasting and continuing to recruit. The calamity is imminent. May all capable individuals step forward. United in purpose, we shall surely overcome this adversity. His 5-year-old son, watching, pointed at the screen and asked, Daddy, when can I be like them? I want to fight monsters too. Quiet down. Xiao Lu felt a sharp pang in his heart. Upon hearing his son's words, he felt even more like a coward. On the front lines, Qin Yu was among the volunteers. Despite being merely an 18 or 19-year-old delicate girl, she was already a formidable player of over level 80. Stronger than most. This was, of course, thanks to the assistance of Chen Nian and a few friends. Xiao Yu, we may not be able to look after you soon. Make sure to protect yourself, said the stout Deng Rongrong, unable to refrain from adding. If Chen Nian were here, we wouldn't need to worry about you, I know. I will be careful. Sigh, I wonder if we will live or die. Deng Rongrong pondered. Xiao Yu, how about I tell you a secret? Actually, Chen Nian, Turning his head, he saw that Qin Yu had already picked up her phone and walked away. She must be calling Chen Nian again. I wonder where the elder brother has gone. He wouldn't be in Linhai City, would he? That's impossible. Where else could he go? He wouldn't abandon us for another city, would he? Xiao Yu is still here. Let us not forget, there are many women who admire the elder brother, and they are far more accomplished than Xiao Yu. For instance, there is Yi Hongling, the daughter of the great general of the Dragon Kingdom, and Zhao Yishu, the three-no princess of the Zhao family. That is true. Maybe I shouldn't tell Xiao Yu, to avoid discouraging her. Countdown to the Blood Moon Catastrophe. 30 minutes. At that moment, subtitles appeared simultaneously before all extraordinary beings. Attention all players, the door of calamity has been opened. Monsters are about to attack. Simultaneously, the patrolling drones in the sky had detected the so-called door of calamity and transmitted images back. Before them lay a multitude of teleportation arrays, each resembling a chaotic vortex, sprawling across the plain, and stretching to the horizon with no less than 1,000 in sight, like a sea of tumultuous stars. All these chaotic whirlpools were situated towards the east of the city. Orders were dispatched for all teams to assemble in the eastern sector, preparing for battle. Missiles were launched in an attempt to obliterate the portals, as commanded by the Central Command. Soon, the fighter jet stationed above sprang into action. 2 long-range precision-guided missiles traced magnificent arcs through the night sky, only to explode with a thunderous roar. Yet, This dazzling display of fireworks yielded no results, as reports confirmed that the chaotic vortices remained unscathed. It seemed that these entities were impervious to destruction. Extraordinary beings had already been summoned for support, and every conceivable method was to be employed in the endeavor. In no time, several extraordinary beings ascended into the air, attempting to dismantle the chaotic whirlpools, but none succeeded, ultimately leading to a cessation of efforts. At last, the countdown reached 0. In an instant, a blood moon loomed overhead, staining the sky a deep crimson. Simultaneously, vivid red alerts manifested before all present. The calamity of the blood moon has descended. The world score leaderboard has been activated. Chapter 82. The Four Wretched Demons, the Despairing Beginning. Under the blood-red moon, calamity descends. Following the convergence of the game with reality, the first large-scale catastrophe has finally arrived. It serves as a survival test for all humanity. In the night sky, nearly 10 armed helicopters hover, while bombers have assumed a cruising state at higher altitudes, and various ground weaponry has been fully deployed. At last, the chaotic vortex stirs with activity. Initially, people anticipated a massive emergence of monsters. However, this was not the case. The first to exhibit movement was the central, larger chaotic vortex. Emerging from it were two colossal beasts of calamity, their forms as towering as small mountains, bizarre and beyond verbal description. Yet, the populace could discern some essential information. Calamity Demon General, Level 2, Rank 1. What the hell? It begins at this level? What are we supposed to do? It's over, it's all over. The emergence of demon generals was far too ambitious in its regard for humanity. Upon seeing this information, despair washed over them, a profound sense of helplessness enveloping their hearts. The mere mention of Calamity Demon General was sufficient to plunge all into hopelessness. The varying bloodlines among the Calamity beasts determined their vastly differing strengths. The lowest tier is known as the Fearless Beasts. The second tier is referred to as the Misfortune Beasts. The third tier constitutes the Abyssal Beasts. The fourth tier consists of the Earth-Shaking Beasts. The fifth tier is represented by the Calamity Demon Generals. These 5 levels correspond to escalating challenges, with the true terror of the demon gods lying beyond. Yet even the Calamity Demon Generals were enough to instill fear in the hearts of many. For not long ago, it was a Calamity Demon General that nearly defeated Zhao Yixue. What are we afraid of? We now possess many second-tier powerhouses. Surely we can vanquish them. Indeed, times have changed. Our levels and equipment have significantly improved, and demon generals are not insurmountable foes. Besides, there are only 2. No, not just 2. What? Following the emergence of the first 2, 2 more swiftly appeared. A total of 4 Calamity Demon Generals. This was undeniably a distressing number. 2 might be manageable, but 4. The difficulty escalates exponentially. All 4 Calamity Demon Generals belong to the same species. Adorned with 4 arms on their backs and a massive red eye pulsating at their chests, its iris swirling ominously. This is the human world, the sweet air. Indeed, it is far more beautiful than the world of Calamity, well suited. For trampling, enough talk. Summon the Lord of Demons. The 4 Calamity beasts simultaneously knelt, thrusting a hand into their chest, a horrid sound echoing as blood gushed forth like a fountain, drawing an eerie symbol upon the ground. What were they doing? It remains unclear, but we cannot allow this to continue. Fire. The armed helicopters receive the command, swiftly closing in as 2 machine guns whirled into action, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Yet these bullets are ineffectual against ordinary Calamity beasts, let alone the formidable demon general class Calamity beasts. One exasperating nuisance. Suddenly, the 2 hands of the Calamity beast behind it elongated with astonishing speed, extending several dozen meters. Those colossal hands forcibly seized a helicopter in midair and hurled it with great force, causing it to collide with another helicopter. Boom! The night sky erupted in 2 brilliant explosions. Witnessing this terrifying scene left all players in shock, and the high-ranking officials at the command center were equally astounded. It was remarkable how it could utilize force against force. What a keen sense of combat awareness. Were they truly mere ordinary monsters? Above the clouds, the bomber's targeting system had locked onto 4 creatures. A missile pierced through the clouds. However, the ensuing spectacle was even more horrifying. One of the Calamity Beast's hands seized the missile's warhead mid-air. After a swift rotation, it was thrown back, striking another helicopter with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The missile hit its mark, obliterating the helicopter to mere fragments. Cease fire. Retreat. The headquarters immediately ordered against further reckless probing. Such actions would be tantamount to suicide. Naturally, no airborne superhuman dared to confront the beasts. After all, they were 4 demon general-class Calamity Beasts. Whoever ventured forth would meet their demise. They could only watch helplessly. The blood of the 4 Calamity Beasts formed a ritualistic array upon the ground. Suddenly, a massive rift tore open in the heavens. A beam of ghostly blue light descended, landing precisely on the array. What? What is this? Zoom in. The footage captured by the drone was magnified. From this blue light emerged a colossal stone sarcophagus. The 4 powerful Calamity Beasts knelt before the sarcophagus, exuding an aura of utmost reverence. Great Twin Demon God, please awaken. Great Twin Demon God, please awaken. They chanted as they knelt, yet the sarcophagus showed no sign of response. What is happening? Is the demon god in slumber? Could it be? The demon god is still partitioning power to confront the intruding humans in the temple? Impossible. That was 2 days ago. Are you suggesting that the demon god has been locked in battle with those humans for 2 days without a resolution, hence unable to awaken? Unthinkable. Although only an illusion remains within the temple, it still possesses half of the demon god's power. How could mere humans compare to the greatness of our Lord? Regardless, we must ensure the awakening of the great demon god. At this moment, the other teleportation arrays began to fluctuate. Thousands of chaotic vortices erupted simultaneously, unleashing a horde of monsters that surged forth in a dark wave. This time, it was a true onslaught of monsters. Fortunately, these creatures were of relatively low level, averaging around level 30. Wait, why are the 4 Calamity Demon Generals not attacking? What is happening? Do we still have the luxury to concern ourselves with them? We must first contend with a monster tide. Everyone prepare for battle. We cannot let a single creature escape. The true war has finally ignited. The sorcerers transformed into artillery in the sky, conjuring wind, water, thunder, and fire, their myriad radiances intertwining like meteors descending from the heavens. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted continuously across the plain, as the low-level monsters were obliterated by the terrifying force. Li Yunwei stated solemnly, "This method is unsustainable. Extraordinary power must be conserved as much as possible. We are currently only facing the most basic of monsters, which can be barely managed with conventional weaponry. Ground assault teams, advance. Air units, continue the bombardment to diminish the monster numbers. I urge all extraordinary beings to be vigilant in eliminating any stragglers." As the on-site commander, Li Yunwei's decisions were remarkably prudent. It was evident that this would be a protracted battle requiring meticulous strategy. At that moment, the extraordinary beings also ceased their assaults. The ground forces, an array of fully armed ordinary soldiers, moved forward, the cacophony of gunfire resonating across the plain. After approximately 2 hours, the first wave of the assault came to a close. The number of monsters that perished upon the plain was at least in the tens of thousands. Although these low-level creatures were numerous, the majority were overwhelmed by the hail of bullets, and the few that charged forth could not breach the barrier created by the explosive shields. A multitude of monster carcasses dissipated into black mist. Yet, this was merely the beginning. People dared not imagine the scene that would unfold when the 4 Calamity Demon Generals launched their assault. And what precisely lay within that stone sarcophagus? Chapter 83. Every era has its heroes who swim against the tide. Blood Moon Catastrophe Countdown. 22 hours. This calamity is set to last for 24 hours, and already 2 hours have elapsed. The warriors have scarcely caught their breath when the second wave of assault arrives. This time, they are confronted by monsters ranging from levels 40 to 50. All ordinary combat personnel have been reassigned to logistical support. It is now the turn of the extraordinary. Upon receiving the command from the Supreme Commander, Li Yunwei took a deep breath, his resonant voice cascading through the headsets of all present. Esteemed comrades, the time has come to defend our homeland. As a community bound by fate, we must not falter in this battle. The fervent cry surged like a swelling tide. All extraordinary beings from Linhai City were mobilized. This time, nearly 5,000 extraordinary individuals joined the front lines, an astonishingly large contingent. It is essential to note that not everyone possesses the courage to fight. Gathering such a multitude of volunteers is indeed a rare feat. Su Mei, an ordinary university student, had long endured the pressures of poor academic performance, facing disdain from her parents, relatives, and classmates throughout her life. Her introverted nature had confined her to the virtual realm. Today, however, she summoned the courage to step onto the battlefield. Drawing her bow to its fullest, she released an arrow that soared through the air, piercing the chest of a monster with precision. I, too, have my own worth. Her gaze was unwavering. This time, she was no longer a mere gaming enthusiast, but a true warrior. The young and the fearless often possess an unyielding spirit. Charge forth, warriors and defenders. Mages and range classes, attack from the rear, maintaining formation. Support classes, be ready to assist at any moment. Yet, many cowered in the rear, gripped by fear. As the reality of the situation set in, all were hastily recruited volunteers, and expecting these young individuals to confront the blood and smoke of battle like fearless mercenaries was no simple task. Wei Shu, a swordsman, trembled as he gripped the hilt of his sword, gazing at the ominous tide of monsters in the distance, unable to take a single step forward. His legs would not obey. He was not alone. Many shared his plight, some even so paralyzed by fear that they soiled themselves, kneeling on the ground, while others turned to flee. Reality is not a novel. It reveals the frailties of human nature. Suddenly, a girl with long hair approached. She possessed a gentle demeanor, exuding a refreshing aura akin to a gentle spring breeze. Her name was Tang Ro, a second-tier elven sorceress, currently the highest-ranked elven sorceress in Linhai City. "Are you all right?" she asked with a warm smile, a smile capable of soothing the hearts of all, like a precious stream rejuvenating parched fields. I. Tang Ro gazed ahead and gently remarked, "You are afraid, aren't you?" We have no chance of winning." Wei Shu felt utterly ashamed, desperately seeking an excuse to justify his cowardice. There were still 4 incredibly powerful calamity demon generals ahead, not to mention the creature entombed within the stone sarcophagus. Perhaps an even more formidable adversary. Regardless of how hard we strive, our efforts may seem futile. He believed this reasoning could provide him with solace. It is not a matter of my cowardice, but rather a realization that victory is but a distant hope. Suddenly, a resolute expression surfaced on Tang Ro's gentle visage, her tone adopting a newfound seriousness. The history of Long Nation has never been a smooth sail. It is the bravery of our ancestors that has bestowed upon us an era of peace and security. The tranquility of our days is upheld by those who carry the burdens on our behalf. No one is born a hero now. It is our turn to bear the weight of responsibility. Circumstances breed heroes. Tang Ro firmly believes that human civilization cannot be extinguished in an instant. In times of peril, new heroes will invariably rise against the current, crafting an exhilarating epic. If given the chance, she too wishes to be that hero. With her hands clasped over her heart and her eyes tightly shut, she resembled a maiden in fervent prayer to the divine. The wind stirred, her dark hair billowing. Was this a melody? I too have heard it, who is singing such a beautiful song for reasons unknown. Upon hearing this melody, I felt an overwhelming surge of strength. What could this possibly be? Elven secret art, Song of Life. This is Tang Ro's first-tier ultimate skill. Within her melodious voice, the attributes of all around her experience a remarkable enhancement, as if every cell in their bodies ignited with vitality. I shall fight, I too can fight. Wei Shu overcame his inner trepidation and bravely took his first step. Many others, like him, also ventured forth. This marks a step towards the continuation of human civilization. For hours, 8 hours, 12 hours. On the plains, countless lives have been lost. The air thick with the scent of blood. Beneath the crimson sky, there is an unending cacophony of screams and clashes. People fought valiantly. When their extraordinary powers waned, they resorted to their weapons, resolutely preventing any monster from breaching their defensive line. Yet the monsters grew increasingly formidable, arriving in relentless waves. Eventually, even level 80 monster hordes emerged. These creatures surpassed the levels of numerous players. To vanquish them would demand an even greater price. Concurrently, the global leaderboard witnessed a shift. Each monster slain grants points, with higher-level monsters yielding greater rewards. Once the calamity concludes, rewards will be allocated based on the leaderboard standings. Currently, the top player hails from the Sakura Nation. 1. Wizawa Naoki, 8,923 points, Sakura Nation. 2. Wilson, 8,545 points, Lighthouse Nation. 3. Song Ji-hyo, 8,218 points, Bamboo Nation. 4. Zhao Ishua, 7,912 points, Long Nation. Among players from other nations, there are also formidable talents. Long Nation has yet to secure a position in the top 3, undoubtedly a significant blow to morale. After all, the leaderboard reflects the prowess of the strong. If the Dragon Kingdom fails to secure a position within the top 3, the collective morale may dwindle, potentially leading to a sense of despair among the populace. In the past, the measure of comparison was military prowess. However, now, the foremost champions embody the military strength of their respective nations. Achieving a commendable rank on the points leaderboard would lend greater authority to one's voice in future United Nations meetings, a matter of great significance. Yet what of Wu? Why has he not made an appearance? Indeed, is he not the world's most formidable player? How is it that he has yet to appear on the leaderboard? Moreover, I have not even encountered any reports of his participation in battle. Could it be that he has chosen to hide away? Damn it! If such a powerful being refrains from engaging, what motivation do we have to strive so diligently? Li Yunwei finds herself in a quandary. Initially, she believed Chen Nian to be merely absent from Linhai City. Yet to her astonishment, he has not surfaced on the leaderboard at all. Has he not even taken action? What in the world is he up to? Unbeknownst to everyone, Chen Nian is embroiled in a fierce struggle against the most formidable boss of the Blood Moon Calamity, the twin demon gods. It is precisely due to his presence that the true form of the twin demon gods remains unable to awaken. Had it not been for him, Linhai City would have already succumbed to the demon's devastation. Chapter 84. The Fateful Black Sun, the game concludes. In Jiangcheng, led by the Zhao family, the onslaught of monstrous tides was being fiercely resisted. However, the creatures emerging from the chaotic portals were no longer mere insignificant nuisances. They were calamity-level beasts. Among them lurked numerous disaster-grade magical beasts as well. The mere presence of these calamity beasts typically incited terror, let alone their current overwhelming numbers. Madness, utter madness. How are we to confront such formidable creatures? Yet, standing resolute against these powerful calamity beasts, Zhao Ishua wielded her icy blade, leaping into the fray amidst the biting winds. Where she passed, flowers of ice blossomed, freezing all in their wake. Crash, crash, crash. The colossal monsters were transformed into crystalline sculptures, only to shatter into countless shards of ice. With her current prowess, Zhao Ishua faced these calamity beasts with unyielding ease. As she ruthlessly dispatched the beasts, a singular thought nagged at her mind. Why was there no silent name upon the leaderboard? What was he up to? Just then, the voice of her butler crackled through her earpiece. Miss, you asked me to inquire about the situation in Linhai City, and I have gathered the information. The circumstances there seem to differ somewhat from our own. Speak, Zhao Ishua replied, her expression devoid of emotion. There are 4 calamity demon generals, lingering without action, seemingly guarding an enormous stone sarcophagus. 4. Even Zhao Ishua couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows. A single calamity demon general possessed overwhelming dominion, once plunging her into a fierce struggle. To find that Linhai City harbored 4 of them was astonishing. Understood. Once we conclude our affairs here, we shall proceed to assist Linhai City. In Jiqing, Yi Hongling floated high above on her fiery broom, gazing down upon the vast tide of monsters. A manic smile crept upon her lips. After such prolonged preparation, the time had come. Her wine-red hair danced in the wind, her eyes shimmering with a crimson hue, exuding an astonishing allure. The celestial fall has descended. A torrential wave of fiery energy engulfed the night sky. Countless colossal meteors manifested above, cascading through the clouds and crashing to the earth with thunderous roars. Boom! 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 The meteor shower erupted upon the ground, blooming into fiery blossoms. The high-level calamity beasts were obliterated, consumed entirely by the inferno. The anguished wails of countless monsters echoed beneath the night sky. Onlookers, witnessing the spectacle from afar, felt an involuntary chill run down their spines. Is this the true extent of Messieh's power? Terrifying beyond measure. No wonder she ordered our complete withdrawal. Should we be caught in the crossfire, our demise would be certain. Goodness, look at Messieh's score. It is skyrocketing. 1. Naoki Kamizawa, 14, 523 points, Sakura Nation. 2. Hongling Yi 11, 245 points, Dragon Nation. Hongling Yi has soared to become the second in the world. This is undoubtedly an exhilarating development, particularly uplifting the spirits of the Dragon Nation players. Indeed, the Fire Mage reigns supreme in monster hunting. But who is this top player from Sakura Nation, capable of slaying monsters faster than Missy? I believe I'm familiar with him. I encountered him previously in Cataclysm. If I recall correctly, his talent is the Thunder God's Blade. His speed of movement is swift, and his monster-slaying prowess even swifter. Hardly anyone can rival him. Alas, what a pity for Missy. However, what about Wuyin? Is there a chance for her? Let's not kid ourselves. Wuyin hasn't even made it into the top 100, so how could she possibly catch up? The disparity is too vast. After unleashing her ultimate move, Hongling Yi retreated to the rear, taking a moment to rest while inquiring about the situation elsewhere. She learned of the circumstances in Linhai City. It appears we are merely dealing with trifles here. The real challenge lies over there. How tedious. Hongling Yi sighed in disinterest. I'll be heading to Linhai City for support soon. You can handle these trifles. In the Azure Blue Temple, Chen Nian continues his fierce battle against the twin demon gods. His challenge is time-limited to 3 days. Presently, the time is nearly exhausted. This means Chen Nian has been engaged in combat with the twin demon gods for an entire 3 days. It is unimaginable to witness a human like you. The twin demon gods have long since shed their initial contempt. They now harbor caution towards the human before them, to withstand an unfathomable power, battling for 3 days without faltering. What manner of creature is he? At this moment, the twin demon gods' bodies are riddled with wounds, some of which are beyond recovery. In contrast, Chen Nian's condition is far from optimistic. Although he relies on the essence of destiny to continuously heal his injuries, replenish his strength, and even enhance his extraordinary powers, it remains a perilous overexertion on his body. Every single cell within him is lamenting. His eyelids feel heavy, nearly impossible to open. He has no doubt that if he were to lie down, he would instantly fall asleep. However, after such an extensive battle, Chen Nian has discerned the weaknesses of the twin demon gods. Unless he can simultaneously vanquish both the brother and the sister, they can resurrect infinitely. Throughout these 3 days, he has ceaselessly sought opportunities, yet the cunning demon gods have never granted him any. The brother and sister will certainly not fight at the same time. One engages while the other evades. They stand nearly invincible. Thus, Chen Nian has not achieved victory, instead relying on destiny to persist until now. But you cannot defeat us. No matter how you struggle, it is impossible to slay us. Chen Nian lacks the strength to respond further. He has sustained another injury, and having fulfilled the conditions of destiny, he may draw upon it once more. Holy light envelopes him. In this scene, the twin demon gods were already accustomed to the bizarre, even disinclined to approach. However, this time felt distinctly different. Brother, something is amiss. What? Why do I sense an irresistible force? The two demon gods retreated simultaneously, an ominous feeling rapidly taking root in their hearts. This time, Chen Nian had drawn none of the celestial bodies, sun, moon, or stars. Instead, his fingertips bore a singular black sphere. This orb was profound and dark, seemingly capable of devouring everything, instilling fear in those who beheld it. After 3 long days, he had finally acquired this object, the odds of which were indeed exceedingly low. The black sun, when it erupted, it would consume all living beings in the vicinity, sparing neither friend nor foe, including the caster. Indeed, it resembled a black hole. Chen Nian managed to force a smile. Now, the game could come to a close. Chapter 85. Promotion successful. Chen Nian breaks through to the 2nd tier. At this moment, the game can come to an end. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Chen Nian propelled the dark sphere into the air, where it erupted. In that instant, the very fabric of space began to collapse. A profound vortex of darkness manifested at the center of the temple, unleashing an irresistible, terrifying gravitational force that consumed everything in its vicinity. The ground fractured, the walls crumbled, and the columns shattered. Countless fragments were drawn into the black vortex, vanishing without a trace. The 2 demonic beings, ensnared by this dreadful pull, attempted to flee but found themselves utterly powerless. For the first time, they too tasted the bitter flavor of fear. What is this? What on earth is happening? How can he suddenly unleash such overwhelming power? No, I cannot withstand this. I am being drawn in. Amidst this terrifying gravitational tempest, Chen Nian strolled leisurely, untouched by its influence as the caster. Soon, the entire temple collapsed, reduced to mere debris consumed by the vortex. Furthermore, even the ruins, the sands, the air, and the very light could not escape their fated demise. No. The younger twin demon was the first to be engulfed by the black sun. In the instant of being absorbed, his body disintegrated into countless minute fragments. Ultimately, only the elder brother remained, struggling against the inevitable, though he too had reached his limit. Human, remember this. The entity you have defeated is merely an illusion we left behind in the temple, a fraction of our true power. My true form is currently invading your human realm. We shall have another confrontation, and when that time comes, you will experience the full might of a complete demon. Chen Nian chuckled. I await that moment. In the next instant, the elder brother was also swallowed by the black sun. The black sun vanished. Everything around was cast into oblivion. Chen Nian gazed at the surrounding scene, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. The black sun was indeed terrifying. After nearly 3 days, he had successfully defeated the illusion of the twin demons, completing his promotion challenge. Congratulations, Demon God Tier Promotion Challenge completed. Gene Lock is being released, suddenly. Chen Nian sensed something unusual within him. It felt akin to the sensation of the meridians being unblocked in a martial arts novel. You have successfully advanced to Tier 2, current level. Tier 2, Level 1. Base Attribute Amplification, 0. 8 times. What does base attribute mean? It refers to the attributes acquired solely through leveling up, excluding any bonuses from equipment. Chen Nian was astounded. The attribute amplification for those challenging the ordinary difficulty promotion was merely 0. 2 times. Even Zhao Yixue, who faced the Calamity Demon General S promotion, experienced an amplification of only 0. 5 times. Yet, his base attributes would directly amplify by 0. 8 times. Physique, 243. Agility, 204. Transcendence, 185. This total attribute is rather exaggerated. Chen Nian's current abilities in the realm of word spirits, particularly his close combat prowess, have witnessed a remarkable enhancement. Yet, this is merely the inception of his journey. Acquired additional reward. Random unlocking of advanced capabilities for this talent. Sequence word spirit 125. Primordial world has awakened. The primordial world. Chen Nian was astounded. This was a word spirit he had never encountered in the game, and its rank was astonishingly high. He promptly examined the effects of this word spirit. Primordial world. It allows objects to revert to their molecular and energy states, reconstructing them to their original form. In simpler terms, it can restore any damaged item. For instance, if a mirror shatters, Chen Nian can invoke this word spirit to seamlessly mend the broken pieces. an extraordinarily formidable support skill. Moreover, this word spirit seems capable of further awakening, which would grant it the ability to reverse effects, annihilating everything it touches. However, those are matters for another time. Congratulations on obtaining legendary equipment. Jinglong. Legendary equipment. Jinglong, legendary. Required level. Tier 2. Level 1 defense. 0 attack. 300 attribute bonus. None special effect. Dragon lurking in the abyss. The blade remains sheathed, continuously accumulating dragon energy. The longer it is concealed, the more potent its power becomes. Special effect. Armor breaker. When using this sword for physical attacks, it can bypass 10 of the opponent's defense. Description. The dragon lurks in the abyss, awaiting the right moment to rise. The dragon soars in the world, born to ascend. What a domineering blade. After reading about its 2 attributes, Chen Nian was filled with exhilaration, not solely due to the sword's might, but because it was a Tang Dao, an authentic Tang Dao, steeped in the historical legacy of the Dragon Kingdom. Each time Chen Nian encountered references to those demonic blades like Muramasa or the child-cutting ink in novels, he found them unimpressive. The Tang Dao, however, was splendid. Previously, Chen Nian regarded his weapons merely as accessories to augment his attack power, seldom utilizing them. Now, replacing them with this Tang Dao, he could actually wield it, and the feel should be quite satisfying. He immediately swapped the Jinglong for his earlier epic-grade weapon, resulting in a significant boost in attack power. Furthermore, upon advancing to Tier 2, he could now equip 2 additional pieces of previously unattainable gear: the Demon Protector Heart Pendant, epic, and the Moonlight Wolf Ring, epic. With all 3 pieces equipped, Chen Nian's attributes surged once more. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage, unique, gene level, Tier 2, level 1, physique, 243 agility, 204 extraordinary, 225 attack bonus, 610 defense bonus, 820 combat power assessment, 105 stars equipment, epic grade devils 4-piece set, Moonlight Wolf Ring, Demon Protector Heart Pendant, Jinglong. Following this advancement and equipment change, Chen Nian's overall attributes nearly doubled. This signifies that the power of all his word spirits will also experience a similar amplification. The enhancement is simply astounding. It is beyond Chen Nian's imagination how powerful he has become now. What would it be like if he were to encounter the fully formed Gemini demon god? Would he still require the Black Sun to confront it? In the blink of an eye, Chen Nian had organized all his rewards and was transported out of the trial space, returning to the deserted isle he had previously occupied. He picked up the phone lying on the ground, which, as expected, was inundated with calls. There were calls from Shaoqi, from Qinyu, and from Li Yunwei. Blood Moon Catastrophe Countdown. 4 hours, 3 days had indeed passed, and it felt rather prolonged. He wondered how the situation fared on their end. Though his body was utterly exhausted and desperately craved rest, he resolved to head to the battlefield first. After all, if the true form of the Gemini demon god were to descend, others might not stand a chance. Taking a deep breath, Chen Nian donned the black mask once more. From this moment forth, he was no longer Chen Nian. He had become one who speaks not. Chapter 86. The Return of the Ancient, the Dragon Blade Unsheathed. On the battlefield of Linhai City, the situation was tenuously stable as the 4 Harbinger demon generals had yet to engage in combat. Strangely, the demon lord had not yet awakened. What could have transpired? Just as the Harbinger demon generals exchanged bewildered glances, the stone sarcophagus suddenly began to tremble. With a thunderous roar, the lid of the sarcophagus exploded, revealing a mesmerizing orb of ghostly blue light. The demon lord had awakened. Retreat. The 4 Harbinger demon generals immediately withdrew, prostrating themselves at a safe distance. The orb of blue light continued to absorb the corpses of nearby monsters, drawing in vast amounts of energy. After a moment, the light dissipated, and the true form of the twin demon lords finally emerged. Resembling human physique, with elegant muscle contours clad in black armor. They bore a tail akin to a scorpion stinger. Their most distinctive feature was the 2 heads, one older, one younger. Salutations to the twin demon lords. Salutations to the demon lord. Yet the Harbinger demon generals soon realized that this newly awakened demon lord appeared to be troubled, a look of terror etched upon its face. What ails the demon lord? The twin demon lords disregarded the lowly beings before them. Brother, we must separate should we encounter the human again. I understand, brother. He shall never have the chance to vanquish us. With that, the twin demon lords split into two distinct entities. The elder gazed into the distance. Speaking gravely, there are energy fluctuations from the teleportation array to the north. You remain here while I venture to the other side of the array. Even should he unleash that dreadful technique, he cannot annihilate us both simultaneously. With those words, the elder transformed into a shadow, darting away into the distance. Upon leaving the battlefield, he morphed into an ordinary human form, making his way to the cliff where the teleportation array was located. Who? Two guardians of the teleportation array were swiftly slain, offering no resistance. The demon lord stepped into the array, arriving on the other side. Luzhou. Luzhou was 1,000 miles away from Linhai City. If only we could destroy the teleportation array, who could possibly slay us, separated by such distance? The elder demon lord raised his hand, sending a sphere of ghostly blue light into the teleportation array. Originally an intricate energy construct, the array's structure began to collapse upon the intrusion of this third energy. Soon, the light of the teleportation array dimmed. Back on the battlefield of Linhai City. Demon Lord, please give your command. The twin demon lords were undoubtedly the most formidable presence in this calamity. The sole pillar of strength. I still require rest. You are free to act on your own. The younger demon lord, appearing fatigued, responded with a nod, resuming the absorption of energy from the fallen around him. The long battle had drained his vitality. Understood, demon lord. One of the harbinger demon generals rose to his feet, gazing into the distance. His gaze traversed the battlefield strewn with corpses, reaching the rear of the human defensive line. There, various auxiliary professions formed the logistical support team. Tang Rou, a high-ranking elven sorceress, tirelessly healed and inspired the warriors, playing a vital role. I shall take the lead and eliminate that human girl first. He charged forth, his muscular legs taut with strength, resembling an indomitable bulldozer as he surged across the expanse of the battlefield. Everything in his path, be it ally or foe, was sent flying. Naturally, the human reconnaissance unit quickly detected this situation. The cataclysmic demon general is on the move. His target is the support team. Quickly, stop him at all costs. Li Yunwei shouted hoarsely. These formidable cataclysmic demon generals had long cast a shadow over everyone. It was unexpected that their first assault would strike at the heart. Should such a powerful beast breach the rear of the defensive line, it would undoubtedly be akin to a wolf among sheep. Hundreds of beams of light shot towards the cataclysmic demon general, yet their impact was negligible, failing to impede his advance. His target was me. Tang Rou stood quietly beneath the crimson sky, and the moment their eyes met, she knew she had become the target. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed. As long as I am here, no monster shall breach the line. It was a second-tier Great Shield Knight. He raised his nearly 2-meter-high steel shield before him, resembling a constructed wall. Bang! The terrifying shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern. The second-tier Great Shield Knight, along with the shield, was sent flying. The shield shattered, and he was hurled like a broken sack, blood erupting from his mouth as he collapsed, uncertain of his fate. I am sorry. The knight's vision was obscured by blood. He could not fulfill his promise and could only watch helplessly as the monster broke through the line. The creature was too powerful, and in its prime, who could contend with it? In that moment, Tang Rou remained motionless. Her long hair flowed behind her, and her expression was notably calm, even knowing that death awaited her in the next instant. She had done her utmost. Until this moment, she firmly believed that amidst the chaos, a hero would inevitably rise against the tide. With the winds at her back, she would cleave through adversity. The cataclysmic demon general had already charged to her front, his fists clenched like hammers, descending from above. Despair enveloped the onlookers. If even the second-tier knight with the highest defense could not withstand it, how could a frail sorceress? Perhaps in the next second, Tang Rou would be reduced to pulp. Bang! An incredibly powerful shockwave exploded outward again. Tang Zhu stood frozen, staring at the scene before her. Everyone was paralyzed. The brutal imagery they had envisioned did not materialize. A figure stood in front of Tang Rou, wielding a long blade held above his head, absorbing the terrifying blow. The slender blade stood in stark and vivid contrast to the massive fist. Even more terrifying was the fact that the knife remained steadfast and unwavering after absorbing such a formidable blow. It did not tilt in the slightest. Who is he? Such a question arose among the onlookers. To wield a sword single-handedly and block the full force of the calamity demon strike? What manner of creature is this? Why had he not been seen before? At last, he has arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Yunwei exhaled a deep sigh of relief. The weight upon his heart finally lifted. Qin Yu's companions immediately recognized the figure, releasing breaths of relief as well. Chen Nian has returned. More accurately, the Silent One has returned. You, who are you? Tang Rou stood agape, momentarily forgetting to close her mouth. Although she did not recognize the figure before her, an intense premonition surged within her. Perhaps this is the true hero chosen by the tides of time. Impossible. The calamity demon instinctively recoiled 2 steps. Just moments ago, it had been invincible. Now, it was gripped by fear. This sudden appearance of a human instilled in it an ominous foreboding. The sense of oppression emanating from this individual was even more potent than that of the demon lord. Chen Nian spoke little, for he was utterly exhausted. Following the great battle, even the twin demon gods required time to recuperate, and he was no exception. However, swiftly resolving the immediate threat would not hinder him. Drawing his blade, the Jinglong knife was unsheathed. Chapter 87. The dragon emerges from the abyss. Zhao Yixue and Yi Hongling arrived just as Chen Nian drew his sword, unleashing the legendary weapon, the surging dragon. At that moment, a deep, thunderous dragon roar erupted, reminiscent of a dragon surging forth from the depths of an abyss. Its golden dragon energy swirling around the blade, both domineering and piercing. This was the defining trait of the legendary weapon, the surging dragon. The longer the sword remained sheathed, the more formidable its power became upon drawing. This was Chen Nian's inaugural unsheathing of the blade. He made no extraneous movements, simply appearing before the calamity demon general in an instant and thrusting the sword towards its chest. The scene appeared somewhat comical. In stark contrast to the towering figure of the calamity demon general, Chen Nian seemed diminutive. Thus, the thrust fell significantly short, the blade failing to even graze the demon's chest, let alone inflict harm. Yet, in the next moment, the dragon energy enveloping the sword transformed into a golden dragon, surging forth with vigor. With a piercing sound, the golden dragon penetrated the calamity demon general's chest, forcefully emerging from its back. But the assault did not end there. The golden dragon continued to perforate the demon's body, relentlessly weaving in and out, leaving it riddled with countless wounds. The demon's form erupted in a myriad of golden rays. No. With that exclamation still echoing, the demon's body suddenly exploded, disintegrating into the air alongside the golden dragon energy. Only then did Chen Nian sheath his sword, satisfied with the power of his first strike. Tang Rou, witnessing this scene from a close distance, was left utterly astonished. You, she stammered, at a loss for words. This was the calamity demon general, a formidable creature of the 5th-tier bloodline, an entity that ordinary beings could never hope to confront. Just moments ago, this very demon had effortlessly torn through their defenses, showcasing its terrifying might. Furthermore, its physical form and regenerative abilities were exceedingly formidable, not something that could be easily vanquished. Yet before this man, it was obliterated in an instant. Who on earth is he? Is this for real? The calamity demon general was annihilated. Surely I am not dreaming. Could he possibly be? Someone pointed at Chen Nian, exclaiming, "Silence, he is silence." Upon hearing this conjecture, the crowd suddenly comprehended. Silence was indeed shrouded in mystery, never revealing his true visage, making this revelation seem quite plausible. Indeed, he is silence. Who else possesses such formidable strength? The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, excitement coursing through them. Silence has finally arrived. He has joined the fray. I knew he would never abandon us. My friends, Let us strive together. We shall surely overcome this calamity. Chen Nian's emergence greatly bolstered the morale of the people. A crisis that once seemed insurmountable now appeared solvable, igniting a flicker of hope. Silence. Tang Rou gazed in astonishment at the figure before her heart racing with newfound intensity. If it is indeed silence, then he cannot merely be regarded as the hero chosen by destiny. With his extraordinary abilities, he is destined to be a harbinger of change in this era. Little did I anticipate that I would be rescued by him. Chen Nian activated the special effect of the Moonlight Wolf Ring, summoning the Moonlight Wolf Spirit to assist him in battle during the luminous night. Although a blood moon now hung in the sky, it still met the necessary conditions. A brilliant azure light flashed, and the majestic spirit of the Moonlight Wolf King appeared beside Chen Nian, resplendent and divine. This was indeed a manifestation of extraordinary power, influenced by its attributes. The combat prowess of the Moonlight Wolf Spirit would be formidable. Chen Nian intended for it to guard him while he rested. "Guard me." A howl echoed as he issued the command, then turned to Tang Rou and asked, "Are you an elven sorceress?" "Yes, I am." "Have you learned the source of life?" "I have." "Let us proceed." The source of life is one of the elven sorceress's abilities, capable of healing physical fatigue and wounds, possessing a miraculous effect akin to spring rain nourishing all things. Excellent. Eager to assist Wu Yu, Tang Rou did not dare to delay. She hastily summoned her power, enveloping them both in a vibrant green glow infused with the essence of life. He is Wu Yu. At that moment, Qin Yu's excitement was indescribable. She was an ultimate fan of Wu Yu. To witness her idol in person caused her heart to blossom with joy, leaving her so exhilarated that she could scarcely articulate a complete sentence. "Yes, Xiao Yu, he is indeed Wu Yu." "What? Why aren't you all the least bit excited?" "He is Wu Yu, the strongest player in the world. To witness him in battle is a rare opportunity." Qin Yu expressed her confusion, as her friends remained remarkably composed. We are all aware that he is Chen Nian, who has always been by your side, so there is no need for such fervor." However, Chen Nian's arrival undoubtedly served as a powerful tonic for everyone. The twin demon gods were recuperating, as was Chen Nian. Both sides understood that the other was at the opposite end of the battlefield. It was a matter of who would recover to a fighting state first. "He has arrived. He is indeed here." The younger demon god trembled at the awareness of Chen Nian's presence, but quickly regained his inner calm. "Your brother is no longer here. You cannot kill me." He commanded in a low voice, "You go and kill him. At all costs, eliminate him." This was an order directed at the remaining 3 catastrophe demon generals. Chen Nian was resting, and the younger demon god sought to deny him any opportunity for respite. "As you command, Lord Demon God." The 3 catastrophe demon generals surged forth simultaneously, their singular aim being to slay Chen Nian. Their emergence marked the commencement of a decisive battle. Now, the extraordinary beings of Lehigh City were utterly fatigued from combating the other monsters and could hardly muster the strength to confront the catastrophe demon generals. Perhaps the Moonlight Wolf Spirit summoned by Chen Nian could contend with one of them. However, the other 2 could not be dealt with. The 3 calamity demon generals simultaneously tore through the defenses, charging towards Chen Nian, disregarding anyone else, their hearts solely focused on him. This was troublesome. Chen Nian had no doubt he could confront these 3 calamity demon generals without any pressure. However, it would require the use of his incantations, which would significantly diminish his recovery rate. Perhaps when it came time to deal with the twin demon gods, he might find himself lacking in strength. Just then, 2 streaks of light raced from the horizon, one fiery red and the other icy blue, landing before Chen Nian. Unexpectedly, they arrived at just the right moment. Yi Hongling smirked. "Who would have thought this man also has moments when he needs protection?" "I don't need you. I can handle this alone," Zhao Yixue replied coldly. Now that the teleportation array had been destroyed, no further assistance could reach Linhai City. Yet Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue had come specifically to aid Linhai City, as the pressure in their own territory was minimal and easily manageable. "Very well, you could take on all 3 by yourself. I shall go and have a chat with Wu Yue," Yi Hongling said with a soft laugh. You dare. Zhao Yishua's aura erupted with frigid energy, causing the temperature in the air to plummet. Chapter 88. The Duel of Two Maidens Against the Calamity Demon Generals. A new crisis? Yi Hongling initially intended to exchange a few casual words to provoke Zhao Yishua, but the moment left no room for such trivialities. 3 Calamity Demon Generals had already launched their assault. She raised her hand, and a multitude of fiery serpents surged forth, swiftly engulfing one of the demon generals. What on earth? The Calamity Demon General had yet to react when the countless fiery serpents erupted in a violent explosion. Boom! A colossal fireball illuminated the plain, dazzling and captivating, igniting the eyes of numerous onlookers. What are you waiting for, Miss Zhao? Do you intend to wait for me to handle them all? Yi Hongling remarked with a radiant smile. She and Zhao Yishue had long been adversaries, and even before their acquaintance with Wu Yu, friction between them had been frequent. One was ice and the other fire. They appeared utterly incompatible. No need for your empty words. Zhao Yishue replied coldly, her gaze sharpening as she unleashed a powerful strike. The wind howled and the snow fell, freezing everything in an expansive fan-shaped area centered around her. Instantly, the monsters were encased in ice, sparing their allies from harm. The other 2 Calamity Demon Generals were likewise frozen, their massive forms rendered immobile. Zhao Yishua clenched her hand, and from all directions, countless ice spikes converged toward the center, targeting the demon generals' bodies. It resembled a magnificent ice flower blooming, both beautiful and formidable. Indeed, they required no assistance from the spectral moonlight wolf summoned by Chen Nian. The 2 of them were ample to contend with the 3 Calamity Demon Generals. Who are they? Their strength is terrifying. What is going on? Is Linhai City truly a hidden realm of power? First Wu Yu arrives. Now these 2 extraordinary individuals join the fray. These 2 are not from Linhai City. Yi Hongling is the daughter of General Yi, and Zhao Yishua's family hails from Jianshan. They have come specifically to aid Linhai City. But why would they travel such a distance to assist us? Needless to say, they are here to support Wu Yu. After all, he had previously lent them a hand, and this is clearly a matter of reciprocation. Oh, I remember now. This is wonderful. With the addition of Yi Hongling and Zhao Yishua, the wounded in the rest area felt a great sense of relief, no longer living in fear. However, it was evident that such straightforward attacks would not suffice to vanquish the Calamity Demon Generals, as these beasts possessed an extraordinarily formidable recovery ability. Just moments ago, Chen Nian was able to annihilate one instantaneously due to the overwhelming force unleashed by the dragon's fury. Yet, already several Calamity Demon Generals were stirring, their injuries rapidly mending. Who could have anticipated that such human powerhouses existed here? They must be eliminated. We cannot allow them to impede the plans of the Demon Lord. A new round of battle erupted. However, this level of combat was beyond the reach of ordinary transcendent beings. Anyone who ventured too close would be swept up in the chaos, prompting everyone to wisely retreat, leaving the battleground to the 2 formidable women. Li Yunwei, as the commanding officer on site, finally felt a sense of relief, no longer gripped by apprehension. With the assistance of influential allies, the front lines should no longer face significant issues. The concern lies with the other monstrous entity emerging from the stone sarcophagus, an entirely unprecedented type. Yet, it is shrouded in a veil of darkness, obscuring any discernible details. Director Li, could it possibly be a beast more formidable than the Calamity Demon General? Inquired the deputy commander beside him. It is uncertain. The Calamity Demon General already possesses a notably high bloodline rank among the Calamity Beasts. I have never encountered anything above that, Li replied. Director Li, I have obtained information regarding the situation in another country, exclaimed Li Yunwei. Upon scrutiny, she discovered it was news from a small city in the land of the morning calm. A calamity beast of godly proportions has descended, its power overwhelmingly strong. With casualties exceeding 10,000, the defenses have been breached. A multitude of calamity beasts has invaded the city, transforming it into a hell on earth. As she read, cold sweat began to bead on Li Yunwei's forehead. She continued to scroll. In the Cherry Blossom Nation, a similar crisis had unfolded. This time, the assault appeared to be targeting the location infamous for discharging nuclear wastewater, an island known for its notoriety. Terrifying calamity beasts invade X Island, slaughtering thousands. Blood flowing like rivers. Is this a natural disaster or man-made calamity? Residents on the island express their sorrow before death, lamenting, "We have done nothing wrong. Why must we endure such a catastrophe? The heavens are blind." As a professional law enforcer, Li Yunwei refrained from laughing during such dire times. Instead, her expression grew gravely serious. The calamity beast could very well be a terrifying entity surpassing the calamity demon general. We must proceed with utmost caution. With that thought, her gaze drifted toward the distant Chen Nian. Thankfully, that young man was present. Without him, the coastal city would undoubtedly succumb to a bloody fate. At that moment, the chief commander contacted her, and she promptly answered. Numerous monster teleportation arrays have appeared within the city, requesting support. I repeat, numerous monster teleportation arrays have emerged in the city, urgently requesting assistance. What? Li Yunwei's face turned pale. Monsters were manifesting not only from external assaults, but also from within the city. However, the remaining extraordinary individuals were still engaged in fierce battles, with a multitude of injured personnel, rendering them incapable of returning to the city for reinforcements. Connect me to the city's visuals. Yes. The feed revealed a city engulfed in smoke, with numerous monsters prowling the streets and even invading residential buildings. Casualties had already been reported. If not addressed promptly, the death toll would inevitably escalate. While these were low-tier monsters, the majority of those remaining in the city were ordinary civilians, utterly ill-equipped to confront such threats. Directoli, what shall we do? Contact the command center and link my voice to all networks and television media. Perhaps we still possess a force we can mobilize. Inside the air raid shelter, the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and monstrous roars echoed from outside. The shelter was under assault, with the law enforcer stationed outside, engaged in a desperate struggle. Some individuals huddled in corners, clutching their knees, while others wept loudly, their hearts heavy with trepidation. At that moment, the loudspeaker overhead crackled to life. Ladies and gentlemen, a multitude of monsters has emerged in the city. However, our frontline fighters are still engaged in battle and cannot return to provide support. It was the voice of Li Yunwei. Upon hearing these words, despair washed over the crowd. How can this be? Are we to be left to fend for ourselves? Li Yunwei continued. I am aware that many extraordinary individuals remain within the city. You may be mere mortals, afraid to engage in combat with these beasts, opting instead for flight. Yet, do not forget that countless ordinary people are fighting valiantly, standing against the onslaught of monsters, all for your protection. Perhaps you may never become the heroes of this era. However, I implore each of you to summon the courage to rise against the tide. Her words were harsh, yet it was precisely this provocation that ignited the fervor within the hearts of the timid. The last vestige of strength in Lehigh City was set in motion. Chapter 89. The Awakening of the Demon God, the Restoration of Chen Nian, and the Battle Resumes. Commander Li, numerous extraordinary beings have emerged in the city, engaging in combat with the monstrous entities. The situation appears to have stabilized. Excellent. Li Yunwei nodded. Only 2 hours remain until the Blood Moon disaster concludes. If we can endure these final hours, all the portals will vanish, and no further monsters will assault us, leading us to ultimate victory. However, there remains one last variable, the demon god-level disaster beast that has yet to make a move. As for Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue, they are demonstrating overwhelming dominance. The three disaster demon generals possess little ability to retaliate, relying solely on their formidable physiques to hold on. Yet, there's a limit to their endurance. Soon, the first disaster demon general was annihilated under the raging flames, dissipating into black mist. So powerful. The remaining 2 disaster demon generals, realizing their defeat, turned to flee. Zhao Yixue would not allow them to escape. Transforming into an icy specter, she pierced one of the demon general's chests with her sword. The disaster demon general froze entirely. This time, it was not a mere surface frost. It was an absolute freeze from within. Crash! The massive ice sculpture shattered, and yet another disaster demon general was utterly obliterated. Only one remained. The sentient disaster demon general was not willing to meet its demise passively and, seizing the moment, fled toward the side of the twin demon god. With a face full of terror, it exclaimed, "My lord, these humans are too strong. Suddenly, a colossal hand emerged from the black mist, piercing through its chest. Zhao Yixue, Yi Hongling. The two women, witnessing this scene, tacitly chose not to approach, their expressions growing grave. "My lord, your usefulness ends here. Become my sustenance." The disaster demon general writhed in agony, its massive form rapidly withering, as if its blood and moisture were being drained away. Ultimately, it was completely absorbed, dissipating into black mist. "Finally, I have returned to my full glory." The twin demon god stretched every inch of its muscles, experiencing an indescribable sense of comfort and pleasure. Although its physique was far from that of the disaster demon generals, it radiated an overwhelming sense of power. "This creature appears to be quite formidable," Yi Hongling mused. "Attack." Zhao Yixue, concise in her words, raised her hand and shot forth an ice beam resembling a razor-sharp sword. Yi Hongling hesitated not, unleashing a fire dragon that soared through the air. Ice and fire intertwined and spiraled. Crack! Suddenly, a ghostly blue blade of light shattered their attack midair. The twin demon god grinned widely. "This is the true power of my complete form. You may begin to savor it." It moved, its speed akin to lightning. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Yi Hongling, who had yet to react, as the ghostly blue flame-wreathed great sword descended upon her. "Don't dawdle." Zhao Yixue conjured a massive ice shield, barely managing to block the strike. Before it could even withstand half a second, the ice shield shattered with a thunderous crash. She was heavily knocked down, creating a deep crater in the ground with a resounding boom. Yi Hongling swiftly retreated, casting spells as she moved. Red Lotus, Forbidden Domain. A colossal fireball enveloped the twin demon gods. Within that fireball burned a searing heat of 2,000 degrees, sufficient to vaporize any living being in an instant. Yet, in less than a second, two intertwining blue blades of light emerged from the fireball. The twin demon gods, in a brazen display of strength, broke through the forbidden domain. Although their bodies were charred beyond recognition, it did not hinder their ability to act. What? Yi Hongling could hardly believe that her ultimate move had been so easily thwarted. In a moment of peril, she encased herself in a fire shield, maximizing her defenses. However, the anticipated attack never came. Yi Hongling was bewildered. "Why is it not attacking me?" Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and she became acutely aware of the danger. "Oh no!" Turning her head, she saw that the demon god was already soaring towards Chen Nian. Indeed, its sole target was Chen Nian. The others could be disregarded for now. The greatest threat must be dealt with first. He must not be allowed to recover. The only one capable of protecting Chen Nian was the moonlight wolf spirit. "Beast, begone!" The demon god bellowed, its pupils emitting two piercing blue lasers. The wolf spirit could not withstand the onslaught. Its body was pierced, and it fell to the ground with a mournful howl. Although it would heal under the moonlight, it was evidently too late. Chen Nian, along with Tang Rou, who was administering aid to him, lay exposed within the demon god's attack range. No one else could intervene. Humanity, in the end, would succumb to the victory of this demon god. Death. The twin demon gods unleashed another terrifying laser, the two blue beams slicing through the air, aimed directly at Chen Nian. Tang Rou instinctively shut her eyes. She could not muster any resistance and could only resign herself to fate. But at that moment, she heard a series of obscure and intricate sounds near her ear, reminiscent of inscriptions from ancient stone tablets, incomprehensible yet profound. Word spirit, judgment, golden sword. The two lasers vanished within the dark golden domain. Slowly, Tang Rou opened her eyes. Facing her was a visage obscured by a black mask, yet his pupils shone with a brilliance akin to gold, like a sovereign surveying the world. He instilled an irresistible urge to kneel and submit. "Thank you." Chen Nian expressed his gratitude before turning his gaze towards the demon god. The latter instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. You. It seemed you were rather eager, aren't you? Very well, since you have recovered. Let us engage in battle once more, allowing you to experience the full extent of my power. Before the words had fully escaped its lips, the twin demon god realized Chen Nian had vanished. Before it lay nothing but a flicker of electricity slowly dissipating in the air. Then, a calm voice resonated from behind. Who bestowed upon you such confidence? Chen Nian hovered in midair, employing the art of levitation, gazing down upon the twin demon gods from a position of superiority. What? The demon was utterly incredulous. This human's speed had surpassed its own. His strength was far greater than it had been within the confines of the temple. Indeed, immensely so. Just as it prepared to retaliate, Chen Nian delivered a flying kick that sent the demon spiraling 3 times before crashing heavily to the ground. Before it could rise, Chen Nian's foot landed forcefully upon its face, mercilessly forcing its body back into the earth from which it sought to rise. Human, do not let your pride blind you. Boom! A blast of wind energy severed the demon's right arm, rendering its previously lifted hand limp once more. Meanwhile, the left arm was bitten off by the moonlight wolf. Previously, Chen Nian's ordinary spiritual root posed no threat to it. Yet now, even when confronted by its true form, Chen Nian could inflict tangible harm. The disparity in strength before and after his advancement was colossal. The twin demon god, having just regained its full state, found itself utterly crushed beneath Chen Nian, unable to move. Chapter 90. Chen Nian. It is you who are too weak. The moment Chen Nian awoke, an immense commotion ensued, surrounding extraordinary individuals, including Yi Hongling and Qin Yu, cast their gazes upon him. Li Yunwei, in particular, remained fixated on Chen Nian, never diverting her eyes. Even drones hovered in the distance, capturing Chen Nian's silhouette from afar, hesitant to approach for fear of being obliterated by the overwhelming waves of extraordinary power. Director Li, silent, had revived. She directed the drone's footage to be broadcast within the city for all to witness. Li Yunwei promptly issued the command. Thus, Chen Nian was captured on camera by the drone, and the footage was disseminated across various news media platforms in the city. Before the battle commenced, Li Yunwei felt a twinge of anxiety. Her intention was to uplift the spirits of the people through Chen Nian's presence. However, should he suffer defeat, it would backfire, delivering a crushing blow to morale. Little did she anticipate that the encounter would conclude so swiftly. Chen Nian, with astonishing speed, subdued the calamity beast of demigod caliber, utterly overwhelming it. This is the might of silence. It is truly terrifying. The calamity beast, which even Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue could not contend with, was mercilessly vanquished by him. This was the first time I witnessed his prowess firsthand. Is this the essence of being the world's strongest? Tang Rou, positioned closest to Chen Nian, bore witness to the battle in the most direct manner. Astonishment. Her heart was profoundly shaken. With sheer physical strength, he had subdued that fearsome calamity beast. Is this truly the power attainable by humanity? Moreover, he was undeniably handsome. It felt as though standing by his side would shield her from any harm. Tang Rou's exhilaration could not be quelled. She had witnessed a hero capable of resisting the torrents of an era, an absolute powerhouse. She pondered how wonderful it would be to assist him in the future. Though Qin Yu was situated at a considerable distance, it did not hinder her infatuation. After all, she was the ultimate fangirl. Did you see that? Did you see him? That is silence, wow. Oh my. She was nearly at a loss for words. Her entire being seemed ready to leap in joy. Her eyes filled with delight. Ahem, you'll have many more opportunities to see him, Dang Rongrong interjected. What nonsense are you spouting? Opportunities to see silence are exceedingly rare. It will not be so easy in the future. Regrettably, one could not approach him closely or discern his features clearly. Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue sustained no injuries. They were not opponents of the twin demigods, yet they were not fragile vases to shatter upon contact. However, having witnessed Silence's overwhelming dominance over the demigod, they were still quite astonished. It had only been a short time since their last encounter, yet he had grown so much stronger. Yi Hongling's lips curled into a smile. This fellow always manages to deliver unexpected surprises. Zhao Yixue gazed at the figure from a distance, her lips slightly pursed, revealing an elusive smile. Even the icy beauty could smile? Yi Hongling pondered, what brings you joy? Nothing. Zhao Yixue quickly retorted. Her happiness stemmed from the knowledge that silence signified Chen Nian, whose visage she had once encountered. This unique connection filled her heart with a tinge of pride. Meanwhile, the citizens within the city were fortunate to witness this scene. Inside a bomb shelter, a television mounted on the wall displayed live footage. Chen Nian stepping upon the disastrous beast. Upon seeing this, the people erupted with joy, their spirits soaring. So dashing. Ning Ziqing's eyes sparkled with boundless admiration. Watching Chen Nian on the screen felt akin to witnessing a legendary hero riding upon a rainbow cloud. Absolutely magnificent. How wonderful it would be if I could also become an extraordinary being, perhaps fighting alongside him one day. Ning Ziqing could never have imagined that the hero on the television was her brother, whom she had never met. Beside her sat Chen Nian's biological mother, Cieli. Cieli's gaze was fixed on the screen, her lips moving as her eyes widened. He is. Although the image was distant and quite blurry, and Chen Nian wore a mask, a mother-s instinct always recognizes her own flesh and blood. Mom, what's wrong? Ning Ziqing inquired. It's nothing. I must have seen incorrectly. In another location, Chen Nian's father, Chen Huerong, also beheld this scene. In an instant, a sense of familiarity surged within him, leaving him momentarily dazed. After divorcing Chen Nian's mother, they both formed new families and had long neglected Chen Nian, their biological child. In his memory, Chen Nian remained a video game-obsessed youth. Lost in his own world, he does resemble Chen Nian. His current son, Lu Xingchen, raised an eyebrow. Dad, who are you talking about? I didn't see my little brother, Chen Nian. It's nothing. I must have seen incorrectly. Perhaps you can accompany me to visit Chen Nian someday. Last time he even declined to work at your company. He might not accept our goodwill. At school, within the gymnasium, the protected students also witnessed this moment. Xiaowen, as an extraordinary being, had refrained from combat, hiding inside and incessantly scrolling through her phone, thus catching the live broadcast immediately. Beside her sat her current boyfriend, also from a wealthy background. Upon seeing Chen Nian trampling the disastrous beast, she suddenly froze, a familiar figure flashing through her mind. Undoubtedly, she recognized Chen Nian. After all, he had once pursued her. Could it be? No way could Chen Nian be that strong. It must just be a coincidence. She was astonished by her own absurd thoughts. In that fleeting moment, Xiaowen inexplicably conflated Buyu with Chen Nian, believing them to be one and the same. However, she swiftly discarded this absurd notion. How could that possibly be true? If that fellow were indeed Buyu, with so many girls enamored by him, how could he possibly pursue me? Yet now, even Chen Nian seemed unattainable. He had a girlfriend like Qinyu. How could he ever be interested in an ordinary campus belle? Upon this realization, Xiaowen suddenly found the allure of a wealthy boyfriend diminished. On the battlefield, Chen Nian stood atop the Gemini demon god, surveying from a position of power, his gaze icy and indifferent. You have become so formidable. It is you who have grown weak. A tempest of flames engulfed Chen Nian, igniting the night sky with the embodiment of a fiery lion. The incantation, Lion's Flame. The Gemini demon god was reduced to ashes in the terrifying blaze. Yet, Chen Nian understood that it would resurrect. For this was merely one aspect of the Gemini demon god. Both must be vanquished simultaneously. Thus, the question arose, where had the other half gone? Chapter 91. The primordial world of word spirits Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue hastened to Chen Nian's side. However, as they approached, they were struck by an unsettling revelation. The monster, reduced to ashes, exhibited signs of revival. Dark mist swirled as its limbs regenerated. What manner of creature is this, capable of resurrection? Yi Hongling could not suppress a raised brow. Where's the other one? Chen Nian inquired. What other one? The two women responded, puzzled. The twin demon god possesses two entities. Both must be vanquished simultaneously to ensure its complete demise. Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue fell silent, grappling with the terrifying nature of this beast. Bound by twin bloodlines, as long as one remains alive, the other can return. No, we have only seen this one. The other half has not appeared. What? Chen Nian furrowed his brow. According to their implication, the other half of the twin demon god had yet to manifest on this battlefield? Could it be that it anticipated being unable to defeat me and sent its other half elsewhere? How frighteningly astute. At that moment, the twin demon god's brother had already reformed its body. Human, you cannot kill me. You will never succeed. Suddenly, the dragon blade pierced deeply into the demon god's chest. Golden dragon energy swirled around the hilt, exuding an aura of dominance. Where's the other half? Speak, Chen Nian demanded. If you wish to inquire about my brother, he's gone far away. You will never be able to slay us both simultaneously. The demon god, impaled into the ground and oozing black blood, wore a smug expression. This is troublesome, Chen Nian thought. If the other half cannot be located, this monster will remain immortal. At that moment, his phone began to ring unexpectedly. Subdue it, Chen Nian instructed. Thus, the claws of the moonlight wolf spirit pressed down upon the demon god's chest. Zhao Yixue raised her hand, and several robust ice chains ensnared the demon god's limbs. Binding it to the ground, Yi Hongling did not remain idle, summoning a slender fire serpent. Go! The fire serpent burrowed into the demon god's chest, emerging from its back, repeatedly twisting within its body, effectively tying it in knots. With this triple restraint, the demon god was rendered immobile, enduring severe damage. Only then did Chen Nian feel at ease to answer the call. To his surprise, it was Heisey calling. As a behind-the-scenes hacker, Heisey monitored the whereabouts of all guild members in the ongoing battle. Wherever danger lurked, he would guide everyone through teleportation to provide reinforcements, thereby maximizing their combat effectiveness. Boss, I finally got through. It's bad. What happened? Luzhou is in crisis. Numerous guild members are already aiding in Luzhou, yet it's still insufficient. Many guild members, so many elites in Luzhou. How could there be a problem? Chen Nian suddenly felt a surge of alarm. Could it be that the other half of the twin demon god is in Luzhou? An extraordinarily powerful monster has appeared in Luzhou. Everyone is struggling against it. And Sister Chi-Chi is also embroiled in a fierce battle. Send me the coordinates. Understood. Chen Nian decisively hung up the phone, turning to Yi Hongling and her companion. His voice grave. The other half is in Luzhou. Ha ha ha, cough cough. Did you not expect this, humans? The demon god, blood spewing forth, laughed maniacally. Yi Hongling and her companion wore solemn expressions. What do you intend to do? Luzhou is 1,000 miles away from Linhai City. One cannot travel back and forth at will. How can two demon gods, separated by such a distance, collaborate to slay their foe? It is simply unfeasible. Yet, if we do not provide support to Luzhou, that young girl from the Su family will be no match for the enemy. I shall go to Luzhou. There exists a teleportation array between Linhai City and Luzhou, Chen Nian declared. A teleportation array. Your preparations are indeed thorough. But at that moment, the demon god's smile grew even more arrogant and unrestrained, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Ha ha ha, foolish humans. My brother has long anticipated this step and has already destroyed the teleportation array. Despair, weep. My brother will annihilate every human over there, while you can only fret here. The twin demon god felt an unprecedented exhilaration. Though they had lost the battle, their strategy had triumphed. It was utterly delightful to manipulate humanity with sheer intellect. I will slay him. Zhao Yixue raised her hand. No need to rush. Unexpectedly, Chen Nian's expression remained remarkably calm, as if no tempest could disturb the tranquility of his mind. Glancing at the time, he noted, Blood Moon Catastrophe countdown, 1 hour 20 minutes. The countdown begins now. In 1 hour, you shall strike him down. What did you say? In an hour, if we both act simultaneously, we can vanquish him entirely, Chen Nian stated earnestly. Yi Hongling doubted her ears. In an hour, you intend to reach Luzhou, locate the other monster, and slay it? Have you lost your senses? The teleportation array has been destroyed. Did you not hear? I have a plan. Commence the countdown, Chen Nian insisted. With no other option, Yi Hongling complied, producing a stopwatch, and both sides began the countdown. 59, 59, 12, precisely 1 hour. At the moment the countdown concluded, both sides simultaneously struck down the demon god. After conveying his instructions, Chen Nian turned and soared towards the direction of the teleportation array. Soon, he arrived at the cliffside. There, he beheld several fallen comrades beside the array. The array's radiance had dimmed, clearly indicating its destruction. The teleportation array has been destroyed. One individual still clung to life, though gravely wounded. His voice weak. "Fear not. I have already contacted the rescue team. Yet we failed to safeguard the teleportation array. We could not protect it. That monster was too powerful. He swiftly killed our brothers." His voice quivered with sorrow, blood, and tears mingling. Chen Nian raised his hand, and countless white beams of light converged in his palm, forming a rotating triangular prism. The brilliance was dazzling and resplendent, illuminating the darkened sky above. Linguistic Spirit, Sequence 125, the Primordial World. The prism continually expanded, enveloping the damaged teleportation array in a cocoon of infinite white light. At that moment, a miracle occurred. The teleportation array, which should have been broken, emitted a surge of formidable energy, linking with the teleportation array of Luzhong. How could this be? How could this be? The individual stood there, utterly astonished. The construction of a teleportation array requires a group of learned mages to collaboratively design it. A process of extreme complexity, certainly not a feat achievable by a solitary individual. Who could this person be, capable of repairing the teleportation array alone? Yet, this approach is fundamentally flawed. The teleportation array should generate energy from both ends, converging in the middle to create a spatial connection. Now, it was merely a one-sided emission, requiring a force exponentially greater than before. How could one person possibly endure such a terrifying consumption of power? After a moment, the miracle unfolded. The teleportation array ignited once more, signifying that a connection of energy had been established between the two locations, allowing for normal transportation. "You, who are you? Could it be? Thank you for your efforts. I shall take it from here." With these words, Chen Nian stepped into the teleportation array.